Chapter 62, Watch Your Jet. Hans sat in a lone garage above the levels of Mountain Glen. It had been only a few days after the Battle of Mountain Glen, and surprisingly Hans had already adapted to much of the changes. When first he received the army, he initiated full panic mode because, at that point, he had incurred a net negative in silver lions. It took him 5 minutes to comprehend that he was about to lose 100,000 SL/HR. Hans immediately went into action and ordered everyone to just keep killing Grimm, though it lowered their loyalty from 50% to 42%. So he decided to justify his actions by talking about killing the same species that threatened both humans and faunus. That idea seemed to work since their loyalty went back up to 50%. It was getting difficult to manage the army halfway through for Hans. Multiple times he had to ensure their loyalty and dread rose. To make it a bit more easier on him, he made Team WYBRN manage groups of them when needed, though most of the work was done by Blake. Even though managing them was finished, he still had to equip them somehow. Good thing Ruby and Merlot were great substitutes for infantry equipment developers. He used most of his account to create a small workshop for them to work in while he was trying to keep the army still and assisting in other Grimm hunts all over Vale. Which is why he was nearly tearing his eyes, if he ever had one, out. Are you kidding me? All this efficiency in Grimm hunting and I can't even break even. Hans screamed to himself alone in his garage. Hourly gain, 56,729 SL, 14,428 RP. Breakdown, minerals, 1,720 SL/Grimm hunts, 55,009 SL, 14,428 RP. Hourly loss, 83,916 SL. Breakdown, army maintenance, 62,291 SL/building maintenance, 13,981 SL/miscellaneous, 7,644 SL. Net hourly income, minus 27,187 SL, 14,428 RP. Granted, it only has been a few days, but Hans was incredibly frustrated. A man who games to grind in-game resources didn't like the red numbers being shown on his HUD. The army was sapping away most of his gained silver lions on an hourly basis. Meaning in only 24 hours he was going to lose 652,488 SL if he didn't manage to make up for the loss. SL equals 10,063,728 SL, 7,817,278 SL. Vehicle RP equals 116,282 RP, 817, 726 RP. Convertible RP equals 1,459,219 RP, 2,172,918 RP. I guess it's all for the RP. I should have known the moderator wouldn't give me something so powerful. The army is good for, well, being an army, but it costs so much. I don't even want to know what happens when I disband them. Of course, the moment Hans realized the costs it required, the moderator from somewhere in his white room laughed like a madman. He was enjoying Hans' suffering when trying to desperately find funds for the first few days. It did take a huge hit in his finances, but being a gamer he stayed up late organizing the newly formed Wehrmacht. I should really get a move on now. Let's see, I can collect my rewards from the other side missions. Mission accomplished. Secure power, coerce the rest of the splintered White Fang. 1/1. Rewarded 1,500,000 SL, 150,000 RP. The Lion sleeps tonight, kill/capture Leonardo Lionheart. 1/1. Rewarded 1,500,000 SL, 150,000 RP. Missions. Dust is king, obtain a permanent supply of dust, 0/1. Half to a hole, ascend Ruby into the Fall Maiden, 1/2. For Seasons 1 tank, obtain all 4 of the Maiden's power, 0/4. Awkward family reunion, kill, capture, recruit Raven Branwen, 0/1. The Calamities, kill the Wyvern, Leviathan, Scourge of the Sands, Solitas Rex, 0/4. More than one god, use, obtain, destroy the 4 relics, 0/4. She's a witch, secret condition/secret condition Salem, 0/1. The wizard named Oz, capture/secret condition Ozma, 0/1. These other ones though, do I do these or leave them alone? The RP and SL are amazing, I bet. Polling here, do you guys just want me to finish RWBY as a story soon? Or let Hans finish everything? Maybe comment on the missions right before this. P.S. I didn't realize how much it actually costs to unlock everything in War Thunder. Truly, Hans is a madman. SL equals 7,817,278 SL 10,817,278 SL. Vehicle RP equals 817,726 RP 1,117,726 RP. Right. I've been putting this off for a while now, but here we go. Hans started spamming the research and purchase button for multiple aircraft in his tech tree. He followed the BF-109 line and continued his bomber path in the tech tree. He bought some other aircraft if he didn't reach the 5-vehicle requirement to advance to B rank. Notice, purchased BF-109G2, BF-109G6, BF-109K, for FW-190A, for FW-190A, 5/U2, Do-217E, 2, Do-217K, 1, Ju-188A, 2, He-177A, 5. Auto-buy modifications. 437,100 SL. Nope, I'm not gonna spend that much for a rank 4. The jets are where it's at. Hans swipes mentally to ignore the message. SL equals 10,817,278 SL 9,360,278 SL. Vehicle RP equals 1,117,726 RP 699,726 RP. The last stretch, finally I can call myself fast. Hans eyed the high-ranking planes he could access. He didn't have any close air support type planes or any other of the other branches of the aviation tree. But that didn't matter. Because now, he was going to be a jet. SL equals 9,360,278 SL 7,770,278 RP. Vehicle RP equals 699,726 RP 139,726 RP. It's so beautiful. Notice, purchased Me-262A, 1A, Me-262C, 1A, Me-163B, AR-234B, 2, AR-234C, 3. Auto-buy modifications. 477,000 SL. It's not much for a jet modification. Though the next few ones will definitely be expensive as hell. Not to mention finishing this tech tree. Hans will be using the Me-163B and AR-234C, 3 as his fighter and bomber respectively. SL equals 7,770,278 RP 7,293,278 SL. He was still disturbed by the 6-minute fuel capacity, but it made up for it in Hans' mind when he saw the blistering speeds it could do. Travel would be a joke at this point, since if he's out of combat he could travel almost 1,000 km per hour, 621.37 miles per hour for the freedom lovers, without stopping, since fuel only gets drained during combat. Hans was ready to tango with the SDC and Atlas itself. He already deliberated on what he plans for Atlas and the SDC. Time to secure that permanent dust supply, he thought to himself. All he just needed to do was to call up what remains of the team that wasn't busy. Namely, Weiss, Young, Neo and Torchwick. It wasn't much, since Blake would be busy managing the Wehrmacht and Ruby was with Merlot in their home base of Mountain Glen. After a while, Hans with his leopard eye stood among 4 people in the now occupied garage. With him, at the front, while Torchwick was aside him using his scroll to project a map. Torchwick decided to handle the debriefing since, unlike Hans who didn't have limbs, he could detail the map better. Okay you brats, it's really simple, so I'll tell you this once. Ice Queen and Neo will head to the comms while Blondie and I take out the old man himself. Easy. Weiss rolled her eyes. There's more to it than that. What about our message? How are we going to make Ironwood look bad? There are more steps that we are missing. I'm not entirely confident we could pull this off. That's Lunchbox's job. Don't worry your pretty little face, Ice Queen. With a lot of their navy here, Ironwood himself needs to come to Atlas aid once the warning has been sent. As for the CEO, it's easy to just kick him out. Nobody likes the old fart unless it's the business people in Atlas. No other questions? Good. Move out, brats. It's time to run a business, Ice Queen. I'll gladly help with the finances. You're not going to get your hand over the SDC's money, nor will I even let you in the company, thank you very much. Weiss rejected. With the sound of everyone leaving to prepare for the task ahead. Hans stayed behind to think about what he needed to expect and how much time was going to have to fight the entire Atletian Navy. Hans. I need to ask you something. Weiss looked distraught, with a gloomy look on her face as if she was unsure. Ask away. It's just, do we really need to eliminate my father? I agree he's a monster and all, but I don't think taking a life would make the people of Atlas accept our coup d'état. A slower approach might be better in the long run. Weiss, your father has been doing this for most of his time being CEO, we have the Wehrmacht under us, serving to protect the world from the Grimm. Soon enough, Atlas wouldn't ignore such a thing when the world realizes that it was once the White Fang. Is there no one else that can take my place instead? You are the heiress, your older sister is still under Ironwood's thumb and Atlas is blind to what atrocities they're doing. The SDC is using blood money to help fund Ironwood's navy, wouldn't you want to change all of that? I do, ever since Blake made me realize that faunus aren't all hooligans. My father is detestable, but Ironwood is just a compassionate patriot. I don't think I can take over his position without a justification for Atlas. That's why we show that he's a man willing to sacrifice lives for Atlas. Let the world know of his obsession to protecting the world while simultaneously letting his comrades die for a worthless cause. Is he really that kind of person? It's just one attack, Hans. He might change his idea on your kind. No, the moment he sees me active, he would want to create the same kind of machine as me to use against Salem. Maybe it's just his distrust over me or his prejudice against the tank race. I understand. I hope you're right, Hans. Not that I'm doubting you. Excuse me. Weiss leaves in a hurry after her short conversation with Hans. Hans sighs out like a pang of crushing guilt gets placed over the top of him. Sorry Weiss, I'm still not sure how Ironwood sees me as at this point. Damn, why do manipulating people have to be so hard? Calm down Hans, it's for the dust, used against a great evil. No one is harmed from this. Right outside the garage. Weiss entered the door connecting to the main armory/research facility where Ruby and Merlot worked in. It was busy the first few days, leading to complete sleep deprivation for them. Weiss reminded her numbskull of a leader to rest once in a while, but Ruby kept shouting something about German science being the best in the world before Ruby flopped down tired from improving the cost-effectiveness of their armor. It was an odd situation ever since they were introduced to Hans, like an itch that you couldn't scratch. There was something to remind them how to act. It wasn't that bad, but Weiss kept hearing her thoughts telling her to have no sense of humor, to be diligent in the steel factories, or drink loads of beer. Of course, she had ignored the more ludicrous things being put in her head. Though she didn't mind when she suddenly had the impulse to paint something and maybe enter an art school, her thoughts even had a backup plan, to be a politician if being an artist doesn't work. Ruby. Stop lying down on your workbench, it's filthy, she shakes the asleep team leader. Whoa. No, I'm not filthy. You are, she lazily blurts out. Ruby, we're going to Atlas. Have you gotten any sleep since 2 days ago? Didn't Hans tell you to not push yourself? The way Weiss questioned her work ethic made Ruby shoot up in complete alertness. He did, but these babies are not going to finish themselves. I'm still finishing up on the new VTOL designs I thought up of. Ruby, just don't go overboard and put in another flamethrower underneath. Hans told you to make it cheaper to make. Oh, I'm not putting in a flamethrower, anymore. Weiss was suspicious of the wording. Ruby. What did you do? I'm not putting in a flamethrower. I made it shoot acid this time, and also create an autonomously shooting Gatling gun. Okay, I may have placed the flamethrower at the front but changed it to shoot nitroglycerin. Ruby. I'm sorry. It's just there's something in me telling me to make it as over-engineered as possible. I want to add a shield to it, make it have collapsible thrusters and wings to make it smaller when not in use, strap a rocket to it, then I want it to have cloaking tech. I'm sorry Weiss, I can't stop. Ruby, fight the urge. You can take up painting as I did, just relax in designing, please. Hans doesn't want to use up our stockpile if we could help it. Okay, can I add the autonomous Gatling guns though? Ruby. Fine, just a normal troop carrier with a 30mm cannon and machine guns. I really hope we could finish this operation smoothly without the help of Blake and Ruby. Weiss retrieved her uniform, armor, and weapons before heading out back to where she came from. See you Ruby, she waved goodbye before shutting the door. Ruby slumped from her exhaustion, yawning profusely as she began to pick up her tools to redo the designs. What was that? A loud clatter resounded from the room nearby. It was only a janitor's closet. They had it since the workshop did become filthy after a while of people going in and out. Ruby approached the closet with a wrench in hand. She didn't have crescent rows on her since it was in her locker. Come out with your hands up, creepy thing that movies do when they want to add tension. She swung open the locker only to see a rock that messed up the various cleaning tools that were stored there. Hey, kiddo. She recognized that voice, the voice of someone who sounded like they didn't get a single drop of water in over 5 days and supplemented it with hard liquor instead. Uncle Crow. He chuckles as he drops down from the ceiling. He looks around the room and sees the various pieces of equipment made for the Wehrmacht. You got a lot of explaining to do, he says as he pulls out a flask and chugs on it. Chapter 63, Operation Werabang. An Atlesian member of the military was bored at his mediocre job. He sipped on his coffee, far away from his workplace with a designated area only allowed for drinking. He finishes his break and goes back to his station. He was responsible for monitoring anything entering the airspace. Though almost nothing happens every day. Hey, ever think there's more to life? He asked his deskmate. Well, life is an abstract concept, man. Do we ever think that we have someone viewing us from the outside and calling that life? Is life just an idea and not a physical manifestation? Are we then alive by that concept? What? Dude, you're creeping me out. I meant if we are ever going to move on from this station. All the others get nice assignments like destroying a White Fang operated base or killing Grimm, all we ever get is watching a monitor. Bro, what you just said made me wonder, are you okay? His deskmate started to think. What does it mean to be okay? Be serious. We'll never get promoted at this rate. It's not like anything happens around here. His deskmate chuckles and answers normally. Well, don't you want that? A peaceful life? The citizens of Atlas would rather hear of clear skies than anything exciting, as you say. Dude, I know that, but still, I'm getting bored out of my mind. When was the last time someone was arrested because of us? Smuggler, I think, about 5 years ago. His deskmate recounted. Exactly, nothing ever happens here. How are we supposed to rise the ranks watching this monitor for our entire lives? Man, you've been here for just a week. You signed up for it, remember? Shit, you got a point. Well, you can only pray that something happens, not like your complaining is going to change anything. When would someone even be so stupid enough to violate the airspace of the only country with a pseudo-military? Ha, I'll eat my socks if that ever happens dash. BEEP. The two stared at each other before the deskmate wiggled his eyebrows. Oh. Bottoms up, I'll get the salt and pepper when you're ready to go with your words. Ignore what I said, maybe it's just a mistake or something. He started to look closely for details on the unknown aircraft. It's 8,000 m in the sky. What? Check again, are you sure that's real? It's rising. 9,000 m in the sky. How is this possible? I thought dust couldn't go so high in altitude since it weakens. It's still going up. BEEP. 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 The other computers begin to finally detect the unidentified aircraft. The entire room clamors at the situation. What's its speed? His deskmate panics. 800 kilometers per hour. We need to alert the ASOPs, no, the entire military. Get Ironwood himself, we need to alert him about this, fast. Is it even VTOL? We need our scientists to figure this out while we send out the ASOPs to investigate, his deskmate suggests. Investigate? Investigate what? The dude that's flying it. It's an aircraft moving beyond what we thought was theoretically possible. Get the armed bullheads. Torchwick stood up from the ground cratered by a good size. He dusted off his own uniform as he looks to the back to see the others. Shit, we missed our drop by an entire city. Guess that's what trying to jump out a jet gets you. What do we do now? Hans told us we'd get 6 minutes. At least. He emphasized the at least part, Ice Queen. Lunchbox will do his best to draw their attention, it's up to us to do what's told. Weiss nodded as Neo followed her. Come on, let's get to the Schnee headquarters, she turns to Neo. And please, don't kill anyone while we're there. We're supposed to be the good guys, understand? Neo nodded with a sly grin which did not calm Weiss down as it should have. Torchwick started walking as he pointed to a building far off in the distance. Right, Blondie, we head to the command center and take control of everything inside. Easy enough for some like you to understand. Great, so are we going guns blazing? No, we enter the complex quietly, only go loud when we need to. If anything comes up, make sure to refer to Lunchbox's calls. We have plans B to D, but we're going to have to tread carefully. I don't want us being the joke of the century if I can help it, so make sure you get serious. Already am, just leave me to it and I'll punch everyone out with these new babies. Yang gestures to the equipment RWBY made them. I don't doubt Maniac and Red's ability to make tech, but don't rely on it too much. Our aura already took some damage when we landed and someone is bound to investigate the huge mess we have made, so let's get a move on. Way above the airspace. Hans was getting away from Atlas. Using a jet bomber was a bit scary since switching vehicles mid-air was going to probably rip out a wing, or two, maybe the whole aircraft if he wasn't careful. Slowing down would be a requirement for him to not get ripped apart. Interceptors were sent out, though despite the name that Atlas gave them they weren't exactly best suited for trying to chase something in the high atmosphere where bullheads and other aircraft from Remnant couldn't properly fly at. Hans didn't have that problem and was easily outranging them by a couple of thousand meters in the sky. His speed was also unparalleled. Jets had the advantage over traditional dust. But escape wasn't Hans' priority, it was making sure Ironwood can pay attention to him and create panic, letting the others take shock. I think this is a good time. His frame broke apart from switching vehicles as he fell toward the ground before finishing his mid-air transformation, turning into a proper jet fighter. His fuel still remained, meaning he wasn't in combat. His field of view was limited as a plane since the cockpit couldn't reach around the back, but Hans was fairly confident he could fight like the old days when he was back on Earth. It was a tactic Hans was fairly knowledgeable on, the boom and zoom. Though for now it was reserved for the second phase, for now, he needed to shock and awe the populace. Why? Because it's something Ironwood could focus on. Hans turned around, the ear-ringing constant blasts of his jet engine roaring behind him. He started slow and accelerated to an eventual sound barrier-shattering speed. Hans heard the gunfire below him. Gatling guns tried reaching where he was, but the bullet's momentum died as soon as it reaches 1,000 meters. The combination of dust weakening in the atmosphere and the altitude difference made their shots worthless. What are they even trying to chase me with? He climbed and climbed higher. He turned upside down to see the dozens of bullheads trying but failing to shoot him down from the altitude difference. It's so sad seeing them, but I'll have to get their attention to take this seriously. Let's put a show for the citizens. Hans turned off his jet engines and let gravity take hold of his acceleration. He dove faster and faster while doing an aileron roll. Hans hoped it wasn't too stressful for the wings. Hans then did the most war crime-worthy thing in his life in Remnant, one that even trumped his earlier gas bombings. He used the aerobatic smoke. The armed bullhead pilots looked on with fear in their eyes and a sense of death coming from their souls. They fired and kept firing, yet their bullets could barely hit the small and speeding small aircraft. Unexpectedly, they saw the plane speed right past them, not even firing upon them even though they were vulnerable. They turned to keep firing, but Hans was already heading back for Atlas. One of the pilots takes the smarter approach by not chasing Hans, it's going for Atlas. Call up the command center and activate the turrets in the city. It's too fast for us. Back at Beacon. Ironwood and Winter were seated inside a room. Ironwood rested his chin over his hands as he thought deeply. He was contemplating whether to intervene in the White Fang situation. It was not public information yet, but Ironwood was planning to take out the remnant of the thrice-reformed Fang. His semblance was in full swing. His actions were going to be hyper-focused on his goal of protecting Atlas at any cost. What do you think, Specialist Schnee? Sir. I believe I'm not qualified to comment on such a subject despite my rank. Ironwood slammed a hand on the table. That's not what I asked of you, Specialist. There is a time for humility, but that time is not now. So, again, what do you think? I believe that restrained action should be our priority. It has shown that the person you said was inhabiting a machine was evolving. I believe our last operation has shown that it would be risky to go against it directly, likely causing so many casualties. The White Fang was reformed and reorganized by this individual. I believe staying vigilant but aggressive should be our policy. Ironwood frowned. So you're saying we should stand and wait? Wait until what? Atlas itself is in ruins before we act against it. Sir, Hans, as Headmaster Ojban called him, has shown to be aggressive when we threatened him during our first encounter. He hasn't been hostile to anyone other than Grimm. Schnee, this again. I don't care if that thing is fighting Grimm independently. It either needs to be under our command or ripped apart for our scientists to study. Atlas needs obedient and disciplined soldiers to fight the Grimm, not some machine that has a conscience. Sir, what of Penny Polendina then? Ah, that, you met with her before, didn't you? That is different. She has a conscience, but we have final command. No matter what action she may think she must do, I will have a final say. What do you mean? Isn't she supposed to be free-thinking? She is, but I added an emergency override just in case. You can override her conscience. Did the doctor say anything about his condition when making his daughter? A little precaution dwarfs whatever free will the doctor prescribes. I will prioritize the protection of Atlas over anything sentimental. Penny is a creation and we will use it as we see fit. I will proceed with going against whatever organization that thing will do. What about my sister? Well now. That's odd, I don't remember you having a sister. The last time I checked, there was supposed to be an Atlesian that is good to her family, not one who was a traitor. Winter felt her breath stop. Ironwood was suggesting something she didn't like. No, why? Is that really necessary? BEEP. The table suddenly blared lights on as it activated to show a display popping in between Winter and Ironwood. Yes, Ironwood tried to ask. A panicked operator screamed out from the call. Sir. It's an emergency. An unidentified aircraft has broken through our defenses and is heading around the city with some kind of smoke behind it. What? Send out bullheads to intercept it. It's not good, sir. Our defenses cannot keep up with its speed and our bullheads that we sent out couldn't get any closer to it. It keeps outranging us with the altitude. Damn. Emergency, we need to get back immediately. Inform the fleet to pull out of Vale and head back to Atlas, we may be under attack. Ironwood left his office, scroll in hand as he started giving out orders. Winter, still shocked by the declaration that Weiss was now an enemy of the state, made her worried. She was going to have to arrest her, or even worse. Weiss. She looked at her scroll with a picture of them as children on it. Her hand shook at the thought. She saw Ironwood go out as the doors closed with an audible hiss. She started to slacken her stance as she looks on with doubt. Is this all really necessary? Ironwood, is he, right? I'm not sure anymore. Weiss, I hope you're still okay. Chapter 64, Mixed Signals. The vents, it's always a very useful thing for any kind of infiltration. It was a requirement in the command center to provide a system where its workers could still operate even under lockdown in case of Grimm attacks. It was a precaution since vents help circulate indoor air from the outdoor air in a tight room or if it gets hard to breathe. One such vent was the largest one, directed in the middle of a large room. That room was where the command center's most important space is, the control room. It was where ships could be directed, advised, and provide reinforcements to locations and could display live feeds of the battle. So now, it was very important to take these out for Hans to succeed in getting more time for the more important of their objectives. The first being taking the SDC's CEO, and their second and more fantastical objective was to make Ironwood lose face. Finally, Hans' most impossible case yet was their third objective, take over Atlas itself. Those were the things told to the group as they went in toward Atlas. They all had their doubts but belief in Hans was still strong. Torchwick has been tagging along for a month now and their partnership did have benefits. Unlike before, Torchwick had freedom. He still had that itch to steal and make a name for himself, but Hans' plan would not only put him and Neo in the news, it was going to make them part of history. He was satisfied with the arrangement, some may even say it was one of his most memorable partnerships. Torchwick was going to enjoy Hans' shenanigans, that's for sure. That begs the question of why Torchwick was currently stuck in one of those aforementioned vents. Push harder, Blondie. Aren't you the one who keeps priding yourself on your strength? Young mocks an apology. Oh, sorry your highness, I do believe this prideful girl can't possibly push your ass into the floor below. Just squeeze your shoulders and I'll ram into you. No, you imbecile. That's definitely going to catch someone's attention in this place. He hears shuffling behind him. Blondie. Oi. Don't you dare dash. Geronimo. He hears a scream behind him. Oh, for God's sake, dash. Crunch. The metal gave way, hindering their infiltration. Crumpling under the stress of someone forcing themselves in as they dropped to the dust power room, Remnant's version of an electrical room. The vent system was complex but Hans successfully predicted ones that they should have like ones in tight working spaces or where the equipment needed to be ventilated properly. Remind me again why this isn't Neo's job. Torchwick grunts out while on the floor. She's needed to expose Jacques for people to accept Weiss as the new CEO. We need definite proof for the world to accept her. With the Wehrmacht and the SDC under Hans, the world could see a massive shift. Torchwick stood first, looking around the dust power room. That was a rhetorical question, Blondie. He saw the sad state of the room. First thing we do when we take over is change the color palette, this seriously is a boring room. It was a shiny almost white room going by design, drab by Torchwick standards, and way too monochrome. The generators there worked hard to pump out the power needed for the command center. Blondie, if you ever do something like that again I'm going to strangle you. Yang stood up and dusted herself off as she gawks at the room. Ain't going to let an old man like you do that to me. Old man. I'll have you know I'm 31. I'm barely over a young adult, Blondie. Yeah, keep coping, are you sure you don't need a wheelchair right now? Since I'm a pain in the ass and all. Yang laughs. Lunchbox forbade any of us from hurting each other, but that does not include leaving you to die if you need my help. Clank. The two looked in the direction of the sudden noise, weapons raised as they saw a man trying to sneak out. His hand was on the handle that was being turned. The man gulps hard and raises an awkward smile. Look, it's a bird, he points to the ceiling. Torchwick dashes to his front before grabbing him by the collar. Seriously? Bad luck being here. While we may have an amazing entrance, we hope to not let you loose inside. So that means, good night. Wait dash. Thunk. A solid smack from his cane sent the man unconscious, laying on the ground with his eyes turned upwards. Torchwick looks to his temporary partner in crime. Blondie, let's get to the dash, he sees Yang looking to the ceiling behind her. Are you that gullible, or is this just some kind of trick to make me irritated, because if it is then it's working. Yang stops looking and coughs into her hand. I mean, a bird could really be there. What, you, arg. Never mind, sheesh, this is why I don't plan on having any kids anytime soon. Those little gremlins are supposed to be younger than you, but I feel like blowing my brains out already. You're supposed to be considered an adult, act like one. We're kind of on a mission that's supposed to affect the whole world. Relax, old man. I'm confident we can finish this one without any trouble. Hans said to us he'd be the largest distraction outside. Speaking of him, what's he doing outside that attracts so much attention anyways? Meanwhile. Status report. The woman salutes, she takes out a clipboard before listing off what's been happening. Sir. The flying object is not yet identified, the pilot is also unknown. Its make and model is being analyzed, the intruder in question is flying around Atlas using smoke. What? Why haven't our ships at least knocked it down? How come we haven't lost any yet? He asked. The woman repeatedly salutes before and after every response. Sir. It's been doing stunts in the air while scaring the population. It seems they are beginning to lose confidence in us. Drats. Relay this to the council. We need an immediate response, one attack from that thing and we're doomed. Get Ironwood's location so we can bolster the troops' morale. Sir. There's also something I must report on the smoke. She repeats her salute. The man remembers the tests they did on the mysterious smoke, they feared gas but were relieved to hear it was normal colored smoke. Smoke. Didn't we confirm it's not harmful? Sir. Remember what I said about doing stunts? She recounts. Yes I do, you said it seconds ago. What about it? Sir. It seems it has been spelling out something above Atlas. We don't know the origin of the language, it's foreign to the scientist. He grabbed the woman's shoulder and shook while the woman was still saluting. What's the message? A taunt? A warning? A declaration? Tell me. Sir. It's spelling out L plus ratio plus irondick plus get better ships plus EZRP plus EZSL plus scrub plus skill issue. We tried to decipher its meaning but I sense hostility with it. Like it's taunting us with something. We need to relay this to the council, the people might see us as weak, the defenses must hold. The woman suddenly reaches for her earpiece, she nods several times before moving her hand away from the earpiece and writing something on her clipboard. Sir. I just received another report. What is it? It seems the unidentified vehicle is now drawing something phallic in the sky, right above where the council building is. The citizens are now apparently taking a picture of it. Okay, now that's just uncouth. Back to Yang and Torchwick. Whatever his strategy is, it's doing work since I haven't heard anyone outside. Let's go, activate your sensor and listen closely, if we're caught, knock anyone out and hide them. Lunchbox specifically told us not to bathe this place in blood. Yang opens the door, let's head out. We need to find a terminal and an advanced access keycard or scroll. Does that guy have one? One step ahead of you, Blondie. I already checked, just some intern they hired to do the boring stuff. Let's head to some kind of control room or office. They might have something there. With a few cautious steps to the unfamiliar layout, the duo made their way through the command center, using their extremely expensive sensors, as Hans put it. Yang inches closer to Torchwick in front, and she whispers while they walked. "We've been wandering around for a good while, why isn't anyone here?" "There's a good chance everyone's been mobilized at this point. The hangar must be busy with refueling and rearming since they've been trying to chase off Lunchbox Dash." "Ouch, why'd you suddenly dash?" Torchwick slams his hand over Yang's mouth while peeking around the corner. "Two of them standing guard, if they're standing guard then it must be important. You take the one on the left, I take the right, got it? Short and simple dash." Torchwick cuts Yang off. "Easy enough to understand." "Yes, of course. Just follow me on the count of 3. One of the two guards yawned as he rested his weapon loosely on his arms. "Why do we need to stand around in front of this? It's not like we're needed here. Shouldn't we secure the city first? Is complaining a fad around here now?" The others explicitly said we're needed here just in case anyone attacks Dash. Thud. Torchwick and Yang both rushed as they were talking, one swift cane to the helmet and a solid punch to the face is what made the soldiers fold on the floor. "Whew, that was a nice warm-up. So old man, where do we put them?" "There's nothing here Dash," she spots trash cans nearby. "Maybe that could work." Torchwick looks at what Yang is referring to. "Blondie, there's no way that a simple trash can is going to fit Dash." "It fit. Well, it's certainly bigger than it looks on the inside," Yang states. To Torchwick's surprise, the trash can could fit a single person inside. "I don't even want to know how that works." "Hey, don't complain. If it works, it works." Torchwick examines the room's nameplate. "Looks like it's a security room but we need a higher clearance than these guards. Still, it's useful to know where this is. A terminal should be there so we can find an accurate layout of this place and then lock out the vents once we find where they're connected to. I'll be the one to stay behind to lock it out, I'll hand you my gas bombs when we find the control room." "I may have an idea, Torchwick." "Say, when someone's taking a break where do they go?" Yang asks. "A break room, somewhere where any employee can access." "What you're saying is a decent idea. It's not like we know a whole lot about this place so it's an idea. First, where do we find the break room? We lack any kind of intel around here thanks to Atlas being so secretive. Here, there's a janitor's number on one of the scrolls of the guards we took out. I already checked, we could send him a message to get over here. The janitor might know where the control room is as well." "Well, I didn't expect you to be competent in making sound ideas. I'm one step ahead of you old man." Torchwick groans on the inside. Yang using his phrase to throw back at him made him irritated. Fine, I'll concede that." He relents. "Ha. Now let's get to some interrogation." A janitor walks towards the security room. He had received a message from one of the employees that the room started to smell. He was not one to remember everyone's face, he had one simple job and that was to clean where he was asked to. A simple life but he didn't mind honest work. He rounds the corner to see no one guarding the room. He approaches, not paying mind to the lack of people. Thinking it was normal that people would slack ever so often. Multiple times he was told that a lot of people in the command center were bored and tired of their jobs, but not this janitor. "Weird, doesn't smell bad to me, MMPH. He gets dragged to the side where Yang and Torchwick had been lying in wait. "Hello there, we would like something simple. Give us the location of the break room and control room and I won't have to gouge your eyes out and slit your throat." Yang releases his mouth. "Help Dash." Yang shuts him back up after he tried to call for help. "How do we get answers from him, old man? I'll break your fingers for every time you lie to us." "Hey, Blondie. Don't you think he already lied to us by trying to scream for help? That's already one strike, right?" MMPH. Snap. A muted shrill of pain tries to escape the janitor, stopped by the secured mouth done by Yang, who was grimacing at Torchwick using his cane's handle to snap a finger on the second joint. "Tell us what we want. Blondie." At his call she releases his mouth. The janitor coughs out before replying. "I don't know where the command center is, I swear. The break room is left and go straight, once you find a vending machine, look nearby and you'll see it." Yang closes his mouth shut before Torchwick raises his cane again, to the horror of the janitor. Snap. MMPH. MMPH. The janitor wrestles from the pain. After a while, Yang releases his mouth. "I really don't know. I'm telling you the truth. Please, I have a wife and a kid. Do you have any idea how much that matters to me? The kid can live for himself, it's not like both parents are needed. Snap. Arg, MMPH. Torchwick. Why'd you done that for? He said he doesn't know, just release him already, we don't need to kill him. His comment irritated me, we got what we need. I'll put him to sleep. Thunk. His cane crashes down onto the janitor, now with 3 of his fingers bruised and broken from Torchwick. They shoved the janitor in the trolley he came with and proceeded to the break room. They reached the break room as Torchwick stands guard while Young approached the room with a device in hand. Given to her by Merlot and RWBY. My sensors say there's 3 in there. Could be one with a higher clearance in there. It's early into lunch by now, so these could be early birds. Torchwick affixes his hat, which remained even after his uniform was given. We need to go fast, just barge in and take everyone out. They're at their lowest guard, so it's best to take advantage and strike like lightning. They speed into the room with 3 men eating what looked like a bastardized version of a burger on the plate. An Adlesian special if Torchwick had ever seen one. Who are you? Dash. A cane to the face followed by a massive punch sent 2 careening to the wall while the third stood there shocked. Not a moment later he was subjected to a cane to the knee and a right hook to his head, knocking him out. Torchwick. This person has a level 5. We can enter both the security and control room. We can look for it in the layout from the terminal. Good, let's be fast. Lunchbox may be running out of time soon. We need to sabotage them fast. On it. Young carries the man just in case as they sped towards the security room. Torchwick hid the other 2 inside some trash cans and followed suit. The door opened with a beep and inside was a security room with a man asleep on the desk. So that's why the guards were being carefree. Must be tired here from just doing nothing every day. The addition of the room is neutral as heck and doesn't help either. Come on, help me tie these people up and shut the door. They soon enter the card into a slot on the terminal and its display blares to life. A few navigations by Torchwick and found the rough layout of the building in the form of a recent schematic for maintenance purposes. The vent goes from here to here. Torchwick points at the vent connecting to the control room. I lock out the vents after you crawl inside and pump in the gas. We might be compromised, but we need to do this to make Atlas look like a bunch of fools. The panic must be starting to set in, so Grimm will roam around Atlas. Alright, I'll hand my grenades to you and give me your gas bombs, Yang told him. Good, you know what to do. I'll head on over after I make sure no one can roam around this place safely. Make sure you don't trip on the wires if we're escaping. The hangar is here, remember where we will meet. Now go. Yang did as mentioned, taking the gas bombs and giving her grenades just in case they were discovered. It would slow down pursuers once they get found out. Yang rushes to the vent and sees the opening in the ceiling, she reaches for it and enters. She crawls along the wider space and finds the control room with a lot of people manning it. Here goes, and send. She finishes texting Torchwick before pulling the pins on the gas bombs and throwing them directly into the room. Seconds later the room below her panics from the gas as they tried to exit before the doors suddenly seal shut from anyone exiting. Who initiated the lockdown? Someone said while covering his breath. We don't. Dash, one of them suddenly collapses. The vents finally shut with their flaps closing and sealing everything. Yang couldn't see, but she could hear everyone inside falling to the floor, stiff as bricks from the gas flowing through their system. The vents open as she puts on the mask provided by the uniform she wore. She exits the vent as she slams it hard and crawls to the control room itself. The door opens to reveal Torchwick with his own mask on as he closes the door with the level 5 keycard and the man on his shoulders. Right. Let's get to work then, shall we? Yang quickly takes a position on one side of the terminals. I don't know how to use this thing, Torchwick. Just accept calls and direct them to some bogus command. See the map here? Their positions will light up, just say anything contradictory or useless while giving out bad commands. The display suddenly flashes a small triangle on the map. The Grimm is starting to get affected. We need backup on Sector C6. What are the orders? Torchwick ushers Yang to answer. She took a deep breath before answering. Proceed to Sector F3, we will send more squads in, we will rotate you with the others. Alright. Yang sighed out. This is going to be easier than I thought. Why don't they talk all military stuff? It's panic all around, they still have codes for locations. We're the command center, it's not like they'll doubt our words. As soon as Torchwick says that, another prompt opens on a display as a squadron of bullheads are reporting something on another monitor inside the room. Time to cause chaos. Chapter 65, Under New Management. The Schnee Manor was extensive, as it should be. It boasts almost 3 floors each with rooms for dedicated activities. It covered a huge area and lay atop far from the main city of Atlas. Such kind of manor would be a maze to those just arriving, especially when the manor hosted guards. It almost could function as military by itself. Profits from the mines made it possible for one, Jacques Schnee, to arm his employees to do his bidding. Whether that was to whip the Faunus to work or protect their assets in the other continents. The SDC was in full control of the dust supplies, a monopoly one would think. But as the world turns, so do the gears of change. That change was about to be orchestrated by Hans. The machinations of which are provided by Weiss and her soon-to-be position of SDC CEO. The courtyard is easily entered through here. The guards might be rotated here in 5 minutes, so all we have to do is go in between rotations. Neo nodded as Weiss replayed her initial plan. Weiss was one to try to perfect a plan this time. Her last mistake would make her rethink everything constantly. And just in case, we have the other contingency plans. I can go through all of them here right now, but our time window is closing, we need to go. Weiss rushed through the brush and fields towards the edge of the entrance. A garden laid with bushes and hedges dot the entire courtyard as they reached the doors. Right, Neo, let's go. We can finish this in at most half an hour. I will not let myself fail. Neo nods as the crackle of glass encased them in an illusion mimicking the background. Strategic use of her semblance is paramount. Losing so much aura from overuse is still a possibility, but Weiss had her stopping points planned out. They stepped quickly, making haste toward Weiss' directions she pointed to. Living in the manor for most of her years made her remember every single inch of it. Having been brought up caged inside is what advantage she had over any other member in infiltrating the manor she lived in. They go up the main stairway. Light-footed steps from the girls only reached a few ears. None were the wiser that someone had already gotten through the toughest obstacle. The second floor was home to the many servants of the Schnees. Weiss needed to reach the end where they could find the keys to Jacques' study. Only one person had that kind of access, and that was Klein Zeben. Serving for decades for the Schnee family, he was the most prominent among the servants for his dedicated service. Even so long as to have taken care of Weiss and her siblings since they were babies. There, Klein's room is right at the end of this hallway. There should be no one patrolling the servants' quarters. You can take off your semblance to rest. Neo does so as the illusion breaks from her, voluntarily disabling it. She breathes out before adjusting her uniform. It was a bit stuffy for her taste since it was a combination of stylish and functional. That meant a lot of storage to place things from grenades, to ammunition and to anything they needed. It was custom-made for them. Though, she still thought it was excessive. The pair made their way over to the door with a number pad locking the door. It turned on after it detected someone close. Weiss inputted a code, after which the click of the latch was heard. She opened the door and looked to see which of the conditions she was waiting for. One was Klein was inside, or two, he was out at the moment. There she saw him, the butler that served her family for ages, sleeping soundly in the corner of the room. Neo, get inside and close the door. I'll get the keys from the drawer, Weiss whispered. Neo nodded as they both entered and closed the door back. As Weiss crept up to the drawer, she quickly looked for the keys to Jacques' study. Weiss shuffled through the desk and saw the key in question. It clacked around before she took it in her hand and ushered herself out as quick as possible. We can go now, we have a few more minutes dash. Miss Schnee. Is that really you? Klein. You were awake, Neo. Neo suddenly lunges at Klein like a feral cat. The parasol Neo had on her unfurled as a blade gets sheathed out. She gripped it tight as she tries to dash towards Klein with her blood rushing through her body. Weiss grabs Neo by the back and desperately holds on with a gravity glyph holding Neo in place after her preemptive strike. Neo. Drop. The umbrella. Neo relaxes and looks back to Weiss, who had her hand signaling to her. Neo raised an eyebrow as she loosens her grip on the blade. Weiss somehow decoded whatever message Neo had. It's fine, he's not going to leak anything out. Klein is a very important person to me, we can leave him alone. Neo scoffs before readjusting her grip and inching it closer to Klein. No witnesses. Weiss lowers her head. Yeah, I did kind of say that during the briefing, but plans change. She remembers something as an excuse. Hans said something about no plan surviving first contact with the enemy. Neo rolled her eyes. Trust me, Klein is a very good member of the family. He's more of a father than my actual father will ever be. Neo blinks. She looked back at Klein, who was quite relaxed at the entire situation. Neo looked back at Weiss, and she begrudgingly lets her blade down. Miss. Klein spoke softly. I apologize for sneaking around, especially when my partner came this close to eliminating you without a second thought. Weiss bowed down. Klein chuckles. Thanks for that comment, Miss Schnee. What are you doing back here in Atlas? Your father is quite furious even after you have left. You haven't been sending him any messages. He planned on cutting you off from your card. It's not anything to worry about, Klein. It's just that I've been enjoying my time with my friends. Anyways, we have to do something. I have to get to my father's study. That's good to know, miss. I knew you would find people to talk to. May I ask what this matter is, Miss Schnee? Of course, you can decide to not tell me. I just worry about your safety. Weiss ponders for a while. She looks toward Neo as she shrugged. It meant Neo gave her the chance to do so, but they should be quick with it. I believe you have a right to know. Klein, I'm taking matters into my own hands from now on. I can't let Jacques ruin my grandfather's legacy. You plan on confronting your deadbeat of a father? Not confronting anymore. Klein finally realizes what she was implying. If that is what it takes for this family to be much more than that waste of space called your father, then I'll be there along the way. If you do plan on doing what I think you're doing, then I have a few words to share with you. It's from your mother. My mother? Is she doing better? Klein looked dismal. I'm afraid not, Mississippi. That's where I will relay to you her words, paraphrased for now. Don't forget about her and your siblings, Weiss. It's all she ever asked for. I will, Klein. She hugs the butler, who returns the gesture. Thank you, for everything. I will return to this estate and manage the company. I hope you'll be with my side all the way. Of course, Mississippi. Go now, your time is running short. I will do my best to divert anyone approaching through the third floor. I may be a butler, but I'm quite known here. Do what you must. Neo opened the door for her as they both exited the room and traveled along the hallway, heading towards the staircase that would lead to the third floor. There they reached the topmost floor, with Jacques' room situation along a hallway where the piano room was. A view Weiss already knew by heart. They reached the room with a grand piano inside. She looks at it for only a second before heading straight to the door to Jacques' office. They had been continuously walking around with Neo's semblance. The addition of sneaking around with another person for what almost felt like 10 minutes made her aura drain. She staggers as they reach the door, still under the illusion. Neo. Are you okay? We're almost there. We just need to take father away. We can contact the others and rest inside before heading out to take Jacques with us. Neo nodded. She felt like she was carrying bricks the size of her all the way through the manor. She needed to rest. Her aura was already in the near red after all the time they walked. You can stay here if you want. I can deal with father alone. Neo hesitatingly nodded her head. She was a killer and an assassin. Not typically was she one to give up with something so small as an aura breaking after a long use, but her semblance was needed for the escape later. Alright, if you're sure. They both donned their gas masks. The last thing they needed was to inhale a puff of their own gas. Weiss took the gas grenade in her palms. She was determined to see the mission through, so she pulled the pin. She kicked the door open before throwing 2 grenades inside the room. She shut it just as soon after and used her glyphs to hold them down. Jacques was inside when the room suddenly erupted in blinding and suffocating smoke. He knew it was an attack the moment the door was ungracefully forced open. The smoke filled the room. He could only take one big breath before needing to shut his mouth. He was desperately closing every airway he could breathe with. He wasn't going to last for even a few minutes. Jacques knew he was in trouble. So he did what he could. From his deceiving ways, he could only go for one solution. He grabbed his pistol under the desk. He held his breath before falling to the ground. Thud. A few minutes pass and Weiss entered the gas-ridden room. She looks at the different furniture scattered and spots her father's body behind the desk. Neo, stay back while I check to see. It's been a while since I threw those in. Neo agreed. She was tired from her aura depleting and she was not going to be the person that needs to carry Jacques to the extraction. The command center was a ways away, but it was their only option for transportation. Hans already voiced his concern about needing to exit. He couldn't transform while in battle, so they needed to use a commandeered bullhead. Neo watched as Weiss approached the body. Neo recalls that each person could at maximum survive 3 minutes before forcing themselves to breathe. Neo checks the time, sure it was a few minutes that passed, but it was possible one could hold their breath for 2 minutes long. She raises her head as she focused on Weiss slowly creeping her way to the body. She widens her eyes at something near the fingers. Neo saw a twitch. Neo raised her inner alarms. She couldn't scream out to Weiss, but she could rush forward to get her out. You damn intruder. Jacques suddenly raises himself up while pointing his shaky arms at the masked duo. Weiss saw the barrel pointing and swaying as she tries raising her arms to form a glyph. Bang! Weiss gets knocked to the ground as she looks back to see Neo getting sent backward by a gun. A smoking barrel made her assume the worst. She could feel her hand tighten around her rapier. Neo successfully knocks Weiss down before feeling her head get the blowback from the intense force. Weiss heard Neo's aura shatter, like glass breaking. It wasn't her illusion, her aura was already depleted. Neo! Weiss screams out. Weiss! You failure of a daughter. You dash. Weiss doesn't take Jacques' words or actions kindly. She couldn't hold back anymore, she drives her body from the floor to Jacques and slammed her father to the wall. You! She snarked out. His head was locked to looking upwards, his body except for his voice couldn't do anything. Weiss, I never thought someone as weak as you could do such a thing. You couldn't live up to expectations, so you decided to force it, didn't you? I should have known that you took your mother's traits, weak, imprudent and lowly. Weiss held back tears, everything her father said was true one way or another. She could have done way better all her life, she could have been a better person. That all changed eventually, but she was not one to quickly forget. Then again, she thought, she had her friends and her true family near her. She didn't respond to her father's hurtful words. She saw Neo getting shot and her grief could only be satiated by one thing. She raises her rapier and points it to her father's chest. Embroiled in every negative emotion, her judgment was clouded. She wanted him gone. Weiss, stop this nonsense. What are you doing? Succeeding you, father. She plunged the blade deep, all the resentment and all the grief she held inside was poured into her thrust. Weiss heard the bones in Jacques' ribs break apart as muscle and skin tore apart. Jacques didn't move, his body was still under the effects of the gas. His last words were of berating his daughter, and his death was silent but echoed through Weiss' consciousness. She didn't feel sadness, regret, or fear, she was happy and relieved. Weiss gets out of her stare down on her now dead father, the gas now slowly dissipates as she rushes to Neo. Neo! By the gods, I thought you were gone, you're still okay. Her face fell first into her palms. Neo's mask was broken and the bullet lodged itself to its side. Miraculously, her aura held long enough to make the bullet lose most of its kinetic force. The mask took the remnants of the bullet and it cracked from the force. Neo was in a daze, she took in some of the gas. She smiled behind her mask before the lack of an aura made her unconscious. Neo, at least you're okay. Weiss looked back to her dead father, her rapier still skewered into him. I killed him. She looked to the door. Case F is in effect. I'll have to wait for Neo, but I can set everything else up. She opens her scroll and finds Torchwick's number. Hello. Yes, there's a change in plans. Yes, I did kill him, so Case F is a go. Neo is out cold, I can set up everything else while she rests. Don't worry, I have someone who can take care of Neo. She ends the call as she dusts herself off and takes out the rapier, now bathed in blood. I was the one to say that, yet here I am, with my father in the next life. Say hello to the devil for me while you get comfortable, Jacques. Chapter 66, Flight from Atlas. The lessening of pressure, gravity pulling down, and the roar of a jet engine. A continuous burst of light followed by the echoes of sound breaking speed. Leaving battle, 003. The air rushed around his wings, chilling him to his metal frame. Hans adjusts himself in the climb, the force disorientating anyone if Hans were a normal human. Leaving battle, 002. He feels his apex closing in, it was only a matter of time before his system would detect him leaving the battle. Leaving battle, 001. He starts to level his jet, his fuel running low after a few minutes of dodging and weaving in between mismanaged fleets of bullheads coming out of Atlas. Leaving battle, midnight. He felt his fuel coming back and his aerobatic smoke refilling as he flies. Hans now started to turn to Atlas, ready to keep the Atlesian military at bay while the others prepare their exit. The Grimm was getting more aggravated by the increasing amounts of negativity that attracted the feral beasts from the skies. There's too much now, I'll have to make the others evacuate. We've done enough to cripple Ironwood, I don't need to make them unable to fight back. Boom! An explosion engulfed a section of the air surrounding the city of Atlas. An airship now presented itself along with a dozen others. Looks like Ironwood finally arrived. It's time for our exit. Hans taps into the mind of both Torchwick and Weiss before saying his orders. We need to retreat, flare your status. Failure or not, rendezvous at the hangar at the command center. I'll escort you while Ironwood gets busy with the Grimm. He stops his one-way telepathic communication before heading higher to the skies while viewing the entire situation. The bullheads are still in disarray. Some of the Grimm are entering dangerously close. That should be enough for today. Even if Atlas can fight it off, Ironwood will be under scrutiny. Boom! Another explosion echoes below, the flagship of the entire Atlesian military firing with concentrated beams of dust toward the Grimm flying around. Hans notices two separate lights sparking on the ground. It was a glimmer of faint light but Hans could see it. Both green, jackpot. It was confirmed to him, flares of green were a sign of success, one way or another. Partial success was an orange color and complete failure was colored red. Seeing both lights being green meant the mission assigned to them was completed already, they only needed to exfiltrate. Hans now had his second phase ongoing. Hans needed to humiliate Ironwood even further by crippling his precious flagship. Exploiting the fears and concerns of the people was always a dubious task, but Hans was now completely immersed in gaining as much SL and RP as possible. Conscience was falling by the wayside and survival for the next world was now a priority. The repercussions were manageable, he thought. The people wouldn't know who was affiliated with the jet Hans was using, which made it perfect for plausible deniability. He wasn't going to make the Wehrmacht look evil to the world. His jet was mostly unrecognizable just from the size and speed he was going at, meaning the public wouldn't know who to blame for the attack. If Ironwood decides to expose the reality that Hans was a living being in the shape of a machine, then Hans didn't care if that were to happen. In fact, Hans would be more appreciative of Ironwood doing so. Who would believe that a sentient machine was the one responsible for scaring Atlas population? The people would just blame the military for being inept, and Hans was all for that. Right now, Hans needed to disengage while escorting a specific bullhead. One that was going to be marked as per their plans. Boom. Isn't that WOAH? A charge of light tries to hit Hans. Cannons powered by dust could still reach him, but it was much easier to predict. His wings buckle from the sudden change in movement and Hans tilts just enough for the dust-powered cannon to miss. Ironwood is not going to make this any easier for me. I guess I could tango for a while. One flagship slowed down won't cripple their fighting force by much, but it is going to be a good blow to their pride. Hans started to dive with his nose now pointing straight at the massive ship flanked by escorts heading for him. His munitions were armed and his fuel topped off to his 6-minute limit. Hans turned off his engine to let him save fuel while diving. Bullets started whizzing past him, he begins to weave around, making it hard to track him. Hans goes past them at a blistering speed and the air around his nose starts to show from the speed. Let's see, if the fins on the back are for moving with wind dust, then those things on the side are where it uses gravity dust. Cannons are strong as hell, but I'm a hard target. He zooms past the escorts with ease as he finds the generators to the left of the flagship. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. He let out a small burst of his twin wing-mounted 30mm cannons. To Hans' expectations, the shots did little to incapacitate it in a single burst. His shots pinged off or got lodged in without burying deeper. The engine still stood strong even against his cannons. I would have guessed the generators were the most armored. These are supposed to be strong against Grimm attacks, so I'm not surprised. Hans couldn't take the flagship out without a cannon the size of the entire aircraft. Something like a close air support would have better weaponry. Though it was going to be a stalemate, Hans was too fast and too maneuverable than the flagship, but the flagship could tank hits from Hans as if it were nothing. Hans wasn't going to give up that easily though. If it was going to shame Ironwood, then he was going to try his hardest. The joints on those fins could be an easier target. Hans managed his fuel use during his flight, turning it on only if he needed to climb while avoiding using it while diving. He climbed again, readying for another boom and zoom as dozens of Grimm started distracting the flagship's escorts. The number of Grimm are growing but is still being handled well despite the miscommunications. I'll admit that Ironwood does have some kind of expertise in his field. Hans turns around after his climb, shutting off his engine as he moves towards the flagship's exposed rear. The cannon on the flagship tried to turn to shoot down Hans, but the combination of a small target and a slow-moving vehicle made it impossible. There. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Hans' shots hit true on the slow behemoth of a ship. Two of the fins break off as their wind-dust-powered thrust makes it flail around the broken-off joint before crashing down. Hans rushes past, ignoring the escorts trying to chase him down his faster aircraft. Dust could be impressive in certain ways, but nothing could beat German innovation. That's two. I only have 3 minutes left. I'll get out after another pass. Hans used half of his fuel to climb high. He decided on the height and he could see the effects of him tearing off two of the fins from the flagship. It was swaying to the side, meaning the thrust it produced was uneven. The entire ship was moving forwards at an angle instead of straight ahead. Let's go for one more, Ironwood. He dives down again with the full force of his speed, bringing him closer to the clumped-up fins behind the flagship. Hans could see it getting closer as he felt a metallic part in him move as he fires. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. His aim was focused and precise. Years of playing War Thunder transferred over like muscle memory. Him being the vehicle itself didn't dim his torturous experience of playing for years. Boom. A dust-powered ray of light misses him. Phew, that was close. A defensive shot tried to attack him but completely missed. The Comet could outpace anything, even bullets themselves in certain situations. A slow-moving flagship couldn't hit him. 5 fins were now disabled, all within the left side. The flagship stopped moving. The thrusters were too imbalanced to move forward. Hans escaped their reach and sped away from the scene. A fleet of other armed bullheads was now approaching from the city itself. Looks like the jig is up. The command center should be unresponsive. I'm assuming they're reacting to situations rather than receiving direct commands now. It's been a while though, so I guess it was inevitable. Hans then spotted a bullhead heading in the opposite direction, one marked with a cross on the side, drawn on crudely. That's them. Time to climb away from the battle. Atlas was left in a relatively fine state all things considered. Hans already got what he wanted. The Grimm were numerous, but the ships could finally do their job without being misdirected by the hijacked command center. Hans reached the air as far as he could until the counter started again. Leaving battle, 2:30. Hans looked around while waiting for the countdown. He saw everything from Atlas to the mountains beyond the horizon. I'll have to manage and get some more capital for my next plan. These other missions are easy enough to do once I get access to more resources. He observes the marked bullhead for a while before spotting 5 pursuing bullheads. Shit, I guess Ironwood isn't much of an idiot to not spot that cross, or maybe they're just suspicious of desertion. In any case, they have forfeited their lives. The bullheads start to open fire on the marked bullhead where the rest of the team was escaping from. It was a struggle, but it was clear the marked bullhead was receiving too much damage. Leaving battle, 1:33. Hans was now worried. Usually, Neo was responsible for using her semblance to shake off pursuit as planned. Too much time to wait, they're going to get shot down. Is Neo unable to act? I'm not going to wait for this. Hans dived using the remnants of his speed to intercept the bullheads in pursuit. It was too much of a risk to let the others fight off 5 bullheads behind them. My speed is going to retain. As long as I have enough to take all 5 out, I'll be satisfied with that. Hans readied his guns. He aimed straight at the front of the first pursuing bullhead before ripping it apart with concentrated fire. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Boom. Boom. 2 of the bullheads went down in flames as Hans targeted right on the cockpit. Post-penetration was amazing for the Comet and it showed it through the befallen bullheads. Hans pulled up from the dive and saw his speed go down considerably, but it was still fast enough. He used the remaining speed he had to try and climb just a little. The bullheads split into 2 groups, with one chasing after Hans and the other 2 keeping their pursuit of the marked bullhead. I can't outrun this one since I don't have my engine thrust anymore, but I could try this. Hans swiveled from side to side, making irregular turns while looking for an elevated area like a cliffside or mountain. Atlas was the perfect place for that as he spots dozens scattered around the environment. Let's see if you know your aircraft as much as I do. Hans led the bullhead chasing after him to the cliffside. The pilot inside was determined to take down Hans before realizing what was going to happen. Hans pulled away from the cliff. His turning speed was incredible despite traveling fast in the air. Not as much as his top speed, but Hans was more aware of his limitations. What better way to know how your aircraft's qualities than being the aircraft itself? Hans was certainly knowledgeable at that point. The pilot tried to force the bullhead to turn, but the angle was too sharp for him to turn. It was going to happen to him. The bullhead inched closer to the cliff face. Boom. The bullhead crashes directly into the mountainside, pieces of its not deformed metal frame flying out in a magnificent explosion. Man, that always happened to me before. I can't believe how much you could do with just knowing how good your plane is at something. Hans looked back at the marked bullheads while he leveled his plane, seeing that the team took care of one of the bullheads. One in the lead of the two that chased the marked bullhead had lost their thrusters, the handiwork of the team, Hans guessed. Oh. Hans realized his flying speed was now a measly 120 km per hour despite being a jet. The maneuvers he did was too much for the plane to handle without an engine. But there was still one bullhead for him to take care of. Hans recovered from the climb before going down, hoping gravity was enough to take care of it. He takes a sharp turn to focus his nose toward the bullhead still chasing after the team. Then the situation got worse, his structural stability still hasn't recovered from his other dogfight with the flagship, and the wings he had finally received enough stress. Snap! Oh! Part of his wing flew off behind him, it couldn't take much more stress and Hans was in trouble. Got to take this one fast and fly straight for at least 2.5 minutes. Hans pushed forward, gambling that his wings could still take one more so he could recover. The bullhead chasing the team was still a risk and he was willing to sacrifice a wing or two if he could get the team to safety. He got closer, and his speed was increasing because of gravity, but he could only muster 200 km per hour before he opened fire. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The autocannons ripped apart the thrusters of the bullhead. It plummeted to the earth below as Hans sighed in relief, if he could. He pulled up to avoid hitting the ground after his boom and zoom. Clang! Snap! Oh! His wings tore off just as he pulled up, the worst fear for any jet. Common enough to him, so he knew what to do. Pray. At least my fuel is depleted so I won't explode if I catch on fire. He sent a message to his team that he needed to wait until he could get back. Get to base, I'll catch up in hours at most. My wings got ripped off from the stress, it'll take me a few minutes to get away from Atlas. Sadly, his prospects for safety were lessening. The speed he had died down even further. It was a blessing and a curse, he couldn't get as far from Atlas as he would have hoped, but the lower speed meant he wasn't going to be crashing on the ground. Mantle, I guess it would be better if I landed below Atlas than on Atlas itself. Grimm is going to be a problem, I just hope they're focused on the humans instead of me. The snow was deep and he could land carefully if he managed his wrecked plane well. Hans kept himself as level to the ground as possible before feeling contact. Cold. Hans couldn't feel pain, but the intense direct chill of the snow made him shiver. He rubbed on the snow before coming to a stop outside the far edge of the city below Atlas, Mantle. Miraculously he has outmaneuvered and lost chase from the military, who were too focused on damage control from the mismanaged coordination from their sabotage and the airborne Grimm starting to swarm Atlas. Not much ground-based Grimm around here. Atlas sure does have the terrain and weather to their side. Somehow this reminds me of something. Leaving battle, 2:30. Hans waited and waited. The time ticked down as he stared at the snowscape. He was faced away from the city, which meant he couldn't see much other than the mountains and cliffs. Shit, someone is coming. Leaving battle, 0:50. If Hans could have had a heart attack, he could have experienced something similar by this point. The crunch of the snow among the explosions above Atlas alerted him. The sound came closer. And closer. And closer. Finally, it was within a small distance. Fuck. I made a mistake, I shouldn't have gone in with no fuel. But if I kept the waiting time, everyone would have gotten shot down. Salutations. Injured personnel. Wait a minute. Hans realized the voice that spoke and the greeting they said. His cockpit, technically his eyes, got ripped out as his battle timer resets. It was all by a girl with short orange curly hair that easily tore off the front of him. What an oddity. I thought I analyzed a life form here. It was Penny, the android created by Pietro Polendina, who wished to become a daughter. The same android that befriended RWBY in the original show. Why is Penny here? I thought she'd be in Vale by this point. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? No, focus Hans, play dead, she might not notice. Amazing. My scans show you are alive. Damn. Maybe if I stayed silent she'd leave me alone. I wish Ironwood still hasn't programmed her to kill me on sight. I must take you back to Sir Ironwood. He has notified me of a being that describes you, please do not resist. Oh, come on. Shit, no. What do I do? Wait, if Ruby hasn't met Penny yet, then there's a chance I could get away with this. Forgive me for this, unidentified life form. I will have to carry you in an uncomfortable position. Let's proceed. Wait. Hans used his radio-sounding voice. Air. Can you please not do that? Friend? Penny had just started to lift the rear end of the jet before dropping Hans down and staring incredulously at Hans. Did you just call me friend? Am I really your friend? Penny starts staring down at the destroyed cockpit. Yes. Friend, we are both the same, are we not? Hans was sweating, one wrong communication and he was going on a one-way trip to Ironwood's personal probing rooms. Penny looks at Hans blankly. The same? Do you know my true appearance? This is a matter of national security, a leak will not make Sir Ironwood happy. I must take you back for questioning. Wait, that's not what friends do. Hans reacted quickly. She pauses. That is true. How does one act like a friend? Friend? Air, they help each other out. Hans stated with a raised tone. Penny pauses, her eyes suddenly blanking out before reactivating with a new glimmer in her eyes. Processing. Accepted. New parameters for friend. Sensational. So that is what friends do. We can paint our nails, try on clothes, and talk about cute boys instead. Air, I'm not a girl pen, friend. Hans stopped from saying her name, realizing he shouldn't know that fact yet. Updating profile on friend. Yes. Body status is not suited for friend activities, painting nails, trying on clothes, and talking about cute boys. Will you accept, changing our gears, trying on armaments, and talking about machines instead, friend? Air, that would be great. Hans questioned the friend activities Penny thought of, but he answered anyways. Sensational. I will take you to my father to engage in our friend activities, new friend. Father will be happy I found a friend like you. So exciting, friend. Hans was a bit distracted by the constant mention of the word friend, but he focused on the visiting Pietro part of Penny's sentence. Wait, what? I mean, yes, of course. Hans was helpless anyways. If he was going to get dragged around by someone, it would be better to keep Ironwood away from it. Pietro is a more reasonable man than Ironwood, plus being Penny's friend would be preferable to be killed. Wait, I'm too uncomfortable if you carry me out in the open. As a friend, I would like you to respect my wishes in not being seen. Hans asked. Updating profile on friend. If that is what you require, then I will do my best, friend. Hans relaxed as Penny started to head towards a direction before coming back with a large tarp. He checked the HUD and saw that he was too close to a battle to be deemed leaving. The system still considered Penny as a combatant from her ripping out the window on the cockpit. I guess it'll take more than an hour now. The team should be returning eventually. The Wehrmacht can handle themselves with Blake's supervision while I'm here. Geez, how did it come to this? Chapter 67, A Soul, an Aura and a Semblance. The city of Atlas is a wonder of science and technology to those outside the nation. Boasting the only military in the world, no wonder it could survive the frigid north. Grimm were suppressed by the same winter the original inhabitants experienced. Years of painstaking survival made them who they are today. The city of Atlas was not the first to house the citizens. Originally the nation was named Mantle. What once held the seat of power was now evidence of the class division that ran rampant. It was a perfect symbolism. Atlas floated as a defense mechanism, many attributed to the gravity dust technology Atlas held secret over. In truth, Atlas contained and used one of the relics to float Atlas to the skies, quite literally overshadowing the old capital of Mantle. Now, Mantle was still significant, but not once would it ever come close to Atlas' prominence ever again. Hans knew this the moment he entered the city. At least, entered in a way that would make sense for anyone that was a wrecked aircraft. Hidden under a large tarp and being hauled by a robot in the shape of a teenage girl. Hans vaguely recalled watching something like that back when he was on Earth. Though many things get reminded to him during his time in Atlas. Why does this place have to be so damn cold? Curse you, moderator, for making me feel temperature. It's like I sense a disturbance, like my ancestors calling, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. Hans felt the stone-cold ground below as he was dragged. Now I know why I hate winters, reminds me of something bad, something that rhymes with stalling grab. He felt his body stop for a moment. Oh. I assume we are here. Hans gets left behind outside as the room was too small for him to enter. Penny entered the pharmacy with a skip in her walk as she happily greeted her creator. "Greetings, father. I have made a friend." Pietro almost leaped with joy if not for his legs being in a wheelchair. "Really? Darling, that's great. Even though I recalled you from Vale, it seems it didn't have dimmed your smile." "Thank you, father. I have to tell you about him. He called me a friend even though we just met." "Him?" Outside, Hans suddenly felt a sneeze coming even though he had no nose. The heck was that? Why did I feel like sneezing for some reason? The cold must be getting to me now. "Penny, who is this friend you talk about? I'm curious to see who would befriend you so fast." "Indeed. We have the same circumstances and I've learned more about him in a few minutes. He says he doesn't like getting seen much, but he told me that friends should help each other out." Pietro continued on the cybernetic arm he was preparing. He stops to scratch his chin at his daughter's explanation. "Same circumstances. He is right outside. He cannot fit inside, so I saw it necessary to leave him in front of the clinic." "Outside? Darling, it's almost 5 degrees Celsius, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, outside. I'll go see him, introduce him to me." Penny leads Pietro along. The mechanical workings of his legged wheelchair carry him along the floor as he goes outside. "Where is he?" Pietro asked, confused at the large tarp in the middle with no one around. "Right in front of you, father." She hops in front of the tarp and pats it. Pietro goes closer to it while curious about his daughter's actions. "If you may," he gestures for Penny to lift the tarp, which she follows with an excited nod. "Father meet friend. Friend meet father." She lifts open the tarp for Pietro to see Hans in his ruined jet fighter. "Hello there. Penny. Is this the friend that you were talking about? Is he the same as you?" Pietro tried to confirm with his daughter. He heard about Hans from Ironwood and was shaking in his seat, shocked at the appearance of that same machine Ironwood had been so adamant about ripping apart. "Yes, father. He said it himself." "Father?" Thud. Somehow, Pietro falls to the ground despite him being in a wheelchair. He fainted from the sheer heart attack of knowing the machine he had been so interested in was in front of him. "Father? Are you suffering what my database calls a myocardial infarction?" Penny started engaging her life-saving protocols as Pietro fell to the ground. Hans meanwhile was staring at the situation, reminiscing his time with Team RWBY when RWBY did the same thing. Are all inventors/geniuses in engineering prone to getting a heart attack or something? This seems to happen way too much. Hua! Pietro regains consciousness. He exhales as he remembers the last few minutes. He looks to his daughter and then back to Hans. "Hello there." Hans tried the gentler approach. Thud. It was going to take a while for Pietro to recover and Hans was going to have to stay out in the cold for even longer. Half an hour later. Penny had carried over Hans to a storehouse nearby owned by Pietro. It was one where he'd usually store parts in bulk from orders. Penny settled Hans down, still stuck in an unrepairable state from the battle being considered still ongoing. "So, may we know your name? I understand you are my daughter's friend as of now. You can call me Pietro. This is my daughter Penny. Salutations." "Likewise, the name's Hans." Hans would have nodded, but he was still an unmoving pile of scrap. Pietro went around Hans, inspecting him closely, to the discomfort of Hans who felt like he was being violated with peering eyes. "Sorry if I'm being too straightforward, but I can't help but notice your curious design. Who made you and what methods did they install to create your consciousness? A moderator with a sick sense of humor with those damn tentacles, if I were to be truthful." Hans thought to himself. "You mean you have not seen anything like me?" Hans was indeed curious as to how the lore in the show even held up. "Some likeness from our earlier era VTOL, but currently we have nothing like you. Our aircraft got larger and larger with better gravity generators and wind thrusters. So eventually you would see the standard like the bullhead. Thrusters with wind and a generator for gravity in the middle. That makes sense, they never needed to figure out what our physicists in the real world needed to discover. Dust was already present, so it's the field they specialized in and evolved instead of aeronautics. Something like dust is their crutch, makes me wonder if I can create my own version of an industrial revolution. For the record, no one created me. I may be the first of my species, a machine race if you want to have an easier time determining what I am." Pietro slowly nods, jotting down everything on his notepad on the armrests of his wheelchair. "A machine race, curious. Do you have a soul?" "Maybe not. I played War Thunder for 10,000 hours last time I checked. The snail had sucked my soul away, but I enjoyed every single moment of it. Yes, at least I think so. Why do you want to know? Hans asked. Pietro headed for another part of the storeroom. Well, I want to run some experiments. Are you going to get out the probe now? Hans assumed the worst, based on his knowledge of being tested. Pietro almost gags at the image. Goodness, no. It's the same thing I measured Penny's aura. Unlike humans, there is a special process to unlock and measure the aura of a machine. Hold on, unlock my aura? Why are you doing this? Aren't I supposed to be the enemy of Atlas by now? Yes, for sure, but I don't doubt who you are. Your interaction with that faunus is genuine despite your hostilities with Atlas. I myself see their problem. Though I do have some qualms with your methods. Bringing in Grimm is the highest of crimes, but I can't say anything about it since I'm not the one being hunted for being a naturally conscious machine. He chuckles after his explanation. Besides, if you truly are my daughter's first friend, then I'd do anything to make her happy. Helping you out will make her happy, and that is enough reason for me. Damn, what a good dad. I feel bad for making the friend thing up to save myself. Maybe I should introduce Penny to the gang as compensation. Pietro brought out a ton of devices while calling for Penny to help. Pietro relaxes in his chair while he spoke while setting up the apparatus for unlocking an inorganic's aura. It's not like I know how you directly react to being targeted by Atlas. In comparison, I guess you can still be more of a neutral party than anything else. After all, I assume you've been fighting Grimm this whole time. Hans had doubts about his intentions. How would you know that? It's not like you would know if I'm a good person or not based just on killing Grimm. I saw your footage and brief report, courtesy of the papers General Ironwood showed me. It highlights not needing to refuel despite fighting for a continuous 12 hours straight. You must be dedicated to fighting Grimm, and that means something, to me at least. Shows me you don't endanger humans all too often, contrary to what you did today. Yeah, okay, I admit that it looks like I have a vendetta against the Grimm if someone heard I killed Grimm for 12 hours straight. I guess killing them just became my grind set. Still, didn't I cause negativity? Hans mentions. True, but it isn't large enough to create a disaster. Although I am suspicious about the numbers. It's unusual to see such a number of them based on the negativity. No way is a few flybys and indecent imagery is going to rile up the population. Surely that doesn't mean. Damn, Salem might have caught sight of me somehow if what Pietro is saying is right. Pietro finalizes his apparatus and takes a seat back to a monitor in front. Don't take my word for it. I'm just a researcher is all. Wouldn't a researcher be a good source though? Old man's too humble. Pietro clears his throat before proceeding. Now you may feel a tingle or a dozen, but ignore it. It's my own aura interacting with yours. I have the ability can inject part of my soul into an inanimate object. It's the way I created Penny, and it's how I'm going to know if you have a soul or not. Won't this reduce your aura even more? That's if you don't have a soul, but I believe in my theory that you have one. Brace yourself, I'll begin now. Hans waited for the tingles that Pietro mentioned. A few seconds passed and he seemingly didn't notice anything. Huh, odd. Didn't feel anything at all. Does this mean I have no soul after all? Holy Jesus. Suddenly 1,000 prickling needles were felt all over his body. Like he just wandered into an off-brand healing parlor on the side of an abandoned road where the therapist makes you into a hedgehog. Quite the contrary. He laughs. This means you have the potential for both an aura and a semblance just like Penny. I can unlock it for you if you want. Though your semblance will have to be discovered in your own time. I have a feeling I can figure it out on my own, Hans says as he looks at the HUD and his system. At least the moderator is better than the devs. Alright, Penny, would you like to do the honors? Yes. Friend Hans, I would like to the honors as father says. She starts to place her hand on Hans' side panel as she starts to chant alongside the tingling sensation coming back. While Pietro activates the machine. For it is in the crucible of creation that we achieve immortality. Let each piston and every gear be blessed by the virtue and glory to rise above all, infinite in distance and unbound by the flesh. I release your soul, and by the spark of innovation let machine protect thee. A faint glow finally emerges from Hans' soul, like a spark into a blaze it expands and covers his entire frame. A gray-greenish color blankets his exterior as a warm feeling embraces his very body. This is an aura. Even he was amazed at the result. He didn't even think someone like him could get an aura. On the thought that he wasn't from this world. He observes the color through the faint light emerging from his body. Feldgrau. How fitting. The system should be detecting it by now. Notice, aura and semblance unlocked. Aura. Description, you have a soul. Congratulations, your humanity is still intact. For now. Acts as an extra layer of defense regardless of the vehicle used, need to will aura to come forth to activate. Will break upon receiving too much damage and leave your physical body to absorb hits. Mechanical parts will slowly repair over time if aura is active. Slowly repair over time. Does this mean I don't need to wait for a battle to be over to get myself fixed? Hans excitedly waited for the change to happen. He suddenly heard a creaking noise as part of his windshield somehow grew, albeit extremely slowly. Damn, I guess the moderator didn't want it to be too overpowered. Although what I am much more interested in is this. Semblance. Description, you are special. Congratulations, apart from being a gamer that sits on a gaming chair for 12 hours per day, you actually have something to be proud of. I feel like the moderator is hearing my complaints to him and he's changing the descriptions just to spite me. That would be correct. Salty much? We're basically frenemies by now with the number of times you tried to fuck me over but also help me. True, my friend. Exactly, let's see what semblance I have. It's supposed to be related to who I am as a person, right? Hans mentally selects the semblance information. Overclock I. Doubles attributes in a certain amount of time, cost of consumption will also be doubled. The limit is 5 minutes which can be increased over time through use. After overclock has ended, you will be incapacitated for the same amount time. An example would be overclocking for a minute and being unable to move or do anything for the next minute. Independent movement is also now allowed, meaning you can bend and split parts of yourself in any shape or form but will be forced back after overclock has ended. So much to take in. But this is definitely going to be useful in fights where I can blitz even faster. Though if I make a mistake I'd be dead. Also, what would independent movement mean? Let's test it out. Don't be alarmed, I'll be testing something out. Overclock. He felt his entire body surge with energy like he had drunk Red Bull. So I'm literally based on my addiction to energy drinks? I mean it fits actually. Creak. Hans willed his tail on the back to split apart, it creaked as he got used to the feeling before splitting apart his entire tail and wiggling it around in a screech of metal against metal. Wow, so I can basically transform if I know how to, but only in overclock. This is not going to be permanent, but I can dodge better during overclock. Though being stuck incapacitated is going to be a problem if I'm not careful. Hans, is that your semblance? Penny curiously asked. Hans could finally try nodding by splitting the cockpit into a neck and swaying his head. Nope. Just a side effect of my actual semblance. Thud. Father? Not again. I think he just saw the light 7 times by now. Well, I am slowly regenerating while I could maneuver my entire body as if it was a robot instead of being stuck as a jet. Still, I'm half destroyed so I can wait anyways. Pietro had seen everything, not once in his life was he so enthralled in wanting to research more about Hans. Regeneration in front of his eyes, freely moving parts, an aura, and maybe even more in the future. It was now a common sight for Hans, seeing Pietro on the ground every time he woke up. Researchers. He rolled his eyes in his imagination. Then he remembered a certain cookie lover back at base. Maybe I should hold off in revealing the existence of my aura. It's not like I need to rush anyways. Hans watched as Penny tried to revive her constantly fainting father over and over again before a thought crossed his mind. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Meanwhile, we need to rescue Hans. He has not sent us a telepathic message like usual. Weiss practically begged and shouted at Blake. Weiss, I know you're worried but relax. Shouting doesn't make it easier. Hans told us not to make any more moves after Werabang. I'm not committing the Wehrmacht in this. The Luftwaffe might be more useful but RWBY hasn't finished the prototypes yet. Weiss impatiently walked in circles with visible marks on the ground while they all sat in base. Ha! Even your Ice Queen keeps doing this. Sisters, must be so fun to have them, am I right? Crow comments, keeping himself drunk while leaning on the wall. Weiss rolled her eyes. Why is this drunkard here? I thought RWBY kept watch on him. Isn't this a security risk? Nah, chill out for a second, Ice Queen. Don't be so cold, am I right? Young joked, to the horror and disgust of the others. Weiss looked the most affected by it since she just stared into Yang like a hawk. What is it, Weiss? Frozen in fear. Gah. I can't believe I managed to live with your constant puns for almost months now. Weiss felt defeated at the situation. Weiss, I know you're worried but we all need to trust Hans more than ever. I think we know him enough to believe, right? Blake suggests. Weiss didn't reply but she hesitatingly nodded. The others on the team agreed as well. Yang took the sign of silence as another opportunity. Why so quiet, Weiss? Cat got your tongue. That's it. Get over here, Yang. Weiss finally snapped. Yang ran away as fast as she could but turns one last time before exiting. Ah. Weiss, I see the problem. Blake looked on with disappointment, like a babysitter looking over unruly children. Hans, why did you have to leave me with this? Chapter 68, I Shall Return. A Fauna's shopkeep of the snake variety swiped at the window, cleaning it as she prepares for the day she would open the store. It wasn't much to begin with considering all the discrimination around her neighborhood but she recently didn't get into much trouble. She flips the sign and waits for her regulars. One that always got their daily supply of dust, a human nonetheless. Ring. Welcome, would it be the usual? The middle-aged man swayed his head. I need to get more dust since the Vital Festival is close. The past few days have been tough on the decorations, especially since the kids keep wanting more. So maybe an extra order would do. I'll get it for you, dust form right? Shipments have been faster lately so it's not much trouble. Ah, if that's the case then sure. He looks over at the television playing in the background. Hey, have any of those bigots bothering you lately? The shopkeep pauses and recalls the lack of anyone who tried to vandalize or outright tries to ruin the store. Now that you say that, it's been a bit odd. Even that Winchester fellow is not here. Usually, he'd go by with an insult or a stone. I think something is going on, you know how the White Fang lost their leader again? Changed something up. The man said with a dark tone. Don't tell me they became even more radicalized, I can't bear to get another negative image of my race if I can help it. No, actually there's been a few publicly held charities that donated to the ghettos. I've seen them a day or two ago myself. Them? She asked. These faunas that wear black or grays, people call them various names when they spot a few of them but they call themselves the Wehrmacht or something. Don't know what it means but they're the new White Fang. Ring. The shopkeep looks at the entrance and kept talking to her patron. Gray and black. What does that look like? Sounds scary. Well, I think they have it to stand out. Like their old Grimm masks but more stylish. They have two outfits I think, one of them is fully kitted out. I mean, a faceplate with armor everywhere. The other one is darker with a coat I think, over top a good-looking uniform. Looks pretty expensive too. They have caps on that differentiate them. The shopkeep looks over his shoulder. Kind of like those, she points behind him. The man looks behind him and sees three people standing with cases of beer carried in each hand. Yeah. Kind of like those. Like those, he suddenly realizes. Sorry, we didn't want to bother you or anything, we're just here to get something to drink and others wanted some beer too, so we might as well get a lot. Silence. It was an awkward sight, imagine talking about someone and the exact person you were talking about was actually behind you the entire time. Can we? One of the soldiers asked. Go ahead, the middle-aged man was confused. It wasn't like the old White Fang where the word human was enough to make them feral. So are you guys not going to kill me or something, he said with a straight face at the three. Maybe. Smack. Stop being like that, we're supposed to get the beer and move, the first soldier scolds the third. He turns to the shopkeep. Hey, mind if you switch the television to the news station? Why? Is something going on? Apart from Atlas arriving and leaving so soon. The shopkeep asks. We're just worried. Do you know how we have been reformed? There are still others that claim to do something drastic now that we've replaced them, he eerily mentions. Besides, he continued. We've moved on from the whole slaughter all humans thing. If we want to prove that faunas can be considered equal then we must do our part. If we're going to kill something it might as well be the Grimm. Ha, that's so. It's already better than the last White Fang, the middle-aged man admits. How come, you've decided to change again? Our eyes were open to a new reality. Something that could have an impact on the lives of our brethren. If all it takes is for us to listen, then we shall serve the Kaiser. The Kaiser, the shopkeep and man asked. Breaking news. Look, it's starting. I hope what they said isn't true, the second soldier asked. Is it okay for us to stay and watch? Sure, it's not like I have a policy against it. I'm curious as to what news you guys don't like. The television in the form of a hologram displayed on the wall started to show the news. Disaster at Atlas today. An emergency report shows that a massive surge of Grimm made the infamous General Ironwood along with the council under fire from the public. Reports of disastrous defenses and mismanaged navies caused the Grimm to enter the airspace. Casualties show many wounded and a lot of lost material by Atlas. In other news, some now mourn the passing of the CEO of the Schnee Dust Company, Jacques Schnee. An attack by the White Fang was responsible for the loss of the leader. Some say they were the instigators of the Grimm attack. Ironwood has been questioned under this assumption, but so far no comment has been stated. That's, wow. The shopkeep was surprised at the news. Jacques is dead. And by the White Fang? Was this what you all meant? The three soldiers stood still, unmoving. To the shopkeep, they seemed distraught over it. Though it was hard to tell with their faceplates on. The first of the soldiers sighed. We need to go. Sorry again for bothering you two. We'll come back for more beer if need be. Good day. The three left just as he said so. It was fast of them to leave after the news. The two inside the store thought it was because they didn't take the news well. They couldn't be so much more wrong. Blake was sitting alone inside a room. Organizing an almost cross-continental operation was hard for her. Determination held her together since it was her old organization. We really need RWBY to finish those new tolls, she told herself. A knock came at the door. Come in, she answered. A bear faunus walks in with his rigid stance before going in front of Blake's desk. It's a success. He couldn't go through the procedure in reporting, it was that good news. Excellent, return to previous stations. We will wait until we get further instructions. As you wish, Oberkommandant. It was done. Making sure that they had the right amount of non-affiliation to the incident. The Wehrmacht had been hard at work killing Grimm all over the south of Vale and doing charity for the public image. It wasn't easy, but somehow Hans had manifested entire buildings. The rest of the team saw it happen and weren't even surprised anymore. Hans told them back then that it was expensive, but no one would question what currency Hans was using. As for munitions, uniforms, and even rations, all were provided by a supply depot that constantly regenerated them out of thin air. Which was quite surprising for the troops, but they moved on quickly. They even started praising how powerful the machine was for creating things seemingly instantaneously. To say they were dedicated was an understatement. 100% loyalty made everyone a fanatic the moment they joined. The door closes, leaving Blake alone once more. After the unfortunate circumstance of Weiss killing her father instead of just kidnapping him, they were forced to make it so the older sect of the White Fang was responsible. Weiss and Neo put up a great performance, with Weiss setting up the scene while Neo played the part. It wasn't hard to figure out if people looked closer, but they were too focused on Ironwood and the botched defense that cost tons of military equipment. Finally, I can get some alone time. Blake looks around the room, making sure she was really alone. She took one look under her desk and slips out a new copy of her favorite book. I've missed you so much. All these serious military responsibilities forced me to miss out on your release day. Now, it's time. I wonder if the writer put in another illustration. She held the book in her arms. Ninjas of Love, Bondage of Sins, she read the title out loud. Blake slowly opened the book until the very first page, nearly blushing just from the cover. Slam. Blake. Blake panics and shoots up in surprise, the cat ears on her head frantically twitching as she responds. It's an art form, I swear. Blake screams. She quickly tosses the book back inside the drawer it came out of and shut it with a solid thud before looking at the new arrival. RWBY jumped up and down in excitement. What was that? Anyways, Hans is back and he has something important to tell us. It didn't even take a second for RWBY to sprint back. Hold on, she gets up to catch up before looking sadly at her desk. I'll be with you soon, my treasure. Blake catches up with RWBY and enters the garage that Hans always uses as his room since nothing else normal can fit him. Everyone on the team was present, including Merlot. Hans recovered soon after his time in Atlas. It didn't take long for him to get out of combat after telling Penny that he would leave. Hans tried out overclock while at top speed in his comet, which led to him almost overshooting Vale since he couldn't control himself afterward because of the drawback. His semblance functioned by completely removing his motor functions in the future. Essentially it sacrifices his functions in the future for extra attributes at the moment. Hans, you're back. I knew you would. What happened back there? Did Atlas shoot you down? You only told them that you'd be late and then never communicated again. Blake asked. Oh, so that is what I was forgetting about. Hans almost laughed at the question. Shoot me down. You know I'm faster than them, my fuel ran out at 6 minutes and I messed up my speed from climbing. I didn't want the others to get killed so I fought them myself. RWBY leaped in front. Hans. I finished it. I placed thrusters on the back as you said, but it's pretty time-consuming to make. Hold on, before everything about that. We need to tackle what we will do from now. Salem is probably on the move now. Atlas usually never gets that much Grimm from what I did, Pietro even said so and he's a resident. Pietro? RWBY asked. Pietro Polendina, a scientist. Well, doctor, actually maybe both. I met his android daughter and I convinced her not to bring me to Ironwood. Penny, the daughter, is actually a top-secret technology that was developed to make a living being in a machine meant to be a weapon. So I wasn't sure if she was going to go take me in, but I became her friend instead. Young whistled at the front-loaded information dump. Wow, that's a lot to take in. The only things I heard was dash. Android daughter. The rest of the girls practically shrieked out, apart from Neo who kept eating the ice cream that she carried the whole time. Yeah, that. Young continued. Hans didn't expect them to take it so hard. He thought that they would be used to living beings inhabiting machines considering he was one. That's a surprise. A surprise? You're telling us that a top-secret weapon developed by Atlas could create something as complicated as that? Who in their right mind would make that? No offense. None taken. Weiss, Pietro wanted a daughter and presented his idea. It's the military that specifically wanted her to be a weapon. Atlas was a militaristic nation. It was built on the army, and even after the treaty that ended the Great War, they still found a way to create a vast military. So everyone understood why Atlas had made Penny a weapon. Also, did you say you became her friend? How did that even work? Did she have a protocol for friend-making? No, Pietro injected a part of his aura into her. It became her own soul and generated her own aura. I mean, he did the same to me too, you know. It's how I got something new. Something new? They all wanted clarity from Hans. Blake sensed impending doom as she snaps her head to RWBY and Merlot. Wait. Hans, before you tell us, make sure to tell it slowly. The team nodded at each other. Weiss composed herself. Young prepared for another disaster. RWBY's heart was beginning to pump harder. Merlot was feeling another monologue coming out. Neo still ate her ice cream. Hans understood what she was asking and promptly ignored it. I have an aura and semblance now. Hans saw as the team suddenly flinched and headed straight for RWBY since she was the most likely to die again. All of them had something to help RWBY. Huh, I didn't know Blake carried around blood bags all the time. Hans saw Young and blinked in confusion. Hold on, is that milk? Then he saw Weiss. Weiss, what does a can of beans have to help with this? Surprisingly though, RWBY was still standing and no blood was pouring out her nose. Only a blank look on her face as she stared at Hans. Weird, RWBY usually never takes these things so calmly. She was even the first to ask if Hans could have a semblance, right? Blake inspected the rigid RWBY and widened her eyes. RWBY, she fainted standing up with her eyes open. Hans got back their attention. Well, I guess you'll brief her once we finish. We need to make this whole thing change. If we're going to have to clear out an entire world of Grimm, everything needs to expand. Sensing the nature of the conversation being a bit too informational on her part, Neo took the liberty to pull out her scroll and watch some videos while eating her frozen treat. So we're moving on to a large scale now. Not just the south of Vale anymore. I don't think we can handle that much, even if we get access to better dust. Blake made him clarify. There's a gigantic problem with that still, we don't have dust secured yet. Hans was frustrated at it. Hans already checked the HUD constantly, if it all went smoothly then the system should have already detected the change. Something was wrong but Hans needed to focus on the present. For now, we just wait until Weiss can be confirmed to be the new CEO. There's something more pressing, our status as an organization. To put it short, we are still considered a terrorist organization to the world or illegal in best case scenario. So what we'll do? I don't think we need to be legitimate or anything. We can just head to the Grimm continent like you said, right? Torchwick loudly clicked his tongue and placed his cigar on an ashtray. Blondie, did most of your smarts go into your chest, or are you just dumb? Running an entire army to purely fight Grimm is going to take an entire nation or 4. Sure, Lunchbox is a magical metal box, but he's only one man. Trust me, if a person only needed themselves, then I could have robbed the entire planet back then. Hans confirmed his thoughts. Torchwick is right, back then I thought I could handle it by myself and you guys, but Grimm keep regenerating. It's like fighting a never-ending horde. This is the Grimm continent we are talking about, we would risk endless avian Grimm. It would be a nightmare to fight a war at that scale. If Hans was going to try it, then he'd need something more realistic. Even if we do avoid the Grimm by going into the atmosphere, our bombs wouldn't do much to whittle them enough for us to pave a way to Salem, let alone reduce the Grimm population to something that never threatens Remnant. Young finally got what they were saying. That must mean it works the same way around, can't go to her without facing tons of Grimm. Even if we get bombs in, it won't stop the Grimm from just threatening another part of the world. We need to make her alone. Which is why we must go to total war. Fleets of bombers soaring high and dropping enough TNT to exterminate them. An operation like that would need so much personnel and equipment to use. Not to mention the cost. I've already lost nearly $1 million from just maintenance alone. Hans contemplates. So what you're saying is Young asked. Hans interrupted. We're going to create the 5th kingdom, well technically 6th kingdom if you count Menagerie, based purely on fighting Grimm. Never thought I'd see the day that Lunchbox is going to create a nation. Torchwick pauses. Why didn't I think of that? Torchwick adds. Blake was thoroughly interested, no one had ever thought of making a country solely based on going to war. What do we do? No more separation of us when we go do important stuff somewhere. You 5 being a crew greatly outweighs your responsibilities in the Wehrmacht. I'm going to reorganize everything so that we can all participate. First, the head of research and development will be Merlot. He's been with us for a while now and he could do well to replace RWBY going forward. Second, Blake will take her majors and dump the responsibilities on them. I believe Ilya, Sienna, and Grills are these right? Blake nods. Sienna has been converted as you hoped. Ilya is a friend of mine and as soon as we took over Menagerie and opened her eyes to what they were doing wrong I convinced her to switch. Grills was part of the White Fang and was present during the formation. What about Adam? The name was almost forgotten by Blake but she had already moved on. It took a second for her to adjust to the question but she responded quickly. He says he can't fight on any longer knowing that he lost so pathetically being blind. He still wants to help Faunus and his motivation didn't dim whatsoever, so he runs the old ice cream shop instead. Hans turns his turret to Torchwick. Torchwick, have you convinced the other 3? Torchwick had a blank face on like he was thinking about what to say. He wasn't sure about their status but since Hans asked, he would give somewhat of an answer. I did but I don't place trust in any of them. They don't want to be part of the White Fang but are willing to aid us economically with what remains of our combined criminal assets. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. A criminal like Torchwick willingly giving up control of his empire wasn't usually what they expected from him. You're okay with that, Torchwick? RWBY asked. Finally recovering from her fainting while standing up. You think I'm in a position to say no to that? Lunchbox has an army behind him, some mysterious firepower behind his guns that even Red can't recreate, and the ability to pop out entire buildings. I would be a fool to say no. Everyone did understand his motivations after that. Magic wasn't even something they'd seen but they recalled Hans randomly creating another tank out of thin air. Say, do you even like being here? Red, it meant a great deal to me when I was in the streets and a criminal but I only ever did it to survive and be famous. All of those things were satisfied once I worked with Lunchbox. He gets lean out of nowhere. Constantly make us do crazy things. I never would I have imagined that I'd be infiltrating Atlas itself, fighting massive Grimm, managing an army and eventually a nation. Forget being famous, I'd be unforgettable to everyone once we're done. Young was the first to say everyone's common sentiments. Wow, are you even Torchwick anymore? You sound like you became an entirely different person. Desperation calls for desperate actions. I'm a criminal because I needed to. Now, that I have everything, there's no need for that. Lunchbox provides everything which I am ashamed to admit since I'm getting bankrolled by a machine. The looks they all gave were one of surprise and maybe a bit of proudness, mostly from RWBY. Neo was staring too, enough to forget to eat her ice cream. Can you all stop staring? Lunchbox, move on to your other points. Torchwick redirected the conversation. Even Hans was surprised. Torchwick did seem a bit off now that he wasn't the usual ruthless criminal. Though once they get to a mission he was still the same. Okay, actually this concerns you, Torchwick. If it's publicity then you would be the best in that regard, right? How do you say to be the Minister of Propaganda? Torchwick almost choked on his cigar. Propaganda? Do you mean make the whole army thing of yours look good? I mean I can do it, but does that mean I'll handle the charities Kitty Cat has been doing? Yes, everything that its purpose is to be for our public image. You can set it up yourself, and if you need more people to work with, I can always do something about it. Torchwick thought about it before nodding. It's not that hard to get ideas to make your image good. It was Torchwick after all, he was the epitome of being presentable. Right, finally. After we gain access to the SDC, we'll work out something to make it more efficient. Hans gestures to Weiss. How do you usually mine dust, Weiss? Weiss' eyes almost glowed from the question. She steps with glee to the front while gesturing along the way, making it look like a presentation. Ahem. We have the extraction, the handling, and finally processing. Dust is mined out using drills or picks. It's extremely dangerous to handle it, so they're very rigorous. After mining out the dust we transport them carefully inside mine carts to the upper floors and break them down further. We transport them via bullheads to refine them. Finally, we convert raw dust into its dust and crystal form you see today. You say that like you've been practicing it for almost centuries. Yang quipped. Well, I am the heiress, it is to be expected. Neo raised her hand while she looked at her phone. It wasn't much to go on, but Hans knew something was up. Yes, Neo. She turns up the volume and places the scroll on her palm. The voice of a news station reporting something reached their ears. Winter named heir after Ironwood seizes control of the SDC headquarters. The council has reacted negatively, to which Ironwood declared an embargo to be carried out by the SDC. Atlas is in chaos after the declaration. The reason for such a drastic move is still unknown. We are hoping for more updates. We're going back, Hans told them. Chapter 69, The Northern Expedition. We're going back so soon. Wouldn't that risk us, since people would be so suspicious that we would come back after an attack? Hans did worry about people noticing, but if they were to salvage the situation it needed to be done. I know, Blake, I don't like this situation too. Ironwood knows taking over the SDC would be met with protest by the council and the people. Having another seat by controlling the SDC CEO would threaten the balance, and the people don't like the military being so strong to influence their lives. Dust is king. Control meant Ironwood could bend the people's will. Of course, they would be against it. Why would he do it then? Grimm would surge because of this. Negativity would be off the charts. Blake handles the phone Neo had before typing something in. Just as I thought. She hands over the phone to everyone else. When it came to Torchwick he nodded and understood what Ironwood was trying to do. Looks like the general started damage control like what he always does. He bought into the White Fang bit but blames the Wehrmacht, but he doesn't know we have a hold on Vale. This was where everything would pay off for public image. Despite Ironwood calling the Wehrmacht the White Fang, people would notice how far apart they were. Hence doubling the efforts of their soldiers to go out and act like a person. It was harder to blindly hate someone you personally know and see. There would be a person behind that mask every time, unlike the old White Fang who openly avoided going outside. Wait, so everyone knows about the Wehrmacht now? Ruby asked. Torchwick laughed, recalling the headlines where Ironwood was addressing the people in an obvious corporate speech. No, I was just referring to us as a whole. He keeps omitting the exact word. They call us reborn terrorists or the New Order or those animals. Something along those lines. Hans resumed. We're going to make our move. The backlash will be a guarantee for Ironwood, and the Grimm are going to be more numerous than ever. I expect Salem to hear about this and take her chance in commanding Grimm to overwhelm the place. She can't control everything, but since there is already huge amounts of negativity, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to take out one of the nations. Everyone had a determined look on their face, despite being with Hans and undergoing an active shadow war against Salem. They still were huntresses. It was their duty to offer their lives in fighting the pest of the world called the Grimm. So what do we do, Hans? Do you have the design for the new experimental aircraft we have? Even though we have our newly acquired bullheads from the old White Fang, only about 5 people can fit in there despite being so huge. Though I do admit it has a nice lifting capacity. They were waiting for this moment the entire time. After numerous calculations and small-scale tests, Merlot and Ruby had made a finished design and prototype. We do. Ruby ran almost at Mach speed to just retrieve a huge assortment of papers in her hands. It was a massive undertaking, no parts pre-made at the start. Engines that didn't get updated or used for a long time, and a completely different concept even for Remnant. Almost all aerial vehicles in Remnant used a combination of wind and anti-gravity to fly. Most technologies were based on these. There were some outliers like using combustion dust instead, but it was found to be way too costly compared to wind. Though, they didn't know how to use black magic called aerodynamics well. So when Hans came up with the idea, he stole it from concepts on Earth. Ruby at first was skeptical. Then they saw the blade spin and lift a small object, then they saw how a turboshaft engine was going to work. They then promptly converted to worship Hans for his ingenious ideas even though it wasn't his. Sure, limited aerodynamics were loosely used, but most if not all of the vehicles early on were large, bulky, unwieldy, or purely made for aesthetics and not functionality, since gravity dust did most of the lifting. This time, Hans would be the first in all of Remnant to seriously pursue a concept the world rejected in favor of pure dust. Ruby and Merlot were at the center of it, for the sake of saving dust. Ladies, Ruby gestures to the girls. Gentlemen, Torchwick appreciates the acknowledgement. Weiss rolled her eyes. I present to you the Rose Weapons Industry-made Reichskopter VTOL Assault Force version 121 Harpy. She pulled out a massive amount of rolls of blueprints. Or just the RWBY Reichskopter VAF 121 Harpy. Ruby. I thought I told you to only design one thing. Hans asked. These are what Merlot made for the more complicated stuff like the turboshaft engines, the rotor blades, the gyroscope, and a lot of engineering doohickeys that I would love to explain. Though Hans did most of the introduction to us, we just made it compatible with one type of dust. Indeed, Hans made a helicopter. Planes needed ample space to land and take off in, and bullheads only had enough for 5 people, which was too little in Hans' opinion. So he made Ruby and Merlot figure out how to make something to his specifications. Being an addict made you enter other gateways to more ridiculous and sometimes useful things. Knowledge was one of those. Commonly would Hans be playing War Thunder, the next day he would be researching how many slaps a chicken would need to be cooked, or doing a complete turn in themes and researching how child labor was useful to the economy. Days like those were filled with intense curiosity, particularly about the vehicles Hans used in War Thunder. Hans already knew most things by heart, but he wasn't an engineer. He did have the ideas and theories already established though. Ruby and Merlot were the ones doing the labor. Hans' description did great to speed up their work, with the addition of Hans ordering stuff from the store for materials that were harder to acquire. He did have to personally slaughter more Goliaths for it though. Ruby did some short introductions on how it worked. It's good now I've gone through 120 other designs, but either the engine couldn't handle our early designs or the Reichskopter was off balance. It's expensive since no one manufactures these kinds of parts, but it's far above the dust needed to make it go up. She whips out the largest blueprint on hand. It can carry up to 10 fully armed soldiers. It has a chin-mounted 30mm cannon and 7.92mm machine guns on both sides. It's a VTOL, but no need for gravity dust or wind dust engines that makes it weigh down so much. Instead, we have only used fire dust for the twin turboshaft engines. The rotors are collapsible so it doesn't get in the way during transport. We tried the tail as well, but it couldn't survive in our tests. She gave a tiny smile right at the end. She was proud of her and Merlot's work. Everyone nodded along to the explanation. Hans asked a damning question. Have you tested this yet? The color drained from her face, but she was stalwart nonetheless. Not yet, but our small-scale testing worked out. We finally finished a prototype. Jan was concerned. Ruby, have you even slept yet? I haven't seen you go to bed when I sleep. The next morning I'd see your bed messed up with you gone. Milk does a lot of good things, Jan. Milk and coffee just made it better. Ruby proclaimed. Her hand is above the air, a sign of energy and totally not hiding her less than stellar sleep schedule. By the brothers. You haven't slept at all for the last week or so, did you? Hey. Blake did the same thing and she came out all right. Besides, it's not like those other 120 designs took a lot of time. Mostly just adjustments to how the VAF 121 would fly. Surprisingly, we didn't take much time on the engine as we thought. Mostly just weight adjustments and fuel management. Hans coughed, despite not having a diaphragm to do so. Ahem. We are kind of in a time limit so we can take it out today. You said a 10-person carrying capacity, right? I would have loved 15 but 10 is fine. We are going to bring everyone along. Hence we only have 50 bullheads, Blake says. There's about 1,000 of us here, we can only carry 250 people with us and then 50 for the pilots. The rest are technical, so we only have a fighting force of 1,000. Hans had a plan in mind though. It would cost monumental amounts of cash, but since the SDC was about to get in his hands, he could convert those directly to GE from selling in the markets and buying lean. This process was kind of a loophole. Dust was sold and going for 1 GE per 2 kilograms. Hans could then buy lean, which was way cheaper since everyone in the multiverse didn't seem to care much about the lean cards. In Remnant, he would use the lean he got from the store to buy back dust. He could cycle this around, but the price would eventually fix itself in the long run. For now, he needed a huge supply of dust to sell to the market, use the GE to buy lean, and buy back dust with lean from Weiss so that she doesn't go bankrupt and let her use it to get more dust. Repeat this cycle and Hans got himself an exploit since the market doesn't have fees. I'll be getting us the rest of the equipment. Hans was going to fully arm an entire army with the remainder of his SL. The Wehrmacht was about to get rearmed like it was in 1935, Versailles violating style. Hans did some very quick maths in his head. Arming the Luftwaffe section of the Wehrmacht was going to be his priority. Avian Grimm will be detrimental to a ground force. Hey, RWBY, how much has this costed you? You know how the number means how many designs we went through, about 1/4 were made outside with a physical test. Hans tried rubbing his chin but forgot he was a tank. So that's why we've only got 1 Reichskopter. RWBY looked downtrodden. I'm sorry, she kept fidgeting from her shame, but Hans reassured her. She had done quite the job along with Merlot. Perhaps fanatics were useful for something more than praise. No, don't be, it's fine. Besides, I can always copy it myself and buy them for the supply depot. Though, it's going to cost twice as much as how much you made it by hand. You can copy vehicles now. RWBY had excitement in her voice. Her creation being replicated perfectly and appearing out of nowhere again was going to be another upcoming heart attack. Only if they survive and actively participate in the battle. Hans thanked the moderator for the last update. Though the thing would be subjected to real-world malfunctions and I have a time limit depending on how good the mood of the moderator was. What about the rest of the Luftwaffe? I doubt anyone would know how to pilot anything you have. Blake said. Oh, but they can. Yang raised her arm after realizing something. Right. You made us learn stuff without us even having experience before. Exactly. Just need to figure out the costs of everything for me to buy it. It's going to be expensive, but if we kill the Grimm there would be no problem. There he goes again with the costs, everyone thought. It was creepy knowing Hans based his earnings on the murder of Grimm. Extermination of a race was always unnerving, but these were Grimm, they all justified. Wait, so are we invading Atlas? Let's call it an enforced armed intervention. Who's going to complain that we helped out? He asked a rhetorical question. Remember about the Grimm? I may have begun to become a war criminal, but I still have some morals. Hans said. His inside thoughts were far from what he said. Morals that align with my objective anyways, plus it'll let me see how good the Wehrmacht compares to Atlas. All this army talk makes me think how we're going to fight. Shouldn't we follow Atlas' example and make droids? Yang said. Hans recalls the tragedy in the show where Atlas army turned their guns to civilians because of a hack. He shudders at the memory. People are cheaper, machines cost dust to run, which is inefficient. You could have used the same amount of dust to power 50 paladins to make a harpy or 3. Plus it's a lot of management for techs. Turrets sure, but androids? Just make something else. Hans went back to thinking and finally came to a solution. The Bf-109E-3 would be nice for interception and defense. For close air support, I'll give them the Ju-87D-3. I can use the bullheads to carry along PZ, for F2s for armored support, and the rest will be infantry support and ground crews. Resupply is going to be an issue unless I use up more of my silver lions. Hans went to his HUD and clicked on the new technology tree he had been given alongside the army, the base tab. 500k for the supply depot if I remove everything but the stuff for the ammo and repairs. I would need people to defend the base itself though, and people to manage the repairs. Hans wanted 50 PZ, for F2s, 100 BF-109s, and 25 Ju-87s. The cost would be the same as if he were to buy them, but the maintenance would skyrocket. He had to pay 1% of the cost of what he bought per hour. This would leave up to 550 infantry, 50 piloting the bullheads, 100 piloting the BF-109, and 50 people for the dive bombers, taking away maybe 50 for the supply depot. It would require 2 trips from the base in Mountain Glen for all the here to get moved. Training would cost $850,000 to make them all aware of how to operate the machines. The total came out to be 100,000 SL for the tanks, 1 million for the fighters, and 250,000 for the CAS, with training costing 850,000 SL. The maintenance would now be 23,500 added hourly. In total 3,200,000 SL for just an equipped army with actual vehicles. Hans had enough, almost half his SL would be Thanos snapped away, but it was going to be important for him to do so. Blake, make an urgent announcement. We're going to do a live field exercise, Destination Atlas. SL equals 7,293,278 SL-4,093,278 SL. Vehicle RP equals 139,726 RP. Convertible RP equals 2,172,918 RP. Half an hour later. It was supposed to be a normal day for the average Atlesian. Days filled with dull work and proceeding to do their tasks with nothing wrong. First was the apparent threat of a rapidly moving vehicle of unknown origin. Some thought it was an enemy attack, but the threat of invasion was never one to be expected. Long had been the days that armies were disbanded in favor of huntsmen and huntresses. So the common theory was that Atlas was having a rogue pilot. Nobody knew what technology they have, it was kept in the dark, so no one was sure if Atlas did have access to new technology. The flying objects started taunting the military and Ironwood himself. Everyone was starting to be confused. Then came the Grimm. Too much to handle, was a common thought. The military of Atlas blundered over and over again, injuring and killing some that were pilots. They had forgotten about the thing that flew around, now something else was on full show. The population didn't know the command was being messed with at the time, so they blamed Ironwood for being so foolish and called for him to be removed in favor of someone else. The people were mad and disappointed in the general. Mothers with their sons were lost to incompetency. When a population got angry, they blamed others. Their targets were who was at the center of it all, Ironwood. It was a powder keg and was ready to explode with even an ember of light. That ember came in the form of a single death and was the final nail in the coffin. The SDC CEO died with evidence blaming the White Fang, who was desperate. They had heard of the Wehrmacht forming back when it was announced Siena Khan was overthrown, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They were returning to simpler times like doing donations and fighting Grimm. A far cry from protests, terrorism, or outright race wars. They didn't think the more radical side of the White Fang did something so radical as to kill the CEO. It was going to blow over though. Weiss was going to inherit everything despite still being in school. Ironwood knew what Hans was planning. Overcome by his semblance, the only thing he thought to do was take the SDC itself. That is when it all went wrong. The people now theorized what actually happened. Ironwood had planned all this, they thought. They killed Jacques to take the SDC itself as a response to the people protesting Ironwood's position. To strangle them with dust and control their actions. The military had gone too far and the council did nothing to prevent it. Curfews were immediately set and it looked like a return to the Dark Age. Only a few in the army actually knew what Ironwood was doing. To him it was necessary. Hans was going to take over the SDC and empower his growing Wehrmacht. That wasn't told to the people since it wasn't going to hold up in their minds. Ironwood would be seen as trying to blame something else instead of taking responsibility. Everyone now saw the real reason, or what they thought was the real reason. The response? A full-blown attempt to change the council and remove Ironwood. What resulted from the negativity was predictable. Grimm arrived in full force. More and more was arriving, not just in the air but unbelievably on the ground as well. A soldier among the masses of androids was doing their best outside the perimeter of Mantle, the most vulnerable between the two cities. It had stages to their defense, the last of them being the wall surrounding Mantle. "We can't hold on," one screamed. The droids did their best while the airships in the sky focused fire on the larger threats. It was stretched thin. The previous damage caused by Hans rendered the flagship incapable of fighting, so it was up to the other airships to provide air support. "Call in a strike, there's a group of Megalithic coming. About 3 of them, they're huge. Everyone make sure to target the legs." It was a mammoth in appearance with pieces of ice forming around them from the harsh cold. The environment forced them to evolve, which made them tougher and more importantly bigger. A soldier behind him responds, his hand over a device on his arm while placing another on his ears. Support will arrive in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Why? The captain asked. Manticores are attacking the airships. Another message comes in. They're trying to shoot it down, but our ships are getting too thin. They can't make it here in time. The manticore was a hybrid of mainly a lion's head with bull's horns, feathers, and wings like a bird and a scorpion's tail. It was a formidable opponent, usually only showing up in concentrated numbers, unlike Nevermores that appeared with more numbers. The ships in the sky battled with increasing levels of Grimm. They could hold, but they desperately needed more help. Fall back. We have a trench line across the snow ready. The second turret lines are operational, but we need to delay them until airships can properly take out the bigger threats. Crunch. The soldier whimpered, his device still activated as he falls backward from the sudden appearance of a saber, its large canines making an audible snapping noise as the captain's armor gets pierced. The body of his captain now lay in the maws of the saber-toothed Grimm. The thing eyes his next prey as the man lifts up his weapon to fight. He opens fire, and the dust bullets inside spray fire dust all over the saber. It roars from the pain while blocking with its front legs. Click. The man stares in horror at the sound of his gun running out of dust, his hands were shaking violently as he struggles to put in the magazine. It was his first time being exposed to such a gruesome death, especially when it was someone he knew. The saber recovers, it rears itself back before leaping straight to the man. Arg. The man blocks the gigantic tooth with his gun, the saber savagely claws its way into his armor. He hears it crack and groans from the pressure. Shit. 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 He desperately holds onto his gun being bitten down before another person arrives across him while he was on the ground. Bang. The Grimm's black ooze sprayed outwards from the exit hole. Rather than spraying dust to kill, the bullet that entered lodged itself inside before exploding, making it more effective than shooting dust by itself. By the gods. He relaxes, the saber's dead body slumping from the shot through its head. The man goes back up with intensive damage to his armor and gun, rendering it unusable. The Elysian soldier looks to his left, the sound of where the bullet came from. Who are you? He doesn't recognize the almost pure black armor. The red lens from the faceplate gave it an eerie image. The person hefted around a gun with dust-infused bullets. The gun was based on the STG-44, though RWBY had made it more reliable by tweaking the receiver and ammunition to make it less likely to jam or break down from the continuous fire. Who I am does not matter, get up to your feet and head back. We'll take over from here. The man looks questionable under his helmet. We. Identify yourselves or we would have to take you in. If you would rather end up as another corpse in this battle, I suggest you ignore whatever order Ironwood has given you. The Elysian soldier had a twinge of disobedience, raring to get out. It was suicidal to send out the infantry without proper air, but the soldier justified it couldn't be helped. Then again, would he be against getting help from the Grimm? The soldier doubted the black-armored soldier's words before something took both their attentions. Propellers droned in the air and a mass of steel flew above the airspace kilometers into the air. Then came the noise that could haunt generations. A siren, it almost sounded. The Maiden of Death if it were to be described. A high-pitched shrill of pure fear-inducing wails. The Jericho trumpet of the Jew, 87. What's that noise? The man screamed, it was coming right on top of them. The dive bomber laid itself steeply as it targeted the megalith slowly approaching the line of Elysian soldiers clinging onto the position. Air support, the soldier part of the here called out. Boom. The pilot within pulled up from the precision strike, and one of 5 of its dust-infused 50 kilograms bomb exploded, sending hot searing shrapnel and dust directly at the top of the megalith's head. Soon, the droning died down, but the propellers still ran at full speed. The megalith dies from the strike, its head caved in after the bomb detonated on contact. The Elysian looked amazed, seeing that what the black-armored soldier said was true. They could help as he said. But I can't let you go free even if you help. In response, the Wehrmacht soldier laughs. You are being rescued, do not resist. A while ago, Winter Schnee was pacing around the control room, ordered by Ironwood to keep the flow of battle going and keep the Grimm out of the bay while Ironwood handled the home front. Winter gets to call in another decision, send the air towards the outer perimeter of Mantle or keep them stationed on Atlas. She couldn't do it no matter how much she wanted to save them both. Risking the airships leaving Atlas would endanger the citizens' lives, while keeping them there would possibly collapse the entire front in Mantle. The lives of the poor and less developed Mantle, or the lives of the upper class in Atlas. It was only a few hours after the announcement of her father's death. She held some sentiment toward him, but she didn't care anyways. Familial ties were worthless when Jacques was the worst kind of person. Though she held one deep relationship, and that was with her sister. Knowing that she took what her little sister wanted their whole lives made her bitter. Not to Ironwood but to herself, nonsensically blaming her own actions instead of Ironwood's almost obsessive desire to not let Hans do anything. Specialist Schnee. One of the operators called out. The man looks confused more than anything. Winter walks towards the display. There's a message, it's from an unknown source. The radio frequency used for the Atlesian military was not publicly known. They would have either needed to use Atlesian-made vehicles or knew of the frequency and somehow accessed it. Winter takes the man's earpiece and replaces her own. Identify yourselves. It was a moment of silence before awkward shuffling was clearly being heard from the earpiece. You do it. No, I can't speak to her like this. It's just a simple call. For God's sake, Ice Queen, just hand me the mic. Winter didn't even know if the call coming from the other end was a prank call or not, but she had to respond professionally. She was a Schnee and a specialist after all. Ahem. The voice of Torchwick sounded, being obviously deepened to try and mask his accent and tone. We are representatives of the organization from the Kaiserreich. Gah, forget this. More shuffling was heard. This time another voice came, and it was not who Winter expected. Hello. Winter. Well, this is awkward. Weiss. She almost raised her tone just from pure shock. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be studying in Beacon? So it's a long story. Ahem. Someone in the background of the call coughed out loudly. Weiss' voice went further away in an attempt to not get heard, but gets picked up by the mic anyways. Alright, reunion later. Sorry, it has been so long, I thought I could push in some greeting is all. I would like to request permission to actively participate in this battle. Winter almost dropped her head to the floor from her sister actively going to Atlas for the defense. Weiss, I know you're possibly angry at me for taking your position, but risking your life trying to prove yourself by fighting hordes of Grimm isn't conducive to becoming the heir. Her heart twisted as she said those words. Winter never wanted this. She genuinely wanted Weiss to succeed and see her happy, but Ironwood convinced her to take up the position for the good of Atlas. I apologize, sister. Weiss immediately replied. It's not just myself here. The Wehrmacht is here to provide military support. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her sister was actively in a Faunus terrorist group, in Ironwood's words. Weiss. What do you mean dash? We aren't taking no for an answer. We have your coordinate system, and if you want to contact us, use the frequency I am about to give you if you say yes. Winter had another choice, maybe not too hard for others, but she had an ongoing dilemma on her hands. Disobey orders for help from the Wehrmacht, or arrest and possibly maybe even execute her own sister. It probably isn't going to be that serious a punishment, but even Winter knew Ironwood was going too far by this point. Winter gulped down before she uttered only one word. Please. And so it was sealed. The day when the world would be introduced to a fighting force completely foreign to them. It would be led by Hans, who insisted to the Wehrmacht for their affiliation to be not called with his name in it. The nation they would eventually be representing, the Kaiserreich, may be named in the future into something else. Chapter 70, The Siege of Atlas. The front lines were stagnant but chaotic. Grimm arrived in droves even though Atlas was supposed to be a nation best suited to combat them on their home turf. Whether by normal means or from the conniving schemes of Salem, it was sure that Atlas was facing one of its greatest upheavals. Right before the vital festival nonetheless. The first wave of Grimm took out a lot of armed bullheads for Atlas. Dozens of transports to take drones were also affected, since Hans Group purposefully made them constantly wreck into one another while hijacking the control center. What was going to be a celebration of peace between the nations turned disastrous when the entirety of Atlas was undergoing a massive siege right after a previous fight. This siege, among the winter, freezing winds, and the hellscape of ice stood the small contingent of Hans' newly equipped and trained army. It wasn't a massive one unlike Atlas' already established force, but what separated the Wehrmacht from the Atlesians was their undying loyalty and superior aircraft in terms of speed and armaments, which had the power of gunpowder that reacted with dust. Plus, the rest of Hans' army was spread out over the south of Vale, fighting with handheld guns and resupplied via bullheads, all of which were being used. Though, Hans already notified the entire Wehrmacht to stand by, apart from the expeditionary force of 1,000. It was primitive for now considering the lack of a functional high command since only 3 majors were keeping together the entire army which was promoted fairly through merit. All of the majors are part of the army. The Luftwaffe, otherwise known as the Air Force, didn't even have anyone with a high rank assigned to it yet. A black armored soldier cocks his RWBY-44, the RWBY tweaked version of the well-known firearm laid into WW2, he eyes the next target. A group of ice-covered Beowulfs tearing droids that held the front line. Torn apart and left into rubble, the Beowulfs seek their next target before golf ball sizes holes cave in their skull masks adorning their face. The soldier pauses before a pat on his back caught his attention. He turns his head but keeps his weapon pointed at the front. Riker, the sergeant needs us. The Megalithians are coalescing and the Stukas are still resupplying. We need to punch through and separate them before they mess up the defensive lines. It was a dangerous problem, even the droids could do so little against the beasts. The sure effective way was to hit their unarmored sides, but even then it was hell for the PZ, for F2s to try and move up without getting attacked and potentially destroyed by sabers or other minor Grimm. Riker nods and follows his fellow enlisted soldier, a man with a cat's tail. Riker himself had cheetah's ears which were snugged into his helmet, protecting it without making it too uncomfortable. Though, he still takes his helmet off when he could. They jogged and met up with the others in their squad. The rattling of their various equipment sounded as they heard more numerous gunfire and dust shots from the Atlesians they were aiding. For now, Hans had arranged the entirety of his army to have 10 in a squad, 50 in a platoon, and 500 in a company, excluding the supports like bullhead transport, medical personnel, and basically anyone not directly involved in the fighting. Hans wasn't sure if it needed to be adjusted since fighting Grimm needed different tactics and organization, so Hans winged it when organizing them. The first company was the one with Hans in the expedition to Atlas. Within that company was the 4th platoon which this soldier was a part of. The sergeant sees his squad organizing, with 8 of them being issued the RWBY-44 which included himself, while the machine gun team had the RWBY-MG-42 and a sidearm for the ammo carrier. He walks to his superior, the 2nd lieutenant that held command over the platoon and finally could launch the attack. The sergeant gets the go-ahead as he turns to his squad. Right, what we have here is 2 platoons of tanks, 10 tanks in total. We are to work with them in advancing and fending off smaller Grimm until we could let the tanks to their positions. Am I clear? Yes. The squad moves along with their fellow soldiers from the same platoon. They fended off Beowulfs and sabers as they crept toward the Megalithians, slowly making their way toward the defensive line behind them. Boom! The tanks opened fire as they weaved through the Megalithians' underside or posted further away, taking shots at their legs or aiming through their sides. The infantry meanwhile was supporting them by keeping the lesser Grimm from interfering. Riker reloads another magazine, his 5th one today. He was efficient in saving his ammo, but he needed to wait for the bullheads to arrive and resupply them again when they come back. Snap! Riker hears a distinct snapping of metal, his hearing enhanced by his Faunus heritage. He turns to the tank behind him before realizing what was about to happen. One of our tanks is going to be disabled, he yelled out. A second later, the transmission fully breaks down under the stress of going through rough snow a few meters later. Growl! A menacing bellow sounded as a saber that was larger than a tank itself by a good 5 feet saw the battle going on. The people in the squad widened their eyes at the appearance. Shit, it's got bone plates all over, the sergeant exclaimed. Alpha! It's a big saber. Tell the others we need to fight it off. The lieutenant told us we need to keep the tanks safe. Let's get going, people. They move with haste and yelled to the other squads about the massive saber about to arrive. The tanks did their jobs and kept lessening the Megalithians for the defensive line to take care of the rest. Riker's squad was the only one available to fight it off since the others were still preoccupied with the other Grimm in their breakthrough. The sergeant looks back and clicks his tongue. We need 2 of the other tanks to tow it back, we can't lose a tank while we are here. The Kaiser told us so. The disabled tank fired its gun at the Alpha Saber, but it was faster than a normal saber, leading it to miss. The saber pounces on the tank on its front and clawed its way toward it. The front armor groans as the men inside tried to reload as fast as they could. Riker's squad mates shoot at the massive Grimm before it turned its head and absorbed or bounced the shots along its exceptionally armored body. Riker saw his sergeant taking away most of the Grimm's attention, but Riker knew he was going to have to take its attention away as well, but he wasn't sure it was enough. Boom! The disabled tank shoots its shell toward the Grimm, but the smarter Grimm dodges with its superior speed and determines the tank to be the most prominent danger than the soldiers. It leaps and claws at the side, enough to seriously threaten the tank's operability. It could still be fixed, but once it was wrecked, they couldn't repair it for the defense of Atlas. Riker takes his chance and pelted the Grimm's side. "Get away from that, you damn monstrosity!" His yells did nothing to persuade a mindless Grimm, but his constant firing made it annoyed and turned to kill him. "Come and get me, you bitch!" Riker held his weapon high before it got torn away from his grasp as he crouches down in time for the Alpha Saber to overshoot and bite down on his gun instead. He had its full attention. The creature spat away the ruined piece of metal as it recovered from the failed pounce. It straightened its back and prepared for another strike. Riker had no option but the armor on his person and a measly pistol to his belt. What he had else though was something more. The Predator pounces just as he ripped his grenade out from his belt and pulled the pin with his left arm. He straightens his right arm that held the grenade and braced before he felt his entire arm get chomped by the Alpha Saber. He lunged to the side just before, but he felt like it wasn't going to be enough to try and dodge like before. The Alpha Grimm was smart but not all-knowing. Riker didn't care what was going to happen. Only he needed to get the tank safely back. He grits his teeth as the maw of the saber clamped down on his arm. For the Kaiser. Boom! The Grimm's head explodes into a mist of black material. The bone protruding from its face gets shot off into the air as Riker's arm gets devastated from the risky gamble. The sergeant rushes to his side along with the rest of the squad. "By the gods! Your arm!" He points to the bloody remnants of his right arm. Riker collapses to the snow below before laughing. "What arm, Sergeant?" He wiggles the bleeding nub on his arms. "Crazy bastard!" the sergeant yells for the other people in the platoon. "We need 2 tanks here pronto. We need to tow a disabled tank and get me a stretcher. This man needs to go into a medical facility in Mantle." He turns back to Riker. "You're going to be all right. Don't focus on the pain so much. I didn't think we'd be able to save that tank if not for your stupid decision." Riker chuckles again. "What do you mean, sir? I'm not all right at all." He wiggles the stump on his arm. "We need a medic for your sense of humor too." Hans had traveled as a tank being carried by the VAF-121. While being a jet was faster, he couldn't risk the population associating him with the Wehrmacht, or else it would be a disaster. The rest of the team that was first involved also had to be careful in revealing their faces. Their faces were obscured by the masks, but they still needed precaution. They landed near the Schnee Manor since it was further away from the city while they were busy with the Grimm. Weiss also asked Winter for permission and she accepted. "Hans, what's next?" Weiss asked. "We aren't that sneaky despite somehow being able to land here without attracting the attention of Ironwood." Hans did worry. Winter was disobeying orders, though she did have an excuse by believing that they would help. Ironwood could still have some kind of influence or way of getting information to himself. "I doubt we'd stay covert." Blake scours the land before seeing in the distance where Atlas, the city proper, was. Nearby was the massive flagship being fixed from Hans' last attempt at taking it down. "Do you think Ironwood is going to hole up in his command ship?" He would be suppressing the descent though, so he could be in the city itself. Hans got to thinking. It's possible for those things. Ironwood has a lot on his mind right now. If I were him, what kind of goal would I have? Stop the Grimm. Catch me. Stop the citizens. There's so much to think about. Maybe this is why he keeps doing hard decisions. We can split up, but that would mean I won't be with you in case of something goes wrong. Now, I don't doubt your ability to fight, but an entire airship should be hard to take down. Torchwick suddenly feels something crawling up his back, not a cold sensation but more akin to a massage. Like the complete opposite of a chill in his spine. Why do I have the urge to tell Lunchbox I could take an entire airship? Anyways, I'll be going with you. I'm not sure how the people would react to a Reichskopter once we get it back up to the air, but hopefully, it won't be too intimidating, right? The group looks behind Hans to see the very much intimidating looking Reichskopter that had machine guns and a cannon plus its overall aggressive looking black painted surface. Yeah, nope. It's definitely aggressive looking, some of them thought. Torchwick was not one to keep his thoughts. Lunchbox, it's as non-intimidating as a panther waiting to snap a person's neck. This is to say, it's going to scare people the moment we show up. Hans was kept positive about it. PSH, sure, we may be intimidating but not in the "we are the bad guy" way. More like, we are here to help you even though you didn't ask for it kind of way. Sure, whatever makes you happy. I for one want to know how we are going to even introduce ourselves. Hans tried quirking an eyebrow but only the sound of metal creaking was heard. Torchwick. Have you forgotten you are going to do that? That's kind of the job of the Minister of Propaganda that I assigned to you. Forgot about that. Well, if that's what the mighty lunchbox needs then I'll try. Though, I need a spokesperson for that. Everyone will recognize me when I remove this mask, it's better if someone that has a public face were to endorse us. Torchwick scanned the people in the group before stopping his gaze over Weiss. You will do, Ice Queen. I have something in mind to boost our reputation. Hopefully, once this blows over, Atlas would eat up our image as being saviors. What? Shoo. I know you fantasize about speaking for yourself against Daddy dearest. Now that he's 6 feet under, you could. Don't you want this, Ice Queen? I mean dash. Good. Enough moping about, we have a job to do and it ain't gonna be easy. Neo, let us get our A-game up. It's been a long time since I got this excited. Maybe I could kick the general down a peg too. Neo nodded enthusiastically before urging the others to follow into the Reichskopter. The driver of course being RWBY since she was the one who spent most of the time designing it. Weiss had gotten over the shock that she was going to address people for the first time without being forced by her father to do so. Alright. Hans, we'll be going ahead of you, once we get to the flagship, we could dash. Weiss. Everyone turned to the noise before noticing a white-haired woman in her middle age. Mom. Weiss replied in surprise. They didn't even notice the mother's presence nearby as she crept to the source of the talking. She was wandering as always along the Schnee Manor. She carried with her a bottle of wine to drown her sorrows while mindlessly walking. No one even batted an eye in the now chaotic Schnee household. The military barging in and saying that they were under control made them lax in their duties, purely out of the confusion of who they were supposed to follow now that Jacques was dead. At first, they waited for Winter but she was busy, and so without orders, no one had anything to follow. Willow did her usual routine so she wasn't even present in the mansion at times. Though she did have something in her mind the whole time. Darling. We have much to talk about dash. Torchwick interrupts. Looky here Miss Milf. We are kind of in a hurry to either mortally wound, murder in cold blood, put Ironwood in a cage, or tossed into the masses of people waiting to tear him a new one. He turns to the Reichskopter and taps his cane inside it. So please, leave the family reunion as I told you back at the Reichskopter, Anand, she's already talking to her isn't she? Weiss, I need to know something before you leave us again, Willow spoke with a gentle but weary tone. Did you? Yes, mother. Her eyes hardened into a strong stare. The amount of determination and non-denial surprised Willow. Reminding her how her daughter had changed so much. I cannot blame you for taking action. In fact, as your mother, I'm still going to support you despite what you've done. Whether it was right or wrong only you can decide, darling. Yes, Mom. I should have known that before. Even when I left you and Whitley, I still had a lingering regret. Now that I had taken Jacques to where he belongs, I feel like I should compensate you for the suffering he inflicted. No, don't be. It's partly my fault, I should have known I was going to get thrown away after your father declared his lack of affection in favor of the Schnee name rather than his marriage and kids. Willow pauses before letting down the bottle of wine she keeps lugging around daily. Weiss, all of this conflict scares me. I don't want to lose both you and your older sister. Promise me you would return here. I know you're. Willow looks to see Hans watching her with a gun barrel and nodding along. Friends. Are with you but can I at least know before you leave again that we could maybe be together as a family again? Weiss started to smile. Yes. Of course, I'd like to try it again. The willingness of Willow to even leave a bottle of wine on the ground was a sign Weiss picked up on. Though. She looks at the group. I can't say I can stay longer. That's fine, I can finally see you enjoy something for once, Weiss. I've never seen you like this before, on account of your father making everything seem so abusive to you and your sister. Good luck on your journey Weiss, I'm still sorry I couldn't support you. I wish I didn't have to let a daughter kill their father. Yes, I'm sorry too, mother. She embraces her mother for what seemed like minutes before they let go and board the Reichskopter and waved as it started flying to the skies. Sheesh, I didn't think it'd take that long for something so simple as a hug. We could have lost more time if she was going to eat dinner, maybe take you out for a walk, or maybe tour the whole damn place just as we were about to leave. Neo had a devious smile forming as she heard Torchwick say the first sentence. She smacks head first into Torchike's back and wraps her arms tightly, making Torchwick confused, then angry, then somehow embarrassed. Wah, hey. If you're going to do that in front of the kiddies, I swear I have to put you on parole one of these days. He panicked and wrestled her away. Oya oya. Well, I've never seen you like this, Torchwick. Maybe old man still has some actual human emotion behind all that eyeliner. Yang quipped. It's nothing deeper than the surface, blondie. Let's just leave all that sappy stuff behind and focus on the true objective. He dusts himself off and lights a cigar, forgetting he had a mask on. We're ready. Blake shouted to Hans below. Hans saw the Reichskopter flying forward at half the speed of the Bf-109, which was slow by our standards, but it traveled almost at the same speed as a bullhead. Being in a comparable speed could be seen as a negative, but the VAF-121 could do so much more than a bullhead's once in combat. Not needing to tilt massive and cumbersome thrusters meant it could accelerate faster than a bullhead both vertically and horizontally. Considering that the Reichskopter, specifically the Harpy, could also carry twice as many people with almost a third of the dust requirements, it was safe to say the Harpy was superior. Hans followed the VAF-121 while they headed to the docking center where the flagship was held. It was a gamble since no one knew where Ironwood went, even going so far as to stay media silent. To the citizens of Atlas, it was a situation waiting to turn to the worst. The front that received constant updates told them to be reassured, but the sounds of creeping barrages getting closer to the walls of Mantle made them realize they were getting pushed back. The people were scared, angry, and hopeful. Any semblance of good news they craved. Ironwood was not saying anything to them while the entire nation was being watched by soldiers meant to defend them. Then, they heard some surprising news. Seemingly, another army had come to aid them in their plight. The people asked around who was the third party. A single word was uttered as a response. The Wehrmacht. It was a massive surprise. The information being fed by the general was shattered. Why would a terrorist organization go out of its way to bleed, sweat, and cry over the defense of another nation? An army almost fully made up of Faunus, the same Faunus that were part of an old White Fang. An ideology that now lay to rest for a new foreign policy. The Atlesians had doubt, but others vocalized their thoughts. 1,000 people were small to earth in comparison, but for Remnant, where most of the Grimm culled the population and prevented human expansion, it was a sizable force, especially since they were people and not robots. They called out Ironwood's false lies and began to fully support a joint command. Though, a majority of the population still abstained on the issue or outright denied receiving help from, quote, animals. Though it only needed one broadcast, one video on the internet, just a single kind of news reaching the world, everyone knew who was aiding Atlas. The Faunus population began to cheer for the success of the defense. Hans and the gang started traveling on the outskirts of the city of Atlas before nearing the vicinity of the location of the flagship being repaired. So, how do we get through this place anyways? Large gates were towering over the repairs, flanked by turrets that were firing upon the Grimm while guards of droids were patrolling the perimeter. Huh. I would have thought they would have those on the front lines rather than guarding a repair station. Hans replied to Blake. Hans thought about it. I wonder if I could use Neo's semblance to disguise the VAF-121 as an Atlesian dropship, an armed bullhead, or maybe an airship. After a long thorough judgment, Hans had the perfect plan. Trying to break through a well-guarded area is always tricky, but Hans was experienced. And so he came to a totally well-thought-up decision. Fuck it. Let's go through the front door. Maybe do some showmanship so that they won't shoot us down instantly. He turns to his team. Make the VAF-121 invisible, Neo. Keep yourselves far. I don't think rotors would be an appreciative noise. They all knew Hans was the kind of person to try something as bombastic as walking up to an enemy base and announcing your presence. Though behind that foolhardy plan, there was some kind of genuine reason for it. For one, everybody was out to get Ironwood booted out of office or even arrested. The council seemed to agree, since he would be way too powerful, knowing that he controlled both the SDC and the military if things were left alone. Hans trusted that he could somehow speak some sense into the soldiers enlisted in Atlas. There was a lot of negativity, and that negativity doesn't just come from citizens. There could be dissenters in the ranks. He wasn't 100% sure. Not to mention, no one but the closest of Ironwood knows who Hans is. For everyone else, it could be that people are speaking inside the tank Hans was in. Going straight for the flagship with the people's will behind it could falter the discipline of the common soldier. Which Hans thought would be enough to make them kick Ironwood out. Here goes. Hans slowly traversed the road connecting the facility to the city. The soldiers immediately noticed and pointed their guns toward Hans. Though, it couldn't be intimidating since Hans knew he had thick armor, a hard light shield, and even an aura by now. Identify yourselves. You are entering private Atlesian military property. Turn back now or we will turn you in, the speakers announced. Hans prepped himself for a ton of bullshitting to try and crack their resolve. We're here to ask Ironwood why he would risk the lives of millions of people for the selfish reason of controlling them. The gun in the hands of the humans in the ranks shook. Good, I guess Ironwood still has people that doubted him. This shouldn't be hard. Let us through. Ironwood has gone from being the benevolent man you all thought he was before to a crazed lunatic trying to keep his power on hold after he fumbled a defense he was in charge of. Though we were the ones who caused it, they don't need to know that. What did you promise yourselves when you entered the military? Hans simply asked, their guns still pointed but they started looking at each other. A soldier decided to break the silence and answer back. We promised to protect Atlas and the citizens. I joined because I didn't want the Grimm to affect any of us. And what is Ironwood prioritizing? What are you here for? The boots on the ground inside the city suppressing the same people, what are they for? Grimm? Terrorist? No, they were there to silence the same citizens you were supposed to protect. The droid still followed command and protocol but the soldiers fully understood their position. Not fully laying down their arms but they saw some sense of what Hans was talking about. It was true, instead of doing their best to kill Grimm, Ironwood had focused on a single goal and that was to curb Hans' potential power. The arguably simple task of planting a false flag attack on Jacques made the people pin the death on Ironwood himself after the disaster of the first defense came. Thinking it was a way to control the people from ousting Ironwood, the citizens of Atlas and the council could only come to one conclusion, a power play. Without the knowledge Hans was behind it, no one could find any other evidence that would point to Hans and his team. What could a group of teenagers do to kill Jacques? Certainly not much in the eyes of the people. Hans was hopeful as soon as the soldiers relaxed their stances and looked around amongst themselves. They tilted their heads or had a questioning look, doubt had started to take hold. Stay. Hans felt his track stop, the engine being uncontrollable and his generators unable to turn off or on inside his hardlight armor. Bollocks. The Aesops arrived. Marrow shouted his command, leading to Hans being frozen under his command as long as Marrow kept his stare and finger pointed to whoever he wanted to stop. Hans still somehow could talk, considering his voice doesn't really have a throat like a human's. Well, I never would have thought that the famous Aesops would go out of their way to follow Ironwood. Harriet held her breath before speaking. We all know you planned all this. The CEO's death, the amount of Grimm here, you are the one responsible for the suffering. Oh. And please tell the citizens what you think. What was it your general kept saying? Ah. That I'm a thing and not a person. Shouldn't it stay that way? Would Atlas accept that reasoning? Harriet shouted. If you won't shut up, I'll have the scientists figure out how you speak and rip it away. Harriet, don't converse with him too much. We are here to follow orders, not talk. Marrow, how long will your semblance hold? Clover commanded. Marrow felt his aura depleting, deciding to check his aura levels through his scroll. He suddenly yells out. I can handle it probably until we get him to Ironwood. Well, I didn't think the Aesops Weiss told me about would actually show up instead of contributing to the fight. Chapter 71, Atlas Academy. So, Atlas Academy, seems I was right guessing two places where Ironwood would be in during the unrest. Hans was being carried and towed by a bullhead. It was hard for the Aesops to secure him on the platform with anti-gravity to lift cargo but they eventually figured it out. They placed him down on the floor while using military vehicles to drag him across the ground. His tracks were being held up by a platform to make things easier while they traveled. Such a nice academy. Shame it's governed by the same man willing to use the military to keep the people down. For someone like him to be part of the identity of the institution is a shame, no? Harriet had enough. She whirls around and tries yelling at a tank. Will you shut your trap? I've been hearing you talk down on the general for far too long. Hans of course ignores it. He didn't feel in any danger at all. It could seem arrogant but Hans knew he was going to be okay. After all, he wasn't alone. Vine, the calmer and more pacifist of the group, tries to calm her down. Harriet, nothing good is going to come out of responding. Vine is right. Whatever words you're hearing are nothing more than a way to get to your head. Conversing with him will just lead to a bad outcome. Sorry leader, but I can't just take it when that thing keeps talking about how bad the general is when he was the cause of all this. Hans laughed. If only you knew. The first event is my fault, I know that. A couple of pilots dead and a few thousand droids and aircraft were sent for repairs or recycled. What came after was just a series of blunders that sad excuse for a general did. Harriet activates the exosuit arms on her back. It reacts and covers her fist and threatens to strike. Keep your mouth shut or I will dash. Will what? Try punching through solid steel with something like that. I'm no rocket scientist, but when your solution to a problem is punching through it, I wonder how Ironwood picked you when you graduated. Maybe, oh. He took the weakest of the bunch so he can manipulate them better. She releases an exosuit-powered punch to Hans. It was a pathetic sight when it couldn't even break through the hard light shield Hans had turned on the whole time. You're the worst one here. Purposefully endangering the lives of Atlas, and for what, Dust? Don't tell me you're the one in the right. Harriet asked him. Hans thought about it. He reflected on what he was before being sucked into Remnant and the wider world. That's, kind of true. He was the first to tell himself he won't treat everyone like an NPC. Then again, it's not like Hans ever treated anyone here like an NPC. No, the lives of everyone here are just a few eggs broken. It's not like I killed anyone innocent, they are soldiers, what more can I do for them other than make them fulfill their wishes? To die for Atlas would surely make them happy. Hans had changed, once he was a gamer, he still kind of is, but behind every War Thunder player was a psychopath. Especially one that wasted away thousands of hours grinding in a tank game. He may have not realized it, but a game is an escape. We play because we enjoy what we couldn't do in real life. It's escapism that let us fulfill our fantasies, at least this is what Hans thinks. Dedication is another word for obsession. Hans was one of those after being exposed to the grueling reality of grinding, but he still enjoyed every moment of it. Numbers going up, vehicles being unlocked, the leaderboards with his name on them. Every single day was his mind playing to his true desires. He wasn't just a gamer. He was a War Thunder player. The moment the game got taken away, his life was changed for better or for worse. He didn't treat Remnant and its people like a game, the game was just a replacement, this is what he really is after weeks of continuous suffering. It could be just from the influence of LARPing, but immersion was always his pastime. Grinding was his life became a grind, and so he did everything in his abilities to be efficient. He had humanity up until he realized being human just made grinding harder. Why care for a few dead when there could be SL and RP to gain? Hans finally realized what he was after, a small question. Right or wrong, such a simple question for a complex situation if you ask me. Atlas was the one abusing workers and exercising their authority just because you have a military. When Ironwood was born into a life of comfort up in Atlas, did he ever think to remember that the military he developed was from the backs of the less fortunate in Mantle? Harriet widens her eyes. Hans had a point, so ignorant were those from the top that they ignore the whims of those lower than them. A class war to be precise. If Hans was evil in her eyes, what about her peers or even Ironwood himself? She shook her head, she was still loyal, but she had her mind open up to possibilities. There is a reason why only so few Faunus could reach such high standing. Ironwood was part of a system he is benefiting from. There are no good and bad, right or wrong, righteous or villainous. There are only actions. Not a description to tell the world and justify anything, we are the judge of our own and others' actions. There is no universal right. Tell me, do you even ask yourselves why I am doing this? Clover stepped in to answer instead of a shaken Harriet. We do not know. It will stay that way until we reach General Ironwood. What a surprise. You do not know. Why is that the case? Maybe because Ironwood is keeping more things from you than you thought. He told the people many times over, more excuses than ever. Hans pauses before unleashing a final nail in the coffin. I wonder what those soldiers who tried to capture me feel when their deaths were covered up because of his decision. They all remembered the faces of everyone who joined them on their task to capture Hans the first time when he was just minding his business, killing Grimm, not being a threat at all. Ironwood knew Hans was an evolving creature that only had the goal of killing Grimm. He had done so with complete obsession, yet it wasn't even a point to consider when deciding to capture and test a conscious being. They were your comrades, yet he let them die, and for what? I was the one killing Grimm, the same threat humanity has been fighting for most of their existence, yet you chose to ignore that fact along with the general. Face it, everything began because of him. I'm just returning the favor, you reap what you sow. Everyone went silent as they flanked Hans. They walked with a monotonous rhythm as they approached the outskirts of Atlas Academy. Marrow was losing aura from continuously using his semblance before his ears pick up something. Guys, I think I hear something approaching us. Clover snaps out of the dilemma and focuses on the noise. Tell the drivers to stop moving. Soon, Hans was stopped as well as the entire Aesops. They hear something faint, but Marrow was a faunus and could tell more accurately what he was trying to describe. It's like a droning noise, like pumps of air continuously ringing out. Hans chimes in. Hey. I kind of hear it too, I remember this noise. It's something very familiar. Arg. It's on the tip of my tongue. He feints not remembering the noise. Spit it out. Harriet demands. It kind of sounds like. Marrow hears the noise approaching from the sky. It's getting closer. Fortunate son. Glass shatters from the side as the 30mm cannon stares down from the afternoon sun in Atlas. The sheen glistens before the barrel takes aim at the transports and group. For everyone present, the rotors felt like it was slowed in time. The dance of the metal parts constantly readjusting and the Reichskopter hovering in the air made everyone panic. Get down. Clover yells out. TJG. 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 A shower of dust-empowered shots rained on the group. The military vehicles in the front get destroyed as the people inside scramble away from the wreckage. The Aesops take cover, and Hans gets freed from Marrow's semblance, which gave him ample time to not just escape but also capture the ones who captured him. It was an opportunity he thought of. No one knew of their new technology. Especially the ability of Neo, who was an assassin and was kept from the public eye. Usually, she was disguised and no one knew for sure what she looked like. Now, they knew the Aesops would remember how this would change. Aura shatters multiple times, the surprise attack from the VAF 121's cannon mounted on the chin. The Aesops were completely fooled. An enemy is at his weakness when they think they have won. Classic bamboozle fellas. Hans joked. Overclock. Hans had his acceleration double, he races out of Marrow's sight before suppressing everyone left with multiple machine gun fires. Clover had his semblance still activated. Luck was a strong semblance, but even that had its limitations when there was not going to be a way to escape. Clover. Hans yelled. Surrender. Your team is at my mercy, you know very well what ideas I have about people who follow Ironwood. Don't make the same mistake as him by foolishly choosing to fight me, it will be your last. The large Reichskopter was behind him and Hans' tank was in front of him. He didn't have a choice, he could still follow Ironwood's orders to the letter by trying everything he can to capture or fight him. But he knew what that would lead to. He breathed out a single time before dropping his weapon and raising his arms. I surrender. Blake lands behind Clover while pointing her weapon at his back. Clover felt the cool steel touching his head before his hands get gripped and turned to his back. The VAF 121 lands on the ground and pushes the snow and creates a large draft as it rests. The teams gets out and started to carry the unconscious bodies of the Aesops inside. They secured them in place before taking in Clover and held on by Torchwick and Young. Blake sighs before running to Hans, who ended his overclock a while ago. I can't believe that worked. I'm surprised they couldn't hear us following you while they transported you. Hans did have that risk accounted for, but he had a reasonable explanation. It's far away and the sounds of battle would mask the droning noise. It's hard to discern anything like the Reichskopter. Remember, it's the first of this kind to be used militarily. I don't think anyone has a sound profile on it yet aside from bullheads and any other Atlassian technology. Still, I'm glad that didn't go bad. I was worried when you said to us not to intervene. Torchwick figured it out first when we followed you. Blake started readjusting her cap from the discomfort. Is the uniform not good enough? I mean, despite it not having the armor plates. Your aura should be fine, is the cap too small? Hans asked. Blake nods. I think we need to update our outfits. I don't think the cap is necessary for me. She points to her faunus trait, a pair of cat ears. I'll have Torchwick think about it. We need to head for the office. Young might know their way around since I sent them here the first time to go from the academy down to the command center through vents. I might know where the location of the academy is, but I don't know anything inside. I admit, Young might not be the best option. Torchwick would be better to ask. Don't tell her that I prefer Torchwick's memory to hers. Blake whispered to Hans. We'll figure it out along the way there. Ironwood is in his office, I assume. Maybe even down to the command center since it's just below the academy. Though, Winter should be there instead of him. Hans theorized. Blake turned to head for the Reichskopter. Let's get you hooked up again, Neo might not be able to handle much more than a minute. She had practiced but making an illusion cover us is just taking out more out of her. Then what about this? Just don't disguise us at all. Blake turned around and narrowed her eyes. Seriously? Yes. You're going to announce to the school that we're going to kick out Ironwood, right? Maybe. HAA. Why did I have to stop reading my treasures for this? Treasures? Nothing. Chapter 72, The Clock Strikes 10. Ironwood impatiently tapped his fingers on his desk while his knee jittered from the stress. His hair was now unkempt and ragged as only had a few hours he had to juggle around the front lines before relegating himself to the home front where he managed descent. Where are they? The Aesops reported me of that thing's capture. He asked himself that yet to be fair, it had only been a few minutes since their report had been passed that Hans was under their possession. The day was already to a boiling point as more and more people are willing to become unruly and some of the troops started disobeying orders in favor of fighting the Grimm like they were supposed to. Ironwood checked the panel again, relentlessly checking over and over even though nothing had clearly changed for the past minutes. It was driving him crazy, more so when his semblance was dead set on what he thought was the priority. The general had good reason to try and curb Hans' influence. Once it had gotten out that the SDC had the CEO fall and a new one was going to be selected by the board. It would be obvious Weiss would inherit the company. Then, he knew what was happening, Hans was going for the SDC. No matter what was going to happen next, Ironwood was confident that Hans would go for Atlas and the rest of the other nations. Hans had already shown he was willing to infiltrate and take control of the command center by exploiting the requirement of vents in an enclosed building that was connected to his academy down to the ventilation system. A knock came on the door to his office, an almost perfect amount of pauses in between that some may question as being odd. Ironwood stood from his seat and opened the door after quickly combing his hair back to at least a presentable look. The door swung wide for Penny to show up. She was like any other student. Of course, under the guise of Ironwood's plan to use her as a weapon and keep to Pietro's wishes of trying to make her live her life as a normal person. Ironwood didn't understand why a marvel of technology shouldn't be used as a weapon. Then again, he was the type of person to use any kind of advantage if it meant to him that Atlas would have a better chance of living. She starts robotically announcing everything that has happened by now due to her protocols. Greetings, General, you called for me. I had left my classes at exactly 3:24 p.m. and the rest of my schedule dash. Yes, yes. He interrupts, which made Penny a bit down. She was excited to tell him about the various mundane work she genuinely appreciated. Enough about your day. Do you have a guard with the individual I am asking for? No one else has the right to see her, you are just there to confirm her presence. Remember, don't speak your name while she is in there. She nods before letting another person in. Yes. She is in stable condition and it seems like she has had not any contact with any other life form. The trackers and other safety measures I have put on short notice have not been triggered or detected another presence. Good, good. Ironwood still had a visible tick on his forehead, but he had calmed down a bit by his standards. All that was left of him was to further secure his own place in the military. He may lose the common soldiery and his support from the people, but there were still people he could use. No one would dare to oppose him in his own playing area. The school was his grounds and everyone from the freshmen to the seniors would not risk lifting a finger against him. He had a stranglehold until someone else could show how much of a rotten structure Atlas really was. Only a single kick in the front door and the entirety of Ironwood's built-up influence would fall. The desk suddenly blared to life, a display that showed someone calling for him. It was only for emergencies, so he stopped talking to Penny and briskly walked and sat down to accept the call. Sir. The students are in uproar and there's a metal box and a group of uniformed people here. We can't tell who they are under their masks except for one, Weiss Schnee. They say they're going to list out their demands and see you hang from a lamppost. Penny, emergency. Contact Specialist Schnee and make her arrive post-haste. General, wouldn't that compromise the organization of command and risk the stability of the front lines within Mantle? I calculate a 13.72% chance that this decision will lead to total collapse, a 54.98% chance that this command will lead to an uprising, and a dash. Time is of the essence, Penny. I thought I programmed you to listen to my commands. Know who your true creator is, not Pietro but the Atlas military. I greenlit your creation because I wanted the best results to combat that machine with a soul. Do not test me like this again. Why yes. General. Moments ago. Man, why do I feel like sneezing suddenly? I am cold in this damn frozen hellscape, especially since my entire body is metal but I don't even have a nose. Hans was being air carried through the main academy for a while now and he was reaching the main entrance. Torchwick yelled out from the bottom. Lunchbox. Red says the wind speeds are too finicky right now if she keeps going to higher altitudes. You might get blown off or take the entire Reichskopter with you. We have to abandon going directly to the office. It was to be expected, even the tallest building by altitude was going to be hard for Hans to experience inside a tank that was being carried by a Reichskopter. He expected it but he had high hopes, so when Torchwick advised him to abandon the first plan, Hans was already prepared for something like this. Alright. Land us in the middle of the courtyard. Take Yang and Blake with you to guard the Reichskopter while the rest of us head through the academy. We still have the nerve gas running so we have a limited time to get in and get out before the Aesops gets up. The roaring rotor blades slow down as they descended into the masses of people gawking at the sudden intrusion of a foreign VTOL in the midst of all the conflict happening between the Grimm and the Atlesian military. They chatter and spoke about the possibilities of it being friend or foe before Torchwick stepped out in his usual showiness and flaunting before he settled along with the rest of Team RWBY and Neo with their masks on. Their uniforms were hard to not miss, although what made their eyes go wide was Weiss, the assumed heir of the SDC, stepping out without her mask and her face in full view. No one expected such a different uniform style to the usual white and blandness of Atlesian architecture commonly associated with the Schnees. It emphasized their snobbiness and richer look. Though, the uniforms, the Reichskopter, and the tank roaming around were one for them to see and fear. No longer was it a sight they could see as boring, it was another neutral color. Black and grays were not usually associated with anything up until now. That would change because today was the day Weiss would take on the new role of being the face of one of the public figures for the Wehrmacht. What grabbed their attention and would forever cement the designs that Torchwick made was the pressuring look of the entire crew followed by the aggressive-looking but oddly alluring machines that came with them. Flanked by people with uniforms, boots tapped on the pavement as the students gave way to the mechanical beast chugging along the same entrance students used to frequent their stay in the academy. It was an ominous sight for an upcoming event that would reverberate through the ages. A day of reckoning for some but a revolution that would change the history of Remnant. Hans was being occupied by Weiss who had her uniform's white cap on to contrast and tell her apart from the similarly designed WW2-era German officer uniforms. They weren't the common soldiery and were equipped with aura, which made Torchwick do his fashion magic to create what RWBY had in mind while being influenced by Hans' system. Weiss stepped out of the tank as they got to the doors of the academy. Hans couldn't fit but if he used overclock to shove himself in by cracking himself open and shimming his way through, it could work. Weiss rested her hands behind her back in a formal way before stealing her expression and glaring at the nearby students. In reality, it was the scariest moment in her life. Taking control of herself and actually having the chance to speak her mind and not read a script out loud was her desire. Though it may have come to off as more than just nervousness. You. She pointed to a person in the crowd. She didn't know who it was or who exactly she was picking out at random but she had to go through with it. A random student with brown hair stuttered as they got ushered to Weiss who was still glaring. The combination of the frigid cold and the uniform made it scary for her. The only thing pushing them over to being downright terrifying was black but Hans chose gray to better suit the image of not being too intimidating but also being recognizable. Being an Atlesian meant Weiss was still beholden to the traditional values she was expected of and taught at a young age. Now, she had to throw all those away in order to follow Hans' grand plan for Remnant and beyond. Tell me, where is your leader? Where is the one who dared take my birthright and spit on the name of my predecessor? She asked with a heavy tone. The girl in front quivered but sought to tell her anyway. A tank is in the vicinity and the sheer confidence of Hans just sauntering over to enemy territory was enough to convince the students who were truly in control. He's usually at his office on the topmost floor. Weiss paused, letting the students focus more on the silence before she continued to speak. So, that is where that rat is. Do you all have no shame? The lives of thousands soaked the battlefield in crimson, bleeding all over the sacred soil of which where our city was built. Yet, here is the general himself, instead of commanding his troops and sacrificing himself for his nation and the people of Remnant, human or otherwise, he instead chose to cower inside the walls, sacrificing his duty over some selfish endeavor that has cost him nothing, but had affected others. Worse of the offender is all of you. She snarked out that last one, almost to a scream, more akin to a scolding by a parent. Unknown to her, something was pulling her mind to be an aggressive speaker. It was almost like a certain Austrian painter decided to give a lesson that she would not forget. You stay unfeeling and indifferent to the rogue general's ideas. Where were you when Atlas was attacked? What do you hope to accomplish in this institution when something as simple as protecting Atlas was going to be hindered by a man out of touch with his own people? What of the council? What of the higher-ups that hold influence over you all? What of my own father? The system that led Atlas for the coming years has shown its cracks. The audience began to lighten their hearts and deepen their listening. It was nothing ever heard of in Atlas. Just as the dissatisfaction in the mantle grew, so did the consciousness over at the top of Atlas. It was nothing more than words, but something in them stirred, not just from a spontaneous speech but a full-blown influence from some higher influence. You are the students of the future. The one that steers what should go on in this great country. Yet, again and again, we have been held down by the same forces that are supposed to do the best for us. The council is ineffective, the government abuses what it calls its own people, and the military has no leadership to guide us. Tell me again. Who is your leader? Ironwood? The infested council? Or are we finally going to change? This happened once before, no. A country plagued with the inefficiencies of policies and leaders. The people that led us to the Great War are the same kind of leaders we still elect today. How can we change when we keep using the same bloated method that leads to these crises over and over? I am an Atlesian, and so should you, but if that were ever to be a valid statement, we need to uproot the entire nation and build upon it a new method that will work. The audience started with just a clap, then another, and then another. It was true, Atlas was a rotten society at the top. Aristocrats fawned over riches at the expense of faunas who were their supposed people too. The continuous blunders that were hidden by the corporate speak of the leaders. The problems lead from one to another, especially in a place where their prosperity came at the expense of the hard workers in Mantle. Students of higher education knew their problems but were kept to a shut case. It was a problem that deep down everyone knew but was indoctrinated to never talk about. They were supposed to focus on the positives like a sheep, but in the midst of rising discontent, everyone would be exposed to the realities of living under their age-old system of governance. Whether it was Weiss who convinced them or something else affecting them, the students started to applaud and then roar in support as they saw a promising figure in front of them. This was a shining example of what Atlas was missing, not of a dull and subservient population but one that actively made it their goal to improve the lives of Atlesians and Remnant as a whole. Walls only shelter us for so long, like that general who calls himself a hero, we don't need to keep ourselves in. Aren't we supposed to be the mightiest of them all? We show our strength to the nations when we should have used them against the Grimm. Showpieces have more value than what the general has been doing. He tried covering up another accident, and that happened back in the past in Vale. I myself was horrified, but I once believed in him. Now that something as drastic as taking over the SDC and the council not doing anything about it, it's time we see for ourselves what we could do instead of letting it in the hands of old rich men in chairs. There is only one thing we can do as we approach the darkest of our times: we march. Even Hans was taken aback by Weiss suddenly turning into someone else while she ranted. Holy crap, Weiss is suddenly so intense. Being exposed to the realities of what being rich meant, what her father was truly doing, and how willing Ironwood is to further risk the lives of everyone. She knew Hans had indirectly led to many of her own fellow countrymen's deaths, but she pinned it all on Ironwood. It all led to him being the first to be aggressive and not cooperating even though Grimm was the true enemy. It had all been locked up inside Weiss, but now she could finally let it all out. Torchwick had already begun to record from a distance as soon as Weiss hopped into Hans' leopard eye. It was going to be sent to the world and beyond. Many would see a youth dissatisfied and angry. Even a single day of unrest was enough to blow open the gates that held the people's minds for so long. Negativity was ever increasing, but so did hope, a hope that one day, someone would take control and lead them all to a better life. Down with the council. Down with Ironwood. Hoist the flag of revolution. A chant was created, one that would echo over and over as the day turned into an orange dawn. Enthralled by their overwhelming desire for true reform, the people started to storm the school demanding his resignation, some calling for Ironwood to fight to his death against the hordes of Grimm. Crap, I don't even think I need to do anything. Hans was genuinely surprised. A plan never survives contact with the enemy. For the first time in Hans' life, he was glad this was true. He didn't even plan for this at all. Hans, RWBY, Weiss, and Neo were the ones leading the charge, the signature uniforms breaking down the doors and hallways as they made their way up. Hans tore through the academy with ease, now being able to do so because of the fervor the crowd had. Of course, they only followed a good distance away because if a confrontation ever happened then they could avoid getting involved by accident. Then, something scary approached him. A war machine's worst nightmare was not what Hans expected, giant world-ending Grimm. Maybe an entire army? No, it was something scarier. Hans arrived at what looked like an elevator that was definitely way too small for him to fit in. Damn. I guess I can never escape my one weakness. Indoors. Ironically, even though he was a gamer, what he feared as a tank was not the outdoors. It was the indoors that scared him. He couldn't fit inside a room. It was miraculous that Atlas had bigger hallways in their academy, not that Hans would even try to get inside in the first place. Though, because they had built Atlas Academy to be so tall, Hans had no choice but to go the long way up. Only one way now. Weiss sensed the confusion Hans had and decided to ask the people behind them. Is this the only way up to his office? The crowd nodded. It is. There's a reason why Ironwood's office is at the very top. I guess you could go by Bullhead, but if you plan to bring that machine with you then it's going to be hard. What do we do, Hans? Weiss hushed her tone as she ducked into Hans' commander's hatch. Hans was ready for this, but he needed observers to move out just in case they were to see. There are cameras too, for sure, especially one like Ironwood. Hans had a plan, but he needed a running start. Make them leave. I'll show you guys something I've been trying to work on since my stay here with Penny and Mantle. The others weren't sure what he meant, but it was theorized that RWBY would have another heart attack. Considering the situation, it made her focus on the task. They ushered everyone away, warning that they would be caught in the crossfire. Weiss made a show of everyone leaving and spreading the word of their overthrowing of the Council and Ironwood from command. As soon as the coast was clear, Hans backed up and made everyone stand back. What he had in mind was dangerous and would test the limits of his semblance. He stared at the elevator being open and breathed in, despite not having lungs. Alright, cowabunga it is. His tracks gripped the solid floor below, and the metal sparked as he revved his engines to the max. His acceleration doubled as he willed in his mind for his semblance to activate. Overclock. He entered the state of double attributes before crashing directly inside the elevator and tearing it into bits. That wasn't the end as he willed his different mechanical parts to split apart. Even the engine was torn away but was kept relatively connected together. Come on. His body jagged outwards and stuck into the metal surface of the exposed elevator shaft. He created 4 different legs, which were just his tracks he freely moved to split and straighten, making him able to climb the sides of the walls. Aha! I knew I had the feeling right. His increased control may have seemed lackluster, but completely comprehending how much possibility it had, Hans was all for it to learn everything he needed to fully exploit the ability. The metal groans under the stress, but he pushed forward, using every bit of focus he could muster to make sure the weight of his tank doesn't bring him down. He maneuvers the elevator shaft before arriving at the topmost floor and smashes the shut doors before entering the barren hall. Phew, that was close. Guys! He screamed in his radio-sounding voice. You can climb up now. The elevators are gone, but you could climb here no problem, right? The team said a collective yes before proceeding to the top. RWBY used her super speed and the recoil from her gun sight to go upwards. Neo skillfully navigated the edges that protruded from the elevator shaft, and Weiss used her glyphs as platforms. Hold on, that took a minute out of me, so I'll have to stay still. Hans used the time to wait and make RWBY do some forward scouting for the next free rooms. A minute later and his energy came back to him. He drove along the hallway and smashed through arches that used to hold the doors that were now thoroughly flattened on the metal floor. Ping! Huh! Hans was caught off guard by the sudden message. Event active. By Blood and Iron, 0 to 1. Description: the formation of a new atlas is imminent. The results of this formation will vary greatly on the choices you make. A crossroads had presented itself. Will you take the right path? The great questions of the day are not to be decided by speeches and majority resolutions, but by blood and iron. Weak to be devoured by the strong. Otto von Bismarck. That's ominous. Chapter 73, The Clock Strikes 11. Metallic and bland white painted walls and rooms decorate the topmost floor. Up until now, Hans made everyone search for Ironwood but were constantly stopped by soldiers of the Atlesian military. That's the third one. I can't believe people would still stand in front of Ironwood. Duty must serve them well. I suppose not everyone is scared of a machine barreling down toward them with the guns pointed straight at them. It makes me proud that we Atlesians could still have some sense of bravery. Weiss, it's not bravery, that's called being an idiot and not realizing we're launching a coup d'etat. Still, I can give some credit to the Atlesian military. From another side of the hallway, RWBY called out to them. Guys! I think I found it, it's to the right of here, she points to another room. The team followed RWBY's directions and saw the doors to Ironwood's office. Hans stared at the locked doors and backed away. Firing. Boom. The door gets blown away as the smoke and debris fill the room and the hallway. Everyone waved their hands at the smoke clearing before they all enter with weapons raised. Clear. RWBY asked, almost disappointed at the prospect of not being able to finally finish the mission. They're not here. Hans contemplated. Neo, get to the table and find something out. In response, Neo shot Hans a questioning look. Look, I know you're probably not fitted to this kind of job, more the killing type rather than the information and hacking type. She rolls her eyes. Come on, I know you're going to miss shanking Ironwood, but I need to get some information out of his personal device just in case he has data to purge. Neo thought about it, placing a finger over her lip before holding up 3 fingers at Hans. 3 buckets of ice cream? Hans asked. Neo sways her head before smiling. 30. She nods before going over to the room and looking for something. Alright, let's move on to the rest of the floor. We still have halfway to go, so let's move before Ironwood can find a way to escape judgment. A tap to his armor came from a red scythe. Hans. What do you need, RWBY? I just have something in mind, is this all really necessary? We've been going around killing Grimm and stopping Cinder. Now we're going around overthrowing Atlas. It's not that I doubt this is going to help. Hans, are we the baddies? That's a good question. Torchwick has told you already, hasn't he? To stop Salem we must take the responsibility of creating an almost self-reliant country that has the only job of culling the Grimm. This is all necessary to create that kind of country. We will do what humanity and Faunus have not tried and tested. A united nation with the true goal of exterminating Grimm. Then a thought tickled the back of his mind. Shit, that sounds familiar. A country formed under a concept of unification and then has the singular goal of exterminating a race. I guess Grimm aren't sentient, so it doesn't count. Hans was in denial. He was creating Remnant's version of a totalitarian state headed by himself and creating a militarized nation with the sole goal of extermination. Basically, he didn't want to think of himself as the bad guy. Even though he does this for the RP and SL from killing Grimm. I guess so. Torchwick does have a point in me needing to be realistic. I used to think killing Grimm was going to be it. Ironwood showed me there's more to that. I can't believe someone would be so radical as to destabilize one of the kingdoms further just because he wants you, Hans. Hans would have sweated. He was definitely the cause of the first wave of Grimm, but Ironwood was the one who destroyed the stability by taking the SDC over and not letting Hans have control over the SDC. Stop. They ceased short of walking when they heard heavy footsteps. Hans listened closely as they slowly crept up from the hallway and met someone Hans knew. Penny. She was lifeless, her eyes usually filled with vibrant energy dulled to a robot. Kind of made sense, but she had a soul, the same as Hans. Target acquired. Penny's body suddenly opens, the metal inside her body clicking before blades hovered over her and started charging. Green glows cover her levitating blades as Hans powered his engine to the max. Not even a salutation. Get down. Hans used his overclock, he saw what Penny could do in the show. Slicing entire bullheads in half with a laser beam wasn't exactly just going to gamble that he could handle that. The shield he had screeched before breaking and Hans felt his aura taking a hit from the laser beam. Thankfully, his overclock made him move out of the way. Shit, I don't really want to kill her at all. I know Pietro could probably revive her since she's a robot, but I don't want to go over the edge. Everyone. Load electricity and short her out. Don't kill her, just subdue Penny. She's not part of this, she's probably being controlled by that nutjob Dash. Another laser beam did a glancing blow on his hardlight shield. Just as he advised others to set their weapons to not kill Penny. Penny transitioned to using her blades when RWBY and Weiss attacked. A surge of sudden blasts from Weiss and a repeated amount of dust bullets impact the floor as Penny dodges. Teaming with practiced fighting over the past month just helping out the Wehrmacht, RWBY and Weiss act together in advancing the ground they had as Penny defends. RWBY swung her gunsixth to Penny's side but responds quickly when Penny decided to try and grab it instead of dodging. Weiss. RWBY shoots launching her backward as Weiss went next. Using the distraction, Weiss spins her Murdenaster and sets it to lightning dust. She dashes forward as Penny stabs her blades into the wall and prepares to use the wires that join them together. Hans realizes what she was planning based on the show. She could tug around flying bullheads with wires that appear between her hands and the blades. Stop, Weiss. Boom. The explosion sends the three backward, forgetting he was now twice as powerful as before. Shit, sorry. The shot alone could have sent the entire floor crumbling down if Hans had used armor piercing instead of DIPCBC. The floor in between Penny and Weiss got completely shredded as a hole formed from where it impacted. RWBY used the chance from Hans' shot to pelt Penny with lightning dust rounds she had strapped to her belt. Weiss followed up by using her glyphs to speed herself up while recovering from the blast and quickly made her way to Penny, who was blocking RWBY's shots. The battle wasn't hard, but since Hans didn't want to kill Penny, he had sacrificed his usual powerful cannon fire and let Weiss get close to finally tap Penny's body and sent an arc of lightning dust that short-circuited her. I got her. Weiss shouted. She lands on the ground and readjusted her Murdenaster as she points it to a seemingly defeated Penny. RWBY, is she out? RWBY squinted her eyes, the dust still settling down after Hans shot the floor. She noticed the eyes still glowing. She's still on. Wait, Hans says. Penny, are you there? Friend. My apologies, I cannot avoid my programming. She jolts from the electricity as she stays motionless on the ground. I feel slow. Hans. What's happening to her? RWBY asked. She must have gotten free somehow. I can't see what she's feeling. Her robotic body must have already installed functions to try and keep her alive. She's shutting down. Ironwood must have done something. She usually isn't this aggressive to those she considers friends. Hans turns off overclock as he converses with Penny. Penny. Where's Ironwood? What did he do to you? With the last of her power, Penny points behind her. Winter. Far side. Guard someone important. Protocol dash. Penny suddenly slackens her body and lay on the ground unmoving. A fail-safe, smart for a machine like in their common robots, but to put something on a sentient being is just cruel. Winter is also here, and something about guarding someone. Shit, it's the Winter Maiden. I'll have someone take that program out of you eventually. I don't know if you're still there, but I'll give you the life your father wanted. It's the least I can do for someone who unlocked my aura. Hans turns to his team and ushers forward when his energy comes back from using overclock. Let's go. Ironwood must just be past Penny. Leave her here for now. We have a man to catch. They all nodded. It was finally happening. Even without the rest of the team, they could be confident that they had the odds to win. Winter stayed at the front of the door, her heels clacking from the constant pacing she had. Ironwood had already told her to directly go to Freya's room, the current Winter Maiden. General Ironwood, why now? The battle is at a climax and my station is needed at the command center. The Aesops are supposedly out there too. Why can't he wait until all of this blows over? Specialist Winter, I'm glad to see someone today still has the sense to follow orders. Ironwood was clearly out of his mind. No more was the well-groomed individual. He let his hair loose and his eyes droop from the hours of stress. His hands were jittering, either from the cybernetic arm he had or from the levels of adrenaline coursing through him. Winter had to disobey part of Ironwood's orders. Accepting help from the Wehrmacht was going to make Ironwood not happy. Even though Winter knew based on the results of the battle right before leaving, the Wehrmacht was performing just as well if not better than the Atlesians on the ground. Mantle was well into the way of outright seceding from Atlas since the battle was closing in on the city. The second line of defense had already fallen and the army was steadily losing robots to throw into the fight. The Wehrmacht had held their ground because of the tanks, but the risk of letting their flanks exposed from the Atlesians retreating made them join in the repositioning of the defenses. At this point in time, Atlas still hasn't finished a field-tested version of the Paladin 290. The supposed evolution of the concept of the spider droid enhanced battle with the Atlesians. It was still rife with problems since Ironwood demanded that the development team needed to make it impervious to Hans cannon. The Grimm were at the walls, but the best news was that the flagship had been repaired and the masses of avian Grimm were cold enough for the Navy to properly support the ground units. Report on the situation, Ironwood asked. Winter was careful to respond, making sure to not reveal she had been getting help from the Wehrmacht. She salutes. General, we were on our way to begin bombardment. The ground units are struggling but the walls will hold strong. She looks around. May I ask where Penny is? As long as we can deal with those in the White Fang after we're done. Penny is fulfilling her duty to apprehend or kill anyone coming here. I requested her to fight to her death. If she goes down then she dies for Atlas. Winter's heart tightened. Penny was introduced to her shortly after she had finished. Unlike before, Penny had a personality Winter knew. Now, she was no more than an obedient machine. It made her doubt Ironwood even more. Now, go on, speak to her. Time is short and I need to know if we can still hold. You receiving her power is paramount. We are at an impasse. I hope you know what to do, specialist. Ironwood didn't even hide it at this point. He lifts out his gun from his holster and loudly racks it enough for Winter to know what he is implying. But, she wasn't still sure why Ironwood racked his gun. Power? Winter thought. General. What do you mean? Ironwood remembers their duty and what Ojbin neglected to do. An active stance on Salem. He finally breaks the real truth about the world. What's your favorite fairy tale? Winter was confused. General. Answer the question, he impatiently reiterates. I don't particularly remember dash. Then I will tell you one. The story of the maidens, to cut it short, they are real. One of them is Freya, only you can receive the power she has in order for Atlas to be protected. The way this power passes on is if the previous maiden has died. Winter wasn't just shocked, she was furious. What Ironwood was implying made her think for the first time that Ironwood isn't actually doing all of this for Atlas. Ever since she saw her comrades die for something so fruitless, the seeds of doubt had grown. So you're going to kill her when I speak to her? She asked. Letting her hand rest on the hilt of her saber. She didn't care about what maiden powers were, only that Ironwood was going to kill Freya. Of course, you were always destined to be the next maiden. Ever since I saw you work hard for your position and follow my orders to the letter, you are the best candidate, more than anyone else dash. Boom. She raised her saber in the direction of the explosion. In came the behemoth that was Hans, who was trying to navigate the corridors. She looks over the tank before her hand shook. Weiss. Another person was beside her in a similar uniform. The only thing distinguishing her was a red cape that flew around her back. Unobscured by a mask, Weiss stepped forward without holding her weapon. Sister. I'm sorry it had to be this way. Surrender, Ironwood has done enough for Atlas. Step down. Weiss, I don't want to either. I wish we could have talked about this over tea. I miss you very much ever since you left. I'm sorry I couldn't be a big sister when you needed it. Hearing the conversation, Ironwood had enough. Specialist, do you not recall my orders? Let us proceed with you becoming the maiden. I will not tolerate any more delays. He tries entering the room with his gun armed. Hans wanted to immediately react. I can't let him do that. I can't shoot indoors, I need to capture him alive. It says my decisions might change the outcome for good or bad, but how can I catch him from here? Wait. Overclock. His tracks unraveled along the sprockets of his tank and the wheels spun around as Hans manipulated his tracks to combine and almost move in a hypnotic sway. The tracks he has combined into a long-reaching metallic rope that jumps forward and blindingly snatches Ironwood's legs as he turned around. Winter was shocked, her blade spun to hit the large connections of tracks, but Hans' semblance made it twice as strong. Thud. Ironwood falls to the ground and sees the mechanical beast that was Hans open up like something out of a horror movie. What the dash? His body was reeled from the ground as Winter willed her semblance to throw miniature Nevermore summons at Hans, intending for her ice in the saber's hilt to infuse and freeze Hans. Weiss blocks the flock of Nevermores with her own glyph as Ruby assists in defeating Weiss' older sister. Everyone stopped just as they were to clash when they heard a gunshot ring out. Ironwood shot his own leg to try and sever it from Hans' tracks, deforming and gripping his ankles. Is he crazy? What kind of idiot shoots their own leg? You can't even escape from it, just let me hold you down for moderator's sake. Winter. Kill them. Your sister is an enemy of the state, I know you're stronger than them. Stop wasting time, you're holding back. Can't you see this damn machine is dash? No. Ironwood had a moment to think before his semblance took over and focused, disobeying, you too. My best specialist, the one who stood by my side, is defecting. I'll kill you myself. I'm not defecting, Ironwood. The moment I joined the military I was supposed to be a soldier that protected Atlas. Instead, ever since a month ago, I've been seeing you exercise your power, not to the benefit of us but an obsession over an ally. Ally? That thing is and will always be a machine. Unfeeling and only used for the purposes of strengthening the military. You don't understand dash. Understand? I understand you quite well now. I've had a hard time ever since that day. Knowing that the soldiers you sent were actually capturing a living being. How is that not different from the slave labor my late father uses? Then when he displayed aggression to Grimm, you still insist that this person is evil. She breathes in hard to calm herself down from releasing her feelings. Putting the saber now toward her former leader. I've had enough, Ironwood. Today has confirmed to me you are no more the general I admired. Her voice shook from the mental pain. It was hard for Winter to accept it, but Ironwood's willingness to kill someone close is too much. It's a shame, you were a shining example to Atlesians. I regret doing this, Specialist. I'll replace you just like everyone else. Ironwood whips his barrel around to Winter in front of him. He pulls the trigger as Winter easily dodges. The shot instead was aimed at Weiss. Surprised by the change in targets, she almost raised her arms up in defense. She still had aura but reflexively raised her hand in alarm. Suddenly, ice covered the room. Hans stared as his tracks retracted and attached back to himself, feeling overclock deactivating and restoring him to his original look. The Winter Maiden. Freya. Ironwood asked. The shot he sent was intercepted by a wave of magic that blocked the shot in its entirety and froze Ironwood to the ground. I never should have trusted you. She had heard the large explosion and put an ear to the door. She wasn't allowed to leave, but Freya still had the thought to examine the situation. She was heartbroken. Ironwood was trusted and Winter was her favorite person to talk to. Still, she had problems with memory and Ironwood exploited it. Ironwood had left his sanity behind, feeling the pressure increase and the day go from bad to worse. He tries getting out before he was restrained by RWBY and the Maiden. Winter, I don't blame you for this. Even if I had known Ironwood was keeping me here just to talk to you every day to make you inherit my power, I still would have enjoyed your company. The Winter Maiden was an old and senile woman. She barely could stand without feeling the burdens of age, but she held the conversation anyway. No, I don't deserve your forgiveness. I am ashamed to know I've only been talking to you because Ironwood was grooming me to be the next Maiden. Freya nods, her aching back sending her a message only she could know. Winter, I'm going to die. What? Hans rolled up from recovering and joined the talk. She's not going to die. The onset of old age is probably reaching her right now. I doubt she's going to die any sooner. The Winter Maiden stared at Hans. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things again because of her old age. I don't want to accept it, Freya. All those times we just talked and you spoke from your experiences, I'll just feel guilty knowing all of those was just a ruse for Ironwood's plans. Winter spoke. Why do you think so? I was a protector of Atlas, but the moment I was tasked with a mission to Vale I doubted myself. That doesn't mean you should give it up. I can't help but feel remorseful. I was supposed to be the Maiden because Ironwood manipulated us both to ensure I would receive it. I don't deserve something when even I didn't see it. My sister is more deserving if that's the case. She's the one who saw Ironwood for who he is. Freya looks around and sees the three standing and observing the conversation. Well, will you introduce me to these friends of yours? Winter points to her sister, her voice audibly raising a tone of happiness. This is my little sister, Weiss. In response, she waves at the aging Winter Maiden. Winter looked at Hans and RWBY, who stood still obscured by the mask. RWBY, you dunce. Take it off. Whoa, a little suggestive there, don't you think, Weiss? Hans quips. Weiss' face instantly turned red before ripping off RWBY's mask. You know what I meant. She turns to Freya. Hello, this is my friend RWBY and this tank behind me is Hans. Freya had a questioning look as her eyes meets the barrel of Hans' gun. He realizes he'd been receiving the same look over and over throughout his journey through Remnant. Don't worry, people have that reaction when they meet me. Anyways, we'll talk to you later. Winter, I have a request, lead the command center below. There's a revolution brewing and Weiss needs to satisfy them before Grimm starts resurging. RWBY takes a canister from her belt and shoves it inside Hans. She brings over Ironwood being restrained by Weiss and tosses him inside. Hans feels Ironwood inside trying to claw his way out but lessens as the gas takes effect. The great trial shall begin. Chapter 74, The Clock Strikes 12. The battlefield was rife with the stench of fading Grimm entrails and the smell of the Wehrmacht's rifles and machine gun spent cartridges wafted through the snow-ridden landscape. It was a hard task to succeed in. The walls of Mantle are being touched while squads of tanks and men sally out to remove megalithics that acted as the siege engines of the Grimm. The Reichskopter flew high from the sky, after being recovered by the team and making the Atlesians watch over the Aesops and Ironwood, it flew through the air and assisted. Team RWBY did not have the ability to influence vehicles that didn't come from Hans. Neo was the exception since her semblance could work anywhere as long as she is near or occupying whatever she wanted to make an illusion for everyone. There's so many of them. RWBY shouted from the Reichskopter's comm system. She saw the masses of black still approaching and coming from the nearby tundra of Atlas. Hans watched the spectacle. It was a miracle they hadn't been overrun. If Hans had to guess, it was at the level of maybe thrice the size of when Beacon fell in the show. Though, the Atlesians still had their robots and the Wehrmacht support. Tanks were really making a difference. The crew could ignore damage just from the armor and could punch right through with the dust-infused shells Hans had put in. Some powerful Grimm like the Alphas can tear through the sides or put a dent in the 50mm armor in the front. Though, most if not all the Grimm were shot by the effective cannons. Normal dust ammo sprayed dust directly into Grimm. Dust-infused bullets on the other hand pierce the surface and then detonate the dust from within. And it allows a strange and unexplained reaction with the gunpowder to create a better propellant. The problem was logistics. Thankfully the airfield was kilometers away from the actual battle and could resupply through the supply depot Hans had placed beforehand. It came with problems. Bullheads were the main transport of munitions to the troops for the Wehrmacht. Meaning a dedicated force of fighters to protect them. Hans telepathically communicated to avoid being drowned out by the noise of the rotors. Get us down, tell Torchwick to do his best in controlling this. I assume you've taught him as much as possible. Torchwick. Hans tells you to handle this. You read the manual, right? Don't worry, Lunchbox. I'm a criminal mastermind. Flying something made by Little Red is a walk in the park. Now get down there before we all get swarmed by these damn birds. Torchwick held on to the bars as he aims his cane at a Nevermore in the distance. A flare burns out and impacts the Nevermore, which was small enough to avoid getting hit by the Atlesian airships. Then, right below to the right was a part of the wall unmanned by anyone. Dead soldiers kept the snow warm as the Grimm pounded on the defenses and sabers tried scaling the walls. Great. RWBY, get me down and I'll give you your tank. We need to patch up that hole over there. The thumps of rotors reached the ears of the citizens as they saw Hans and his leopard eye touch down on the ground below. RWBY maneuvers the Reichskopter in place before letting Torchwick take the stick. Wow, it's just like a bullhead but somehow better to handle. Just go do your thing. Lunchbox, talk to me if you need air support. I'll handle the skies. Team WIBRN lands on the ground after leaping from the Reichskopter. The snow cushions their fall and they immediately get assaulted by Grimm. This feels so much better than holding back on people. Young shouts as she dented the skull of an Ursa. They're bigger than in Vale, I guess they're better punching bags. Hans lands as well after Blake unhooks him from the Reichskopter. Young, don't be too arrogant. You know how you overestimate stuff. Remember you trying to punch me back then? Her face looked like she ate a whole lemon. Of course I do. She had less enthusiasm when she remembered she only got hit once and almost lost her aura from it. Good, I don't want you to lose an arm after all. Wait, why is it so specific? No need to know, Young. Just don't go biting more than what you can chew. Hans' tracks buried deep into the snow. His hard light generator was emptying. The battle has yet to end because of his system. He had confidence though, they were finally here and Hans could test his doubled attributes to kill anything. He eyes the targets in front. Megaliath, where are you? He was crazy. Nothing was more exciting than testing new skills or equipment. Even though Hans had played War Thunder, he had other interests before he was taken by the snail. Still, having twice the power of an already amazing shell was going to make him fail NNN. Found you, he grips the snow beneath and trudges through the land to face the Megaliath. His gun sights jittered with excitement as he scopes in. Overclock. 3 kilometers. I can take the shot. He adjusts his sight before letting the shell go forth. Boom. His breach impacted the shell and a surge of kinetic energy recoiled his entire tank backward as the shell distorted the air and snow before leaving at quintuple the speed of sound. It was almost like he was punched in the face from the sheer recoil. A normal gun would break the instant it even let out. Twice the explosive mass and speed made it so everything was making Hans go backward. I wonder where that shell went. The shot misses. The combination of the increased muzzle velocity meant the sights on his tank were now inaccurate and he needed to guess it like before. If he uses the sights, he needed to click a part of himself to adjust the sight to align with the distance, but he was lazy and usually eyeballed it without using the rangefinder. Hans' eyes were like the sight of the tank. He could either view the ports from his tank, but he usually uses the sights. This is why he constantly looks like he was about to shoot someone when he stares at them. How the hell did my gun survive that? It should have broken from how damn powerful it was. Overclock adjusts the density of materials. It's why your armor also doubles and your things can survive such an impact. It compensates it through the system. Oh, you're finally answering questions, moderator. Haha, very funny, friend. Is that being sarcastic? He waited for seconds and even got to reload before he asked again. You there, moderator? He was met with even more silence as Hans aimed for another Megaliath. Damn, I guess I was left on read. Hans. We're ready, Grimm won't be coming for a few seconds. We killed the nearby ones already. Hans turned to see a Grimm innard-soaked ruby as it slowly dissolved into the air. Right, I'll give you the M48A2C. The Tiger 2 would be nice because of the armor, but I have something in mind. The Tiger 2 is too unreliable. Hans was thinking of using the new mode that would let him farm even more. Hordes of Grimm were usually handled by him easily, but since it was an intense amount of Grimm in a country where he hadn't even hunted made it so there were infinitely more Grimm, especially when Salem had the possibility of being part of it. Solidas, the continent where Atlas resided, had Grimm that evolved further from the normal weaker species of Grimm in the other continents. We're okay with it, let's all get in, girls. Ruby called to her teammates. Hans assigned them to a crew and watched closely as they occupied the tank except for Neo, who was not able to get a spot since the tank Hans assigned to them only had 4 crew slots. What about Neo? Ruby asked. Hans saved this since revengeance mode was risky. She'll be with me. You have your semblances to fall back to as you use the tank. Neo's semblance can camouflage me. She doesn't need to make me invisible, just make me similar to the ground since I'm not going to move around a lot. Neo nodded and climbed into Hans' commander's hatch as she rests her hands on the handles while being comfortable with her position. Let's do this. Revengeance mode, active. Warning, can only be disabled after 15 minutes. Hans spoke to Torchwick as he prepares himself. 4 minutes left on overclock. Got to make the most out of it while making Neo hide me if it ends. Torchwick. Do you see the team in us? Use compass numbers to tell me where they are based on our position. Use Neo's scroll and keep it together. Hans saw what looked like a struggling group of Atlassians mixed in with robots that were getting pelted by Nevermores and a new type of Grimm Hans encounters. Is that thing shooting fireballs? Lunchbox, there's a Sphinx and a flock of Nevermores in your front, but there's more arriving. Tell the brats there's a group of Atlassians fighting over around 298, if it's the sector then tell them D47. Why do these rich snobs design a coordinate system this primitive? It goes from a 100 from the cells, even I know a better way to designate zones. Torchwick had finally connected to the scroll and was being put on loudspeaker by Neo. Heard. Torchwick, help the girls out. I'm still not sure if the Atlassians will be able to transfer more reinforcements over since I made Winter pull out from the city itself. So I'm a babysitter now. Fine, just don't get yourself killed when you need my help. The sounds of rotors went further away as Hans saw the sight of balls of fire impacting the ground near the group of soldiers. Neo, the sights on the gun are wrong, but you can try using it either way. Hans' enhanced speed made him accelerate twice as fast, his engines were going overdrive and driving the tank forward even faster. The physics as to why this wasn't braking was complicated, but Hans chalked it up to his aura healing minor damages from overloading the pistons. His tank was subject to real malfunctions. He didn't even know if he could use his semblance without imploding from the stress of doubled engine power and weight. Still, he was surprised he was still working. Then. Shit, I'm starting to sink in the snow, aren't I? Hans didn't see it, but he could feel the cold seeping into his tracks and even his transmission. He stood still for way too long and the snow was being compacted by the increased weight he suddenly had. I'll disable overclock if I have a harder time traversing this place. Such deep snow was a common problem, but the tank he had was doubled in weight, making it harder for him to cross the frozen hellscape. He didn't know at the time, but many of the tanks that were going to be disabled in this battle were actually from mechanical failure and rarely were being destroyed by Grimm. Hans had fallen into the classic blunder of the snow being deeper than he knew it. Though he still was moving, the ground was still present, but his tracks were almost entirely covered in snow. It was still in the middle of the daytime, so he had time. After a while of moving, he came to a stop and saw the Sphinx. Its feline-looking features combined with feathers all over his body made him recognize the new Grimm. "Neo, take the shot." Neo was inside the gunner position, the heat from the generators inside Hans was soothing, thankfully, it was out of the way for her. Combining her small size and the careful positioning of the hard-light generator meant she could properly fire. Boom! It ripped straight into the Sphinx's head, cremating it instantly as the twice as much TNT inside the shell evaporated its body once the shell hit its mark. "You still haven't lost your aim, I'm surprised you could do that even after sorting through files in Ironwood's computer." Presenting such evidence as messages and encrypted files made sure Ironwood will go to jail or maybe worse. Hans had to negotiate even further after learning Neo had to kidnap someone in the school who knows tech and held them at sword point. Hans had to raise the payment to 50 buckets of ice cream because of that. Let's move to the next one. Torchwick, any trouble so far? The scroll was beeping out the sounds of rotors before Torchwick replied. Lunchbox, I've got to hand this to Red, she makes good stuff. Even that nutcase scientist did a good job. I don't even have to compensate for the air moving around. It adjusts it so easily. Sounds good. Hans spots the Nevermore's Torchwick mentioned, a flock of them already whizzing by armed bullheads while another group was further away. Never tried being anti-air as a tank since I was still a few hours in War Thunder. Guess, I'll try now. He urges himself to move before noticing something amiss. Damn. Time's up. Hans tried to move but couldn't. The time limit had ended from him just moving into position and firing on a Sphinx. This feels like waiting for repairs. Neo took the moment to cover them in a shroud of an illusion. Hans waited patiently as the 5 minutes went by excruciatingly slowly. Neo, can you still fire the gun? Boom. Cool, so I can't move but others can still mess my insides around. Neo, it's all you. She smirked, moving up from her seat and reaching for the shell in the ammo rack. She couldn't carry it adequately but she managed. It was going to be a long fight. The day was at a close, the dawn was setting, giving way for the blanket of darkness to surround Atlas. It was a short day considering they were in the northern pole. Hans watched as captains from the Wehrmacht stood from side to side while Blake was the one addressing them. So, how many? She asked. The Wehrmacht captain saluted before lifting out a piece of paper from his uniform's pocket in the coat. Of our equipment, 5 bullheads gone, 12 fighters were shot down and lost, 3 CAS are destroyed, 6 tanks were wrecked with 25 disabled but eventually repaired in Mantle. Fewer planes have been destroyed than I expected but that's a lot of disabled tanks. Hans thought to himself. Casualties? Blake was always worried about the deaths. She had been the one managing the Wehrmacht when Hans was in Atlas the first time and she had been the one technically leading them. It always ached her heart but she knew all of these deaths were from fighting until the end against Grimm. 24 dead. 102 wounded with 17 of those being in critical condition. They are all rushed to the medical center in Mantle in the heat of battle. Blake sighed, she'd been expecting high numbers. 24 dead in a single battle was rare. Usually, their advanced bullets would be enough. The siege took a lot of effort, even with actual vehicles. Solitas was a nightmare for them since Alphas were more numerous because the harsh weather allowed them to adapt and survive longer than in the more climate kingdoms. I'll go visit the severely injured and prepare messages for the families of the dead, her ears drooped from the thought before heading away. Shit. I know they died for a good cause but I can't help but think I'm responsible. Their loyalty is high, does that mean I caused some of them? Hans moved on, the same way he had done whenever he heard reports of the dead in their daily operations in Vale. Though now that it was finally finished, the siege of Atlas had ended and the people could sigh in relief. The increasing amounts of reports of lessening numbers made it so negativity gradually decreased. The report of Ironwood's arrest also made the news. One Weiss Schnee was seen by the students in his academy, making her the center of attention. Ding. Mission accomplished. By Blood and Iron, 1/1. Rewarded 3 million SL 200,000 RP. Dust is king, obtain a permanent supply of dust, 1/1. Rewarded 1,500,000 SL 150,000 RP. The battle had ended but Hans wasn't finished. Hans had everything done, or was it? Hans had a problem, some may agree that winning is defined as the best outcome, but what happens when you win too much? Hans had every ability to try and become based by taking over Atlas. But was that truly a good choice? Hans didn't know, there are different choices he could do. It would take weeks for him to rearrange the SDC with Weiss to make up the loss of income from making the Faunus have rights in their minds, so he had time to think. But for all those thoughts, one thing was certain in Hans's mind. Why was this the case? Moderator, why do you do this to me? Event active. Choose wisely, friend. Knight of the Long Knives. Description: the world will soon bear witness to the result of the siege. You have the choice of what happens next. The consequences will be dire, but each has its own outcomes and benefits. Warning: the crew around you will change depending on the actions you take during the duration of using the German tech tree. Values and possible effects shown may not reflect the true nature of the choice and can change. Option 1, Populist Uprising. Description: enable elections and let the people create a better system without your interference. Ironwood will be imprisoned for treason. The population will react positively. The Atlesian military will support you through Winter Schnee as the new general, although not under direct control. Option 2, a mirror in history. Description: enable elections, eventually lead the nation through Winter Schnee's candidacy by campaigning normally and exploiting the disgruntled feelings and societal problems in Atlas. Ironwood will be imprisoned. The population's feelings will depend on elections and how effective the campaign is. Ability to integrate economy and military in the far future. May take years or many months. Option 3, Declaration of a New Order. Description: democracy is no more, true power lies in the Führer through one of your closest aides, Weiss Schnee. Atlesian military will be absorbed by the Wehrmacht upon choosing this option immediately with 100% loyalty. Reorganize the entire state and proclaim a greater empire that will unite the world to eliminate the true enemy, the Grimm. The people supporting this will be in the minority but can be raised to half at most through certain actions. Details will only be shown after choosing this option. Not everyone will accept tyranny. Warning: you will stand alone against the world and Grimm. The calamities will waken and Salem will officially be at war with you. Every nation will view you as a threat. Will lead to civil war if not handled correctly. We're in the endgame now. Chapter 75, The Clock Tolls, Midnight Has Come. What had made man go so far? Face the wall, sir. When liberty has fallen under the rejection of the people, one must ask how a radical change could undo the basic freedoms of the citizens. Make sure the blindfold is tightened. Their staring eyes make you hesitate. Their basic needs were unfulfilled, the betrayal of the selfish and greedy that were supposed to help them. Were these the sparks for the rise of an autocrat within a defunct system? Take aim. People will never know for sure. Fire. Bang. 6 men land on the ground, and their last words were the begging for a higher power to forgive them. The smoking end of the barrels left a fierce trail of white as the crowd roared in support or stared in indifference. It had been only decades since the council governmental body had been enforced on Atlas through the aftermath of the Great War. Defeated and left to the whims of the self-interests of the influential, Atlas had fallen in decline on the inside. It was a prosperous society made of papier-mâché. Only a gleaming image on the outside but a hollow core in the midst of that golden age. Many if not all the citizens in Mantle suffered under this inequality while Atlesians above them were blind to what their parents and ancestors were doing to Mantle, the exploitation of cheaper labor, the racism that was encouraged, and many more further strained the backbone of Atlas. It was an industry that was built with inequality and decadence in mind. Send the next ones in. Don't add in the blindfold for this one. Revealed in droves, shreds of evidence of backroom intrigue or turning a blind eye to dealings from within, the council was filled with positions of people not interested in giving better lives to who they governed but to further their own. The soldier approached the next in line and recognized the person to be executed. Ironwood, how far you have fallen. To think you were considered a hero once before everyone knew how much of a snake you are. At least you get to join your friends when you leave this world. I have done nothing wrong. I couldn't do anything to help it, I did what I could to help Atlas. So you knew of their motives yet you stood and watched while benefiting yourself. No wonder why the Führer and his Reichsministers arrested you that day. You know that isn't the whole truth. That thing is not a dash. The gunstock of the soldier's gun jogs the old general's head. It stuns him and disorientated his sight as the soldier grabs Ironwood's unkempt hair. Respect the wisdom and will of the Führer. We are not those and that, Faunus, human or machine, we are all here to exterminate the plague that is Grimm. We all live and die to receive our birthright, we are all people of the Volksreich. Filthy Grimm sympathizer. Another soldier spat out. The soldier adorned in black slams the tired and weary Ironwood to the wall. His head is bruised under the pain as the man forcefully gags him and turns him to face the crowd. Hail victory! It was a time of true change in the world. A source of inspiration and a realization to many. Technology had advanced so far and society had adapted to what it truly yearned for. Extremism was subject that even we know the effects of, but when dealing with another world so far from your own, no doubt it had been inevitable that such an experimental ideology was put into place. Such was the fate of Atlas. Take aim. In a world full of monsters, they had sought to fight back, the wishes of those had come to fruition as a new age had begun for Remnant. A man stood high above the crowds of people, in a uniform that both are similar yet different from the other six around him. His mechanical human-like body shifted as he grips his hand tight while the crowd cheers and showers words of praise. The bell rang out as the final hour was upon the world, the clock had struck midnight, darkness has settled in the world. Moderator, you were right. The man utters. Fire. Bang. The crowd silences before raising their volumes as the men on the execution platform fall to the ground drenched in blood. He turns to his Reichsministers. It will all be necessary. Total war is upon us, am I to assume you are all aware of all of this? Yes, Hans. The ends justified the means, a unified world against a threat that culled them for years. The group of leaders was left unfeeling to the executions happening below, it was a necessary evil, for the true good of the world, or so they thought. We are at the point of no return. Among the bellows of support from faunas and humans alike below, above were located the people who had changed the world, standing inside a house, in New Berlin. Yes, this is a reference. Declaration of a new order, progress 100%. Event active. NSEG 0/1. Months earlier. Hans' mind hovered over the third choice from his head. He was curious and intrigued by the description. Option 3, Declaration of a new order. This. Moderator, you usually don't do choices like this. I've never seen a quest where I could choose. I wanted to see something, friend. I see the direction of where you are going to go. Then, I got inspired, you had plans in mind, didn't you? So let's make it a choice. I had thought of doing this, but it just seems so risky. The bonus of assimilating the Atlesian army is nice. 100% loyalty is very good, they listen and there's no risk of corruption because of loyalty. I know. That's why I put it in there. You're such an interesting person to watch, if you looked at yourself from when you got here, you wouldn't recognize yourself. What does that mean? That doesn't have anything to do with this. Nothing. There's a reason why I picked you of all people, friend. That's even more suspicious. How do you even make an answer the most non-answer ever? Seconds passed with no response. Damn it, moderator. Why do you keep disappearing like a father getting milk? Hans looked over the choices again, reassessing what could go wrong and what benefits it could give. He was seriously considering the third option, maybe a little of the first one. The third option may not be the best in terms of safety, but it has the best potential. Fully controlling a country and eventually uniting the world is going to be my answer to Salem's forces. Then he swiped mentally to the first, this would make sense, but even that has risks. Leaving the population alone might look like a good option at the surface level, but that's asking for even more anarchy if groups were to form. Hans looks back at his team preparing to leave and some were waiting around like Neo and Torchwick. Hans was truly being the leader when they awaited his orders before doing anything. A power vacuum always leaves a country in a mess unless I take control myself. Who knows what kind of political parties would spring up after this siege. Unrest is already at its highest, and society is going through a massive shift. Anyone could rise to inspire a merry band of people to take up being the president with or without violence. Plus, the council members are still influential. So complicated, I need to choose my steps carefully if I choose the third option. Hans then sighed out loud, enough for the team apart from Blake to hear it. Hans, what's wrong? Are the deaths of your soldiers that shocking to you? Weiss peeked from the side of Hans' tank. Yes, but that's not what I am worried about. What happens next is my question. Atlas would fall under its own weight if I don't make sure I can do this properly. Well, we're always here. It's not like you're going through this alone. It's my country where I was born and where my life is, I can't see it fall now. Right. Hans nodded as he blared his engines. Call Winter and Blake, they are handling the aftermath, but I need them here. Also, I have someone I need to talk to as well. Who is it, Hans? Get me Pietro Polendina. It was an odd request, Of all the people being called, a scientist or pharmacist owner in Mantle was not one anyone would think of when handling an in-progress revolution. They followed his order without question though. Everyone was used to Hans being enigmatic in what he was asking people to do for him. So do you all know why you're here? Lunchbox, we've been standing here for the past half an hour and you've been staring out the window for a while now. You don't say anything important when asking for a meeting. Hans was indeed inside a military installment within the city of Atlas, given permission to stay alone by Winter. It overlooked the city and everyone was holding a meeting there. We're here to discuss what's going to happen now. Winter, I assume you are uncertain of the Atlesian military now that Ironwood has been arrested. Winter had dropped her usual formality in front of Hans to his request since he wasn't used to people speaking to him like he was actually someone respectable, Hans being a gamer and all. There's a lot of uncertainty indeed. The military has already splintered into sects that support their commanding officer to become the representative in the council seat. Even then, the council may not exist after this. Hans had a smirk forming, if only he had a mouth. Well, let's just say that won't be a problem once we're done with this. It was a sinister remark that no one could decipher the real meaning of. Hans. RWBY worryingly asked. Are we going to kill them? Ha. What? No. They are way too valuable to murder. Where did you get that idea from? Besides, I'm not going to do anything drastic like killing anyone without talking to you all. Yet. Sorry, it's just I thought this is the direction we are headed. That's why I called you here. Where are we going from now? I need your input. I have 3 trains of thought I'd like for you to talk about. 1 is that we leave the population alone to make a new system, 2 is that we actively participate by making Winter our representative, or 3 we stabilize the country by creating a dictatorship. To his surprise, everyone considered the choices seriously, even the last one. Especially since it was one of the more radical ideas. Lunchbox, from what I saw during our stay in Atlas Academy, the people there are aware of the problems in the council. I doubt it's the same in Mantle since it's severely underdeveloped educationally, but everyone has been spreading around that the council republic is dying. Uniting the people under a strong leader that has the common good in mind would be better at stabilizing a shitty situation, lest we risk more Grimm sniffing out negative emotions. Weiss almost groaned at Torchwick's statement. Although I regret accepting anything Torchwick is related to, I agree with him. We need to take control and ensure Atlas won't fall further into disarray. Neo raised her hand and signed out in agreement with Torchwick. RWBY offered her concern. She had doubts about the way freedom was being stripped away from the people. Would that make people trust us though? I don't like how we're acting so much like villains. Red, this is the real world. You may have in mind about us being heroes that do good, but that isn't the case. I've told you before you should get rid of that naivety of yours. Hans already told you before that there's no good or wrong. Torchwick is right. Hans replied. I'm making the mother of all omelets here, RWBY. Can't fret over every egg. Besides, I have a plan that will settle down the distrust we're going to make. RWBY had always known she had second thoughts and was uncertain of telling them. Is this what it takes for us to defeat the Grimm? It's not that I don't want to follow you, Hans, but is this right? Yes, people have been divided for too long. The Great War happened because of the self-interest of separate nations. Even the late great King of Vale had interests that did not align with the greater good. Unification is a required action that will be the answer to everything. I will do anything to finally end the Grimm threat, even when it ends the freedoms of man and faunus alike. RWBY's mind went in circles. She gripped the cloth on her uniform, rubbing the insignia representing her stitched on the upper right of her torso. Okay. Hans. What do we need to do? So you are all prepared to do this? There's no going back once we all decide to follow through with my plans. I have one question. Pietro, sorry again for asking you to come here in such a short time. Is something concerning you? I do. At the same time, I do agree with stabilizing the current situation. Are you sure you won't go too far? Something like this hasn't been tested out. Even Vale's king after winning the Great War didn't exercise his authority to pursue unification. By too far, what exactly do you mean? You will know when you start having doubts about your actions. I won't go too far. The goal is not to press further into subjugation but by making the people accept a new status quo. Changing the world will always have its setbacks, but I will make sure it won't be a problem. Pietro was always one to care about people. He voluntarily left the luxurious life in Atlas to help the downtrodden in Mantle. Okay, I trust you. I'm glad you didn't kill my daughter even when Ironwood implanted a failsafe on her. You have my support. Right, here we go. Hans mentally clicked on the choices he was presented with. It turned the display back to his HUD and showed into sight. Option 3, Declaration of a New Order. Confirm. Yes. Event active. Declaration of a New Order, progress 0%. Solida's Rex Awakening, 21 days. Description: the combined negativity elicited from the siege and the world's reaction from your hostile takeover will awaken ancient Grimm slumbering all over Remnant, and the first of 4 will re-emerge from the frozen lake in the center of the Solida's continent where Atlas is. One that even Salem cannot control. Civil war imminent, 14 days. Description: a war will break out if you do not address the situation well. Finish: seizing control, a campaign of extremism, mass arrests, council under heel, to avoid total collapse. This is a test of your will and humanity. Remnant must be indivisible, bloodshed is unavoidable. Each required quest has its own subquests related to it. Seizing control 0/1. A campaign of extremism 0 of 1. Mass arrests 0/1. Council under heel 0 of 1. Restructuring 0/1. The Grocer's Volksreich 0 of 1. Announce your presence 0 of 1. Purging of 1,000 0/1. Ha ha ha. Moderator, you cheeky bastard. You're not exactly making things easy, are we? If you don't reward me for each of these quests I'm going to be so mad. Hans went into action, scrolling through each quest separately and prioritizing which ones he should do, saving the more extreme ones for last. He was a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will. Hans hadn't slept for almost weeks since he doesn't need it, only doing so when he gets tired mentally. Now, his mind was excited for once. A challenge was always welcomed and it seemed like Hans was actually looking forward to overcoming the moderator's challenges. Everyone. The crew stood still and had their eyes locked on the tank in question. If you have a scroll with you, take notes. We're going to be busy. First, does anyone here know how to run a militarized secret police? Chapter 76, The New Order. A red-haired girl stood strong with a rigid fierceness in her stance. 4 of the 8 team members in front already backed away as she mercilessly beats half of her opponents without much trouble. We give up. The leader yells. He angrily slams his weapon on the ground as he picks himself up, his other members sour on the loss but understood the huge gap in their fighting. Pira Nikos wins. Glinda announces. Once again your loss is because of your lack of teamwork. Mr. Winchester, please avoid being so brash and lead your team correctly. Perhaps having 8 people against Nikos was more of a disadvantage. The student grumbles under his breath before walking away in shame as his teammates pick the others on the ground up. That's all for today. The dance is within the next 2 weeks on Wednesday. Although I will warn you to not let it distract you from your studies, the Vital Festival is underway and the combat tournament will be next month. Be prepared. The blonde school disciplinarian turns to the door, not wasting time since her schedule of being the combat professor and Ojban's personal coffee machine wasn't ending. Miss Goodwitch? I have a question. She turns with a stern gaze at the redhead that spoke. Yes, Miss Nikos. Pira approaches, the sounds of her steps drowned out by the students leaving or chatting away after the lesson ended. Her hands were stiff, she was disturbed by an unnerving fact. It's about Team RWBY. After that siege, there has been nothing being reported in Atlas. I heard from Blake that they were headed there in the last 4 days. I know they're technically exempted from classes but are they okay? Glinda had a slight frown that could be seen if you look closely enough. There has been nothing as of yet, so for now relax and focus on the Vital Festival. It's no time to be worried, that's our job as your caretakers. As long as you are in Beacon. It was an unreliable answer, Pira had to admit. For days after a deadly siege with no news coming out was bound to worry the world, especially when she knew her friends were part of it. Pira. Is something wrong? We saw you talk to Glinda. Yeah. Nora responds. You usually only do that when asking about really important stuff. Like how that thing with one of our friends kidnapping and dash. Ren swiftly slaps a palm over her mouth. It was too much being revealed by someone as loud as Nora. Nora, please don't say anything more. You already revealed that RWBY was given privileges before. Pira brushes their worries off, intending not to concern her team leader. Nothing important, John. I'm just worried about our sister team is all. It's been days since I've heard from them. The last thing I know was Blake telling us that they'd leave for Atlas. The news about Ironwood arriving in Vale and then leaving to take the SDC, right? John rubs the tip of his chin in contemplation. Maybe it's related to that. Could it be possible that he was the cause of this? It was a sobering thought. Maybe Hans wasn't as trustworthy as they all thought. Then again, they all heard his motivations. That's certainly a possibility. Pyrrha sighs at the thought. Let's go. We still have homework to do. Speaking of homework, when Team RWBY gets back, do you think they have to do anything from the past weeks? It's a lot. John mentions. Nora jumps in front and slams a hand down to his head. That's because you're just a dunce, dummy, she playfully taunts. It's not that much if you're me. Ren, still not showing of any emotion whatsoever, demonstrates to Nora the grueling reality of academics. Nora, you've only barely passed above the average, and that's possible because I've been doing half of your work whenever you overdose on coffee. Even if you do answer, you somehow make everything wrong even when Pyrrha and I show you both the answer. Ren, you're silly. That's why I said it's not a lot of work, I don't do them anyway. Ren was unimpressed, though he wasn't able to show it due to his passive semblance. That's not something to be proud of. Meh, doesn't matter. Let's head back, I gotta finish that new DLC they released. Nora, we have homework. He grips her shoulder menacingly as Nora tried to dash to their dorms. Finee, at least one quest. He was silent at that. It was obvious Ren wouldn't let her. One long and torturous amount of homework later. Finally. It's still 8, if I drink some coffee maybe I can reach the end of this DLC if I pull an all-nighter. She pulls out a sizable thermos as soon as she was done copying whatever Ren and Pyrrha were done with. John was doing the same but actually putting in the effort to understand what was written down. He failed, of course. John didn't understand a damn thing. Nora flips her collapsed scroll in her hand, waved it around, and flourishes it before opening the hard light screen open. Ah. Nora. What's wrong? Pyrrha notices the drop in energy from the usually active member of their team. Not saying a word, she turns on the loudspeaker and faces her scroll to the rest of the team. Is that Weiss? John stood up with a shocked look. It wasn't the sweet princess, his words, that caught his heart during the initiation period in Beacon, though that was his delusion of thinking that way. John can be pretty dense, and even then that was understating it. When Weiss showed a literal icy attitude during their first meeting, John misinterpreted it as Weiss playing hard to get. So when he saw what Weiss was wearing and then the intensity she had, there was no mistaking what had happened. John could have finally gotten a brain cell to realize something so subtle like body language and the general atmosphere of a person. That, or the fact she was passionately and almost angrily shouting a speech that had been spread around in the news. Citizens of Atlas, on this day we mark a transition. For decades we have been cursed with a slowly decaying disease called democracy, or so what the traitorous council has been telling us. This is no democracy, we have been misled and taken for fools. Weiss tightens her hand to a fist and slams the wooden pedestal she stood behind. Fellow Atlesians and non-citizens took up arms to protect from a common threat, the Grimm. It has shown today that I and many others, whether faunus or human, are willing to defend the civilization we have worked up to build. She raises her right hand and with a claw-like gesture, she emphasizes her words with actions. But not only did we see firsthand the effects of a dying system, but we have also seen the fruits of the blighted roots of the corruption within. Enemies are not just from the outside of our walls, traitors are roaming around. In the streets and your home, your neighbor, your father, mother, or sibling could be the one supporting such a decadent government. See through the lies of the council that worked so hard to hide the reality. So what do I say to these leeches that threaten to suck the citizens dry? Try. Try and take away what we still have, try and ruin our nation more. Try and help the Grimm like the filthy monster sympathizers you are. Don't call yourself human or faunus, you are the same as the creatures we fight. How are we supposed to protect and finally break free from the threat of Grimm? These traitors shall be hunted down and defeated. Any collaborators will be treated the same. We are at an impasse. I am asking you, the citizens of Atlas, no, the wider world of Remnant, to see through the status quo. These are trying times. It's been long awaited for us to finally reclaim Remnant as our own. The Atlesian military is too deep into the cancer called council-sanctioned crime. I have no choice but to reform this military into one that turns its guns for the greater good. In order to safeguard the nation, ensure stability for its people, and look forward to a better remnant, the territories of Atlas will be reorganized into the first Großes Volksreich, for a safe and secure society, which will last for 1,000 years. A roar of cheers could be heard from the mic. It picked up the howls of support to the point that the audio was nothing but the loud phrase of "Hail Victory" being chanted. By bringing the city's standards up, uniting the world into one nationality and culture, the corruption that seeped its way into our lives will never resurface again. Hail Victory! The chant started again before the connection was cut and turned back into the normal news that was shown to be clamoring at the interruption. That wasn't a normal broadcast? John asked. Weiss. RWBY. Everyone. What's going on? Pyrrha uttered. There he sat in his office, alone and without his usual beverage by his side. A bitter taste was already in his mouth. He didn't need another drink after what he heard earlier. The CCTs are all connected, so when an unintended broadcast came, it shocked the world. From each corner of Remnant, everyone connected to a local or regional CCT heard the calls for unification. Though, what many focused on was the subsequent dissolving of Atlas as a nation and the formation of a new country out of nowhere. In only under a week such a power grab was in full force in the Volksreich. Glinda. I was wondering when you would show up. Glinda walks out of the elevator and takes the position near Ojbin's desk. So you have heard of it. Atlas, or should I say the Volksreich, has been taken by him. Truly, no one would recognize such an incident ever happening, with one of our students nonetheless. Haha. He chuckled at it. Glinda knew it was no normal laugh, not one of joy but a wild reaction to a shocking situation. What do we do? She asked. Presently, ever since Lionheart's replacement as headmaster. I can assume Mistral is neutral in its stance on this new nation. The council there wouldn't want open hostility with Atlas, I mean the Volksreich. Our students, what has changed in them? I can see it in her eyes, headmaster. I know that look from veterans huntsmen and huntresses, a clear vigor in their cause. A questionable cause at that. Ojbin adds. He continues. For now, contact the headmaster of Shade Academy. Go on full alert and increase the load on the students and active huntsmen and huntresses. Dust is controlled by the SDC, so start stockpiling. Glinda's brow twitched and an ominous feeling reached her mind. Using the children? No. Why would Ojbin ask students barely adults into service? Are we going open to hostility against Hans? You told him you are in an agreement. Glinda pushes up her glasses as she spoke, trying to hide her reaction to Ojbin's response. We are, nothing is stated in the agreement for preparing for an armed conflict, we are still allies in name. We must get the new headmaster of Haven in as well. We could be leading in dangerous territory. Caution is advised. Ojbin, are you insinuating another war could break out? The Volksreich against the world? He is visibly uncomfortable at the notion. He was Ojbin, a reincarnating wizard that lived through ages. Including being the one who fought in a great war. He was the late king of Vale, the same one who won against the Alliance. So knowing this, he already had seen the effects of a global war. A second world war, a terrifying thought. The world is changing again. Ojbin stood up and walked to the view overlooking Vale. I need to use my influence to push for a militia and eventually a military. But, that goes against Vale's late king. His wish was to disarm the nations. Why stoop to Hans' level? We adults can deal with it, no need to involve the academies in this. Glinda, I'm sure Vale's late king would see our reasoning to be acceptable. An old castle stood among a barren land. Pools of dark material bubbled and rose as a creature of the Grimm emerged, joined by hundreds if not thousands more emerging throughout the forgotten continent. A continent of Grimm that even the nation did not risk to set foot in, let alone try and create a civilization. Inside was a woman more monster than a person, a grotesque fusion between a Grimm and a human. She clenched her hands even further, eventually breaking the scroll provided by one of her members in her inner circle. Ozma, is this another plot of yours? How ludicrous, one after the other, she stood up and the remaining people in her group quivered except for a scorpion faunus who had a wide grin. Yes. My queen. Tyrion Kalos almost looked ecstatic at the thought. Even if it was punishment. Not you. She steps to another person kneeling in respect. When our attack failed, have you discovered who exactly the cause is? Is it the same one that killed my pawn? I am not certain. Ever since the date we tried to push our initiative, each day was making it more difficult to ascertain what situation is happening. I have access to the camera's system in Mantle, but every day the number gets cut in half until it ultimately became none. So you have failed me? Yes, I am ashamed but more motivated by this failure. I was not able to truly comprehend how a small detachment of previous White Fang goons could organize into an effective force. Salem resisted the urge to strangle them all. It was a frustrating failure. They were so close up until the walls of Mantle held on. If there were only more negativity to make it easier to control Grimm, they would have won. They severely underestimated how fast the Wehrmacht could mobilize. Salem was contemplating going there herself and leading an infinite amount of Grimm to destroy the cities. What stopped her was the lack of such a massive Grimm to break through, and that she wasn't going to recklessly charge against an enemy. She lived for eons. Caution was a lesson she had learned so long ago after she fought with the brother gods. The gods that used to rule over the old world, shattering the moon and leaving the world a remnant of what it once was. Is it still possible? I await better results this time. I do. Hacking into the backdoor of the CCT will help turn the robots in Atlas into ours. Once we do, it's only a matter of time before we can recreate the situation in the siege. Who do you have on the list? We must eliminate them first. If you are not certain as you say, then we are dealing with someone capable of doing that. If Ozma is not included in it, then who is? She gritted her teeth like she hated saying the name Ozma, Ozpin's real name. A history even beyond the lifespan of current humans lies in the story of the two once-married couple. Unfortunately, the vehicles of unknown origin, which I have tried extensively researching, yielded no visible way to see who is inside of them. Although, progress in recreating a similar build is steady. Then we cannot move forward with anything until we are sure what power someone could wield. What kills a man is their overconfidence. I will not be the same kind. Yes, you are very wise, Your Highness. Meanwhile in Mantle. Mantle was in a full celebration, though it was mostly the louder ones that expressed it better than most. Despite only having a fraction of the population following, the last few days were filled with positivity. Two men inside a bar chuckled and laughed their hearts out, cheering after the successful rally and speech Weiss held after seizing control during the first days after the siege. Man, at least the Schnee can do good. Unlike that older sister of hers, I still don't trust her. She was with that snake after all. Don't be like that, the Schnees were good. Their grandfather, Nicholas Schnee, was the real man. He helped the people in discovering and mining dust. He was a good person, a far cry from that bastard Jock. The man chugged another beer before slamming it down and continuing. Now that Weiss had finally taken up being the head of state, she can surprisingly lead and manage us, don't you think? Even though it's early to say, she's been following her day one promises, right? Yeah, don't tell anyone, but my daughter-in-law is a faunus, having rights and all are amazing. As well as the stuff about free elementary education, free healthcare, no loan interests, and a package of dust to use. Don't be scared to tell anyone you have a faunus relative. I agree with the leader that we should stick together. Now that I think about it, the racism was made by the council, no? Ha! Maybe even the other stuff they told us, like working hard, even though most of the profits go to the greedy oafs on the top. True that dash. A chair was violently knocked down as another patron stood up from his seat and approached the men. You! Do you really think that Schnee could do that? The faunus belong in the dirt. The council gave us what we needed. The first man stood up after being interrupted. Who the fuck do you think you are? Whoa, take it easy. His friend pushed the two away and created distance. You, leave. If you can't take a simple public conversation, then don't pick a fight. Maybe if you shut your damn dash. The man gets punched in the face and thrown outside by the bartender, who looked at the whole thing happening. He wasn't a supporter or anything, but he hated anyone trying to make a mess. The first man looks at his friend and relaxes. Sorry, I couldn't just let that son of a bitch talk about faunus like that. No worries, man, I have another idea in mind. He pulls out a piece of professionally made business card. He reaches over and hands it to the first man. The first man takes it and looks over the number and title of the card on top. The Gestapo? He asked. When I attended the first rally, they told me to report anything like these situations and advised me that anyone else that supported Weiss should know this. What's the Gestapo? His friend smirks and walks closer to whisper. Peacekeepers. It was nearing night, and the man that was kicked out shuffled his way into his home after hearing all the talk about Weiss and the new country. He spits into the ground and opens the door to his home. He was middle income and received a decent income. The man was a foreman in the mines and saw the takeover as nothing but a destabilizing force. Papa. You're home. A small girl raced for the door and embraces the man as he lifts her and spins her around. Of course, darling. I wouldn't miss a day without seeing you. A woman walks into view and calls out to him. Hello, thought you'd like it if I made your favorite. She points to the dining area. Yes, please. He places his daughter down and kneels to her level. Let's eat dinner, okay? The child nods happily before joining her father in the dining room and eating. It was a delicious meal. He did enjoy his wife's cooking. Especially after a bad day, he was prone to reacting, but she knew how to calm him down with food. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Excuse me. We have a delivery for you. It came a bit late, so sorry for the trouble. The man stood up to get the door but was stopped. I'll get it, enjoy your food, his wife states. Though neither of them knew what package was being delivered, both assumed the other ordered something. The man sits back down and enjoys some talk with his daughter. It was all about her time in the safer and more affluent schools in Mantle. He spots a figure looming in the shadows and reacts by standing up in shock. Who are Dash? Who we are is not important, we need to talk. Mr. Blanc. Your wife is waiting for you. Papa. Who are they? He leans down near his daughter and whispers. Get upstairs, it's bedtime. Let me talk to them, okay? Okay. She runs upstairs and a loud slam was heard, indicating her presence had left the vicinity. Answer me, who are you? Why are you in my house? He grips his hands tighter as the uniformed soldier walks into the light, revealing a mechanical arm. Hail victory. What dash? Crash. His vision went hazy. A blinding punch had reached the man's face as he slammed into the ground and shook the dinner table. Easier than I thought. Get this man out of here, the wife will soon forget about him. Just in time, the wife walks back in with tears flowing from each eye. Is that all you need? A shame indeed. Who would have known that your husband has been doing these terrible things? The terrible things mentioned are a lot of forged items made to look like the man being arrested was in cahoots with anyone close to them would see as horrible. They knew the wife, so they told a convincing story of worker abuse, both human and faunus. As well as a sprinkle of bribery from the old council members and a few counts of cheating. Though this method was only saved for those that threatened Hans, specifically anyone related to the council. He had something planned for those who couldn't be swayed by propaganda. It was fast and efficient. Such were the ways of the secret police being handled by Torchwick, or for now, hidden through the fake name of Joseph G. Will your daughter be okay? We can always send her to school since the Führer has decreed it to be the right of anyone to be educated. Maybe. I need to break the news to her. I'm sorry. The mother rushes to the upstairs room as the soldiers prepare to exit the house. They leave and pack up. A truck nearby was already ready. It was hidden in one of the numerous alleyways. The soldiers haul the man away into the truck along with other people tied and gagged in the same truck. A radio sounded as soon as the group was ready to move out. The leader of the said group answered with a standard greeting before hearing Torchwick's voice on the other side. Captain Riker, how goes the team? I've heard from your superior that you've been doing the best among everyone. I've radioed you personally to hear for myself what a man with one arm can do. Sir, of course. I have 10 people arrested in this half an hour today. The usual people. Though arrests were what Hans intended, many were zealous in shooting anyone opposing them. Since Hans only knew who supported him through his system, the only thing he needed to do was get rid of anyone against them. Killing was not needed. For now. Soon enough, after the situation stabilizes, the legitimacy of ruling for a longer period will settle in and they would release people from jail, at least those who aren't related to the counselors. Good, the department is fast in their forgeries. Keep up the good work. Remember, I need you all to be ready for the parade in both Mantle and Atlas. Thank you, Oberkommandant. Hail victory. Click. The call ends with Riker happily driving away and chatting with his fellow soldiers, mostly on the march they were going to do later on in the week. It was the next day, and Hans was nodding at the changes happening in his hut. It was troublesome during the first day of announcing a government change. Many did not approve of the takeover, understandably. The support only rose because Hans had put forward a plan to appease them, especially those in Mantle. Atlas was another problem that he was satisfied with leaving to the Gestapo. Seizing Control 1/1. Subquests. Announce your takeover January 1st. Obtain 10% support 1/1. Obtain 25% support 1/1. Reduce opposition to 40% 1/1. A campaign of extremism 0 of 1. Subquests. The propaganda machine 1/1. A show of strength 0 to 1. Import culture 0 of 1. Mass arrests 0/1. Subquests. Arrest collaborators 7887/1000. Arrest foreign spies 0 of 1. We're going to need more jails. Hans swiped away at his HUD, closing it as he thinks about the other quests. I need to reveal myself to the world, but I don't know how I should go on with this. Something on your mind, Hans? Hans turns to the voice and saw the scientist staying there in his wheelchair chugging along toward him. Pietro, what brings you here? How's Penny? Penny is being repaired, it's taking longer since the program has yet to be removed. I may need some other people to help me. I can help you with that. I think Atlesians have a history with this person, but trust me. He has changed to be quite obsessive with serving me. Hans recalls the crazed madman named Merlot, especially regarding Hans' status as a sentient tank. Maybe he'd go well with Pietro since both desires to create sentient machines. Thank you, my daughter, and I will not forget this. Back to my question, is there something troubling you? Your friends have told me that you've been staring at the window for half an hour at most, and it seems you're doing it again. Hans hasn't tried asking yet, partly because he didn't know how it would work. Vehicles are a large category, and he was planning on buying and using helicopters now that the VAF-121 survived a battle. One of the conditions for being able to use non-War Thunder content was a vehicle being used in combat. A human body needed to fit that criterion. Pietro, I need your help to make me a human body. One that can be used by another person, like a suit. The dust mines we plan on entering can be a good testing ground now that we're working on clearing more areas in the continent. Pietro tapped on the supports of his wheelchair as he made a plan on the spot on how he could make such a thing. Is appearance important? Yes, I need to look the best when looking at the world. A good look will always make me acceptable, rather than being a tank. It's up to you how you do it. I have no idea how I should look like anyways. This means it'll be up to you, reader, on how Hans would look like. I can try working on something right now. If you need something from me, I'll be in my shop in Mantle. It'll take a while, but I'll be fast. Thanks, Pietro. As the door closed and Hans was once again left alone, he gazed at the HUD, more specifically the tech tree he was about to unlock and use to re-equip the entire Wehrmacht, which now replaced the Atlesian military. Next agenda. SL equals 4,093,278-16,103,729 SL. Vehicle RP equals 139,726-1,502,178 RP. Convertible RP equals 2,172,918-3,754,537 RP. Hans scoffed at his account. For the past few days the Wehrmacht has been hard at work now that they have been reorganized. The speech about the dissolution of the Atlesian army was just a formality. Most if not all of the Atlesians switched sides and were obedient, the 100% loyalty taking effect. Hans made them all manage the constant war of attrition in the continent. The SDC was also integrated into the economy and now functioned as a state-run company. Many of the workers had their freedom and rights given. Which was a big PR stunt that worked wonderfully in making those in the opposition supporters or made them neutral. Hans did have to appease the population more by adding more benefits. The SDC was going to break even in profits after all was said and done. He had good reason to do so. Free education was meant for the uneducated and illiterate majority in Mantle. If they were to be brought into higher levels of work, it could benefit the nation in the future. Of course, Hans reformed the school system to emphasize things that were useful to him, like unification, teaching the wonders of the Führer, and many other things taught to children. They were at the most impressionable after all. It wouldn't be useful now, but eventually, when Remnant grew, he hoped they could at least keep Remnant together when he needed to leave. Hans felt as if he was playing a Sims game, so leaving the population after he was done with RWBY will leave a spoiled taste. The renaming of the nation was also another maneuver that Hans needed to be done. Atlas and Mantle were cities that often were compared, so to remove the division in classes, Hans removed naming the country the same name as the city. Hans also already instructed everyone to search deeper into the interior of the continent of Solidas for potential mines. Despite being where dust was at its most prominent, the Volksreich was going to go through a major lack of dust as time went on. Especially after Hans diverted profits to the people. Though, he had a plan. One of the major drains on dust was the military the previous government built up. Everything from robots to airships, to bullheads, and the weapons each soldier had, dust was consumed everywhere. So the first plan of many was for him to replace the entire Air Force with his vehicles. The refueling was done with his system. They already tried taking out the fuel but it phased out of existence. So for now, oil and other fuel from Earth couldn't be used outside of the supply depots Hans built to the planes and tanks that he had. Though, the exception was gunpowder since Hans finally revealed it wasn't made of dust at all. RWBY had a great time having seizures at first but created weapons. This was early in the Wehrmacht's lifetime so she was well versed in gunpowder by this point. It was a secret kept to only her and Merlot since Hans tasked them with making weapons in the first days of the Wehrmacht. Dust was going to be removed as much as possible to reduce consumption. Once the situation settled after the siege, Hans made everyone clear the entire part of Solidas. It was a quest too but Hans mainly did it for the space it could create. This was the second of Hans' plans. Lebensraum but without the mass genocide of people. Remnant only had a fraction of the population compared to Earth. Megacities like Vale, Mantle, or Atlas could only grow so much since food from villages was lacking. They are protected by hunters and huntresses alike but it wasn't enough to build up a good food industry. Atlas especially when everything was tundra. So it was importing a lot from neighboring countries. Unlike the rest of the army only hunting smaller Grimm in Vale. The continent of Solidas had more alphas and they finally had tanks and planes killing larger targets. Which made the profit skyrocket when Hans realized how useful the army is with vehicles. Progress was steady but Hans still worried for the Solidas wrecks apparently going to rise after a week and a half. Even then, Hans still looked at the hourly income now being in the positive after so long of being in the red. Vehicles were a great investment, it was a risk at first since he didn't test it out yet. Hans scrolled through his HUD, income from the SDC, killing Grimm, and overall having an economy built for this purpose was working out. War profiteering is great. Hans absent-mindedly mentions. Wait no. I'm supposed to be in the German tech tree not the American one yet. Moving on from his thoughts, Hans opened the tech tree and saw the helicopter and naval trees being locked. Naval is going to be useful, the threat of bombardment is always a nice addition. Not to mention an additional defense against Salem. Then again, helicopters are what I need now. Soon, I'll focus on the Navy too. He clicked his way through the helicopter tree and unlocked it. SL equals 16,103,729-15,103,729 SL. Vehicle RP equals 1,502,178-502,178 RP. Let's see, the VAF 121 is here. It's considered 6 rank. 1 million SL for each. There it was, the cost of just the vehicle itself being 1 million SL, at best he could spare 15 new Reichscopters to replace bullheads. Holy fuck. I might as well buy one for myself, it has a limit, he looks closer at the description. 10 minutes. I think it said that the moderator decides how long. Maybe I should be nicer to him. SL equals 15,103,729-14,103,729 SL. The whole Wehrmacht before the integration had 50 bullheads, combined with the Atlesians it's now more numerous. I don't know if I can equip them without setting up factories. It'll take months for that though. VAF 121 is better in every regard except for the initial cost of SL for Hans. It was harder to make since no one has pre-made parts for helicopters but Hans wasn't worried. Maybe I should make factories for these, can always convert existing ones but it's gonna take a long time, wait a second. He swiftly located the shop and entered the names of the models of bullheads the Wehrmacht had. How much GE is the bullhead variance? Each GE is converted to 10,000 SL but costs 100,000 SL to get 1 GE. So Hans' mouth, if he had one, dropped. The market is buying for around 300 GE. That's 3 million SL. Granted 100,000 Somaliland shillings to a GE and only 1 GE to 10k is a scam but still. I can sell all the bullheads and re-equip the army if I go through this store. Though, prices will drop after I sell a whole bunch. Hans then remembered the costs of an item in the store. Hold on, if that's the case why are Mika shift parts costing 100 GE per 0.5 kilograms? That seems inflated. He checks to see the same item again, only for the item's price to change drastically from the last time he saw it. This isn't traded in large volumes, I wonder if someone in the market was using this store to transfer money over. It was a thing he had known since his early days of gaming, not from War Thunder but any other game. Indeed, there were people transferring money over using dead trades and trading with absurd amounts. It's a conversion rate issue, many others can contact world travelers like you. Huh, is that so? The multiverse is more populated than I thought. Hopefully, I won't have to meet anyone. I'd imagine they would have overpowered bullshit, though I guess that's how they would enjoy something like being ice skate. No taxes too. I think we need to coordinate for once. The market needs an overhaul. Coordinate with who? Multiverse gods duh. Oh. Hans dismissed the message before going back to his shop. So if I sell all the bullheads and turn them into Reichscopters, I can have some more money to give them tank and airplane upgrades. There's also the crew training. He checked the training costs and was gobsmacked at the costs skyrocketing. 300k each. If I didn't have revengeance mode or an army, I'd be dead at that point. At least the pilots will be trained normally once I do by the first rounds of training. Hans moved on to the tanks and planes the army would use. The battle showed him there are still more to be done on the tanks. Most were bogged down and received mechanical failure, so he needed something reliable. Leopard 1 will be good, it has the same armor as the previous PZ-4F2. The battle statistics showed me it could resist damage from minor Grimm. I'll have to create a heavier tank that isn't going to break down, but until then, air support will have to do. The Leopard I costs 500k for each including training. Hence added in a new plane upgrade, the BF-109K4. The jet fighters this time would be too unreliable. The BF-109K4 on the other hand is better at maintaining air superiority, it was infamous for a reason. I might forego CAS since the VAF-121 doesn't only fit the troop carrier role but a close air support role as well. All in all, 1.3 million for each helicopter, 500k for each tank, 350k for each fighter, not including the maintenance. 1% of that is 13,000 SL hourly for each copter, 5,000 SL for each tank, and 3,500 SL for each plane, not to mention plane. The bullheads can be sold to outfit an entire air force. I won't scrap the airships since that's my artillery for now. It worked during the battle and I can use planes as escorts. But I can't exploit this too much since the price would drop eventually if I keep selling bullheads. I guess not everyone has their world where they take over Atlas. Hans would do this slowly over the days since selling too much would crash the prices. For now, he needed something else to make the dream of overwhelming the Grimm. He tapped into the mind of RWBY, who was sleeping at the time since she was up for almost an entire week living off of milk and cookies to fuel her while she was hard at work. Hey, I need you to design something new. RWBY groaned as she slipped up from the covers of her bed provided by Winter. She lazily yawned and looked around. Hans. I guess he needs something again. I'll talk to you soon if you are busy. I have an idea about an aircraft we could make. Do you know what a helicarrier is? We'll do that next time. Chapter 77, Internal Woes. Off. The people in the room all snapped to look at the physically spent RWBY, who had been at best asleep for 2 hours. It wasn't that much, but chugging milk and coffee were beginning to do more than deteriorate her already tired mind. Young walked over and patted her head before looking closer. You okay, sis? She then notices bags under her eyes being hidden by makeup. Oh no, not this again, she recalls Blake's similar experience. I know. RWBY lazily repeats. I should probably rest up, but the threat of those past council members keeps me up at night. I was helping out with what I could by coordinating the Gestapo all night. I wonder how they keep themselves up. Blake understood the pressure, she had been in this situation before. It's been very busy ever since we formed the Volksreich. Though, do you not have subordinates you can count on? Hans said it's fine to find people in the military with the talent to do so. RWBY props herself up immediately and races to face Blake. Wait, really? I guess you haven't been around Hans too much. We all already have people we picked out, you know. Each of them focused on parts Hans entrusted to us, so we can leave it to them when we're away. You didn't tell me we could do that. What about Yang? I don't see how she could be useful. She points to her sister before adding a "no offense" right after. None taken. Rubes, do you not know what we all do? She looks around shyly and admits it. No. Well, Blake handles the military side of things, everything from dispatching Grimm death squads to defending from an attack because she had experience beforehand. Weiss is responsible for anything related to the economy and is sort of the public figurehead since she learned a lot about that kind of stuff. RWBY was astounded, she actually never asked what they do. But I never see you outside from here, Blake. I don't personally go there, I let my majors handle everything. Because of the Atlesian merger, I had to look over some that participated in the battle to handle the larger units. I promoted the officers who led the battle and some of their recommendations. Young coughed and continued. Neo and Torchwick now handle the internal affairs, just like propaganda and arresting people. I think I don't need to explain why. Finally, I keep public opinion in a normal way and manage the policies related to society. So from school funding to talking to the local leaders, smoothing things over with business owners, and maybe in the future sending out diplomats to the other kingdoms. Yang looks around before adding another comment. Also, I have something going on with Menagerie, so look out for that. Wait, are you sure you're the best person for that? I don't see you talking, normally. Don't you usually punch stuff? Well, I do, but Hans told me I'm the one who's confident and outgoing, so I guess he got something right. Besides, I get enough punching with training. Training? You can still train. Well, I borrowed some people from the military. It's pretty much integrated with everyone. There are talented people in the military, so I have a lot of time to practice with some off-duty soldiers. They can put up a fight despite not having an aura, apart from the officers of course. RWBY shrivels into a blob on the ground as everyone looked on with pity. She had been so engrossed in her own work too much that she didn't know what was going around her. Blake gets up and walks to the door. I'll tell Hans you need some rest, maybe we need to work harder to make it easier for you, RWBY. Weiss was watching over the columns of tanks and men marching along to a march that Hans introduced to them. Hans of course took all of it from his world. It wasn't hard to replicate what he knew based on the melodies and lyrics. While playing War Thunder, Hans has a dedicated playlist for every nation. No wonder, he could replicate the marches. A show of strength meant anything, a parade was one thing, but broadcasting it through the CCT is what made the objective finished. Part of importing culture was there too, but Hans already put Yang in charge of teaching said culture to schools. Weiss was satisfied looking over the thousands of men. Blake spared her a few thousand to work with while pausing some operations all over Solidas. While it may seem counterintuitive to take away soldiers to do a parade, the negativity lesson from seeing active troops were a positive. Hans didn't mind. But among the crowd of people listening on, a man with fury in his heart clutched a device hidden in his jacket. He closes into the acting Führer, pretending to get a closer look and taking pictures like everyone else. A guard blocks a sizable distance from them, fully armored and in no way able to get through without a fight. The man has an ace up his sleeves, he had an aura and a semblance. He breathes in deeply before charging in. Hey, you! A soldier yelled out as he felt the chill of the man passing through him. He spots the device being out from the jacket. Everyone watch out! Screams suddenly echoed as the man pauses from his step and throws the device over to Weiss. She narrows her eyes as the bomb travels to her. For the council. A free atlas. The man screams as dozens of soldiers tackle him to the ground but get passed through because of his semblance. Weiss, unfazed by the attack, tilts her white commander's cap and lifts her rapier before glyph forms underneath her. She uses it as a platform and increased her speed to reach for the bomb before it could even form an arc. The bomb has barely left the man's hand a second ago before Weiss poised her leg and kicked it as hard as she could upwards into the air. She then switches her Murdenaster to fire dust and points at the bomb before letting out a spray of flames above her. Boom! The bomb explodes, barely affecting anyone in the radius as the man widens his eyes in disbelief before his semblance deactivates from use. Soldiers around the man take the chance to restrain him and pummel the man with the stocks of their guns, shattering the man's aura and knocking him out. Weiss didn't even seem scared at the action before readjusting her cap, tossed a bit from the explosion, as she goes back to her place and signal to resume the parade. The crowd slowly claps before everyone cheers at the fearless action. Amazing! Though, it was a bit different on the inside. An assassination attempt. I could have died from that if it produced that much gust of wind. Thank goodness I had enough reaction time. I need to speak to Hans about this. Her hands were sweaty despite the cold. That was how scared she actually was, enough to defy the laws of nature. It was all caught on camera too. The nature of the broadcast being live meant everyone in the world saw Weiss kicking away a bomb and walking away without flinching. After the parade had ended, Weiss was ushered to a safer place and eventually reached the military building everyone else was in. She rushes for the room that Hans usually frequents. Everyone, where is Hans? She asked around the room. Weiss. You didn't say you were here. Are you okay? We watched it live when it happened. RWBY leaped for a hug as the rest of the team watched with worry. RWBY, it's fine. She gently pushed away RWBY. You saw what I did and I got out of it without a scratch. I was scared, sure, but I handled it decently enough in my opinion. Anyways, do you guys know where Hans is? Still. We were worried sick. RWBY relaxed as Weiss affirmed her status. If you need Hans, he told us a while ago that he's visiting Pietro. Weiss nodded. Thank you. She walks away and opened the door before turning around, noticing the lack of action among the members. Why are you all here? Don't we still have things to do? About that. Blake stood up to explain. Hans permitted us to, as long as we delegate it to our subordinates. We're also going to work hard next time. Hans told us he has something to help with that. What do you mean? Weiss asked. He said he has something for Merlot to make, I think it's called Red Bull. It's supposed to be an energy drink that Hans has a few ideas on, but he said something else under his breath. Under his breath? Did you hear it by accident? Yes, he muttered something about less destructive methamphetamine-infused Red Bull for the armed forces. I don't know what it means though. Oh. She didn't recognize the long string of words. She shrugged and proceeded to exit the room. I'll find him and maybe ask, see you all. It took half an hour for Weiss to find her way to the clinic in Mantle where Pietro was. Traveling with escorts was not unusual for Weiss, but an entire section of the military dedicated as her guard was more than what she knew. We'll wait for you outside. The perimeter will be watched, so don't worry, we'll detain anyone suspicious. Thank you. It won't take long. The soldier salutes before signaling to the others to spread around the building. Weiss sighed before heading inside the clinic. Where is he? The sounds of machinery going off in the back of the room enters her senses. Are they working on something? She goes closer and feels the door unlocked. She creaked, the only thing separating what Hans was doing on the other side. Opening the door wide, she stops frozen as the conversation slowly seeps into her mind. I think that body could do better. Penny is a good base, but I need to wear it like a skin-tight suit. I agree, look here. Pietro points to a severed robot head he had been working on. Maybe this could work, I had this made just in case someone lost their entire face. Hans looks at it before commenting, could you maybe make this look better? There is beauty privilege, so maybe people would have a better opinion of me while I commit human rights violations. Not even bothered by the answer, Pietro thinks about it. He was a craftsman and would probably do a decent job. He made Penny after all. I could, it's going to be hard to source the parts from this. I could always use Penny's spare parts. I have a lot of them just in case she ever scraped off the skin from damage. Wait, you have a collection of Penny's spare parts? I also have her old models. Seeing as I'm going to make this in a week as you say, I need someone to help me create the frame. There are a lot of problems trying to fit someone inside of a human-like shape. It's simply going to be bulky. Hans notices Weiss standing there with horror strewn all over her expression. Weiss. I didn't notice you there. Do you need something? Hans didn't even think about what the room looked like. Dozens of realistic-looking body parts were hung from racks. Heads of eerie realism patterned the tables that Pietro worked on. Hans, these are all prosthetics, right? Why are they all so real-looking? She points to a head without eyes laying on the corner of a table. Oh, I had Pietro try to make something for me. These were apparently the most expensive he has, so he usually stores them here. Prosthetics here usually are bare, but he has a lot of them laying around. Pietro raises his concerns. It'll look like a robot more than a human for now, but I'll improve it over time. I made Penny, so it's not hard to make a robot that looks human. Though making a robot that can be worn as a suit while still looking like a normal human is harder. How did you even make it here? Weiss asks. Everything about it was weird. Hans fitting inside a barely tall enough room was ludicrous to think about. Hans replied, the camouflaged wall doubles as a garage door now. It's made for me ever since I tried staying here before. Weiss walks closer and eyes the different parts. What are you planning? For one, I need a publicly acceptable look. I don't think anyone would feel confident in a tank staring at them. Plus, it'll make it easier for me to enter places. So you're planning on revealing yourself to the world? As a human? No, I'm going to say I'm a robot with a soul. It isn't exactly a well-thought-out plan, but I need to do it. Hans thinks to himself, not that I personally want it, the quest says I need to, but I don't want to incriminate myself by showing that I'm a conscious transforming vehicle. Weiss understood what he meant. Is that so? Anyways, hence we need to do something about the council. They openly started assassinating me earlier, we need to take action. Yeah, I've heard. Hans considered it. It could be time for that. I want to join you in dealing with the rest of the remaining council. We're going to publicly execute officials. No, not yet. We're going directly against them, find out where they have placed themselves, and raid it. Then smear their name and finally get them out of the equation. I recall we have a few left, right? Weiss nodded and picked out her modified scroll and navigated to her notes. She opens each of their files, the display showed pictures of them being either crossed out with only 3 left unmarked. The old economic minister, Farah Violet. The representative for the outlying villages, Ash Veneer. Finally, while Stygian the monopolistic business owner. The others have been arrested already, but these are the more influential, which is why they are so hard to pin down. We'll get the rest of the team to help out. If they're openly showing hostility, they must be up to something. I can't risk a threat to our stability. Weiss reflexively salutes as she heard those words from him. Of course, Hans. A room filled with 3 people was in an unnamed location outside of the capital city. The 3 argue over the recently failed attacks. The influence was still strong with the people of Atlas, which they had more control over, but it was deteriorating. So, the attack failed, what do we do now? She knows we're after her. Don't worry, they might not know we are behind it. Farah assumes. While slams his hand on the table, the cups of coffee splattering all over the surface as he stands up in a rage. Foolish woman, we are the only ones going against them. What else are they going to think when someone with a bomb attacks their leader? A knock on the door came as the guard announces his presence. Excuse me. Someone wants to see you all. Who is it? Turn them away. We have no time to entertain some random schmuck in the middle of an important talk. The door forcefully swings open as a man with slightly tanned skin with short gray hair enters the room. He adjusts his long coat as his green eyes loom over the 3 previous council seat holders. Arthur Watts, you can call me Watts. A pleasure to meet you. He respectfully bows before approaching the 3 alarmed individuals. Who do you think you are, Dash? I am a solution to your problems, being aware of the situation you find yourselves in is what I know very well. We don't need you. Watts smiles as he gently brushes the tip of his mustache with the ends of his finger. Oh, but you do. You find yourself in the middle of a frozen village covered in snow instead of the luxurious dining rooms you so rightfully deserve. They all look at each other with doubt, but their curiosity piques. Explain. I have a proposition for you all that you would be wrong to reject. Chapter 78, Council Strikes Back. Tanks back off. Geist spotted. Blake whirled her gamble shroud, reaching over in an arc it swept through the air and swung for the ghost-like Grimm traveling toward the group, searching for its latest possession. Unlike any other normal Grimm, the Geist was one, if not the worst enemy they could encounter. Not because of its raw strength but because it was the most troublesome of all. Anything as long as it is inorganic can be possessed by it. Limited to what knowledge it can do to use such equipment, it forces everyone to destroy the small mask attached to whatever it possessed or destroy the thing it's possessing altogether. They already had incidents where they had to shoot the tracks off of a fellow leopard eye because a Geist took control of it and tried ramming over soldiers. Thankfully, it didn't know how to shoot, but you can imagine the possibilities if it learned to. RWBY. Blake misses her gamble shroud being lodged to the ground as the Geist swiftly moves with its nearly ethereal body. RWBY answers the call not a moment later, her speed distorts the air as rose petal flutter in her wake. She moves back her scythe and as she approaches the lingering Geist, she swung. Got it. The mask dissipates as RWBY's crescent rose bisects it in half, leaving nothing but mist in the wind. Blake looks over the general battle, tanks move back to position as men fired over and over again, some laying fire with their machine guns or acting as support for the forward tanks. They reach the end of what looks like an aperture deepening into the underground. A crack in the earth and a depth that no one dared to venture, with her faunus vision she couldn't even see what was below. Oberkommandant. A man dashes and salutes, other than the similar color palette of his fellow soldiers, this one was distinctive from the lack of a helmet and the presence of an aura. Sevon, do you have something from the other sectors? Yes, no casualties taken and the area is clear. They're performing cleanup just in case they missed any. Though, this place would be ideal for spotting Grimm. The white snow did great to highlight the black masses of the Grimm's body. Unlike any other terrain, it was hard to get ambushed. Only the cover of the night was it dangerous to do battle with Grimm. Don't get too lax, vigilance is always needed. Just because you think you've won doesn't mean it's over. The man nods before saluting and returning to his squad. Hans emerges from another part of the rocky and uneven edges. He arrived overlooking them all after he shot down manticores with his special ammunition and doubled power. Never thought that I'd be the one acting as anti-air. Hans mentions. Sorry, the Reichscopters had to stay grounded from here since the winds are picking up and the snow is getting too thick for Allied planes to target them. I know, it just reminded me of something. War Thunder was a good place to learn that tanks were the least useful in combating aerial units. Though, Hans was special in this case. A weakness of the Reichscopter and any VTOL for that matter was the wind speeds. It especially was harsher in the frozen north, which hindered progress, but they could always power through the storm and wait until it dies down. Without any decent anti-air, the troops relied on infantry, but it always resulted in tanks being disabled or destroyed because of aerial attacks. Fireballs and ramming attacks on the top of the Leopard could surprisingly do a lot when the Grimm learned to target the top. Hans in this case used his overclock to freely manipulate his tracks to make him shoot at a steeper angle. He broke them apart and used them as stands to move his vertical degree of attack so that his gun could kill any airborne targets. That earned me quite a bit even though I didn't use Revengeance this time. 8 days had passed since the initial hour of Hans choosing option 3. Just as explained by the text, Hans was definitely seen as a threat by now. Nations were wary and Salem had put the first step to going against Hans, though he didn't know who was supposed to fight him. The world had shifted from this action, not to mention the status of the country being revealed to be run by no one more than barely adult teens who were still supposed to be in school. Yet, within the hearts of many throughout the continent, results are what mattered. Through such a short time of only a week's worth, thanks to the War Thunder system guiding Hans and the military being 100% loyal, they had done what should have taken months or years. With the military being his the moment he started option 3, only a few promises, and using the political climate, he started the change. Though, it would take months to settle the population down. A rapid rise to power could only be so unrestricted. Deep within the recesses of society lay the still doubtful and suspicious individuals. Just like the Whites and the Reds during the Russian Civil War, the only thing that could unite the majority of the opposition was the rejection of central authority made by Hans. Opposing values that were only kept together with a common enemy. That was the shaky status of Hans' enemies. From those who believe that democracy is still a right, the people loyal to the personalities in the council, maybe those who just simply doubt the running of the state left to a younger generation, and many more splintered groups, there were many unwilling to work together. Thanks to Hans' management and the total loyalty of the military, none could actually take action. Scared of the possibility of retaliation, those against Hans' government could not find a suitable way to deal with the crushing influence of the Wehrmacht and Gestapo. This was made easier, especially when Hans doesn't have to worry about the people under him not being motivated. Everyone screaming for the Kaiser was already a telltale sign. Someday he'd be both Kaiser and Führer, but that had to wait. Eventually, the council could muster some kind of resistance. It all started with a single fuse that lit up the stage for the possibility of imminent civil war. An assassination attempt. Hans was working almost 24/7, from grinding Grimm with the army all over Solidas, managing the new state with Weiss, and constantly getting sleepless nights to just do whatever it took for him to finish his tasks. The lack of need for rest was not going to stop him. Re-equipping the Wehrmacht and using his built-up fortunes to use the base-building tech, he had made wonders in rearming. It began with supply depots to repair and refill ammunition, then it was going with full-blown factories. Though he still needed about 500k RP to even unlock factories to avoid paying the initial SL costs for his vehicles. Still, the added technology from the 1.1 update was still a good addition. Especially when an army was definitely not a one-man job to create. With all of that said, Hans was still a long way from being confident enough to relax. 2 weeks away was going to be the start of the Solidas Rex awakening. Hans didn't know what it was based on the name, but he could guess somewhat. If he was to be sure that he would defeat anything the moderator would throw at him, he started to think about drastic decisions. Hans. Is something wrong again? Blake had concern sewn in with her words. It was happening repeatedly and Hans would just stare at nothing. No one normally could tell since Hans was a tank, but Blake had been around Hans the longest. Most of the time it was a gut feeling. Hans shook off the dark feelings he had. He was a gamer but not an idiot. At least he thinks so. Hans wanted a guarantee that nothing bad would go wrong. Caution was still in mind. Just because he had an army and was a tank doesn't mean he could handle everything. I need more power, Blake. Gaining more strength is going to take too long at this pace. She felt her eyebrow raise because Hans stopped short of saying another word. Power. You kill Grimm to evolve, yes. What else do you do? Well, I can't just say some sadistic moderator is giving me quests that directly correlate to how a nation in my tech tree would act given their time period. You wouldn't get it. He utters. You've said that before dash. Before Blake could reply, RWBY dashes over, petals drifted in the cool wind entering the large crevice they were clearing out. Hans. RWBY called out, she panted from the run before slamming her hands on Hans' armor plate. So I was kind of talking about this with Yang, but, are you immortal? Am I? Hans had a question he didn't need to think about before now. I think. I can repair and regenerate myself and I'm a tank. Maybe. Why do you randomly ask, RWBY? You know how I got that glowy magic thing back when you killed Cinder. She started remembering the grotesque result of a freshly incinerated body. She killed herself, but okay, yeah. Hans technically only saw Cinder burn herself. What of it? He followed up. I sorta feel hungry. Well, you always are. Hans quipped in his mind. It's acting up then, huh? You're seeking your other half, the same type of thing Cinder felt when she had incomplete power. That's why it reminded me of something, this magic. Is Salem really capable of what I can do when I get my other half? It's just funny to think you could be the same magic-wielding immortal. If you put it that way, I could be considered the same. Unlike Salem, who could only shoot out elements. I can conjure anything into reality and keep stuff in a separate space and time. That kind of thing is way more powerful than what magic is in Remnant. He compared every other kind of Ice Guy protagonist to Salem. Anyone with a decent cheat skill could probably kill Salem even with her immortality. It's just a matter of knowing for sure. I can't let it make me overconfident. I guess there's only one way to know, RWBY. Hey, moderator. Do you mind? He knew the moderator was always looking at him, so he guessed the moderator would know. You don't age, thus you are immortal unless you die. Hans repeated those words over and over in his mind. The explanation was a bit crude, saying someone is immortal unless they die. It was the same thing as saying every 60 seconds a minute passes. Thank you, moderator, very cool. I heard that sarcasm. I guess I'm not immortal yet, RWBY. Hans moved out with the rest of the battalion. They all waited for the wind to slow down for a while, but when it did, Hans formed into his VAF-121 to carry them away. It wasn't that much of an interesting ride, other than marking new locations on a map. The geography of Solitas was getting more and more known as time went on. Back during the Elysian military still existed, they couldn't venture off further than what they could see from the surface. They lacked a sufficiently capable land vehicle that could be the tank, so to speak. This role was supposed to be spider droids, but experiments yielded less than stellar field performances. It was only relegated to smaller tasks until they could develop another vehicle to fit the role. This came as the Paladin, a mech that had rockets, guns, armor, and a healthy amount of other features. Ironwood commissioned one to make a real version but was obsessed with making it heavily armored to resist Hans' guns. Development was delayed and eventually, Hans took over the Atlas and scrapped the idea in favor of tanks and excellent air support, which were the hallmark of the concept of shock and awe. Blake felt her scroll vibrate as a message came through. She was sitting inside the helicopter Hans was in before she saw the message and abruptly said out loud. Hans. Alerted, the rest of the team stare at the panicked Blake stood shaky from the ride in the VAF-121. What is it, Blake? RWBY asked worryingly. One of our bases. It's been attacked in Atlas. Torchwick tapped his cane on the ground after leaving the VAF-121 he was on. He tipped his bowler hat, only for it to not budge, forgetting his mask prevented it from tipping forward. He sighs and takes out a cigar to smoke off the stress. I hate this so much. Only to forget that his mask also prevented it. Damn it, why do I have to keep my identity shut? Lunchbox told me I could let it go after 2 weeks, but I don't see how that correlates. He had a good reason to be stressed. Running a dictatorship was harder than it looked, needing to replace decades of built-up bureaucracy, changing local leaders and trying to do checks on them, overall just constantly looking over paperwork. Torchwick wanted to give up and just replace them all with talented and very loyal military personnel. He appreciated that loyalty, though it was odd for Torchwick that the previous military staff just accepted Hans and became fanatics for him in a single minute. He chalked it up to the almighty machine. Hans was full of surprises, but Torchwick welcomed it. Torchwick didn't know this could get any harder than it should. Now it was even more problematic. One of their bases in Atlas, a military installation, had been bombed. Who the hell can put up with all of this? I hate staring at numbers and letters from how much she'd been giving me. I don't care anymore if Ice Queen is going to push more onto me, I'm going to say no. Who can deal with this much paperwork being pushed on them? Somewhere out in Vale, a blonde combat instructor sneezed. This is a problem, all right, he uttered. Sir, here is the report you asked for. A man behind him announced his presence and held out something to Torchwick. Torchwick took one look at the folder before clicking his tongue. Just tell me what happened. His PTSD for paper reactivated as soon as he saw it. 7 people dead and mostly engineers. A car bomb, we looked over the source and based on the shrapnel dash. Yeah. Torchwick waved off the soldier. Anything on how it got past the checkpoints? It's in the report dash. Just say it. They had the right documents for a visit. It passed through multiple checks and we let them in. Is that so? I've yet to come across a visitor going for a meet-up with the men. It's normal for them to be allowed, but if the background checks aren't even enough, then we might have a problem. He hears the sound of another Valkyrie arriving, he turns to the source as his lips pursed from the thought. We have a rat, or multiple I should say. Weiss was the first to step out, but her demeanor had changed, for better or worse, no one will know for now. Joseph G. What happened? He wanted to groan at the name they were all told to use to address him, lest they get unwanted attention for employing a criminal. Ice Queen, you don't need to call me that dash. Shut your mouth. I asked a question and I expected an answer. I don't need any more of your nonsense. He froze from the sudden change, it was a 180. He knew Weiss could be bratty, but this wasn't the case. Her tone demanded respect and a strict response, a far cry from her demeanor when with her friends before being part of the Wehrmacht. Car bomb, the report is with him. He points to the soldier. I have a guess that we have people within our administration that need checking. Weiss swipes the folder from the man and narrows her eyes on the details of the report hastily made. She finds the reports on the soldiers and her scowl deepens. Find them. No traitor will get away from harming MY soldiers. You heard the Führer, arrest anyone dash. Arrest? Torchwick. Her hand grips the paper tighter. Kill their families if you have to, I don't need another risk to this state. I want to see them burnt in a furnace by this evening. Weiss. What? She turns aggressively, her scowl softening as she saw Ruby awkwardly holding onto her arm like a scared puppy. Ruby. You kind of went mask off there, Weiss. Hans approached her with worry. Shit, is this what the warning at the start meant? Is this the change that the crew will go through? As the talk commenced in the background, Hans' attention was pulled by the bar on his quest shifting slightly. Support 38%-36%. Opposition 29%-32%. Damn, just as I dropped that below 30% yesterday. The talk of the attack must have already spread. Those abstaining or leaning neutral would be more in support of their preferences once it showed we are vulnerable. I need to turn this around. Hans navigated to his quests and rechecked everything. Arrests were already at max and was actually already over the 10,000 requirement. No matter how many he arrested, he needed to remove the source of the problem to end the threat of civil war before it grew. Arrest foreign spies 0 to 1. Who's the spy, I wonder? Council under heel. Remove from power 0/1. Hold on. Torchwick halted the conversation. He opens his scroll and places it to his ear. Yes. Yes. You did. No, we don't need him anymore. Bang, the call ends after that. Ice Queen, boy do I have some good news for you. What is it? Remember that person who tried assassinating you? Even an assassination attempt wasn't memorable enough for her. Who? Right, well, I just received excellent news. We finally have a description of where they could possibly be. But the spot is in the middle of a village far up north. It's unmarked on the map since the population is so low, but they're preparing something, nothing specific though. Well, that's coincidental. Hans thought. No way did we just receive news of where they are exactly when the situation calls for it. Not even looking for her team's opinions, Weiss immediately commanded, call back operations in clearing the continent. We need all hands on deck in ensuring no one goes out of line. Every street will be watched and the public will know that traitors are at work. She approaches Hans with a fire of anger building up in her heart. Hans, I need your cooperation. We need bombers. Weiss. You're going to involve previous citizens. Hans told her. They're enemies of the state for sheltering traitors. I can tolerate those who keep their thoughts to themselves, but when you harm someone following my command, then their lives are forfeit. Jan gently lets a palm land on Weiss' shoulder. Weiss, I think that's classified as a war crime. We can't indiscriminately bomb anyone, it'll look bad in the press and our relations with the other nations. It's not a war crime if no one is there to witness it, Jan. Weiss. That's too far. RWBY shouts. RWBY, I can't just let dash. No. I am still your team leader even if we don't attend classes. We're supposed to be fighting the Grimm, not the citizens. They could be misguided. Look at the White Fang. You're doing the same thing again by not having an open mind. I don't agree, RWBY. We need to apprehend the council before it gets any worse. Even if a few die, they're all backstabbers anyways. We will. But I won't let you if you're going to deal unnecessary suffering to those people who may just have their opinions on the wrong thing. No. RWBY kept her hand firmly gripping Weiss' own. She started pleading, hoping Weiss wouldn't turn to the dark side. Please, don't let it be like this again. We're friends. I thought we were supposed to be together after all we've gone through. Weiss recalled everything, their moments together and the genuine change she had felt over the weeks being together with RWBY and all her other friends. She was acting less like a friend and more like something else. She had started to think how radical she had become. If that's what you're after, then fine. But if you argue that the leaders should live, then I will not take it anymore. Even if I have to go against your wishes, I will have them shot at least. The team went silent after the argument. Weiss joined up with looking through the damage as RWBY was left uncertain of the new attitude Weiss was having. She didn't even listen for an answer. Weiss had determined that only death was the acceptable course for the demise of her men at the hands of an attacker. I guess I better start commissioning those execution platforms. Hans assumed. Chapter 79, Quelling the Uprising. The northern marches, a frontier with no one else but the wild and those who were brave enough to trek to a dangerous and unforgiving hellscape. Creatures of Grimm never ventured to the northernmost tip of the continent of Solidas, finding it even more inhospitable than they could handle. Even with evolution bringing an advantage to their survival. Outside were the never-ending nights that kept the north blanketed in an unending pile of snow, with only small vestiges of settlements that braved the harsh winds. Of these was one of the last remaining council members that could muster resistance to the new dictatorship that gripped the country, Ash Veneer. Unswayed by the promises of a bigger living space by the new leader, he had thought it was a crime for the new leader, Weiss Schnee, to seize control. In his hands were his most precious treasure, not one of jewels or wealth but a simple picture he had that mellowed his heart and soul. Meeting and eventually settling down was a monumental decision. In the end, he followed his heart and kept her close. Eventually, they both moved to the capital and he pursued a political career. His sweetheart and the love of his life gave him the knowledge and will to improve the lives of those outside the protection of Atlas. It was troublesome considering it needed a majority in the council. Thankfully they all had made sense and decided to invest more in the security of the villages far off from Atlas borders. Up until that day he would always remember. He stared and smiled as he swiped the image clear of any dust that settled. He had done it over and over, feeling the film in his fingers. He didn't have a digital copy, he wanted a physical connection. But the thought went sour, his chest ached from the heavy pressure of guilt and sorrow. Because this woman, the girl he had given everything to, was already dead. It was natural causes, a chill that turned deadly, or a fever that was predicted to settle. May it be stress or the environment, it didn't matter because, in the end, it was too late. Ash stood up and brushed his coat from the wrinkled edges, his eyes were darkened from the last few days of constant exhaustion. He walked to the door and swung it open in a sluggish way. You look worse than yesterday. He turns to his left, a woman maybe in her middle age at worst had her arms crossed as she walked towards him. Violet, you know very well that I have a good reason to. One of the villages I promised protection is now going to be a risky battleground. Weil has no reason to trust that man even when he promises his aid. No one gives anything without asking for something back. She shook her head, not in outright denial but with a hesitance to the matter. It's not like we have a choice. Our finances are already dipping once that Schnee wrestled control over what we had in Atlas and Mantle. Also, call me by my first name. What's so hard about that? My wife would appreciate it, I personally don't like making her uncomfortable, even if she doesn't ask for it. Ash spots a glint of metal that grabbed his attention. What's with the gun? He points to the handle peeking out from a holster behind her, secured in place by what looked like a belt. In response, Farah takes it out and stares at it. When dealing with life, I compare it to a good financial decision. There's not always a guarantee of getting what you need after a disaster. In the end, it takes a bit of insurance to make the most of it. Insurance? Her mouth pulls to an uneasy look, like seeing a person you don't like but you force yourself to tolerate their presence in front of them. They won't take us alive, I have a kid that I want to keep safe. After what's made us do to give us a fighting chance, I can't let them target my family. Sorry if this offends you, but I still have something to lose. So, you'll fight? No, I'll die by my own hand and surrender myself to them. It's better if they know they can't get anything from me. My son would be left alone as long as they can't hold him hostage for anything I might have with anyone else. They definitely won't let us go back to living our lives. We had attacked them the first time in a gamble that was foolish. Then again, we were at our last option. Farah returns the gun to its holster as she readjusted her coat back into position. Come, while is calling for us. That last attack was successful, but it'll be inevitable that they would retaliate. A village of previously only a couple hundred now housed what would be the center of what they thought was the next grounds for a rebellion. They had the support of the others, but everyone was distrustful, even among allies. The shroud of doubt was already seeding itself to sprout. It was less of a bustling metropolis but more of a desperate action by those who wanted to flee and fight against tyranny, though this was only one of the interest group's goals. Ash walks with Farah as towering masses of white trudge their way through the haphazardly made base. The paladin, many donated seemingly out of no cost to them. People were busy after they fled to this location. As dozens expanded the buildings, many were armed and posted to guard the further lines of fortifications. The duo reaches the quickly built planning building, reinforced with steel and stone. The winds could do nothing to blow it down. It was a location presented as where their meetings would take place. A knock on the solid wood door announced their arrival. The guards flanking the side recognized them, either as a sign of laziness or complacency of procedure. None of them even stopped to check who they were. A side effect of making soldiers out of civilians. They step into the halls and find the door at the end. Ash puts a foot forward inside as he enters to room with a creak from the door. Ah, there they are. We shall start soon, details are on your paper. All of you will see what some of you have put forward as we begin. The room was filled with tension, but everyone knew that they only had one choice left. They had reason to meet in such an isolated part of the world, confident of the speeding winds when the year was ending. Ash sat down, with Farah to his right. He took one look at the paper and saw the first of their proposals, a full-on plan to arm the people in Atlas and Mantle. This is ludicrous. One of the men said. A red headband on his head is what stood out from the rest of the conspirators. Have you ever seen Atlas and Mantle after your stunt? This is why your generation is considered weak. What is there to fear? We can smuggle in guns if we wanted to. Weil responds. Ash didn't show it, but he agreed with the young man, though he didn't dare to challenge the one truly with power. Unlike him, Ash only had the support of villages that were isolated from defenses. Weil on the other hand had shares and businesses that stretched from the entire continent to beyond. Most were ill-gotten from unsavory business practices and were put into offshore accounts to avoid inspection. His head had a moment of pain surface, a headache for the specific thought. That's not true, even from the news. I can see they have tight control. The news I knew before never reported the good things, only the bad. It's blatant propaganda to let the people know everything is better with the Schnee. The young man stood up in protest. Smuggling guns is impossible. They check everything from now because of your attack that cost them lives. We could have continued with the underground meetings, but you lot had to screw it up. Watch your mouth, boy. Who paid for the transport here? Who had paladins carried you around with that small squad you call your revolutionaries? Me. I have a question about that, Weil. Another man asked, this time dressed more in line with a wealthy person. An Atlesian that lived on the upper echelon, Ash guessed. Why exactly are you committing orders from a mysterious man that even we don't know about? Is there a way we can trust him? How come we haven't been informed of this? His help is needed, a donation that will benefit us. Newly acquired paladins, as he calls them, a wonder of technology that even Atlas tried to replicate. This is all his words, yes. You can see for yourself what it can do. For now, all we have is to wait until we can build up the next coming months. Ash raises his hand. You are confident, but is that truly wise anymore? As the young man had said, they are on high alert. I doubt they would leave us alone. Ha! Ash, you're a smart man, I do not need to tell you that a blizzard is not going to prevent them from using their VTOL here. I guess so, but when the winter settles down, how are we to even take back Mantle and Atlas? We have been promised more material for our men. Other nations can also support us, like the one from Vacuo. Let's say that a certain individual has debt owed to me. As such, we have an asset we can use. Other than what Watts has in store. Ash read over more of the paper, details such as infiltrating the dual cities and sabotaging what they could before launching attacks. Though what he was involved in was the task of cutting food for the city. Ash, you still have the trust of the villages, I assume. With all of our assets combined with the economic minister, Farah, we have enough ways to fund and feed before we starve the Shnee's army. The army, a horrible reminder of total rule. Ash had seen the broadcasts, although heavily distorted due to the nature of their CCT, he could see the broadcast of thousands marching along a foreign tune. Not anything intimidating though, he only could hear the distinctive word of Erica. With the local CCT receiver that could only receive and send info over short distances, everyone should be fully aware of the possible strength of the Wehrmacht. I can't help but feel hopeless, such a large army can't survive without imports, but they have power that even the old Atlas couldn't match. How are we to trust Watts can deliver on his countermeasures? He tried to sigh but made sure to keep it in, just in case, while took it as an insult. This isn't a joke, the last time war was considered that had been with swords, bows, and flintlock rifles. Where is Watts in this? The boy asked another question, while obviously was disgusted. Another interruption made him clench his teeth. His patience was waning. No more questions. Good. Dismissed, we will look through rationing our supplies until winter has ended. It was a rushed finish that Ash was fine with prematurely ending. He stood up hastily, leaving the chair screeching as he headed with Farah to the local store for some lunch. Nothing luxurious obviously, but he can manage. Violet, is this all we could think of? Maybe not, there was an option to flee all the way back to the other continents. We may risk getting stopped and searched by patrols, but it's a decent option. He stopped dead in his tracks, those words resonated within him until something clicked. Watts, do you think he already fled? Why would he? Aren't you the one who said there should be a return for his donations? I'd assume he would stay here to ask for what he wants. What if he wanted us here? To make while think he and many others have a fighting chance. He had gone through a conclusion that many overlooked. The paladins, why give it to us? Does he intend for us to be hunted down because of the threat those things present? No. I can't believe it. Why would he want us dead? I don't know. I just don't want to condemn the original citizens here to death because heavily armed mechs are here. Who knows what the Wehrmacht would do? Maybe, it's not that he wants us dead. Not everyone at least. The silence penetrated deeply through their thoughts. It wasn't a perfect reason, but just talking about how Watts, their beneficiary, could have already run away. They wouldn't know the reason why he left, but he wasn't obviously here. Which begs the question of why Will seems so adamant to be allied to Watts. Hey, don't think about it too much. Let's head to lunch before everyone takes the hot stuff again. Yeah, okay. He worryingly responds. The day was otherwise filled with nothing else but the incoming night that lasted longer than normal. They were almost at the North Pole directly, so nights began at 1400 hours. Ash headed back to the meeting place in order to discuss with the rest of the group how they would ration now that the others had arrived. This time, it was even more suspicious. It was already time for the meeting, yet as Ash scoured the room he could only find a dozen rather than the original 30 or so. Where is half of the others? Who cares? They probably got scared of this. No matter, we have enough manpower from your villages. We could muster enough even if the others pulled out of this alliance. Ash felt his face turn red, a heated feeling reached him as he yelled at Weil. What? I didn't say anything about this. I won't involve the villages any further by forcing them to fight. We needed the support of the others since they have more dedicated followers than us. Ash, calm down. Pharaoh whispers from the side. Well, Ash. I would have thought that you would be on board with this, considering I was the one to break the vote and allow your so-called security measures to be enacted within the council. That doesn't matter anymore, Weil. It didn't even come to effect, I don't owe anything to you. But it does, you expected to pay me back in any way as soon as I promised you my support. It is still in effect, or maybe you forgot the reason why your wife died so early. What? Ah. Weil had a slip of the tongue. I suppose you should know, you were always so hung up on being honest. A little push was all it needed for you to finally try to receive my help. Farah stood up, seeing Ash as he gripped the table in shock. That's horrible. If that's true, why would you kill someone? I wanted more to my side, everyone needed to be in my pocket in the council. Friends with others are always a requirement if ever I needed to push through more tax exemptions. Ash, here was another piece I'd like. It was so close too, yet that woman of his always stopped him from accepting my help. I had her killed and framed it as just a normal sickness turning worse. He was so depressed, and do you know who was there to help with his wife's wishes? It was you. Farah answered. Exactly. Why reveal all this now? Because I will do the same to you too as I have done to your wife. You are more of a liability now. I can convince your villages easily, even without your help. Ash had finally enough and raced to the side of the table. He stomped heavily as well stood up from his seat. You bastard. I'll kill you dash. Boom. A large explosion halted the argument, and the sudden revelation of his wife's true nature of death was put on hold as an explosion rang out from outside. What the hell was that? Weil rushed to the door and found the guards cowering with their weapons at their side. What happened? The local CCT. The scared guard points in the distance. The CCT was important for reasons already obvious to many, yet it now lay on the ground destroyed. Boom. Another explosion happens, then another, and then another. It reached their ears and doom had been spelled out to them. Ash was horrified, one after the other, the situation had gone from worse to downright disastrous. Where are you going, Ash? Farah gripped him by his wrist as he tried rushing elsewhere. I can't leave them alone. Everyone in this village is going to get slaughtered. I need to help with the defense. That's a lost cause. We need to head for a way out. No, he forced his hand free as he dashed for the center of the battle. Farah saw his back getting further away as she hesitated to act. She made her choice as her legs moved in her chosen direction. Ash made it to a scene he had been fearing ever since he saw the power that the Wehrmacht threatened. An inferno of multiple buildings, some civilian and mixed with their quickly made storage for the guns they would eventually keep. There he saw it, a paladin, laying on the ground with its legs blown out. The pilot is nowhere to be seen. He saw the carnage being shown to him in front. Quickly made defenses of furniture were being destroyed as young and old tried holding the road. Gaping holes filled the bodies that had already fallen to the ground. The lamppost he was leaning to creaked as more bullets whizzed past the lines. He felt bile from his stomach raising. He vomits as he saw another soldier getting his brain ejected from his skull by rifle rounds that even he thought was too much. Grimm was a primary target for guns, never a person ever since the late King of Vale prevented armies from being raised for the purposes of conquest. Such devastation caused by the bullet resulted in gore spurts that he had never seen before. What had happened? He thought. The wind still blew strong, yet it was obvious an enemy had reached them in such a short time. It was an impossible task, even driving through the snow was difficult for them to get attacked. No more than a day and a half since their attack was something he couldn't believe. He discharges more of the contents of his stomach again as his fear tried to subsidize, then his face felt wet. He reached up with his finger at the spot. His shaking hand swiped the seemingly sudden water he felt. Blood. Another drip caught his attention, and his eyes widened. With his mind telling him no, he looked up. The lamppost was dyed blood that was unnoticeable from a distance. He had been so distracted by the battle that he had tunnel visioned on it. He saw a pair of eyes, or what used to be a pair of eyes. It was the paladin's pilot, hung over with his lower half gone and soulless pupils staring at him, his body contorted on the lamppost. Fuck. He vomits again, emptying what used to be his breakfast on the ground. He steels himself after such an event and takes control of the situation. Everyone. Listen. We need to retreat and not fight them with lines of fire. It'll expose you from their superior fire. In a short amount of time, he had created some kind of response. It was obvious that simple barricades could do little more to stop such a powerful round. If it was enough to destroy someone's head through a table, it was probably a bad decision to try and fight them. Only, these soldiers of theirs weren't trained individuals. They got given a gun and asked to point and shoot, nothing more. It showed the true nature of warfare and how hopeless it actually was. Seeing someone try to take command, their will already broke. As soon as someone tried asking them to fight even more, they did what they could only ask themselves to do. They ran. No. I don't want to die dash. Boom! It had arrived, something that everyone feared when they saw the marches. Words could do so much to persuade them to resist Hans' rule, but they forgot that at the end of the day. Words could do so little convincing when a gun was pointed in their direction. Instantly being turned into a burnt mist of blood and bones, everyone broke rank and fled. Civilians around them cried and howled in pain as shrapnel or other objects were blown in their direction. It wasn't intentional, but civilians were an inevitable casualty in a town environment. Ash did his best trying to usher who was left. He grabs the arm of a fleeing young man. He saw the horrified look but shook him to make him listen. Take off everything that may incriminate you of being a soldier, throw your gun away and ask some of the villagers here to give you asylum, tell them Ash sent you, they all know me around here. The soldier nodded frantically and started removing old Elysian helmets and other scrounged up parts to make up the uniform he had. Ash did the same thing to many. He wouldn't know if they would survive, but he tried his best. Paladins fell one after another as the tank finally reached the road where a defensive line used to be. Ash took one look and left. The machine gunner of said tank recognizes Ash and told the tank commander who was inside at the time to call up their superior. Ash ran, and he eventually came back to where they would be advised to flee. Small snow bikes that have a tarp over them to blend in. But it wasn't there. They must have already left. Ash was alone, he thought. His knees wanted to give out and surrender so that the village wouldn't suffer even more damage. Ash. He turned to the feminine voice. His words almost sealed themselves, but he blurted out, Violet. You didn't leave. I followed Weil and some of the others. When we arrived here, nothing was left. He assumed his theory, the others already left. Watts probably knew this would happen. We need to hide. There's no way we could survive wandering out into the wilderness. Hide. Violet. There's no hiding from them. She saw his disheartened look before forcefully dragging him by the shoulders and trying to carry him. I won't leave you out here looking like that. If we aren't caught, we could still have a chance. Stop, it's inevitable. Screw that. If I'm going to get hunted down, I'll at least put up a chance to live before they find us. Would she want this, Ash? His heart pounded, the ringing in his ears began, and a memory he would always cherish surfaced. His hand stops quivering and lands on his jacket. He took it out and felt the film for what felt like the last time. She wouldn't want this. I still have a promise to fulfill. They both ran aimlessly until Ash had an idea. I have a cellar in my cabin. It could work if we tried hiding it. She nods, but Ash sees her hand hovering over her back. They reach his cabin, and the sounds of screams and gunfire still reach earshot. He peeks through the window and saw something happening that he wouldn't forget nor forgive. A soldier breaks open the door of the house a couple of dozen meters in front. The soldier enters with several others as they usher out everyone somewhere else. They search each one down to the detail. The final of the civilians gets patted down, only this time the reaction was different. The Vokian soldier found it, a line of dust bullets strapped to the hip that the resistance soldier hid as a civilian couldn't remove in time and had covered with his shirt. The civilians plead with the soldier but get shoved back to the building. A second later the barrel end of his gun met the head of the resistance soldier. A single shot was all it took for the man to cease living. His body fell to the ground as the soldier moved on to the next building. Everyone is getting killed. If they find you with weapons, we're done for. He turns to Farah that finished moving around furniture. She got inside the cellar and told him, we don't have much time. Get in. He hurried over and blocked the entrance with a rug before trying to enter himself. Ash felt his heart stop when the door slammed open. He turned around expecting the worst. Weil was no more the distinguished gentleman he tried making himself as. He was tired and clearly exhausted. He pushed the doors in and searched the rooms as he arrived in the kitchen. Without another word, he saw the cellar and ran to it. Oh no, you don't. Ash yanked the again man away and pinned him to the ground. I won't let you live without facing what you've done. Ash. Don't. We might as well let him in. He's going to tattle when he gets caught. Not if I kill him. He reaches over and opens a palm, asking for something. You're going to use my gun for it. What else? The perfect disguise would be a killed council member. Wouldn't this be better with someone so worthless as him? We can't dash. Just give me the gun. The sounds of gunfire approaching made them even more nervous. Ash forgoes the chance, favoring killing while later. Fuck, fine, get this bastard in. All of them get inside and Ash reluctantly allows Weil to get inside. As they shut the door connecting the cellar from the kitchen. They all lay silent. Among the beats of constant cannons going off, they listened closely. Thud. They hear it, the heavy footsteps of someone up top that searched the rooms. More and more enter. Ash counted 5, but there could be more. Farah's hand took the gun in her hands. The footsteps came closer. She didn't know if she had the heart to do something drastic. Her gaze landed on the trigger of her gun, her hand shook violently. As the thud ceased, her heart rate couldn't be higher than it was. She carried the barrel before pointing it back to her chin felt the coolness of the metal as her hand jittered from fear. Violet. Don't. Ash quietly whispered, wrestling the gun away but careful to disarm it in a way to not accidentally discharge it. PMMPH. Shoo. Ash quickly placed a hand over her mouth, he looked back to the entrance and quieted down. Are they gone? While mentions. Idiot. Boom. A charge was already placed on the cellar's door. Men jumped down from the breaches while scampered away, holding up his hands toward the men. The soldiers adorned in black aggressively knock while down, his hands were already in the air but something in them made their actions more tuned towards revenge. Gun, one of them shouts. They all aim for Farah who still had the gun in her hands. She aims toward the soldiers but the men don't open fire. It was a small caliber and everyone knew it couldn't even punch through their faceplate. Violet. Don't do it. Just put the gun down. Her eyes meet his as soldiers approached Ash and force him to the ground. He unwillingly knelt into position as he stared at Farah in tears. I'm sorry, Ash. No. She quickly turns the gun to her chin. Ash watched as her fingers slowly pulled down on the trigger. Some resistance was felt but she forced it down, closed her eyes, and wept her last tear. Goodbye. Ash was silent as he saw the gun leave Farah's hands and her body drop to the floor. The soldiers kept their hold on him as he silently stared at the scene. Shit, why didn't you guys shoot the gun off? No clear shot, we could have hit her instead. How am I going to explain this to the captain? I don't know, Sergeant. Maybe, he'd be afraid to tell the other commandant about this too. The sergeant sighed, he touched the base of his earpiece and tried contacting his superior. We captured 2 of the council members, 1 is dead. Suicide. The man nods before signaling to his other soldiers, we need to move, the upper commandant still needs us to find everyone else on the list from the Gestapo. This was how the day ended, a slaughter for the first time in centuries where a government actively hunted down other people. It would be a day that never happened according to Torchwick. The public would never know what happened during that day, at least what had truthfully occurred. For all they know, the council fought back and some were killed in the crossfire. The villagers were all traitors and thus apprehended while making it seem like they were all radicals rather than normal people living their lives. This was true even for Team RWBY, who Hans made sit out of the mission. He knew what this would result in, he wanted to spare them the thought. Though he was used to the slaughter the first time he killed Elysian soldiers, such was the way of life. Without a lens to tell a story through another perspective, crimes like these would never be told in a manner that villainizes the so-called good guys. History is always written by the winners. When 2 cultures clash, the loser is obliterated, and the winner writes the history books, books which glorify their own cause and disparage the conquered foe. As Napoleon once said, what is history, but a fable agreed upon? In the end, the lives these resistance soldiers lived didn't matter. Their individuality, aspirations, and dreams were nothing more than a speck of dust in the wind as the Wehrmacht marched along the blood-stained tundra. Forgotten and ignored, everyone had the same end when facing the end of a barrel. Was this truly what it took for a better cause? The lives of a few hundred extinguished for the future of Remnant as a whole? History would say yes. At least, in this version. Chapter 80, A Nation Secured. Puffs of black smoke trail into the sky that contrasted against the snow. It was dark outside but the flames spreading lit from magazines of dust exploding inside paladins provided enough light to see the disturbing evidence of slaughter. The cool steel inside and outside Hans made him want to shiver despite being a tank, but he kept his focus on the hundreds of citizens being arrested and most of the soldiers of the opposing side being executed right in front of him. Declaration of a new order, progress 59%. Civil war imminent, 6 days, done. A shame I couldn't get the rest of the council alive. I'd imagine there would be more value in executing them in front of a camera. Exposing their crimes would help with public support. Though, it's not even the main way I'm going to get the world's opinion to unite under us. The dampened steps of military boots shifting amongst the snow reached his ears, though Hans didn't know where a tank could hear. Hans turns to greet the soldier in time to see him salute. Kaiser, we have a problem. Tracks were seen and we suspect it was from a vehicle of some kind. The vehicle in question looked like it had a cart or something similar being towed behind it. Hans was surprised. Tracks. As in the ones similar to our leopard eyes? No, it's the same ones as the old F2s. This is my assumption, but our enemies, whoever they may be, have begun replicating what we have. Is that so? I'm supposing they don't have much to go on, meaning they've seen the F2s but not the latest ones. Did you already forward this to Torchwick, Joseph G? Not yet, we saw it prudent to directly tell you first before reporting it to him, considering it's your own race being replicated. Hans was distracted by the thought of someone trying to recreate what he had with the army. Broadcasting was a double-edged sword, but Hans was confident that other nations would take months or years to even catch up to the Volksreich's numbers. Tracks aren't hard to make and it's beneficial to places like this and doesn't use much dust compared to the gravity dust requirements of normal snow vehicles in Atlas. It makes sense to make something like this and supply it to rebels. Basing it off from the show, I think Watts is the one doing it. He still had to tread carefully, he doesn't want to waste too much manpower by going to war trying to unite the world. If he went to war now, Salem is going to take advantage. He needed a united world, not a conquered one. Meaning the people needed to think they unite against a common enemy. Hans was emulating how Germany united during the Franco-Prussian War. He needs the other nation's citizens to see the Volksreich as the protector, not a foreign occupier. Thank you. Savon. Hans had trouble remembering the soldier's name, but thankfully he was a major and had a semblance to protect himself, allowing him to not use faceplates and heavy armor for ease. The man salutes again before returning elsewhere. Hans was ready to leave with them. Transporting prisoners over a continent's distance was going to take hours, but he hoped the skies would be clear enough once they go down from the northern seas. So this is one of her majors that Blake promoted when the Atlesian military was absorbed. If I remember correctly, we have Ilya and Siena in Menagerie with the 3rd and 4th divisions. While the 1st is in Vale headed by Grills and the 2nd is Blake's. I think we have around 12 if I don't include non-combat personnel. Granted, Atlesian divisions are twice as numerous as the previous White Fang before the merger, although they had a lot of robots to fill up more combat roles to inflate their numbers. Hans oversaw the troops exiting and doing final checks before most of them headed for the boats they borrowed from the old Atlesian military, more used as scouting boats than actual warships. I should really shuffle military organization and also create a general staff. Blake needs to promote her officers to generals by now since our divisions are going to be made up of more soldiers later on. The soldiers around him numbering hundreds started moving back towards the ships down south. Hans revved his engines and followed soon after. I guess another meeting will be in session. A few more minutes passed and Hans was able to maneuver on top of the deck of the boat and prepared for the hour ahead until they could reach the nearby ports and trek to Atlas. Later in Atlas, Hans landed with his VAF-121 and formed back into his leopard eye. He was thinking of upgrading by now, but he needed more RP. A figure showed themselves approaching from the entrance of the building and the sound of robotic legs echoed. Hearing the descent of Hans, Pietro exited after finishing up with his own tasks. Hans, there's something fortuitous in crossing paths just as I was about to look for you, Pietro calls out. Pietro, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working in Mantle? This isn't a usual place to meet a doctor. Maybe for you, but RWBY asked me to get the things she needs. I'm guessing she would bring up such a request to me specifically because I was nearby. RWBY doesn't do that, she probably picked you because you're another scientist who she can trust. Is this about the special project? If by special you mean the new droids we've been trying to create and a new Reichskopter model, then yes. In hindsight, it does make sense for her to choose me to handle the droid aspect. In fact, Pietro then jostles his coat for his scroll, he lifts it out and with a few presses, the display expands for Hans to see something he'd been waiting for. Speaking of robotics, your new prototype for a human body is ready. It just needs a few calibrations to make sure the wearer doesn't get their spine snapped in half. Imagine yourself on the receiving end of general anesthesia during surgery, but before the surgeon performs on you, he says something along the lines of losing his medical license. It wasn't a comfortable fact. Hans didn't particularly mind his spine getting split in two, he didn't have one anyway. Though he needed the robotic suit to be a vehicle, so any poor soul being stuck in there might have a chance to enjoy a one-way trip to a heavenly chiropractic adjustment, guaranteed satisfaction. That's worrying. Should you really be saying that out loud? Don't worry, it won't do anything extreme like that. Trust me. Pietro smiled, but it didn't soothe Hans' worry. Somehow I feel like I shouldn't. Isn't this supposed to take a week or a month at most as you said? That was the case up until I realized a mistake in my reasoning. You said your body needs to be worn at least once to a battle. I took the time to make a generator or battery of some kind like pennies, but I realized that it doesn't need to last more than a few hours. You say fuel isn't really a problem, so I could make it look a lot less bulky, but you may need to have to do minor adjustments when you transform into it. It looks different from its suit form and robotic form. Then, I figured that it doesn't need to be size adjusting. Size adjusting? Do you mean the kind that can have a one-size-fits-all? Ah, I get your solution. The suit doesn't need to fit everyone, it just needs to fit someone specific for me to use. Since it's not going to be mass-produced, it doesn't need a standardized measurement. Precisely, I could save so much more time removing the different moving parts inside to the point where I only need someone small enough to pilot it. That's great, I can finally speed up the next phase. When can I expect it to be field-tested and able for me to use? With all the clearing operations going on in the continent, it's not hard to find a squad that can give the prototype a gun and participates in a battle. I just need someone small to fit in it, about this tall. Pietro raises his arm to a level that was maybe lower than half his current absolute tank height. Hans immediately knew who was compatible. Neo definitely fits that size. She's small enough dash. Clang. A metallic impact sounded on top of Hans and the roof of his leopard eye gave out a hollow noise. The knock was powerful enough to make him ring out like a broken bell. Neo is right on top of me, isn't she? Pietro nods, understanding that Hans may have just triggered a fate worse than death. The person in question leaned down from the top of the tank and stuck her face directly into the gunner's viewport, which Hans usually stares through with. I didn't mean it. Look, I really need to finally fix my problem of not being able to fit anywhere. To be honest, you really should accept that you're small dash. Clang. Ow. Wait, I can't even feel pain. Why do you always show up randomly dash? Clang. Okay, shutting up now. Neo had an unreadable face as she stared into the empty viewport. If Hans could physically gulp, he would have done so. She sighs, maybe as a sign that she wasn't a total psychopath, before she hopped off the tank and lightly tapped on the barrel. I'm guessing that's a yes. Pietro, do you think you can work with her? Pietro took one look at the deadpan Neo before smiling awkwardly as she walked to his side. Is right now okay? She gave a small thumbs up before she shattered out of reality and disappeared as fast as she arrived. Sometimes I don't get that girl. Torchwick casually walked inside a nearly massive empty hall. Pairs of guards were posted at every other entrance, which was the living space of Team WIBRN apart from Hans, who lived in the common room where everyone lounged around since it was the only room large enough to fit him temporarily when they first took over Atlas. He stepped up to the meeting room before getting checked by the guards. It was a normal thing, so he took out his ID, a physical copy of a document detailing his service to the Wehrmacht, another file that was the verification of that document, and a scan for fingerprints, all the while having aura-suppressing cuffs being latched on while he rummaged through his pockets. It was tedious, but the procedure was important, especially in places that housed important people. Even if Weiss or any of the other girls wanted to enter the building, they had to present these things because it's easy to impersonate someone in a world full of semblances, hence the aura-suppressing cuffs while being checked. This wasn't the case before, but after the attack, Weiss was adamant in putting in place a simple security check for high-ranking officers, down to the enlisted men. Torchwick returns everything back to his pockets. It didn't take too much space, so he entered without being annoyed at the constant checks. The massive door opened up, plates shifted up and down to reveal a room with a sizable area for a meeting and Hans to drive around in. Torchwick takes his scroll out and typed a message before returning it to his coat. He sat down in a seat specifically marked for him as he put out his cigar and waited. Moments later, the rest of the team trickled in one by one or in pairs as they all sat down, with Hans was the one only left to wait for. I'm guessing all of you heard that awful messaging thing of his. I was enjoying a nice break once in a while, but I guess it's important we talk about what we will do next. Torchwick mentions. You'll get used to random telepathic messages. Blake answers. Kitty Cat, you're the one longest around lunchbox. Why can't you tell him to tone it down a little when trying to speak through our minds? I don't think you can control the volume of thoughts, Torchwick. But you've never tried. He points out. Well, why don't you ask then? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the girl that he basically met from day one and constantly sticks to his side should be the one asking him that. You're acting like an awkward preteen. Blake narrows her stare. What are you insinuating? Torchwick rolled his eyes and sighed. You had a relationship before this, no? How come you don't understand? Ha, this is why you're stuck reading that erotica you keep staring at night. Her ears shot up in distress. How? She blurts out. It's obvious, you don't even hide the fact you keep ordering it online from a website called Dash. No. Shut it, Torchwick. The conversation started to become way too hard to understand. It was like a bunch of buzzwords for a certain cookie-eating individual. Weiss. Ruby asked the person closest to her, what's bondage? Weiss responded by caressing Ruby's hair. You sweet summer child. The massive door opening seemed to disrupt the ongoing small talk as Hans finally showed up and drove inside. He had made the building compatible with him, but soon enough he hoped he could finally enter buildings without destroying the doorways. Sorry that I was a bit late, I had to tweak a few things with Pietro on something. Did I miss anything? You all were pretty loud from outside, especially you Blake. It's nothing. Blake's face was still slightly flushing from the embarrassment of her search history being exposed in front of all of them. Young, being the mischievous one, had the time to record it all in secret while desperately trying to hold in her habit of teasing Blake even more. Okay. Hans drove to the front. The room was widened considerably when Winter gave them the building. Unlike the rest of them, Winter had been busy in her own right, convincing some individuals being resistant to the effects of Hans' loyalty function. We will begin now. Torchwick, I believe you have the right to tell everyone what resulted in our little fight against the council. Torchwick stood as his name was called before opening his scroll and sifting through files and notes to read out of. First of all, public support has been predicted to be returning to previous levels. News of the council being in custody has given us more support based on my men's testimonies. Second, we have captured a foreign spy. A spy? From where? Hans didn't predict that. I would have thought it'd be Watts of all people. None of them know him, but I'm pretty sure from the snippets from the show, he'd be working with Salem. Vacuo. He tried sneaking out, but we caught him along the way. The man only had a data stick on him, so we sent it to the scientists and computer geeks. I've already ordered everyone to check our software. Good, anything else? I do, but it's not going to come from me. Torchwick opens his scroll and taps to send a message. He should be here any moment. Minutes passed and the door opened for Merlot to come in. Hello everyone. Merlot. You're related to this? Ruby asked. Of course, since I know who attacked you and orchestrated this. Weiss suddenly stood up, her demeanor changing once more as her tone deepened. Who is it? One I know very well in the early days before I even made that island of mine. Arthur Watts, but he likes to be called Watts. I suspect he had been the one who supplied these rebels of yours. Arthur Watts, doesn't ring a bell, Weiss said in a frustrating way. Exactly, he always cared about his achievements but wasn't able to show anything in the end. He was a friend of mine back when he was an Atlesian scientist. Was? He left because of some sourness he felt during his stay. He was the one who designed those paladins before he left, the ones I have been shown pictures of during the fight. It's why I have my own. Hans connected the pieces, even though he didn't know Merlot was friends with Watts. Though it made sense for an enemy of Atlas to be friends with another enemy of Atlas. So that's why you had something similar back on your island. Call it a divergence. He showed me his idea and ranted a lot about his disdain for the fools in Atlas for choosing another project other than his. I agreed on it too, but eventually, we separated ways, but not before he shared his blueprint with me. I didn't know where he ended up while I worked on my own research. What project did he go up against? The PNNY project. I know, ironic isn't it? I disagreed with the idea that the military would put forth so much funding for what I thought was a foolish idea of a robot with a soul. Then I met you, the master race Dash. Okay. Ignoring that last bit, Yang, are we close with securing the villages in Vale, and are the Belladonnas ready yet? No to the first but yes to the second, Yang answered quickly. I think we need more of a push, a stunt that will put us on the map. Something bombastic like killing something huge. We still have a few rounds of talking to make them trust us, but it's going to take longer without proving in a massive way that the Grimm can be truly defeated in our methods. That's true. I already expected to need something to prove, since convincing them that a unified military would go a long way. An example would be needed. What about progress with the Anschluss? Menagerie is already integrated as much as possible while respecting international sovereignty and all that. Weiss takes a little while to set it up. We only need a perfect time and we will be ready. Leave it to me to Yankee them to our side. Yang, I appreciate the report, but please, don't do puns. Someday you all will understand. She spoke like it was going to be a villain backstory of some kind. Someday. Moving on. Weiss, anything new? Well, our policies are finally starting to bear fruit. We have opened up mines everywhere and the Grimm clearing has done so to a great degree. It's freeing up more jobs for people, making their wages higher because of the labor demands and in turn letting them have a higher standard of living as they can buy more goods inaccessible to them before. We are at a net positive ever since you cut down on dust spending in the Wehrmacht. Our imports from food are still high but we switched to directly asking for food from foreign villages in the other continents in exchange for the dust we export. Hans was fervently nodding his barrel at the news. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. We're creating a dependency as time goes on while keeping costs down from directly importing than going through foreign governments as the middleman. Thankfully the villages all have autonomy in the other kingdoms. Last one. RWBY. Is weapons development going smoothly? I heard from Pietro you've been working on the things I asked that are important. The helicarrier can wait, but how are the defensive placements? Oh, yep. It's going to take weeks, but since Blake gave me permission to use her soldiers as a workforce, I can say it would be in a week or two. The materials are already on site, so it wouldn't take long with the help of the VAF 121s and tanks hauling stuff around. I'm glad it's going well. I have a question though, why put a lot of the 88mm Pak 43 somewhere surrounding the middle of a lake? Wouldn't it be better to place them around the cities? I guess I'll have to tell you all. Hans starts to explain. There is a possibility that there is an ancient Grimm large enough to destroy the continent. What? Some of the girls screamed out. Lunchbox, do you always drop a bombshell of information like that so suddenly? Hey, I've also been recently notified of the things being woken up. By the way, there's like 3 others in their respective continents. To say the team was shocked was another understatement of the century. World-ending Grimm being exposed to reality was not what everyone expected. Torchwick though had been used to some kind of Grimm this caliber ever since their meeting in Mountain Glen. He was beginning to understand why Blake gets used to Hans' antics. Looks like everything is going smoothly enough, Hans said, ignoring the looks of surprise from the team. He was worried too, but it was still 2 weeks away. If anything else happens, I will take drastic measures as assurance. I suppose I should notify all of you while we are all here. As you know, I've been working with Pietro to make a human body for me. Neo here is going to help out after this meeting, so it'll be ready tomorrow for a visit. Tomorrow? Where are you going to visit? It's not just me, Blake. Hans pauses. All you girls are going to relax once in a while, how do you say we all go for a dance, in Vale? Huh. Torchwick felt his eyebrow twitch. So sudden and not going to explain again. Damn it, Lunchbox. Chapter 81, A Fate of Two Leaders. Sounds of small metallic clicking echoed inside a room with 2 people. It was a workshop where Pietro had been storing the device after it had been field tested and thus available for Hans to use. Damn it, I can't quite get the back right. He argues with himself, stressing over how much effort he had to do. It had been already an hour at this point. Why didn't I think Pietro would forget to add a single unified mechanism to control my skin opening up? He wrestles with the feeling of his innards crunching together. Bollocks. Hold on, I have to try again. His body seemingly shifted plates back to a more exposed body, metallic sheen of pure silver shone while he concentrated again. I really hope I don't have to do this much effort over and over. Blake behind him coughs. Ahem, you've said that 39 times this hour. It's safe to say you're going to repeat trying. Don't worry, we can always wait, we have time. That was a lie, they were going to be late either way. Hans was preparing to try on his body and he practiced this entire time just trying to make his body not look like the human equivalent of a dog slinky. I'm sorry that I have a delay, Blake. It didn't seem important for the doctor to add a mirror for me to check if I don't expose metal through the surface. He sarcastically comments. Blake's ears flicked as she looks up from her scroll. Hans, it's alright. At least it would be better since I can look at you from an outside perspective. I guess so. There's barely any way I can look at my back without stretching my neck out with overclock. There. Hans thought he was done. Satisfied by his success, he looks toward Blake. Well? Your face has a split down at your nose. She points to his straight nose being pried open without him knowing so. Arg. That's the 4th time in the same spot. He was getting frustrated at the failure. Actually, it's the 6th time. Hans once more had his body shift from the inside. He looked like an endoskeleton from the outside because of the segmenting body. Hans, your eyes are changing again. Really? He groaned. Pietro is a genius, but when it comes to small things like these, he can get scatterbrained. Is it going random again? What color is it this time? Greenish with maybe blue sprinkled in. Oh, it changed to a deep red this time. It looks nice. She compliments. Hans evolved. Instead of being in a game, he became the computer itself by literally having RGB eyes that sometimes show up for no reason. It came from a small error Pietro overlooked when making the eyes. Thanks, but it doesn't matter if I can't even get my whole body right. To think I suffered so much with the legs before this. I swear I became a newborn baby with how much I fell over. She chuckled before getting an idea. How about this, instead of getting it fitted normally by just talking to you or using pictures, I can always try moving it for you. That shouldn't work, we tried that before, didn't we? Pietro explicitly said the things moving my innards are very tough since it's made up of pennies materials. No, I don't mean moving it physically, I meant feeling where you are at the moment as opposed to seeing. You know, similar to how you get something stuck in between your teeth and try locating it with your tongue. That's a very specific example, but I get it. Here's the thing, unless it deforms me in some way, I can't feel anything like a normal person. You still feel heat, right? How about this, try forming your surface properly. Your current form is too tall for me, but if you start adjusting from piloted to robot form, I could reach where you are and touch you. Hans finally shrugged normally before he complied and started compressing his body. His towering height of 8 feet was almost the level of his viewport from before without crumpling himself down. In pilot form, he didn't look human at all, his body was more rigid and aggressively looking. He had edges and a lot more machines in shape and full of plates that overlapped, all the while vague sections of human body parts were laid in sections all over the surface. The one way to describe Hans' piloted form was cursed. This was supposed to be a way for a person to fit inside all the while having enough power and gears to make sure the suit functioned and eventually could compact itself and transform into a human body. It was bulky and more mech than human, but the engineering shone through when no one was there at all. A myriad of moving parts is present so that it could make itself more compact, specifically for Hans to move. It didn't require overclock because all the parts moved naturally, like how he can control his tracks but not rip them apart without his semblance. Hans slowly transitioned from his initial height to a slightly believable height of about 7 feet. It was more height than expected because Pietro had to admit trying to create a body that could function as a suit and then turn into a realistic human body was hard to create and pack into such a small size. Okay. Blake muttered as she reached over to Hans' face on the tips of her toes since she was shorter than him. Feel that? Move over this part here, you have an exposed neck too. She starts helping out Hans by physically letting Hans get a better grasp on how his inner workings function. We're done. Blake steps back to look at Hans' new body. Wow, now that he doesn't have weirdly placed fingers, disjointed arms, or an exposed skull, Hans looks. She stopped as her voice held back from finding a word to describe him. Aside from his height, he looked fairly normal, at least by what standards he placed. Pietro had done an amazing job making him as close as possible to the real thing. His body went from an amalgamation of metal and vaguely flesh to an immaculate young adult man, maybe in his mid or early 20s, with a lean build and short blonde hair. Combined with a well-developed face and a sharp jawline. It was the image of a well-kept person with an atmosphere of an approachable yet dangerous person, alluring yet fear-inducing if you wanted to, but respectable if you looked deep enough. Hans was supposed to have light blue eyes, but his error made him flicker eye colors ever so often and sometimes would go cycle through a color spectrum, like reds to oranges or blues to greens. He was a generic good-looking person just as he requested, but he severely underestimated how much Pietro had put work into making him the ultimate life form. This was completely different from his scrawny look before he got violated by the moderator when he got dragged into oblivion. Hans didn't actually care how he looked, he was a gamer before all of this after all, but the benefits of being an Adonis were a good addition if he wanted to reveal himself to the world. His ancestors would be proud if not for the fact in reality Hans was a War Thunder addict, the worst kind of addict just after a heroin addict. That was much better than taking pictures, I could actually feel where the thing goes other than basing it off guesses. It felt like trying to charge your phone without looking and somehow missing the socket. Right, Blake? He looks towards Blake, who had been unblinking for the past few seconds, and the lack of response made Hans curious. Blake. Huh? She blurts out. Oh, yeah, sure. She pauses yet again. Anyways. We should head to the others. I'll get the VAF 121 to carry you. Blake, I'm not a tank anymore. I can comfortably fit inside places without demolishing an entire building. Sorry, I just got used to you usually being too big to fit in buildings. It's like a natural response at this point. Hold on, I think RWBY is messaging me. She checks her scroll to see a notification sent by RWBY. They went ahead of us 30 minutes ago. Why only tell us now that they already left? That's just typical RWBY, we can catch up anyways. Let's move to the airfield so we can use a jet as long as you hold on inside. No need, Hans. I've already called that we're arriving in a VAF 121. Besides, someone is going to come over to pick us up, I don't want to cancel just as they are about to arrive. Oh, alright. Let's hope the headmaster doesn't mind our sudden visit. Unlike the old Atlas, I won't bring an entire army over. Not yet at least. Meanwhile, Yang was always a person that demanded attention, not just because of her looks but because she always considered herself an outgoing person. Yang is a fairly tall girl with fair skin and long flowing golden hair that reached far to her back, and eyes that had an illustrious lilac tint. Her personality matched her appearance in more ways than one, so she was used to attention, either wanted or unwanted. Even then, she still was surprised at the reception after they had landed with escorts. This situation was not what she usually expected. It wasn't a welcoming party to be fair, but it felt like one considering the school as well as Vale itself stood gawking at them as soon as they stepped out of their vehicles. Ugh, now I feel conscious of how I look. Keep quiet, Yang, Weiss uttered. Keep your chin up and chest out, we have an image to uphold and I'm not letting you taint the look of the Volksreich as ministers. Chest out, she smiled and stares at the board that was Weiss' unremarkable features. Heh, all this talk on an image but yours doesn't look too much from me, ow. Weiss took the chance to elbow Yang's side as they walked flanked by soldiers. Silence, besides I'm quite comfortable not lugging around heaps of fat. That's just an excuse and you know it. Yang winces as another camera flash made her shut her eyes. Hey, is all this attention really needed? We're just going to school but everyone's talking about it. It's not a surprise, we supposedly are only students from Vale. I am the only native to Atlas yet everyone is working for the Volksreich. Imagine how the vital festival would work now that everyone saw the removal of an old country. Especially when we are the ones leading it. Not really, isn't Hans the one who masterminded all of this? Don't downplay your contributions, running it smoothly is a product of everyone's dedication to the cause of uniting the world against the Grimm. It's why we have the symbol of every kingdom on our flag. About that, who made this? I haven't seen that symbol before. Does it mean something? They stared at the flags swaying in the wind, they were in front so they had the closest look. Though, the colors were already eye-catching. Ask Hans about the symbol but I think Torchwick had them made recently, he said it'll be put around the city in Atlas eventually. The conversation finished as soon as they reached a bullhead heading for the academy. Ojban emphasized not landing directly in the school so they agreed to stop along Vale before going to Beacon. Excuse me, Führer. She gets hailed as a voice behind her calls for her title. She turns just as they were about to ride on the bullhead. Grills, what is it? Is it wise to not let someone pilot this? What if this is an opportunity to assassinate you? Don't worry, I doubt anyone other than rebels would be so foolish to attack us. We're one bombing run away from flattening any city in Remnant. It'd be suicide to attack us. Isn't that right, pilot? The pilot in question shakes in place, it was the same person she used to throw money at when they were journeying to Mountain Glen. He wasn't going to anger someone in such a position of power. Why yes. Miss Weiss eek. The major pulls out his gun on the man and points it to his head as the bullhead closed its doors. You dare address the Führer in such a casual way? Grills relax, he's as much a citizen as ours. It's only a small mistake, you can fix that mistake can't you, pilot? Why yes. F Führer. See. They can get used to it eventually. Humph. You better not think of anything to harm our leader. The two finally sit, with the major and a few escorts further back on the bullhead while the girls sat in the front. Weiss, you can be really scary in front of strangers now. Are you sure you're not turning into someone else? Yang asked. Not really, I'm still a good friend to you all. Unless it concerns matters of the state, I'll be more relaxed since you're all my friends. Ah. I believe you, Weiss. Even if you are lacking in some aspects. You. Arg, I give up with you all. RWBY, is there any reply from Blake if they are already on their way? You didn't forget to message them, have you? The awkward stare from RWBY made Weiss assume the worst. RWBY. Okay, I might have forgotten to tell them we went ahead. Weiss facepalms. Don't worry, I'll message them right now. RWBY got her scroll out and started messaging. The silence that ensued made Yang wonder about the situation before an absurd idea came to her head. I was wondering, Yang said. Do you think Blake might be doing something naughty with Hans? Guakirk huh. Weiss choked and spat out saliva as she processed the question. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Think about it, she told us Hans might take a long trying to try out his body. It's been too long from when we tried to leave and I'm suspecting something ever since Torchwick brought it up during the meeting dash. Indecent. RWBY yelled and somehow brought out a jar from nowhere. There was already a few cards of lean inside it. Darn, I'm going to be poor at this rate, sis. Can't you let go that I talk about dirty stuff like dash? Filthy. Tainted. Cough it up, Yang. Ha, fine, I won't push it further. She got out her wallet as she placed it in the jar, and turned back to Weiss. Here's everything I have. Yang, this is too much. Heh. I know. Yang had a devious smirk crossing her face. Anyways, Weiss, do you think they are already screwing dash? Gah. RWBY shrills as she covers herself with her cape. Don't muddle my mind, Yang. I'll tell Dad about this. It's like Signal Academy all over again when all those innuendos went over my head. Ah, is my little sister finally realizing how growing up feels? Well, buckle up. 'Cause I had a lot of lean in that wallet to pay for what I am about to say. Yang, please. I'm not hearing any of it. Keep your own dirty talk to yourselves. As chaos ensues, Weiss sat there with a smile on her face but was concerned too. Hans, how is it you deal with us on a daily basis? Maybe I should help him in killing megaliths instead of staying at base, I might lose my sanity. Professor Port was one self-proclaimed genius in storytelling, enough to make even the most bored students actively listen. So what had made such a man change? Actually, nothing, since the whole class had already dropped to sleep except 4 or 5, have been listening. Even when they were nearing the Vital Festival, the professor never changed his ways. The bell rang as the class with a zombie-like shamble got out of the room to reach their next class. Pyrrha was among these. She was along with her friends and the mood was its usual cheeriness coming from Nora or the awkwardness coming from John. They're really coming back, aren't they? We haven't seen them in weeks but they suddenly wanted to come back. I was surprised too, the headmaster never announces something like this to everyone. They turned into a big deal so suddenly. John, not only that, they aren't just our sister team anymore. We're meeting with the leaders of another nation, the only one with a military at that. Everyone just relax. Nora gripped both of their shoulders as she wedged herself in between them. They probably only have some catching up to do. We can always treat them like friends. Isn't that true, Rennie? I don't admit this often but Nora is right. How would you feel if your friends suddenly changed their attitude toward you? We should wait until they participate in class to see if they prefer us regarding them as normal friends. Maybe. I heard they already arrived in Beacon this morning, so it's a matter of seeing what they do. We should ask them about what they are planning and all. Stoop. Stepped to the front and grabbed her friend's attention. What is it, Nora dash? Stop. She cuts John off. Over there, suspicious individual, show yourself before I break your legs, she turns and points at the end of a hall. Someone stepped out from the end of the hall with their hands raised up. Wow. Look, John, we found someone taller and blonde like you. Thankfully he's not as skinny, slender, lanky, awkward, dopey, scraggly, or weak-looking. John felt invisible punches to his mental stability with each word. Ouch. John winces at the emotional damage he sustained. The figure approaches while scratching the back of his head. Okay, I'm sorry for scaring you all but I have nightmares from walking around in a school and I got lost halfway through walking here. No worries, Pyrrha said. This is a large institution after all. Where are you going? I can tell you where you want to go if that's okay with you. Thanks, I'm looking for the headmaster's office. I need him to talk about something. Well dash. Hey. How do you get that tall? Why are your eyes mismatched right now? And why are you so suspicious? Looky, we suddenly see our previous classmates coming back suddenly, and as soon as we heard they landed in the morning, someone like you is here looking for the headmaster when for the past year no one from the outside has been here. So unless you had been allowed to get here without going through checking ID, then you must be someone important. Maybe you're that leader Pyrrha keeps talking about. Everyone looked at the rapidly spewed out questions by Nora before they stared back at the man shaking his head. Ah. He said out loud. Scary. Just kidding. Ren took the chance to grab Nora by the ears and usher her away. Pyrrha points to a location on her scroll after she opened it. Sorry about my friend Nora, she always does this whenever she meets someone. Ignore what she said, it's nothing serious. The headmaster's office needs an elevator so you can find it here. Ah, so I went towards the other side. Thanks. The man quickly waved goodbye before speed walking away toward the directions Pyrrha gave. I feel like we've met before. That person. She mentions. Silly Pyrrha, maybe you're just used to seeing John. Although, now that you say that, my Nora senses are tingling. Damn, Team JNPR of all people. I wanted to ask a student getting out, I could always ask Blake but it'd be so embarrassing that I'd ask her to come all the way to me just because I couldn't use my map here. Hans wasn't usually one to know how hard it would be to navigate Beacon based on the show, but he now understood that RWBY hadn't been exaggerating when the academy was a maze. This thing needs another update, I can't get maps of buildings since it'll only see a zoomed out image. I'll have to ask the moderator for that change when he does another update. Hans approached the door minutes later, the elevator dinged open as he got inside and selected the topmost floor. As he waited inside, his scroll provided by Blake pinged. So they already got to the class and everyone is scared of them? Makes sense, even I wouldn't know how to act when your classmate becomes a dictator. That sounds like a weird novel. Ding. The doors slowly shifted open as he stepped out to feel eyes bearing down on him. Glinda, and Ashbin. Well, you've certainly changed from before. Especially in the looks department, who knew you were that kind of person, changing yourself to benefit your goals. Oh please, Ashbin, you and I know how much you do to obtain your goals. My list of disingenuousness greatly lacks towards your own. The way Ashbin stared was not telling anything to Hans. Hans had difficulty trying to tell what he was thinking about. Coffee. I can't taste or eat anything. Pardon me, I should have known, how about something else? Let's not waste time, Oz. We have much to talk about. Ashbin stood up from his chair before gesturing towards his assistant. Glinda waves her riding crop as a glow encased a nearby chair and was placed in front. Sit. Gladly. Chapter 82, Ultimatum. So, what brings you to my office on this fine morning? But before we talk about our situation, I believe Glinda can take her leave from here. Why? Don't you think the school's most responsible and the one next in line to you is supposed to be here? Perhaps there are things you'd like to hide, even from her. Ashbin kept his lips shut as Glinda sighed at the short exchange. I will head down. If you gentlemen need anything, you always have that button on your desk. The door to the elevator opened and quickly shut as the room was silent with the two leaders on opposing sides of Ashbin's desk. Ashbin was the first to break the mute air. Where's Ironwood? In cuffs and chains for the foreseeable future. It was a consensus by the population, no one would want to see a criminal roaming free. You say that as if you're not one of them. Oh, trust me, I am a criminal in my own way, but that doesn't matter when right in front of me is the biggest criminal of them all, Ozma. The name shook Ashbin's very core, it was a name only known to very few. More or less he acted in calmness, but inside he could feel his mind twist. I don't know what you're talking about, Dash. Hans flared out a part of his face. Lies again, Ozma. I already knew for a very long time who you were. This isn't a game of chess anymore, we are at the most important decision in history. He readjusted the look on his face and checked with his scroll before standing up and going to the windows overlooking Vale. The prospect of unification and success is in your hands and not in mine. You are playing with lives, Hans. What is there to obtain through conquest? Nothing but the misery and resentment that will fuel Salem and her Grimm. This is exactly what Ironwood is wishing for before, Ashbin. Even in his darkest moments you still seek to not understand your so-called friends. He had the right idea but lacked execution, exactly like you. His idea of bringing a military into the world is wrong. Just as he would have done so, other nations will try again in their ambition. Huntsmen and huntresses are the answer, not a military that would risk war. Ironic, isn't it? You say all that, but the man who was closest to uniting the world was you. In the Great War, you had defeated 2 of the 4 nations and were allied to the last, but you threw it away because of an outdated outlook. Outdated? It results in war, a war that will cost the lives of many. I have experienced lifetimes and know how much conflict can breed in humanity. Living so long means you are reinforcing the wrong opinions. The world is reeling from only 80 years from the greatest war Remnant had ever seen. But so much had changed, you went from sharpened sticks to fully automatic guns. The military is too much of an opportunity to fight against the Grimm. Atlas was in its greatest position to take advantage, but even they had failed due to the old men like you stuck in the Dark Ages. It was for good reason. Letting everyone have a military would only increase the chance of a second war, just like what you're doing in Atlas. I sought change too, it is why I had the academies built. It would only train those specifically for Grimm. Defenders of everyone in Remnant, not tools of combat. That's the problem, RWBY. Defenders aren't the answer, offense is the best defense, and what Remnant needs isn't small teams but entire armies marching to clear the world. Stubbornness from you is what Salem wants. By the way, your coffee is going cold. RWBY hadn't even taken a sip as the conversation continued, it was that important of a talk to him. I appreciate the concern, but that's not what this is about. What are you planning by going here? I am here for a proposition, actually it's more of a threat. RWBY narrowed his eyes. A threat? I know what you're trying to do. You're a hypocrite for trying to push for more students to train. When I heard you've been trying to let the council create a form of militia, I wasn't surprised anymore. Ha! It's no use. How about this? I will tell you from this point onward a prediction of what the next series of events will unfold. You can still decide if you are to listen. Go on. In the next few days after the dance and at the same time as the vital festival, the world will see a Grimm so different that not even anyone will remotely recognize. People around the kingdoms will be exposed to such a thing and fear what would come next. They will then see us as the most popular sign of protection because the beast that threatens Remnant will be slain by us. What an absurd idea. I have lived long enough to know what Grimm can roam these lands. Salem's bounds are limited to the Grimm she can obtain to make. Even then, she can only have so much to use. Absurd? The crazy one is you. The moment you send out your armies, ours will decimate yours. We will have armor that cannot be pierced, aircraft that can evade and destroy your own, and bombers that can flatten any fortification you desperately create. Who is the absurd one now? Many have boasted about their feats of strength before. I will not be intimidated easily. Having all this weaponry won't kill Salem, it'll only encourage you to trample down others. Unlikely. This could all change, you know. What likely will happen is that the world unites either way. It's as inevitable as the snow and as predictable as the sun that follows the night. The difference is if you are there to fall or there to watch it all happen. Why are you going so far to unite the world? You could have simply stopped at Atlas and continued in your fight with her and her alone. You know that is not possible. Borders stop total victory where humanity and faunus do not hide in the shadows, just like you are. They deserve to know what Salem is, and I can bring the world back to its feet. No, that isn't possible. I have tried and failed before. We would have no direct way to tell the world of her existence. Not to mention this would incite panic that would worsen our situation. I am already steps ahead, RWBY. A united military will solve the Grimm problem, and the way I am going to show the world how she exists, then look no further than what I have already said. You underestimate what calamities I know of. The Grimm you speak of? Impossible, only she can know what terror she can create, but I know her well enough on what she can or can't do. I don't know what else Salem can do, but the calamities were probably made by the moderator, I'm guessing. It's not going to be different to her creations, a simple accusation will be all it takes. Hans echoed in his mind. Exactly. Such a massive Grimm can always be attributed to her, it's not a matter of if they will believe but when. Face it, Remnant needs the Volksreich. I already foresee the nations eventually falling, not because of me, but because of the people within their own territories. How is it that you are confident that all of this would be possible? This isn't insight or knowledge, it's arrogance. Hans smiles as he turned to walk slowly toward RWBY. He relishes the feeling of power before looming over him with his daunting height. The great strength of the totalitarian state is that it forces those who fear it to imitate it. People want a safe and secure life for their children. Living inside walls to the whims of snarling beasts isn't a secure future, it's a prison. The Volksreich is their future and they would want it, enough for them to blindly trust. Hans walked to the desk and pressed the button calling for Glinda. He reaches the elevator and waits for it, leaving a conflicted RWBY to wonder before entering the elevator and leaving. It's your turn, pawn checks king. I don't want your words, actions will speak louder as the days go by. See you, we'll enjoy Vale before we leave. That should do it, even if I can't get through to him, letting him know I figured out he is Ozma should be enough for him to realize I am taking the responsibility for defeating Salem once and for all. There's one step left for me. The door opened for Hans to directly see the disciplinarian waiting. Glinda. I do not recall letting you speak so casually of me. If you are here to talk then don't bother, the headmaster is calling for me. Her glasses get pushed up as a nerve threatened to burst. As much as I hate being called by that button. I have my responsibilities. I'm the one who pressed that button. Actually, I have a request in mind, you might not like it. Glinda had no idea what to expect. Request? Would it be the kind he offered this to the likes of everyone around him? Is he about to try converting me to his side? She was with Ozma and the others in their inner circle for most of their lives. Ever since they had been in Beacon, memorable moments in their youths made her steel her resolve. Hans wanted something from her, that is much what she thought. It was scary knowing that the leader of a military is asking or maybe even demanding something that may be dangerous. Whatever it may be, I won't let it influence me. With a stiffness all around her body, she reluctantly replies. What is it? Can we take a picture together? It was so unexpected that her mind short-circuited, it briefly had to load what actually came out of Hans' mouth for her to drop her guard in favor of being confused. Are you playing me for a fool? Hans waved his hands as he tried to convince Glinda to hear him out on the request. Look, I admire how you teach your students. I've heard from RWBY how much you are stern to them, but I always know that it's for their own good. I appreciate the comment, but what makes you say you admire me even though you put my students in danger with your goals? That I can agree on, but you must have your own opinions on what the role of the future generation has against Grimm. They chose this path regardless of the dangers. A stark contrast to your headmaster. Contrast? Your headmaster says that the children are to be the defenders of the world, don't you agree? Of course, I do. They are not only training to eliminate Grimm but more importantly, helping people. Putting them in danger now is reckless. Hans had to try his best not to smile, he only needed a few more pushes. He circled Glinda as he spoke, using his appearance to emphasize how much he was in control. What's more reckless? Letting children decide for themselves or manipulate them by not telling the truth? What kind of question is that? Not telling the truth. Hans smiled maliciously. It was a classic hook, line, and sinker. He had her curiosity, now it was only left to get her attention. When I let Team RWBY join in me trying to defeat the Grimm. Did you think that was the end? Just Grimm? I told them the truth about the world and the dangers I was going to face. I gave them a way out, but they nonetheless wanted to go in this crusade of mine against Grimm. Even if you did, there wouldn't be a justification for a hostile takeover. Letting children head your country? That's madness. Madness is what separates the old and new. A radical idea will always be looked down upon, but without seeing a sapling's fruits, how will we know if the seed is worth growing? In the end, what matters is that I told them everything. Don't you ever feel like the headmaster is hiding something? He is in a secret society to protect the world, what's stopping him from having a few more unnerving facts to hide? It was another tense situation. Hans had put himself in the spotlight and made honest and believable points. What was left is how Glinda can formulate a response to it. Hans of course didn't give her much time to do so. So, picture. Do what you will. Cool, thanks. You don't need to smile, actually it's preferable if you don't, it's better that way. Hans faced her and put out his scroll to the front. He smiled while Glinda wore an irritated look but tried to tolerate the weird situation. Click. I hope you don't go too hard on Team RWBY for missing so many lessons. I take full responsibility, though you'd be surprised how much combat they learned. I'll be the judge of that. Goodbye. If you dwell on what I said too much, you might burst another vein. You should really get some rest, you'd be surprised how much RWBY has to do paperwork, it's why I had them come back. Amicham. As Hans saw Glinda walking to the elevator he gripped his scroll tight and tried taking another picture as he saw Glinda walking back. That's the front done, I just need the back. HAA. I feel so wrong doing this, but if it's for the quest then I need this. He held it to the front while adjusting the zoom for it to take as wide as possible before he tapped on the display. Click. His thoughts were too focused, forgetting he didn't turn off the sound. Which was already evidence incriminating him. Oh. Not only that, but because he gripped the scroll, he didn't realize he also turned the flash on, exposing him immediately. Oh shit. Glinda heard the camera click, and then the flash showed up. At first, she was confused, but then a thought entered her mind. Did he just take a picture from behind? She faced Hans with suspicion all over her expression. Her hand brushed the handle of her riding crop as she saw Hans staring like a deer in headlights. Your scroll, hand it over, deviant. Okay, let me be completely honest here. I'm no ordinary fan. I am a big fan. If you know what I mean. I guess you can call me your only fan. Hey, don't blame it on me. I'm a machine, remember? I need to know what makes a human. Look, I'm trying to understand human emotion. Not like I had any beforehand. He joked to himself. The way he phrased and had a questioning tone in all his sentences made Glinda narrow her eyes. It was clear Hans didn't convince her in any way. That's a sorry excuse for your actions. But it's the truth. Ding. The door slowly closed as Hans breathed a sigh that made him want to collapse to the floor in shame. Guess the machine part let her mind at ease, but I should have been more careful. He opened the 2 pictures before opening a chat that was filled with emoticons and short responses. Gotta send this to Neo, she should be here tomorrow. He remembers the awkward moment before slamming his face on the ground. I swear if this is going to be a core memory, I'd like for Pietro to find a way to reformat my head. Hans stood up from the self-wallowing before heading to the exit with his attitude thoroughly destroyed from the encounter. If Neo is just messing with me that she needs a full look at who she's copying, I'm gonna take away her ice cream for a month. I don't even care if she stabs me for it, this pain of shame is worse than a spike entering my skull. His inner teenage years channeled themselves during the way he explained himself. It was more convincing, but he still wanted to die from the experience. I can't believe I was caught taking a picture of someone when they were turned around. At least she believed me, I think. The things I do for SL and RP. He started to wear an impartial look as another message came from Neo. He swiped and clicked through to respond before gazing at himself through a reflection on a lustrous surface. Yes, the things I do. Missions. For Seasons 1 tank, obtain all 4 of the Maiden's power, 1/4. Freya sat inside a medical facility, her state of mind empty as she looked blanky to the ceiling. Even after Hans had taken Atlas, she was continuing to degrade her ability to hold memories for an extended period of time. A knock came on the door. It was unusually earlier for her. Fira checks the timetable that was always present for her to remember. Her age kept worsening her ability to even have short-term memory. She got up from her bed, excruciatingly slow as she reaches the door and asked, "Who's there?" No answer came from the other side. Suspicious at the lack of response, she checks the peephole. She rarely uses it since there was only one person who kept visiting her. But Freya couldn't recall. Winter had for an extended period of time been kept busy by Hans and had an uncertain position in the military until Hans could create a new specialized squad. She finally turns the door and sees someone with a recognizable set of white hair tied to a ponytail and moved to the side. Ah. Weiss, it's been a long time since we last met. Freya opens the door to see Weiss smiling while holding a tray with a tea set on top. It was recently made, judging by the steam still coming from the pot. Come in, I didn't know you had changed your hairstyle. Weiss raised her eyebrow before pausing and fondly smiling before nodding her head. She enters the room and sets down the tea set and pours out a cup for Freya. We have so much to talk about since you last visited. I hope that situation with Ironwood is all resolved. The soldiers here have changed since. I have been meaning to ask what is going on. She got her scroll out and swipes up and down before she finds a picture of Ironwood and gestures to Freya about him being arrested. I can understand. I hope nothing bad happens. I still have enough in me to know Atlas is in turmoil. Can I have some more? She hands out her cup. It's getting harder for me to remember, Weiss. I don't know if I can even tell people apart from now. My mind is getting shuffled around. Last night I called my caretaker the wrong name, but she corrected me. Speaking of that, why is it that you are here? Lunch is an hour away. In response, Weiss shrugged and pointed to the tea. She made it obvious that she was there to meet with Freya. Really? That's good of you. I was wondering, why are you so quiet? Weiss obliges and pours out another cup, without even taking her own sips. Without another word, she takes the chance to hold on to Freya's hands before massaging them, intending for a final act of kindness. Oh. Thank you, Weiss. That's awfully nice of you. Are you already going? Weiss stood up with a hop and walks to the door. She waved a final goodbye before shutting the door. Her smile widens to a grin before a flash of pink and brown left her eyes. Her scroll buzzes as soon as she left and sees the photos Hans had sent. The image of her eyes flickers green and she types out a message for Hans. Thud. Weiss looks back to the door before walking away, the tap of her heels echoing in the near-empty facility. It wouldn't take long for it to be discovered, but Neo had accomplished what was needed. It's done. Caret caret. Chapter 83, Differences in Leadership. Ashbin kept his hands interlocked, the feeling of goosebumps still over his arms as he patted them to calm his nerves. A sigh escapes his mouth as the elevator opened, but to his surprise, it wasn't Glinda as he expected. Crow. While I respect your early attendance, I don't believe my report for this week is supposed to be relayed to me today. Crow was a man of many worries, but it looks like deep within he finally had one trepidation that was too much. Oz, it's problematic, this can't wait. He approached the table as his cape trailed behind in his wake. His brows harshened its arch as Ashbin gazed back to the less drunken agent. Is it still the case? Ashbin asked. Villages will likely turn to Hans. It's simple for him, they already saw the results of the military, and all that's left is a spark. No signs of mismanagement by them. Impressive by anyone's standards. He stopped from his talk to drag the chair back and sat on it with his stature slouched and his flask to his side being lifted from his belt. All of them follow orders to the letter. I even tried bribing them to leave, but they wouldn't take it. They keep saying their Kaiser wouldn't want it and they would rather kill themselves fighting than leave for something so small as lean. Ashbin shuffled from his place and stood up. He goes for his stash of coffee beans and starts brewing another cup. Their morals aren't stained as I thought. Corruption is always rife within the ranks. Atlas was the same, which is why I don't believe in their army. Did you do anything else? I gave them a literal truckload the next day and they wouldn't budge. Whatever Hans operation he's planning, he's got the backing of an incredibly loyal army, not corrupt in any way, since I tried in virtually every village being protected by the Wehrmacht. Ashbin finished his cup of coffee before heading to his chair and sitting down with a frown present. So we are trapped. The Grimm are being hunted down and the villages see that it's truly only a matter of time until they switch their allegiances to the Volksreich. If we take action, everyone will react negatively. He kept his head firmly locked to the surface of the table, contemplating as he brings his coffee up for a sip. What about your stay in Atlas? Don't be surprised if I know my agent does some reconnaissance on their own. At first, Crow was shocked but then remembered Ashbin was Ashbin. I've done some digging on my own in Atlas and it's pretty dark. Hundreds of men are convicted as traitors while shouts of thousands grant praise to Weiss. Crow finally couldn't take the nature of the conversation. He took his flask cover off and chugged a good gulp. The feeling of his throat burning distracted his emotions for a while. My niece's friend that's barely starting school, a first year and now the leader of the Volksreich. She may not be the true leader, but it's scary seeing a young woman like her being the orchestrator of executions and arrests. This is some fucked up alternate reality if I ever saw one. He took another long swig as his memories of a battle re-entered his mind. I saw them, hence I mean. Heard the soldiers were going to the north and followed. Everyone there when they arrived opened fire. Not at civilians, but some of them got hit in the crossfire. Everyone from the rebellious soldiers was dead and executed right then, ensuring the council wasn't going to rise against his rule. He coughed sharply before clutching his fist. Hans is terrifying, you can't even see the emotion in him when he's a tank, so you'll never know if he's happy, guilty, or sad about these kills. He's just staring. More terrifying than her. Ashbin mentions. Before that, I have a question, Oz. Do you regret not joining Ironwood to catch Hans? Seeing as how Ironwood is now under Hans' lock and key. Something worse will inevitably happen to him. I've had many regrets in my life. Many times had I been reeling from these problems, but this is one I'm not sure of. What I can do for now is wait and see. It may not be for long, but I believe something will be inevitable. Great, even your answers are not straightforward, just like how you tell the truth to your allies. Heh, I don't even know how to face you anymore, you know that. Ashbin widens his eyes as Crow stood up in clear anger. Oz, tell me. Are you really hiding things from us? Your own friends and colleagues? Where is this coming from? You know I do things for the world's benefit. I was there when Hans, in his new body, was talking with Glinda. When he landed here in Vale, I followed them at a distance just in case, but I couldn't get up here. I overheard his talk with Glinda, word for word. Crow takes another drink before slamming it on the table, spilling a few splashes of his favorite drink. I couldn't take it, I need to know. Listening to him made sense, then I finally connected the dots. When I followed Hans all around Atlas, I heard my niece, RWBY, in one of their missions she talked about Salem being immortal. Not as in living long, Hans was an object that didn't age, but he said he wasn't immortal yet, meaning he was long living but still can be harmed. Crow's voice almost broke, but he gave in and spoke, so there's only one conclusion, Salem can never be killed, can she? You don't actually believe him, do you? You are being defensive right now. I never had a reason to doubt you until I heard it from my niece. She doesn't lie, I don't think she can even bring herself to lie. We have no progress in defeating the Grimm because you've been fighting an immortal being for so damn long. Then I started to ask myself, all these plans and espionage, was I even doing anything to save the world as you told me? Unlike us, Hans has already gone and started removing entire regions of Grimm. This shadow war, all this time is worthless. I recall you being so vocal about Atlas military occupying Vale. Why is it you're taking his side now? Are you sympathizing with the Vokians? No, I don't like many of what Hans is doing, but I hate to admit it, but their methods work, unlike someone I know. Killing someone is always a dislike of mine. Seeing so many civilians get arrested or their soldiers killed makes me want to step in. So why didn't you? Because I know they're right in doing so, which I hate myself for admitting. I'm not an idiot and I know they're a threat to Hans' stability. He only kills combatants and those directly connected to the council. So you're saying that you believe this is the way Salem is going to be defeated? Conquest and subjugation. Semantics, Oz. It doesn't matter what you all call it, conquest, subjugation, or unification. I know one thing, it's progress. Have you tried leaving to see forever fall? It's been clear for almost a month now because of his soldiers working tirelessly to eliminate their hated enemy. It's a true vendetta, they won't stop until every Grimm is dead. Crow forms a frown as he notices the lack of booze. He checks it and sees it empty. He reaches over to the other side of the table and yoinking Ojben's cup of coffee. They have names for the division they are assigned to. I have the one in Vale while I tried bribing them. The Devil's Legion, do you know why they named themselves that? Ojben didn't take long to assume the reason. Because Hans is the incarnation of the devil? No, it's because they'll ask the devil to go to hell so that they can fight the bastards again. The bastards being the Grimm. Well, they certainly have an affinity in their logic. Silence settled as Crow sipped the stolen cup of coffee. He then felt his tongue get rinsed in a shock of bitterness. Oz, I don't even know what we're supposed to do. He shoves the coffee back into Ojben's hands after drinking a single cup. Fight, like always. Ojben doesn't even drink from the cup anymore. Fight? Like all you've done for centuries. You've been making us do these things for nothing. You don't even have a plan. If you did, Remnant would have been saved long ago. I'd rather believe in Hans than you at this point. Ojben's heart aches, feelings resurfacing of his long memories of being reincarnated over and over. I do not tell the truth because I have done so many times before. It all ended in betrayal. All of those I gave my trust to was turned to her side and I had to take care of it myself. You know how many times I lived, but how many times do you think I died because of it? I couldn't tell you, or else I might have been backstabbed all over again. That's it. You don't tell us that the fight we have been doing for so long was in vain because all this time there was no way to kill her. What can we do? You didn't trust us enough to tell us that even when we were together for so long. Ojben breathes deeply before speaking. Hans had put me with an offer, more like a threat in his words. He said to stop resisting and let the world unite because he thinks it's the answer. Crow didn't even reply immediately. Stuck in his own doubts, he couldn't bring himself to give an answer. Only the feelings of betrayal reverberated. He didn't mind that Salem was immortal, but what hurt him the most was that he did things that didn't matter to the cause, since he now knew that Ojben and Salem fought for centuries or longer without any change to the status of humanity and the Grimm. If I say no to his offer, what will you do? Ojben asked. Crow didn't know anymore. Years of being part of Ojben's inner circle made him believe a shadow war against her was the only way. Then, the concept that humanity will unite through Hans means made him consider it, unlike Ojben. I'll join with Hans even if you accept or not. It's choosing between two wrongs. I'll choose the one that has every rhyme and reason to defeat Salem rather than the other side prioritizing hiding the truth to lead us on to an impossible task. I'll take my chances. Is this because your nieces are with him? I know my nieces. They're headstrong in their ideals, enough to be foolish at times, but that's what makes them genuine. If they picked Hans over you, then maybe they're onto something. Sorry. One after another, his inner circle started to break apart. Would it be the last time someone left, or will the cracks continue to widen? Ojban saw Crow stagger his way to the elevator before leaving. Doubts had seeded within and were growing little by little. It was Hans' goal to undermine any resistance. In the end, Hans was going to shatter the balance of power among the nations. Minutes earlier. In a room that hadn't changed for almost weeks, 4 young women stood inside with smiles on their faces. It was a serene look for them. It wasn't long but they missed seeing their school. As they all sat on their respective beds for rest, each one had their curiosities in mind. Especially one within RWBY. Do you all think what Hans is saying is true? That soon, Grimm, calamities he calls it, is going to start wreaking havoc all over Remnant? Young got down from her bed and sat right next to RWBY, wrapping her arm around her sister. He doesn't lie to us like that. What got you so interested? RWBY, embarrassed by it, removes Yang's arm before grasping the sides of her red cloak tightly. I don't get it a lot, Yang. I've been thinking about this ever since Hans started to go against Atlas. Do you all really trust him that much? You don't? Yang quickly asked back. No, it's not that. I fought with you all because I wanted to defeat Salem, even if she was immortal. I trust Hans enough to be confident that he has something going. A light bulb turned on in Yang's head, realizing what the problem was. Ah, but you're still worried. I'll admit, we don't know much about Hans other than he is a tank that can talk and weirdly mentions something that is beyond what we know. Even then, all he does is kill Grimm, and, kill Grimm. Oh, but he does kill people indirectly, except Cinder. He keeps saying she killed herself, but to be honest I think he drove her insane. I know he does all that, Yang, but is this really the only way? I've seen the reports of the northern marches. It's brutal. There were no pictures but the details. I couldn't look at Hans without thinking about it. Reports? Yang asked and looked at the others. There are reports, she asked them as both Blake and Weiss facepalmed. Weiss explained. It's available for all of us. He had made the military kill every soldier going against us in the northern marches. Yang looked at her little sister with a questioning look in reaction. What's wrong with that? The girls never thought to contrast what Hans was doing. To them it all felt normal, especially after they considered everyone who Hans killed. It wasn't a long list, but the only ones he did kill, everyone accepted to be necessary. Huh. RWBY was so shocked at the acceptance of people being killed without much of a second to think. Well, Hans already showed us through all of these that there are people that deserve to die, Weiss added. RWBY stood up from the conversation in disbelief that her team didn't seem to mind all the killings. Weiss. Really? You need to know where I come from, RWBY. I've seen what these people from the council can do and will do just for their greed. I've seen auctions for little boys. I wondered to myself if that's what they do with the power they have. I hated that I could only act right then. After I overcame Neo killing someone in front of me, I strangely felt okay with it. I wanted it all to change and Hans gave me the opportunity. Death is the only way these corrupt men can atone. Then I killed my father, of my own volition. He deserved it, RWBY. This isn't just me. Ask Blake what she feels about all this. Blake, in turn, responded as well. I didn't kill for my cause, but realizing how many people Hans is saving from his death squads makes me rethink. I was satisfied after Hans gave the workers here their rights and gave Faunus a better standing. All of these wouldn't be possible if not for the response of Hans to keep the council away. Imagine if they would return, would Faunus be able to keep their newly acquired rights? Young. RWBY asked, you too? Look. I haven't been telling you well enough, but it's the same for me. Remember what Torchwick said? It's the real world. You're my little sister, but everyone grows up. I already knew we had to do things like this, but I trust Hans. He said Salem is immortal, but his confidence in saying he had a plan got me. Do all of you feel this way? Blake shrugged. Yeah, we sort of expected Hans to already go far with this, and it's working. He stopped Cinder, helped Faunus gain recognition, reformed Atlas, stopped corruption, and saved thousands because he kills Grimm around Vale, Menagerie, and Atlas. The list goes on. He might be onto something. But it doesn't mean we need to kill. Right? She squeaked out. Her morals were being tested as each of them spoke. The ideals that what her childhood understanding of a hero was being challenged like never before. Blake continued. Sometimes, actions have reasoning behind them. Hans still tries to do everything, how many times has he forgiven someone even though they were enemies? RWBY recalled everyone they fought and considered that Hans wasn't doing this like a kill on sight. RWBY started to think that Hans would murder for a reason. She was changing, maybe with some influence, but everyone had a point. What if someone we know dies? Hans will rarely do such a thing, it's not hard to hear him out. We have done so for the past months, it all worked out. RWBY, I think everyone here knows that if we have a chance to save people we will sacrifice ourselves. Like one for many, right? Yeah, I would do that. What if it's one life for many? Isn't that the same? Yang brought up a point. Well, it isn't exactly the same. You know, instead of sacrificing oneself you involuntarily sacrifice someone else's, ouch. A stray book launched itself from Weiss' hands to shut Yang's mouth. Blake ignored the comment before resuming. Point is that anyone would do that. To save more lives if it costs some. But I would save everyone. RWBY answered. That's not possible, RWBY. Not everyone can be saved, even if we try so hard. Right now, hundreds or thousands are dying, but can we help them eventually? Those not under our protection still suffer in the other kingdoms. Hans needs our support to make a Grimm-free world a reality. I know. RWBY finally let her shoulder stop being so stiff. So that's why the Wehrmacht is spreading itself to the other nations, so Hans can save many at once. Exactly, it's why Hans is doing this. I think it's called utilitarianism, a few sacrifices are all for a good cause. What matters is results and empirical information, Hans has brought plenty. We know him to be not the perfect person but a good one nonetheless. Yang noticed how Blake was the main person defending Hans' actions. Wow, sticking up for him. Maybe his appearance does affect you that much. I wouldn't lie, I'd tap that. Gross, Yang. RWBY screamed and hurled a pillow at her sister's face. Yang swiftly dodges but reacts without flinching. I still have my lean in your jar, so deal with it. Blake laughs as she keeps going. Tease me all you want, Yang, it doesn't matter. RWBY, think about it hard. He may be the villain some will see, but he will be a villain we need, a necessary evil will justify a good cause. I think I understand. Torchwick said stuff from experience. He still changed despite it, maybe others deserve that kind of joy too. But I need to grow up and unite the world, as he says. Hey, enough about all this heavy stuff, Yang announces. Does everyone want to head out for some burgers? I miss those things, Atlesian ones are bad up until Hans introduced some stuff I liked, she turns to Weiss. No offense. I do agree with some of that, but you just don't know how to enjoy high-class dining. PSH, high class. In my language, we call that being a pain in the posterior. Post a what now? RWBY comments. Blake answered. It's another word for a rear end. So that's why Weiss is trying to stab her. She pauses and recollects the information she had received before shaking her head and pumping her fist upwards like before. Alright. Team RWBY, let's enjoy some RNR. As soon as her hand raised into the air, like in the old days. A stream of magical glow suddenly emanated from Weiss. It caught everyone's attention when Weiss had her eyes suddenly change when an aura-like faint glimmer came from the edges of her eyes. This seems awfully familiar. Yang jokes. Present time. Hans felt the coolness of the Valian breeze as he walked with a calm demeanor toward a recognizable store. Cars darted by as pedestrians had to double back as they went past Hans, saying things like, in awe at the size of this lad. Absolute unit, referring to Hans of course. Man, if only people actually said that to me back in high school. The only thing I can boast about is my K/D ratio in every War Thunder game I played. Still, the last time I posted that on Reddit, people called me a plain spammer. I mean it's true, but they didn't have to point it out. Hans stops as the glossy finish of a clear door reflected the sun back into his eyes. He squints as he pushes the door inwards and sees an employee over the counter doing something on his scroll. Don't know that one, he remarks. Hans approaches and speaks to catch the man's attention. Excuse me. The employee behind the counter almost got a heart attack when he looked up from his scroll. Whoa. Geez, you didn't have to be so sneaky when you came in. The bell is broken and I nearly got sent to the ER. We're closed today, I guess I forgot to turn the sign over. There is no hope under the black sun, Hans whispers. The employee stops his act and wore a serious expression. Come, he's been waiting. We think there's a sneak following our movements, so we have to move away from here. Hans nodded and followed the employee to what looked like the back room but with a massive shelf filled with unassuming tools. The employee takes a key disguised as a screwdriver before opening a trapdoor hidden under piles of boxes. Take a left and follow the markings. We've had too many attacks by anti-unification people, so we had to be careful. I hope you'll understand, Kaiser. The employee nudges his head toward it as Hans obliged and entered. It was dark and musty, as expected by a tunnel that Hans had to crack his neck downwards with his semblance. He reaches a ladder that led up to an unnamed building. Hans stepped forth and reached the exit before readjusting his look and recovering from his semblance's condition. Adam. Is it that bad that you had to make all these? Blake told me someone would come, didn't expect you personally. As for your question, we need to. Everything is going smoothly, but the Veiled Council here is putting in place some laws targeting us. A bill was defeated that tried to ban the word Volksreich, but we stopped that after creating some discontent after the announcement. Plus, some people are openly against us as a threat to independence. It's different in the villages though. It's fine even if people don't like us, what's important is that they say our name. First off, good job on the info. Didn't expect someone personally says we need to meet. Wouldn't the CCT be better? It needed off-grid. Recently I suspect someone would be watching over transmission going from here to Atlas. The council here are trying to keep us down, but we've been here too long for them to even strip apart our influence. Found anything on the whereabouts of the thing as I asked? No. This is hard without needing to use it, but I guess it's still possible. No matter, keep stoking the flame. I'll take my leave for now. As Hans turned to leave back from where he came, Adam talks in an odd tone, a tone filled with honest appreciation. Thanks, by the way, you helped the Faunus out a lot. This is my repayment, but I do value what you have done. Didn't expect that from you of all people. The violent and misogynistic Adam turned docile. He chuckles in response as he glides his fingertips over the black band of cloth covering his eyes. Being in an ice cream shop helps. Also, my mind seems at ease ever since you took over. I took it as a sign. Oh, and before you leave, take care of Blake. Sure. Hans was now returning. Classes were apparently too much of an inconvenience for Team RWBY, so they favored wanting to stay and roam around, but they didn't leave just yet since they sent a message to Hans. A knock sounded as Hans waited patiently for the door to open. Hans, we were just about to leave. What? But you said minutes ago you already were headed to Mickey D's. See? Hans put forward his scroll. Then you sent a message just a while ago to come here. I was confused, so I came here anyways. Oh, Weiss uttered. Plans change and all that. The others will be ahead because a certain blonde bimbo keeps pestering us to eat. You're not going. Hans had curiosity peak from the way the talk was going. This all seems pretty weird. Not yet. I have something to talk to you about. Girls? You can go ahead. Weiss and Hans were seemingly left alone as the three left walked outside of Hans' vision. Weiss tugged on Hans' arm after the rest seemingly left to eat. Come inside, we need to talk about something only we need to know about. She had a serious expression which made Hans try to figure out what she was meaning to talk about. Damn. I didn't think this would actually happen for once. I hope Weiss doesn't take it too badly when I respond. The door was shut close as Weiss sighed and crossed her arms. She tried to look intimidating, but Hans was 7 feet because of his body, so it didn't occur to Hans that she was trying to look scary. Weiss, look. I know what you're trying to do, but I think you chose the wrong person. It caught her off guard. What? I know you probably mustered up the courage to confess to me, but trust me, I'm not the best person you'd like to be with. I mean, all I would probably do is play on a computer if there was such a game created in this world called War Dash. What? No. I meant how you killed Freya. Oh. Well, inviting me over for some one-on-one talk while letting the others go ahead was kind of misleading. Plus, you were kind of aggressive in trying to have a conversation, so I assumed. How can you even imagine that? You already know it had to do something with the maidens. Click. A camera flash made her blink rapidly before seeing Hans with his scroll out from the side of his hip. He took a photo without her noticing. I know. I'm just kidding, which is why this is directly going to the Send to Neo folder of you guys. Please take this seriously. Hans sighed. Sorry, it's just I don't do well with these kinds of things, so I just want to let it weigh less on me when I joke around. It's been like that since I don't actually have any real friends. You want to know why I had her killed? So you admit you killed her? Of course, why would I lie at this point? I know well what horrors I have to face after this. Leaving it up to chance and risk is not a reasonable plan by my standards. The assassination on you shows it's possible that someone can sneak by. It only takes one lead for Salem to try and take away what Freya has. It's not impossible, therefore I took the choice I had. That's it? Weiss questions. It was very straightforward, which she noted. Did you feel anything at all when you did it? You're all probably mad at me for it. I know it isn't a proper way to do all this, but you have to understand that even I don't know what it feels like to be pushed over the edge. Was it hard for you to decide? Did you feel any remorse or guilt at all when you had her killed? Sometimes. I don't even know if I can answer that properly. I may sound confident at times, but it's been hard. Still, I do what I must. I have a goal that needs effort and I will do anything for it to be achieved. Even if I have to kill 12, 100, or 1,000 at this point. I fear death as much as anyone. Come in, Weiss announces. The door opens once more for the rest of Team RWBY to make their entrance. So Maiden's power, huh? Wonder what yours will be once you get it, RWBY. Yang jested. Noticing the looks on each of their faces, Hans knew they were taking all this in without much protest. You guys aren't mad. Even though I killed someone innocent this time. Blake was the one to answer. We already had a talk on this many times over while you were gone. Particularly with RWBY, since she's been the one most vocal about her issues, but she changed. I think I can get what you do, Hans. RWBY timidly responds. A few broken eggs for the mother of all omelets. I think I understand now. I've been questioning all this from the beginning, from taking over Atlas, but I feel as if you're right. If this Grimm you talk about can be really too much, as well as the other 3 all over Remnant, we need any advantage we can get. The least we can do is bury her properly as honorable. I've heard your reasoning and it makes sense. I wouldn't want the world to fall because I couldn't take a death. RWBY. Is this really you? Perhaps like a prophecy coming true, it was inevitable that conflict of interest and morals would arise. Yeah, it's me. I gotta grow up, as my team said. There are always things I want to change, but I feel like I understand what must be done for Salem and the Grimm to be gone. It's only a matter of time before we fight Salem, so I'll follow you better from now on. Did you do this? Hans asked the moderator. It was an obvious way to ask, and Hans accused the moderator of the change. No, surprisingly it only needed the passive effects, not even an active one from me. Well. Now that that's over it, let's go get those hamburgers. Waiting here for Hans made me hungry for a triple stacker. Let's hope the ice cream machine isn't broken again, or I'll really have to demolish the place. The team left as soon as Yang dragged everyone else to the exit. Hans couldn't decide what to think after everything that happened. Were the girls forming these decisions on their own, or were they genuine? He accepted that it could be both and decided to let the matter go. Friend, I have another update coming up. Just a few fixes and reworks. It's been boring watching you do so much stuff about the country, so I have something to make it easier. I'll reward you this one after you kill the Solitas Rex, so don't die. Oh. Another one? What's this one now? I feel like War Thunder is getting less and less prevalent. Hey, don't blame me for trying to make a monotonous glorified number go up game into something I would want to watch. Hans was offended by the statement. It's fun. Doing the same thing over and over by killing tanks and eventually getting stronger tanks and planes and repeating it all over again is what I enjoy. If Hans had the ability to see the moderator right now, he would have seen him rolling his eyes. Sure, friend. You're a masochist. Is this what Gaijin does to a man? Have your own thoughts to yourself. So. Can you at least give me a heads up on what this one will contain? The Hearts of Iron Update. Chapter 84, The Nico and the Tank PT2. It was a quiet night for Hans. He would imagine himself drinking some alcohol while he stared deeply into the sky, but sadly he only acknowledged Red Bull as his superior drink. The day of the Beacon dance was one of excitement and joy for the students of Beacon, but it didn't feel much to Hans, who was on the balcony. What else can a non-functioning member of society do when he's forced to partake in things like dancing? Hans admits to himself he could probably dance, but he isn't one to enjoy being judged. He shudders at a memory before readjusting his suit for the 11th time. It was of course just the equivalent for a German SS officer, with the red band symbol replaced by the Wagner as opposed to Team WIBRN's tanker uniforms for combat. Hey! A familiar voice calls out to him from behind. It was one he already knew by heart and didn't need to turn to check if he was right. Blake, it's pretty early for you all to finish. Did Nora spill the punch? She stepped to his side while looking in the same direction as Hans. How did you know? I guessed. He shrugged as he responded. Are you enjoying the dance? I recall Yang wanting to have a tango with boys but decided you'd do better. It went well. Yang had a smile on the entire time, but I think it was because RWBY was with Weiss behind me trying to dance with what she calls Lady Stilts. That sounds just like her. The conversation was silenced as the chirps of nightlife reverberated around the area. Hans had his eyes firmly still as they flickered suddenly from their normal blue color to green. What are you thinking about? Blake asked. Hans turns to her but quickly looks away after noticing her in a purple dress for the dance. It was provided by Torchwick, who now had a fashion brand that was aptly named Roman Torchwick because he was that kind of guy. Where did that come from? You usually stare forwards when you think. It's like a natural position if you wait. Care to share? Hans realized what he was doing. I think I carried that oddity because of War Thunder. I usually center my gun on my tank when I travel from point to point or camp in a bush. So I do that too when I'm in a humanoid form. Good to know. A lot of stuff. You won't like it. He warns. Really? You say that as if you're expecting me to deny it. Well, go on. Would you prefer being drowned in strong acid or placed in a blender? Blake blinked twice before answering without any qualms. I think a blender would have a greater chance of living, so I picked that. What if you could get out of the acid? Wait, it depends on the strength. They both thought long and hard before Hans and Blake arrived at the same conclusion. Why not both? A moment passed before Blake let out a small laugh. It was more like a cough because of how short it was, but it was a laugh nonetheless. Is this what you always think of? Nope. Mostly on how I can deal with the country. I don't give you all enough credit for being able to manage all of that. By the way, how was your day at Beacon? Especially when you decided not to hide your ears anymore. We were all scared that we would miss so many lessons. I sense a but in that. You guessed right. We thought it'd be hard, but almost every lesson was easier than we thought by a long shot. Combat was easy. We had experience directly in the field, which meant we all did well against other students to the point that Miss Goodwich had to make it a 1v4, but we each won anyways. It makes sense for that. Experience will always outweigh training. You can train someone to prepare for battle, but battle will train someone to succeed. The next ones are self-explanatory. We got high scores on our missed tests in Grimm studies and military strategy. Seeing as how we all fight Grimm on a daily basis and coordinate attacks, it wasn't hard to imagine we would get a good mark, though RWBY had better military strategy scores. Hold on. Hans sat down on the railings of the balcony as Blake spoke. He was getting tired of standing despite being a machine. He missed being a tank because he felt like lying down when he was idle. What about the rest? Summarizing it, we did decent in anything related to what we do and did decent in some. Yang didn't do bad per se, but compared to us she probably had the lowest. Did anyone discriminate when you revealed your heritage? She swayed her head. No, I think a good chunk doesn't mind since Faunus were the ones who protect the villages. Still, someone like Carden is sour about it. He kept giving me looks during lunch. Carden. The dude that's probably a basic bully and a racist. Same one. I don't think he can do anything about it. I would have thought he'd insult you, but I gave him too little credit for trying to hold back. He knows you're part of the Volksreich. One word about your ears, and the guys at the base would probably rush here with loaded bomb bays and tanks. I can imagine that's what they would do, the Gestapo especially, since anything against us would be counted as an attack. Yang was always one to try and joke about people around her, from calling people nicknames, to making fun of their situation or plain teasing. So when she saw something interesting, she always latched onto it. Oh-ho-ho, she playfully repeated. She was supposed to walk to the balcony to relax after Nora spilled some punch on her white dress. She tried hanging around longer but couldn't take it that people always pointed it out. Her frustrations were going to be let out by punching something, but she happened to do something way more interesting. Now that I think about it, Hans doesn't feel like a thing at all. We treated him as if he were any other friend. This is so juicy. What's juicy, Yang? RWBY tried running past Yang, not knowing what Yang was doing near the door. RWBY. Get down. RWBY gets yanked to the side where they would be less visible. Ow. What's going on, MPH? Shoo, the cat's going on the prowl. Maybe it's finally the time, since I keep finding more volumes of her weird novel. RWBY wrestles out of Yang's hold. First, EW. Second, What are you talking about? Look. Don't you think Blake is finally doing something after all this time? Huh. Isn't that just them talking about random stuff? Hans and Blake meanwhile were talking about if fish sees the water as air and the air as space. It was intriguing by RWBY's standards. No, RWBY. Look, have you ever thought Hans was nothing more than a tank? Did you ever feel like he was not a person but just a thing? Hans? Never. He may not be fleshy like us, but he's got a soul and he's more of a person. It's not like we treat him as if he was not human even though he technically isn't. Exactly, maybe Blake finally realizes after so long. I don't see that, Young. She's just talking like normal to him. I feel like you're reading way too much on this just because Hans has a human body. You're acting like one of those bizarre people called shippers. RWBY. Young suddenly grips RWBY's shoulder before hugging her tightly. You've learned so much. I'm so proud of you. Suddenly, a loud and boisterous cough came from behind the two of them. Young lets go of RWBY before awkwardly smiling at the sight of Weiss. Ahem. RWBY, Young, care to explain why both of you are near the entrance to the balcony? Especially you, RWBY. You still haven't learned to dance properly. RWBY tries to retreat but in the fear of letting her get discovered, Young stops her from moving an inch away from Weiss. Weiss, please, I can dance with you all you want but not in these death traps. RWBY pointed to the heels she'd been given as Weiss looked at her in a, "Are you serious?" expression. Young shushes them both before leaning forward to keep observing. Can you both keep your heel talk down? I'm still trying to hear what they are saying. Hear what we're saying. Blake narrowed her eyes at Young at the exact moment Young tried to listen in. Gah. We've been ambushed. Disperse. Young leaps over the stairs and a loud thud was heard below. Oops. Sorry, run. The loud noise of doors getting busted down reaches the rest of the team. Oh my gosh, run. Is your back okay? Oh, he's unconscious, oh well. A dance partner is a dance partner, let me see you do the worm. Someone else shouted from below. The hell was that? Hans asked. RWBY was fast to answer. It's nothing much. Young just kept trying to do her Young hijinks while I tried looking for a way to escape Weiss and her torture devices. So you did try to go leave me. I wanted to try dancing out of my own intention for a while, RWBY. Weiss responded with a hint of anger and betrayal. Not with these things on. You can't make me. RWBY dove headfirst into a sprint before tripping and slamming into the wall. Ouch. Curse these objects for modern fashion. Wait, no. Weiss, please. An angry and sadistic-looking Weiss picks RWBY up with a heavy tug before leaving with RWBY thrashing around and failing to escape Weiss' newfound strength. You're not leaving without at least a waltz or two. I'll make sure you won't rest. Hans blinked twice before trying to nope his way out of the building. That was odd. If you'll excuse me, I think the dance is coming to an end. I don't have much to do here anyways other than look. Wait, Blake announces. Amber-colored eyes met Hans returning blue, and as the music continued below Hans saw her for a moment. Blake had her ears pricked forward and her eyes slowly dilating as the lights sharpened in the room. If Hans had a heart, it would explode. Today he was thankful the moderator didn't give him anything related to one, or else he'd be bolting off the balcony. Can we at least have one dance? Hans didn't have a way out of the request, it was checkmate the moment Blake had a dress on with her cat ears out. Would he really be the kind of person to not say yes to someone like that? Think about tanks. Think about tanks. Think about tanks. He started to chant so he could distract himself. Yeah, sure. I won't guarantee world-class dance moves though. The only ones I know of are doing a squat kick and breaking my hips while flailing my arms. Hans, why are you facing the wall? True to her word, Hans was facing the wall as if he was about to get executed by trial. He avoided eye contact during the conversation and he was doing the same thing. Blake, you need to know how I usually act. I've never seen or even interacted with a woman, much less one that is considered attractive. You're that person right now, so I have no idea if I can take a second looking at you in that dress. Thank the moderator. Hans was blunt, but it was at the expense of his gamer tendencies getting challenged by tangible human emotion. Oh. You find me attractive? I would have thought being a tank would mean you don't see that kind of thing. She tries keeping her cool-headedness while she tried to continue the conversation but fails as she stutters. Let me be clear. I may be a race of tanks but I wasn't before. I am an interdimensional being that was human before being a tank. Some series of either fortunate or misfortunate events turned me into a tank before I arrived here. Okay, Hans was incredibly blunt. It wasn't much of an important thing like he thought, it was only about him being not from Remnant and being used to being human. To Blake though, it was mind-blowing. You were human? Oddly enough, Blake showed more relief than any kind of negative emotion. So I was right, she whispered to herself. Well, you all never asked where I was coming from. Everyone assumes I'm a tank, so I just kept it going. Are you gonna tell the others? I don't mind if you do, it's nothing concerning. If Hans was turned around by now, he would have seen Blake smiling while trying to hide it with her hands. No, I suspected it from the start. You describe things only a person can experience. When you had a human body, you immediately knew how to act like one. If you've never been human, then you wouldn't be feeling sleepy, you wouldn't have a concept of fatigue, and you would have never said you wanted a drink like Red Bull unless you already had it before. She approached Hans while he was still staring at the wall. Don't look. Hans tried to turn as he heard Blake but was stopped by her hand, stopping him from doing so. Hans didn't know what to do. Think about tanks. Think about tanks. Think about tanks. She chuckled. I won't tell them for now. I'd like a little secret between us if that's okay. Thank you, by the way, for everything. For what? I don't think I did a lot to receive thanks. I'm not the best person to be thanking, trust me. You don't see what you've done for me. Shit, I don't mean that I don't pay attention a lot. I just think it's unfair to compare me to a good person, since I wouldn't think of myself as such. It's fine. That just means you do good things as a reflex. She lowers the volume of her voice. You may not know yourself, but I definitely will remember. Hey, someone suddenly shouted. Did anyone see RWBY? She ran away just as I was going to teach her another of my favorite dances. Weiss then notices both Hans and Blake facing away from each other, acting completely normal. Have you seen her? Nope. Hans answers. I think she used her semblance to get away from you. Weiss had a fire in her eyes. I will look for her, I will find her, and I will make her dance until daybreak. Her words sounded more of a threat because of how she growled her voice near the end. It is safe to say both Blake and Hans were praying for RWBY if she ever got caught. As Weiss stormed off, Hans sighed from the whole experience. This is why I don't usually go to these kinds of events. I miss my computer so much. Hans? Blake asks. Yeah. She offers a hand without another word. Her face was turned away from him, but Hans probably could see slight tints of red if he was paying attention. Why the hell not? I could probably mimic something or follow you if I have to. A blade runs along the cold hard floor, unnoticed by the masses and already done with her previous task. A woman with tied-up blonde hair smiled as she approached a machine. Inside a chamber of steel and glass lay the previous Maiden. A lack of protection from the serious attack wasn't present. The woman licked her lips as her blade raised. With a thrust she would end it all. Well, if it isn't Glinda, or so I should suspect. The woman whirls around and casts her eyes on a drunken man with the rim of his flask touching his mouth. He wipes off the residue before slowly walking towards a disguised Neo. You probably don't talk because of a problem, but that's fine by me. That person inside is someone I promised to protect. Neo bit her lip as Crow sheathed out his weapon. Her semblance wasn't used for extended periods, but she got enough experience trying to constantly hide. Crow wasn't an easy foe, and Neo knew she would lose based on her guess. But she questioned him for stopping so suddenly. No one would know anyone who came to the basement of the school, since Neo's existence never got out too much since she'd been advised to keep her identity a secret. My niece, she's working with Hans, and so do you. This is a hard choice for me to make. I even had to grab Taeyang's stash at the bottom of a plank under the stairs. The names Neo took note of but ignored the drunken ramblings of Crow. Neo didn't take any chances. Her semblance was already activated as she crept to the side, hoping he wouldn't notice. The Maiden's power can be dangerous. I can't choose my niece for someone innocent. I promised Summer that I would do everything to keep her safe. If you're still listening, I'm not here to attack you. This thing is just for show. His weapon gets placed back to his back where Crow keeps it. It had been difficult for him as a person to try to change his moral stance on the matter. It made him more depressed than before. Do what you must, she's been suffering all this time. Ojban didn't tell me, but I already checked a while ago. Her soul is incomplete after part of her powers were stolen by who you call Cinder. The least you can do is to give her a quick end. Crow quickly stepped back to the elevator before pouring out the contents of his flask directly into his throat. It was an extreme burning sensation, but it paled in comparison to the burn he was feeling in his conscience. Neo's positional illusion broke after the encounter. She still had herself as Glinda, so she went back to the life preservation machine and lifted her sword again. In a singular act, she thrust it into the glass, cracking it open as the blade impaled the person inside. Without a sound, a soul was released and the final remnants of the Maiden's magic followed the other half. With suspicion still going to rise, Neo placed a device on the side of the machine before clicking a button for it to activate. Minutes from now, everyone will have an alibi while an extra surprise was going to happen for the headmaster to discover. She opened her scroll and typed another message. Enigma incomplete. Chapter 85, Task at Hand. A man can only take so many mistakes in a lifetime. Ashbin had yet to reach the end of his many lifetimes, but he feels the worst kind is the one situation he had failed to rectify. We should have seen this coming, maybe he is no more the person I thought. What resulted in the aftermath of Neo's infiltration and exfiltration was a fire that engulfed the lower section of Beacon's hidden vault. Now, it lay blackened from the incineration. He had not yet known what directly caused it, but he was confident who had the motive to do so. The public would be needed to be informed, but what would they say? Say that somehow the reason why they suspect someone was because magic existed and a shadow war was ongoing between a queen of the Grimm? No, Ashbin couldn't do so. Glinda was at his side as the wreckage was thoroughly fixed with the help of her semblance telekinesis. Everyone was at the party, they had an interesting presence. I doubt we could attribute an absence as evidence for this fire, she said. Then the obvious answer was that they had someone else, someone we had not known about. I'm sure of the existence of the old members of Cinder's subordinates under his command, but none of them we know have been here. Ashbin brought out his scroll and named every report he himself had gone through. First, signs of documents being sifted through, second was the presence of someone in my office. Third, no one in the registry for people had been detected, but curiously the data on the elevator showed the staff only taking this, as well as someone else. Who? Glinda curiously asked. Crow. You think it's possible he did it? Glinda brought up the theory, but she knows personally that she'd dismiss it. No, he might have been doubtful of you, but he wouldn't do something so radical. Not completely. It had shocked her. Ashbin was considering a friend that had been serving him being suspected seemingly without a second thought. It's Crow, you know how he acts. And he would act within reason, Glinda. It's just he might not be completely innocent as we may think. What should we do? I fear that we might need to prepare a box of the Volksreich's banner. I am no oracle, but it is indeed true we might not have a choice for our future. He paused. Although, there is always another way. Back in the dorms. Hans had a moment of bliss when he saw a bed that he could lie on. It was one of the girls, but he was tired mentally at the time and wouldn't sleep on the ground. The moment he did though, he was instantly disappointed. Because of how the moderator made him, he couldn't feel anything at all. Not the softness of an actual bed nor the comfort that it brought. Still, he slept expecting to be woken up whenever the rest of the team finished with their party. He could always find somewhere else, and so he was prepared to leave maybe an hour after he tried sleeping. They're not here. It was evident that wasn't the case. The sunlight was there but the team wasn't, so he assumed what had happened. They overstayed, didn't they? I guess teens will be teens in the end. Never thought I'd be acting like the normal one. Like that one friend you had who watched over the less reasonable of the group. Hans got up and went directly to where the dance was held. From the outside, he could already see what the problem was. Dozens of broken windows, and the balcony had at least 6 people lying down on the railing. The door was broken. Hans assumed it was young and people were groaning in pain, presumably from something they ate or drank. As he approached the building, he could see people fixing it. So it's Team CFVY fixing it. That should mean they're the ones who were in charge of the event instead of Team RWBY. I assume it's the work of the butterfly effect. Hans got to the dance floor and saw the most curious sight. This is definitely going to the Send to Neo folder, he said as he brought out his scroll. Click. He had already taken a photo of the people laying down on the floor. It was of RWBY and Weiss that looked like they'd been dancing for the entire night. What made it funnier was that Weiss had resolved to handcuff herself to RWBY so that she wouldn't escape while RWBY's heels were duct taped to her foot. I guess Weiss had enough and decided to take RWBY hostage. No wonder she looks so happy even when unconscious. RWBY though, she looks more dead than Cinder. Hans lifted them both and slung them over his shoulder. He adjusted them so that they wouldn't fall before searching for the next team member. Better get them to the dorms. Ah, there's Jan. Unlike the previous pair Hans found, Jan was the most normal out of the people that passed out. She was leaning hunched over while sleeping upright on a chair. One more to go. Hans searched and searched from the top floor to the ground floor. It took minutes for him to find every room but didn't find Blake. He started with the perimeter of the building too, only to find nothing. Where is she? She couldn't have gone far judging by the proximity of the other students. Where else have I not checked? He walks by a door before backpedaling and seeing the label on top of the doorway. Storage. The door gets opened and the room he entered was cleaner than he expected, cleaner than the rest of the building in comparison. There it was filled with boxes and shelves with random things thrown in. Is that, breathing? He heard it getting closer. He had a great sense of hearing which direction a noise came from if he focused. It was a trait he'd gained from War Thunder after turning the volume of the engine up to high. Here. Hans sees a box with ripped-out tape on the side and objects laying out of place for such a clean room. It's been opened and the things inside it are scattered. He then remembers a common oddity among cats. There's no way. The flaps on the cardboard box were opened and Hans saw what was probably the weirdest sight of them all. Blake was sleeping inside a box with a smile on her face. Yep, it sure does look like it. I know she'd probably do something like this, but seeing it in person is so different. Well then, up she goes. Hans walked out of the building with all team members collected, one on each shoulder and the last two being held by him directly. Some would say he wouldn't be used to this, but his worry that his team would get sick or worse was more important than being embarrassed carrying everyone in public. Hans entered the dorms and lay them all to rest in their respective beds. Weiss and RWBY were still handcuffed, so he decided to let them sleep together and worry about getting it off later. There's no knowing when they would wake up. I don't want to force them up if they're tired. Hans sat on the unoccupied bed, the one on top of where RWBY and Weiss slept before sitting there in silence. Maybe it's just me or something, but it's cooler now that I've been here longer. Seeing them personally is nice. Perhaps it was just his humanity breaking through all that gamer tendencies, but he felt good knowing that the characters he watched or read about were actually real. The doors suddenly swung open before two people entered, looking more or less the same as the other people who participated in the dance-turn party. John. Pyrrha. The two stare at each other before looking at Hans, who then hopped down to the ground. Oh. I think we mistook this room for ours. John remarked. No worries, it's right across there, so no wonder you eventually got lost. Was it the same for you guys too? Yeah. Nora broke Ren's back even more after she started making him do the worm because, quote, I thought he'd be more flexible with a broken spine. I assume Nora took him to the nurse's office in this place. No. Nora went to the cafeteria instead because she thinks pancakes are what you need to heal a broken spine. Oh, and she insisted that a little electrocution might help. Hey, I have a question for the man himself. Hans didn't know it, but John was absolutely scared of him just because John had never seen someone taller than him yet so similar. Hans approached them with squinted eyes before stopping right in front of them. John wanted to quiver in place, but Pyrrha was holding him up. Why are you so dense? Hans bluntly asked. I mean, what better way to know than asking the fictional character themselves? Hans for sure wanted to know, he'd been acquainted with online forums after all. John already had a response. What? You know. How Pyrrha had googly eyes ever since you'd acknowledge her as a normal person and seeing her for her popularity, how she'd train you despite being busy, and also constantly be with you. Oh, and how she's blushing right behind you every time I said something. John was surprised before trying to confirm if it was true. Really dash. Clang. John's shield from their room suddenly broke open the door to their dorm before slamming straight to John's face and folding him to the floor. Are you sure he's not dead? Pyrrha turns him over as he lay down on the floor. I'm sorry, she tries pleading. I don't think he can hear you, Pyrrha. On a side note, I think he's sleeping soundly thanks to that. Want me to bring him over to your side of the dorm? She looked around as if expecting someone else to answer. She'd known Hans was the real leader of everything happening in the Volksreich, so she was shaken but not afraid. Yes. That would be okay, I'll find a way to explain to Miss Goodwitch how the door got destroyed. They entered Team JNPR's room as Hans set down John, who now had a massive bruise behind his head where his shield impacted. I never paid much attention to him in the show, but he certainly makes people polarized on how he's treated. Doesn't seem like much of a bad dude, maybe just isn't fit for the times. Secluded from the rest of the team and sitting alone with Hans, Pyrrha had a lot of questions regarding what was happening behind the scenes. It was risky, but she felt Hans would take it without offense. Hans, what are you planning? Take over the world, kill a lot of Grimm, harvest their deaths for the good of the people and totally not for something else, and everything in between. His voice didn't have a hint of displeasure in explaining. It was more like he'd been expecting it and decided to tell honestly what he expected. How far are you willing to go? With all these broadcasts of executions planned, all the freedoms being stripped away from the citizens, and all the other hallmarks of an oppressive state, how far would it be until you would be satisfied? Her hands were gripped tight, knowing how much someone could suffer under such a regime made her question why Team RWBY even had a reason to follow him. I understand what it may look like, but without even trying, how would we know if this is the true way? You all have a knowledge of history. Grimm had been around for most of humanity and Fauniskin's existence. It's time for something else. It made sense to him, but it didn't satisfy the red-headed huntress. But at the cost of war. History had proven that war isn't a good answer. The Volksreich is a threat to that. Ironically, despite being the best amongst the class in combat, she'd know how much war can spell disastrous to the world. Hans especially made it clear that war wouldn't faze him anymore. If he were to finish the German tech tree in under a year, he'd need an army. One that can farm for as much as he needed. The premium vehicles were a problem, and so he needed a way to earn a lot. 100,000 SL to 1 GE was a downright scam by the moderator, but he'd known abusive developers. He was with one for the entirety of his gaming life. War may be hell, but a world with monsters isn't different from that. It's clear a desire for a better world exists, it's just that everyone that lives at the top seems to think it's an acceptable status quo. Hans justifies. Hans was going outside, intending to leave the conversation at that before he turned one last time. If we get to Vale, you're welcome to leave Beacon and join us. You're the sister team after all. I don't want to tell the girls you're gonna be an enemy. It's fine if you don't, but please see some sense in what I'm trying to do. It's all I ask. As the door closed, well, not exactly closed since most of it got torn apart by Pyrrha's semblance to control metals, she was left to ponder the future and how much it would be to see. It was a gentle reminder that Hans had the capability of destroying each kingdom if he unleashed unrestricted warfare. It wasn't a goal, but the possibility was always there. Such was life, a constant fear of complete annihilation to anyone who was enemies of the Empire. I can't believe you would handcuff me, Weiss. Weiss huffed in response. You kept running and there was no other choice but control. If I hadn't duct taped your heels, you would have thrown them away. You're sounding like an obsessive psychopath. Are you sure this won't turn into anything concerning, Weiss? Young didn't even try to joke around like calling Weiss a sadist. It was genuinely worrying that Weiss had Ruby Dan's handcuffed to her. Humph. Weiss responded by turning away in denial and crossing her arms. I just wanted a dance, she sulked anyways. Half to a whole, ascend Ruby into the fall Maiden, 2 halves. Rewarded 1,500,000 SL 150,000 RP. SL equals 14,103,729-19,346,289 SL. Vehicle RP equals 502,178 RP-945,564 RP. GE equals 153 GE. Hans had a steady flow of SL and RP, using the dust mines and expanding them throughout the unconquered lands of Solidas was a great decision. Good thing I managed to snag myself boosters every so often. Revengeance mode just adds even more to my multiplier for earnings. The army is still stuck at my old rates, so bosses and larger creatures will have to be killed by us. With combinations both using boosters from his inventory, usually ones under 100% because drop rates from his side weren't in his favor. Grinding was never too impressive, but Hans enjoyed seeing numbers go up. Maintenance of the army was rising even more, but he had enough men killing Grimm all over the continent. From caves, to plains, to the mountains, rivers and even the shores, all were being wiped out of the detested race. I think it's time for the site to be looked at closely. It would take more months for him to get enough RP and SL to complete the requirements for the next rank of tanks, but he was okay with it. He had a plan after all. Hans landed as the VAF-121 before seeing Pietro nearby waiting for him. Hans assumes it has to do with something important this time. He would have a few words too. Greetings, Hans. Pietro extended a hand to wave. You girls go on ahead, remember to leave at 12 o'clock. You can get some practice if you want, but don't burn down the facilities. Hans, do you really think we would do that? RWBY mockingly asked. Hans stared at her. He was a tank, so she couldn't see Hans' disapproving look. Yes. The team left with RWBY ready to start arguing, but Yang quickly let her know that they all had a reputation for doing something wrong. Pietro, something important now. I have to get to Profundus Lake. I know you're going to be busy like you said, but listen to this. With some help, Penny is back and she says she wants to see you. Really? Is she fine after getting that failsafe removed from her system? I don't know myself. As a father, I can't help but worry for my girl. She's been through much during Ironwood's control over the military. I hope you can understand. Hans didn't really know Penny as much as he would like to, but he did still have some kind of emotion in him to understand trying to follow a daughter's wishes. If she needs me, then I can get down to Mantle. Thank you, I already prepared you something to wear. Wait, I'm going to meet her as a human. Wouldn't she not recognize me since she didn't get to see the formation of the state? I would think so too, but a small explanation might do some wonders to help her be at ease. Pietro signals for a soldier to come and before long retrieves a bag of clothes. Something simple would be okay. I'll wait for you here. We have escorts since they aren't confident I wouldn't be attacked in Mantle. Though, dissent has decreased since your operation in the north. Hans was a tank at first but decides to just drive to a secluded spot for him to change. He's lazy enough to not care where he'd be changing, he's just a robot in the end. Hans received the bag using overclock to manipulate his barrel to grab it. Sure, I'll be quick. As he walked in normal everyday clothes with guards flanking them and Pietro wandering with his legged wheelchair. Hans could see people taking notice of his eye-catching appearance. This place has changed. I recall overseeing this and it looked more like a tribal settlement with the tents and everything. Isn't your clinic more to the 3rd district? Pietro laughed. It was understandable considering the change it underwent. Lives have improved so much. Using the army as a workforce and a fighting force was extremely beneficial to the homes you built. None of them will ever feel the frost that creeps in the winter or the feeling of dread knowing the next day could be their last. That's good to know. Hans didn't exactly show it, but he was genuinely happy hearing that even someone like him can be praised. Everyone had a part in this, Pietro, not just me. But it wouldn't be possible without the council losing influence and your policies regarding the people. Unemployment is negligible due to the opening of mines and the children are getting sent to schools. It's no wonder your team admires you. Hans' mind froze at the last part. Admiration was one thing he would never get from someone. There was one time a squad mate complimented him for saving him from 5 different tanks, but that was it. Oh, really? Here we are. Pietro had stopped at a new location. It was refurbished and the quality was something like the structures in Atlas. Recently I requested my services be expanded. This is my answer to your question. With a bell ring and a warmer room, Hans entered the clinic and looked around. Pietro led him to the room where Penny was staying. Almost immediately, Penny recognizes him without him speaking. Friend? Your outward appearance has changed. Adding profile for friend Hans. Yeah, it's me. I'm using this for ease of mobility in tight spaces and as a public figure for everyone in the future. I didn't know I had a wardrobe for all my profiles. Is everything all right? Formulating proper human response. I am, friend Hans. Father had to reset some of my presets and dialogue options due to the corruption of the failsafe. That's good to know. What do you think you're going to do? Penny swayed her head. Whatever the general, I mean you say, friend. She still had a form of subservience left over, so Hans had to clarify. Penny, you're your own person now. If you want to do something, then do it. You don't have to serve anyone but yourself. Loading. Almost like an old computer in Hans Earth, Penny had hums coming from her body before blinking once. I would like to know the status of Atlas. It's not Atlas anymore, Penny, it's the Volksreich. Something inside her mind clicked before walking to the door. Added new vocabulary, Volksreich. I would like to know more about this Volksreich, friend. Father, may I ask if I can get out? Of course, Penny. Make sure to not get in any trouble. Sensational. Oh, how I always wanted to act like a teenager trying to get permission for some fun times. She seemingly got back to her usual antics. It seemed to Hans she was stuck processing everything after waking up, which was understandable. Looks like she's okay now. If you don't mind, I can make someone watch over her, but the Gestapo would already be doing that to everyone, so we can let her go free. Thanks for giving the time to at least see her. Penny is free to learn like a normal girl, not like before when she had to act as a weapon. No worries, Pietro. I'm off to the lake as planned. Oh, and tell something personally to Merlot. I've been sending him ideas through telepathy, but I feel like he would be the type to misinterpret it. When I say artillery, that is AI, don't make anything too similar to tanks, since someone out there can easily replicate it if they have our designs. This doesn't mean he should make it complicated. I swear he keeps blowing up stuff in the name of science. I'll be sure to let him know. In another room, Merlot started cackling out of nowhere before slamming his fist into his chest. Ha 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 ha, HRNK. Why do I suddenly have the compulsion to laugh? Merlot shrugged. Oh well, my next experiment should include droids that roll. Ruby's palms were on the brink of greatness. Her mind was filled with the intention of winning. She pulled herself back as her scythe rang out a shot behind her. Launching into the air with her legs on the staff of her weapon, she shot another one as she approached, aiming for Weiss. Fireball. The aim was supposed to be a fake, a way to make Weiss dodge instead of block. It should have been enough for her newly founded maiden powers to act and spread out. Weiss rolled her eyes amongst the fight and blocked with her own wall of ice that she produced with grace and dignity, a far difference from Ruby's childlike interpretations of an attack, or so she thought to herself. Ruby's attack was blocked. Surprised by the correct response, she swings downward with her scythe and twisted to swing to the left, but another sheet of ice gets constructed right in front. She slams into the wall Weiss created before sliding down with her cape blocking her face as she stood up with a childlike tantrum. Why doesn't that work? Ruby frustratingly cries out. Weiss sheathed her blade before helping Ruby up from slamming face first into the ice. Stop screaming out what you're going to do. Try having more technique than swinging your arms haphazardly. But it's cool. Hans walks in his human form and calls to the girls. You guys comfortable with your powers yet? It isn't much time, but you should have a decent grasp on how to activate them. No, not really finessed as I would have hoped, Weiss responded. Unlike Ruby here, who does more damage to herself and wastes energy trying to do weird hand signs for attacks. But you dance while we fight. It's no better. At least I have grace. That doesn't make sense. As a team leader on the ground, I demand you to make sense. Girls, Hans interrupts. If you really want to improve, then do it in your own manner. Weiss, you can try doing gracefully, but don't force it on Ruby. Ruby, you can try doing things how you want, but make sure it's reasonable within combat. They both nodded and accepted Hans' reasoning, but they had a hint of sourness to the way they fought with magic. How would you do it, Hans? They asked in succession. Well. Hans recalled stuff. The basics are always good aside from instantly trying things like fireballs. Try control first, like having candles lit in a certain pattern only or having to create consistently sized ice. Maidens weren't restricted to a singular element, but each may have their preferences. The basics were always a good start. Magic was something different, and so the examples gave them ideas. That could work. They both said out loud. Anyways, we need to go. Ruby. How is progress going for the defenses? Ruby snaps away from her thoughts before saying bad news. Some are set up, but we can't get closer to the other sides of the lake. They have a roadblock. What roadblock? Later. Oh, that kind of roadblock. He traveled to the site in question and was hit with the reality that he was going to get in trouble the moment Solida's Rex awakened. The lake had been surrounded by raising cliffsides or met the ground at an even level. Placements were already constructed, anti-tank guns that Hans planned to pummel whatever was there. At first, he proposed to Ruby to create a gun large enough to just outright kill anything in one shot, but then logistics came and said a big gun is not worth it in deep snow and couldn't be built in such a small time frame. Is the ice thick enough for tanks to go on it? I don't think we have ice that can be that thick, Hans. Especially when trying to drive a tank on ice is impossible. That's true. Disappointed at the answer, Hans confirmed Weiss' assessment. Even if I could use overclock to make my tracks grip the ice, I'd weigh double and that wouldn't be practical. They walked with Hans across the ice while still in human form. He had suspected not being able to drive on ice would be the case, but was hopeful nonetheless. I think we should get off. Hans notices gleaming crimson pairs of light under all the ice while he pondered. What was in front was the ice blanketing the lake, but it was clearer than Hans had expected. Below were the signs of a massive creature swimming without noticing their presence yet. Red eyes meant it was Grimm, swimming meant it was an aquatic type, but the way anatomy was within the Grimm made it obvious it wasn't just a fish. Also, it was 50 meters in height, Hans judged. Not only that, but another pair of eyes seemingly caught his attention. We should probably not stand here when two Grimm the size of entire buildings are underneath. He looked back to see the team already sliding away. Great, they ran away after I said that. He looked up to the sky and saw the darkening clouds. It was another storm as well, which meant flying was going to be hard. Moderator, forgive me for my language, but what the fuck? The red eyes swam around without care, but Hans knew he needed to kill them, or else he'd risk having to fight the Solitas Rex and both of the massive Grimm. Let's hope that magic can actually do something. Chapter 86, Power Creep. It was huge. The lake in the middle of Solitas easily ran across a stretch of the continent. Hans had only seen a part of it after traveling a long distance from the shore, but he could tell it was big. After an encounter with red eyes swimming at the bottom, it was clear the lake was also deep. Very much so, considering the things inside were as tall as a small apartment. Shortly a while later, they'd go back to the shore a few minutes away even when rushing. It was clear that Hans was going to face some problems. Ice and tanks never fit together, especially a German tank. So, anyone knows how to do ice fishing? Hans directed the question to everyone and each raised a hand. Blake had drool escaping part of her lips. Hans assumed it was from the word fishing. With what exactly? I don't think fishing Grimm is a good idea, Weiss responded. I can punch them. Young answered with vigor and an unhealthy amount of confidence. Neo did hand gestures to tell Hans why did she have to be with everyone. We could always blow them up. RWBY remarks. Everyone looked to the young leader in either shock or awe at just how foolhardy someone could be. Hans voiced everyone's concerns with one sentence. Possibly destroying the lake bed, harming indigenous aquatic life, and potentially making some of them extinct by just shooting explosives. RWBY looked around to see the stares she got but nodded anyways. Yes. We could always try electricity. Hans shrugged before walking back further away. Blake could probably use the fish we get in the crossfire. What? Weiss protested. Are you serious? You said all those things but it didn't even matter. Well, not exactly. The lake is huge. We just so happen to walk to a section that Leviathans call their home. I'm surprised they're even here instead of the deep ocean. You're just as reckless as this dolt here, pointing to RWBY. As for the lake, we don't have any real reason other than we didn't check. Grimm are usually too much here. Atlas is very reliant on airships and it would make sense they wouldn't fight anything here. So the reason we can check is that despite the weather, our ground vehicles can do it. I suppose the paladins were supposed to be released for that purpose, but we replaced it with the tank. Hans stopped a good distance before he felt his body crack open and expand rapidly, transforming himself into small bursts of metal sliding and producing from inside him. He finalizes his form as a hiss escapes the hatches all around his leopard eye. The clothes he had on were ripped instantly. He forgot that he had those. Whoops, I guess I'll tell Pietro I accidentally tore that apart. That'll never get old. RWBY's knees threatened to give out as she fidgeted in place. The only thing missing is for Hans to become a super cool tank robot thing. RWBY, please keep your fantasies out for now. I need the two of you to use your magic. I want to test something to see if magic helps. Hans points his barrel to Weiss and RWBY, who both followed his instructions to get to his side. As I understand, the magic you have is very similar to the capabilities of dust. The only difference being you have unlimited amounts of it and can output it without the risk of premature detonation. A part of their head clicked in place as if they got the idea completely. You're going to try lightning yourself with the use of gravity? Weiss is right, both your magic should be able to use gravity dust-like abilities. So, RWBY, carefully place your hands on my sides and try to imagine me being lifted like those airships. Remember, I only need to be lightened. RWBY nodded and did as told, her hands lifted from their resting point as she felt the cold steel of Hans. She tried bringing gravity out but wasn't so sure about how it would work. Maiden powers and magic were finicky, imagination was a good part of it, so RWBY needed to think about it. An image pops into view inside her head, the feeling of weightlessness and flight she experienced when fighting coupled with the knowledge she already knew about working with gravity dust. She could do it. It only needed concentration and a healthy amount of will. RWBY closes her eyes and felt her skin crawl, and with one last huff, she feels energy on her palms and pushes it into Hans. VVVBBBSHT. Oh, by the way. Make sure not to overdo I dash. Whoosh. RWBY cracked her eyes open as the wind suddenly rushed upwards. The team gawked and rushed to panic as soon as RWBY was done with trying to make Hans lighter. RWBY blurted out and looked to the sky to see Hans spinning vertically while going up in the air. She did what was impossible, she made a tank fly. Ayet. Hans continued from up above. I'm blasting off again. They all yelled, Hans. One emergency rescue later. The team was dead tired, except for Neo who stood aside and took pictures of the leopard eye flipping around the atmosphere while everyone else tried to help. Okay, let's not try to make me fly off into the distance. I'm so glad it removes itself after a few seconds, but that wasn't a nice experience falling to the earth. Sorry. Ruby had her head down in shame, she didn't know any better, but Hans insisted it was only an accident. Let's try this again, I'm not an airship. So whatever you do, don't apply anything to that level of structure. You just need to lift me enough for my tracks to still have an effect on the ground but not enough weight to destroy the ice. Ruby sheepishly nodded before placing her hands on the side again. Don't make him fly. Don't make him fly. Don't make him fly, she repeated to herself. Hans feels the hull of his tank get lighter, his tracks started leveling off while the suspension felt like they were disengaged. His eyes widened, if he had any eyes as a tank, at the possibility that as a German main, his transmission wouldn't break anymore. He felt uneasy at the thought, but he could potentially easily win the fight. Hans. I did it. Wait. Ruby, your hands are still glowing. Turn it do dash. VVVBBBSHT. Ah oh. Ruby squeaked. Whoosh. Why? Another emergency rescue later. Okay, Ruby, if we're going to fight like this I might as well become the first ever intercontinental ballistic missile from you launching me into the stratosphere. Weiss, do you think you can do the same to your own? We're going to join you with a tank. I'm not against it, but wouldn't that sacrifice mobility? She had a point, but Hans believed something else. You have your glyphs to try and manipulate the direction of the tank while you move. Besides, Ruby and I will do the baiting. That makes sense, but didn't you say there were 2 Leviathans? One is hard enough for even Atlas to fight without the aid of a huge machine. Hans was offended. Weiss considered him of all people to not be a huge death machine. He would prove her wrong, he'd been practicing moving around in his overclock. Weiss, we have the power of gunpowder, magic, and armor-piercing cannons mounted to a thick-as-hell steel casing. You won't fight up close, but the Leviathans would have to go through doubled armor thickness if they fight me, not to mention my ability to manipulate any part of myself freely to the point where I can shift my entire body down to the bolts that keep me together to dodge or do anything else. Hans wasn't without practice. Handling unnatural ways to form your body is a tough hurdle to leap. It's like learning to bend your knees in the opposite direction or twist your spine like wringing out a towel. All those movements need a different way for the body to adjust. It's like having no solid part of your bones. Breaking them and rejoining them is easy but hard to master. Now then, Ruby. This time I mean my words, please don't overdo it. Ruby nodded furiously as she got inside the commander's hatch of Hans' leopard eye. He feels his tracks once more get softened in their strain. It was touching the ground, but enough of his weight got cancelled out that he could try driving over the snow-covered ice. He wasn't sure how thick it was, but Hans can always test now before anything would happen later. Ruby, try doing double to compensate when I shout my semblance to you. Okay, I'm ready. Hans drove over the ice and traveled a bit further away. He relaxed his head before he said the word, overclock. The ice cracked for a brief second before it stopped. It wasn't as thin as Hans thought. He weighed from about 50 tons to nearly 1/20th of it before overclock, and while doubled meant he only weighed 5 tons, maybe more. The ice was still able to get seen through despite the thickness if he moved away the snow covering it. He tested the stability by driving slowly across the icy plain. Slippery as heck, I can't stop properly and my tracks can't accelerate me as fast, but that's an easy fix. His metallic tracks groaned, and with a few changes by Hans, the edges of the track frayed and spiked downwards as a way to get grip on the ice. There. Ruby. Are you doing good? Her eyes look to the nearly frost-ridden lake as she grimaces. I don't know about this, Hans, is this really a good choice? Fighting on ice of all places? Well, not exactly. We're going to take advantage of being able to shoot at them while they are stuck swimming. It's literally a fish in a barrel, this time it's a Grimm inside a massive lake. Don't projectiles get slowed down when they go underwater? I know, it's why I have you in here as opposed to anyone else. We just need them to get close enough to the surface and make you do something magical. Magic is a literal cheat in Remnant. Producing and controlling the abilities suspiciously associated with dust was full of possibilities to Hans. Won't they just try to escape? Hans didn't get the problem. They can try. Ruby finally got it. Hans didn't have the concept of being tired once he had a goal set. A gamer by himself is scary, but a motivated gamer is worse, especially when currency is involved for Hans. Let's prepare and head for the others. I won't use overclock until I can be sure they won't escape, but I have a plan for that. The first Leviathan, let's call this one Bill for ease, swam peacefully. It had known no human contact for almost 3 centuries by now, and he was glad that was the case. Yet, hunger still stung him as a reminder of his purpose. To hunt and kill those of mankind and fauna-skinned, a feeling of starvation that couldn't be satiated without killing. Bill was yearning for more as he swam, his legs touching the frigid waters were already evolved to handle the temperatures as he pushed on the water to propel himself. Suddenly, he felt a reverberation throughout the sea. It was a harsh echo that almost wrecked its orientation. Humans, Bill thought. The large bellowing sound passed through its body with a fierce thump. It could feel whatever was happening at the surface. He didn't know what it was, but he ignored it. Humans were the last thing on his mind, but at the back of his thoughts, Bill wanted a slaughter. He would get a slaughter, but one that he hadn't imagined. The sounds came closer and closer, beginning to be painful more than the last. Vibrations kept shaking its body and the water deformed each time. Bill rested for a while, letting his body float aimlessly before another shockwave almost threatened to screech his mind to a halt. It was loud and obnoxious, and it had been happening all over the lake. It had enough. He swam to where he felt at last, but met another Leviathan on the way. Let's call this one Charles. Bill howled in greeting. It was the other friend he had. A friend was an overfamiliar word, but he was the other Grimm of his kind. Charles was the first to arrive at the scene, poking and prodding near the surface and gauging where the target was. There. Charles noticed a weirdly rectangular shadow beneath the ice. Charles readied his body and charged, all the while preparing his breath to spew out concentrated energy. His concentrated force and monumental size leaped through the ice, wrecking a whole section of the lake before trying to swallow up whatever it tried to target. Boom! Bill waited, and waited, and waited for what seemed like an obviously longer amount. Charles finally lands back into the ocean, but thrashing and howling in pain. A massive hole in its temple was present, something incinerating the inside of the wound as it started to regain its composure. Something had happened with Bill, and Charles was not happy. Moments ago. Is it tight enough, RWBY? Hans asked as he waited on the ice. Dozens of his shells were getting taken out and used. Unlike the army, who couldn't do such a thing, the only exception was Hans. The shells themselves were a lot as they strapped together into 12 THS. RWBY had cobbled all of them together to explode at the same time. It was homemade but professionally built as much as possible with on-hand tools. Done. Hans, do I need to use my magic for creating more explosions? It's underwater though, I don't know how to do that yet. I don't think so. Storing magic into something is not a concept I'm aware of unless you're the one casting it, like making your guns fire flame bullets. WYBRN's tank is the exception, and I have a theory on how you can use your gravity for this. You don't change the weight of something, but you simply change how much gravity it experiences and in what direction. Hans didn't know fully well, but judging from the moments where people fly or could do telekinesis in the show, he guessed it was just a manipulation of gravity. RWBY nodded. The way I set these up should have the warhead and the explosive propellants detonate together. Why are we making it like this, Hans? So many too. RWBY, have you never fought something like submarines? Her eyes glowed a sense of curiosity. First the tank, then planes, and then came the helicopter. RWBY was receiving so many ideas for weapons, and Hans was aware of this. She nodded with a clear intent for Hans to continue. No. Tell me what it is. She almost jittered with joy. Well, for now, since time is already wasted, so it'll be a quick explanation. Submarines are ships that can go underwater for extended periods of time. They use this to their advantage in being stealthy in their approach to other seafaring ships. It's devastating to be on the receiving end, so someone invented a way to fight these. So this? She points to the quickly made bombs made out of Hans shells. Is supposed to be the counter to. Ah. You recreated this since the Leviathans are underwater. Precisely, I introduce you to the concept of a depth charge. It's not going to kill the Grimm when they're tough, but it's going to make them hurt a lot. Enough to maybe make them charge to us. So we're dropping these into the lake and detonating it. Hans, we don't have an adjustable timed charge for that. We only have 5 seconds every time, there's no way to change it. That's where you come in. If you increase how much these things feel gravity, then it should accelerate faster or slower depending on how much you adjust it. At least, that's what I hope it does. Hans nervously thought to himself. The show wasn't insightful in telling anything about how these things worked. Besides, it's magic, one way or another. RWBY unfolded her scythe and cut a sizable hole into the ice. When she couldn't reach further, she burned and melted using her new maiden powers. RWBY finished and looked into the dark abyss of water. I'm throwing one in. She carefully placed the first strapped-together bomb and slowly let it fall. Using her control over gravity, she increased it for the makeshift depth charge before running away from the site and towards Hans. Now we wait, Hans said. Boom. A large volume of water gets shot up from the hole and destroys part of the ice along with it. RWBY was enjoying it too much judging by how much she had stars in her eyes. But there was a distinct lack of Grimm rising from the depths even after minutes had passed. RWBY was disappointed but Hans was patient. Get the others but ask Weiss to make Neo hide the bottom of their tank. We need them to be ready because I have a plan. If I'm correct then the tank itself will have the ability of Maiden's. It should be easy for her to come up with what would be next. Later. Another. Boom. Another. Boom. Another. Boom. It was safe to say that Hans was going nuts with the explosives. The rest of the team within another tank was waiting from a good distance away. Weiss was alert as ever while she waited. The tank she had could channel magic as if it was the one producing it. You heard about the magic school bus, now it's time for the magic M48A2C. They were patient and it finally had results. A roar sounded in the water. It was not as loud since they were at the surface but they could finally prepare to blast some Grimm entrails. Yang! Wake up! She crouches down and slapped the blonde woman awake. Whoa! Is Svi eating the comic books again? No. Who's Svi? Never mind, get ready. We might need to drive away since Neo's semblance will shatter if we attack. Yang snapped awake and alert as she handles the controls while peering into her own view. Neo smiled and Blake nervously grasped the shells on the rack. Without RWBY, Blake had to compensate for the lack of a loader. A roar came. It got louder and louder as everyone in the M48A2C was worried for RWBY. The ice sang an eerie tune, a ton of water was being displaced, and it was coming. The ice cracked and webbed in front of Hans, and he waited until the right moment came. Overclock! He yelled. RWBY responded quickly, adrenaline pumping through her body as they fled with RWBY making Hans lighter. She would need to reapply it but she was confident. A mass of black shadow started coming closer. He surged forward, knowing that his reverse was slower. Moving forward was smarter than trying to go back into the trajectory of Charles. His tracks sharpened and gripped the ice, gripping as much as they could before moving at an accelerated speed. The Grimm powered through the lake and the RWBY looked back to see. They dodged to the side and moved to the front as the Leviathan cut through the ice and leaped with its jaws wide open. A blast of energy came with it and RWBY narrowed her eyes. It was massive as it was. Shorter than the Veil Goliath but it evolved to have more power through its beam streaming out a wide gaping maw. The water surged. The waves came. And the beast had awoken. Fire! Weiss commanded. Neo had a lock on its head, the trigger and pin clicked and connected. The shell was emblazoned in a case of fire magic that the tank personified into itself. The DIPCBC shook inside, the propellant was put into full force and expanded within the barrel, and blackened remnants of gunpowder left a trail as the shell shot into the air. It escaped with heated gas, warming the surroundings as it connected its mark. Neo smiled, her accuracy undimmed as the shell delved deeper into the monster's flesh. Like a flower in spring, the wound bursts as the warhead detonated. A second explosion came, the fire cast by the tank onto the shell spun and cauterized the freshly made injury. The creature screamed, no, it pleaded with pain and shrieked while alarmed by the devastating hit. It was a small shell but within was a package full of reactive explosive mass. It's a creation of Earth interacting with powerful dust and topped off with a hint of pure magic. Weiss saw the shell strike true. She got to the radio and yelled. Hit! Hans turned and rushed to where the beast had gone down again. The waters were freshly opened up but Hans wasn't done. RWBY! Do it! RWBY leaped from the hatch, using her speed to get further from Hans. It was a risk but Hans trusted his guess. Her fingers crackled with electricity, her hair stood up from the static as she smiled at the magic coalescing. She harvested every inch of her arms to react to her commands. A bolt of lightning came from her fingertips and directed it to the water. Thunder shock. Stop screaming your moves. But it's cool. At least Hans had a purpose for screaming his semblance to RWBY, unlike her who did it because she saw it in a cool pet fighting game. The lightning came and struck the water. Hans couldn't feel it but some discharged to him. Thankfully it wasn't damaging, but the water was cruelly shocked. The creature enveloped by the conductive water spazzed and jittered. The sound barrier cracked from the strike. The area was bathed in the glory of pure energy striking the surface of the water and spreading through the water. RWBY landed back into Hans with a metallic thump. She got back into the hatch as per Hans' instruction. Not taking chances for retaliation by more attacks, Hans drove to the opening with more depth charges in his rack while they stopped short of the unblocked ice lake. Another. RWBY hefted the homemade depth charge, using her magic to help her carry the weight, and she threw it into the water. It didn't need gravity manipulation because they were sure this was going to be the last strike. Boom. Is it dead? RWBY asked, looking for any signs of movement in the water. I don't know, maybe throw in another shock. I'm saving the last depth charge for the other one dash. Hans. Weiss' voice echoed from the radio. Hans switched viewports to where the rest of the team was. His track started moving immediately and suddenly, enough to spook RWBY. No time to check. The other one's under them. Bill wasn't going to take these humans lightly. Perhaps it was foolish, but his smell for humans and faunus didn't go down. Rage filled him, such was the case for a negativity-sensitive creature. Bill was going to kill them, starting first with the weakest link. Chapter 87, Kill Bill. Weiss wasn't having a great time. It all started well with a well-placed shot to the head of the swimming leviathan. Now, Bill had time to know that it wasn't a good move to charge from the ice. They had resolved to try moving away as the last leviathan kept trying to poke holes under them rather than attack directly. Weiss kept her head over the commander's hatch. She slowly saw the black mass following them around. Drive faster. What do you mean drive faster? What am I going to do? Hoist the sails. Give this thing a pep talk. Nitro. It's a tank. Without RWBY, it had been harder to move faster. Another crack forms in front as Blake activates her semblance to dodge. Whoa. Warn us, Blakey. Jan shouts in surprise. Sorry, I heard the ice breaking and I thought to preemptively move us. Weiss, is Hans moving already? We're getting closer to getting hit already. She nods and looks over at Hans idling in the distance. He's not ready yet, his semblance wore off already. Judging by how long his last transmission was, we might need to keep this thing on us for 2 minutes. This is going to be the longest 2 minutes of driving in my life. They were slower, but Weiss tried her best to make the tank faster with her glyphs. Her magic was focused on making themselves light so they wouldn't sink to the depths, and she didn't know if she could risk multitasking. Another section of ice had been broken and the Leviathan was slowly reaching closer and closer toward them, but Blake could get them out. Still, they had a limit with aura-powered semblances, so it would be dangerous if they kept using Blake's semblance, Shadow. Right. The ice cracks from their left and Yang quickly moves them to the right in response. The front. Yang catches her partner's attention. Blake, I can't make the tank switch directions that fast. On it. Blake wheels her semblance through the tank. A clone made of ice dust gets left behind before the tank propels itself in another orientation. Weiss spots something in the distance. Ice that had already broken and sunken came into view as she quickly relays the news to the others. Yang, I think we made a mistake. It's been leading us into a large circle the whole time. What does that mean? Blake immediately said, we're trapped in this circle of floating ice until Hans can bail us out. So we're stuck. Not necessarily, I can always use my magic to make our gravity stronger, but the control might be off and I could send us sky high. Let's hope Hans can make it quick then. How is he going to catch a Leviathan staying underwater anyways? It only dips in and out with the tip of its head. Don't worry. I believe he has an idea of what he's doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. But you said you have a plan. RWBY was keeping an eye on the distant team while Hans counted down from his drawback reaching a critical level. He would reset it so there'd be no chance of him losing it at an important moment. I do, but I don't know if you're up for it. I just came up with this at the start. I know it will work, but there's always uncertainty. What do we need to do? Hans felt his tank being able to move again as he revved his engine and started moving to the rest of the team. Hold your breath and prepare to fly. Bill started to target the Weiss tank directly. The ice he planned to cut the thing off was stuck in a smaller area. Now would be a good time, he thinks. From the peripherals, he saw the other man-made vehicle and decided what to do. Bill would target the thing that killed its friend first rather than turns its attention when he was so close to sinking them. Miraculously, Hans made it quick to assume he wasn't getting targeted. The last few minutes were only with Team WIRBN and not him. He knew Grimm was smart, but maybe he could use that against it. Telepathically tapping into Weiss's mind, he put forward a suggestion. Weiss, when I give the word Neo will use her illusions to throw that thing off. The radio suddenly blares alive inside as RWBY picks up the receiver. Do you need us to get out? No, you have to get me in. Yang's voice got picked up. That's what he said. The radio suddenly gets cut off as Hans assumed it got shut manually on the other side. Right, aside from Yang's poor attempt at humor, let's get to them. A gap was present, but without much effort on Hans' side, he could easily make use of a small second of overclock to reach over with a small extension of his tracks. RWBY, keep talking to me about its location. I'm rushing to them as fast as I can. Overclock isn't going to wear off for long since I reset it, but we might need to bail your team out. Alright, I can't see well over the ice that keeps getting covered in snow, but I can use some fire to quickly check over and over. Hans' tracks gripped the ice. Its modified tracks by overclock kept a decent hold as he saw Weiss commanding her tank and using glyphs to keep them from spinning out. RWBY yelled, Hans. It's getting close for another attack. Hans once again reached over to Weiss' mind and enacted his plan. Weiss. Send out an illusion of your tank in our direction. Weiss' tank immediately looked like it turned and was going front first toward Hans. He knew it was an illusion, but it was scary when it looked like he was about to crash into one another. Hans. Eyes. Red. It's getting closer. Hans echoed his thoughts to the Grimm below. You think going in the water with only a tap at us is going to be enough? He turned his attention back to RWBY. RWBY, shut the hatch and hold your breath. We're going in. Wait, you didn't tell me what to do. Up. The ice cracks from below, and a glimmer of red is what Hans sees before unleashing his own counterattack. Anything not holding down RWBY would get manipulated towards the bottom. His links snap, turning it from a loop to a single line. Using his overclock to rip his tracks apart, he yanks the last of his sprocket and with the other end, he attaches and wraps the remains of the track line around the front. As the Leviathan broke the ice and Hans falls to the surface of the water, he launches his makeshift weapon and forces the sprockets on the end of the line to break apart and embed themselves into the Leviathan's neck. Whoa! Holy shit! No wonder Nora liked riding Ursa's. The rush of the water around him makes him slip his grip, but he compensates by slowly retracting his detached tracks to let him reach mere inches from the Leviathan. This isn't going to hold. RWBY, keep yourself to the turret's insides. Water is going to rush in. I'm breaking my body apart to attach myself to this thing. Okay. As he got closer and went deeper, his hull splinters and manipulates itself into outreaching limbs that he could control. With a single thrust from 4 extended limbs made out of metal from his body and the remnants of his tracks, he digs deep into the aquatic Grimm as it screeches from the metal, slowly stabbing it in multiple places. Is this what a face hugger would act? Looking from an outside perspective. Only the turret and part of his upper hull were still intact, while most of his other tank parts were reaching around like a claw gripping the neck of said Leviathan. How this would be possible without him tearing himself to death he didn't know, yet it somehow could work as long as the thing he tore off would still be connected somewhat to the entire structure. So the sprockets being used as anchors to the Leviathan would still be manipulatable because the tracks, despite being removed, were still technically connected to Hans' other sprockets still left in his hull. Anyways. RWBY, I'm ready. Cold, she was submerged because of Hans' stunt. Here I go. Bill felt himself going up, the case of how is still not known to him. He kept dragging himself down, but something yanked his head. The surface grew more visible as Hans felt the metal inside him start groaning. Oh. A part of his leg snapped and sinks to the bottom while he kept his parts as connected but as tightly held as possible. When RWBY can make 100 tons post-overclock feel like nothing to ice, then what she had done before to effortlessly flip him around made Hans get an idea. Why not apply that here? RWBY. They're not gone, are they? Wait for it. Hans must have something planned. He didn't tell us, again, but we need to wait. Weiss told them sternly. She held him in high regard. Is it just me, or is the Leviathan coming back up? Yang pointed out. The ice suddenly burst as the Leviathan was seen with its head being dragged to the sky while the rest of its body was flailing trying to escape. Hans was doing a chokehold as a goddamn tank while raising the thing in the air. Overclock made him get denser, which is the reason why he hadn't collapsed into himself. Oh. My. Brothers. Jan gaped at the image of a floating leviathan. They saw magic around Hans and assumed RWBY was doing it. I'm proud of you, sis. Never had I thought I'd see the day a fish fly. They're swaying from the wind and towards the shore. Should we go help? Blake asked. Jan chuckled. Nah. I think letting RWBY slam that thing to the ground with a 100-ton overclock weight over its head would be something memorable for her. Just in time, the gravity gets off and the leviathan plummets to the ground. In the distance, they swore they could hear RWBY howling in excitement. Boom. The ground shakes and the exposed water began to wave around. The tank had gone to the earth and the team looks worryingly at the event, but they saw the Grimm slowly dissolving. The team approached the remnants of the Grimm. Its head was thoroughly crushed underneath the weight of 100 tons impacting the top of its head. Underneath the snow was Hans, with most of his lower half being destroyed and sprawled all around the area. Hans? Are you okay? Blake immediately rushed to the turret and the remaining hull. The impact was harsh and it was reckless. No. I'm missing my tracks, my suspensions, some of the driver's section, and finally, the hardlight shield generator. This should be considered a hull break, but somehow it's not. I think to overclock changes the way I die. Please don't talk about the ways you can die. How do you even know if you're right? Well, I know for a fact the ways I can die in War Thunder, but without a crew, I think it's based on how real anatomy would work. If most of my compartments for the crews are destroyed, then I guess I'm dead. RWBY got up, dazed from the sudden impact but still exhilarated. Okay, now I get why Nora enjoys that stuff. That was awesome. No, that was reckless. Weiss snapped back. Do you know how much we worried? We could have done something else, you know. Hans responded. It's not going to risk getting shot from the surface. If it didn't want to come to us, then the only way is to come to it. RWBY, I assume the army can work around the lake without risk from the Leviathans? Yep. No risk of interruption without those two swimming around with their death lasers. Speaking of which, we should really upgrade you soon. More weapon options and such. Right, I guess all we need to do now is wait. Hans suddenly saw the notifications pop up. Only about 489k SL and only 50k RP. Wait a minute, is that a 178k repair cost? What the absolute hell? Moderator. Don't scream at me like that. Didn't you have a commandment in not saying my name in vain? I'm not religious and you don't deserve a rule set for me to follow. Fine. I'll increase your repair tenfold dash. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Please don't do that. I'd have to keep grinding and nothing else. You don't want to watch that, do you? Fair. Okay, so, friend. The reason why it's so high is that your hardlight shield's kaput. Remember that foreign modifications are 10x the normal rate. Oh, right. I never got destroyed or used my overclock by opening myself up. By the way, how do I die? Well, either all of your important modules get destroyed, especially your engine, or all your compartments are rendered destroyed. An example would be your turret getting ripped off. It's fine until your driver compartment gets set on fire. So I have good survivability. So overclock would change that, right? The only condition that changes is the crew compartment. Since it wouldn't matter, I can still change it in an update, so be nice. This is abusing your power. At least I'm not a Reddit moderator. Okay, I might have treated you poorly. Thanks for being somewhat normal. Hans turns back to his team. Let's head back dash. Ring. Suddenly, RWBY's scroll starts playing a ringtone. Sorry guys, someone is calling. Her scroll opens and RWBY paused as she read the name. Who is it? Hans asked. It's Uncle Crow. Crow, what does he want? Want me to put it on speaker? Yeah. RWBY did as told as she accepted the call. Crow's voice sounds from the scroll. Hey kiddo, are you having fun? No, don't answer that, I know you always do. Anyways, I know Hans is listening to this, so don't even bother not responding. Well damn. It's not that hard to guess. Ojban called me earlier, he says he wants to accept the offer. Hans had to replay that moment again. What? You'll know more, but he wants some changes, so he's heading over there in the next few days. Wait, what? You're surprised? Isn't this what you hoped for? To be honest, no, Hans admits. Well, I guess you're pretty convincing. I'm heading there too, so keep the little rascals occupied, K. The call ended with a beep and everyone was confused and curious as to what the headmaster would say. Their offer was being accepted. Was Vale already getting brought into the fold? So what do we do? Weiss asked. Well, make Torchwick set up a welcoming party. Meanwhile. Achoo. Damn it. Atlas is cold as hell. I need to buy a bigger scarf in this frozen hellhole. Why couldn't Lunchbox keep his damn army in Vale? Achoo. Chapter 88, Unholy Alliance. Yes. You heard me right. Sorry, Oz, I'm having a hard time trying to understand it. You're telling me we should become allies? Hans reiterated. It was unexpected, the constantly resistant headmaster was accepting radical change. It wouldn't be out of character for Hans to suspect the long-lived wizard. Would you prefer a puppet? Ojben offered with Glinda at his side as stern as ever. The room was filled with Hans' team RWBY, Ojben, Glinda, and Crow. I mean I do, but what made you change your mind? You did. Hans did talk to him about it, so Ojben hit the target in his response. Okay, you got me there. Elaborate on the details. I know we practically have a hold over you, but you're not going to surrender and become my prisoner. Instead, you prefer working under me? Hans, I realized too late that my time hasn't changed me for the better. If there is truly another way than my shadow war, then I believe we can agree. Imprisoning me isn't to your benefit. At the most, it's the lowest gains you can obtain. Now this is a negotiation. What can you offer, aside from your magical abilities? I am at your mercy. Tell me your terms, I will counter with my own. A surrender, wondrous for Hans. He felt like Bismarck after RKOing the French after the Franco-Prussian War. Toppling a nation was fine and all but them offering their servitude. This was an opportunity he could have only dreamt of. Unlike a dream, however, this was as real as it could get. Emergency meeting. He yelled for the others and huddled in his human form. Okay, I think we need Torchwick for this one, he's the most business side of his expertise. They all nodded. Entrusting a criminal to get the best deal, fabulous. Weiss, you're a dictator. A front dictator, but a dictator nonetheless. Point taken. Hans looked up from their huddle and approached the opposing trio. I offer you another accord. A consulting member will have to be called, so hold on for a moment. Torchwick had been his life as a criminal. More times than not, he'd be busting kneecaps or bludgeoning heads. Now under Hans' government, he had found something worse than a criminal, a politician. Thankfully he's not a normal politician. Instead of stealing tax money, he'd been stealing freedom. It was a comfortable job, but he frequents joining in his operation personally to soothe his taste for violence. Though, Hans had been getting to him lately. Revealing magic existing, learning that Hans could be the second immortal on Remnant, being subjected to multiple events like announcing a random dance with the girls, suddenly revealing there's ancient Grimm that even an immortal which couldn't make, and all the sorts. It tested his patience, but once again, Hans had a call to him. Ring. Oh, by the brothers, let's hope Lunchbox doesn't rope me into something way out of my pay grade like I actually need a pay at this point, he joked to himself. He picked up his scroll and answered the call. Yes, Lunchbox. I need you to negotiate the fate of the world dash. Click. He breathed in deeply. Damn it, Lunchbox. So, your consultant is a criminal? Torchwick scoffed as he walked in. It was obvious that everyone on Ojben's side grew weary as the flamboyant thief walked in after months of no action. Hans explained, I know, but hear me out. We went so far as to illegally overthrow a government, engaged in intrigue, killed a lot of naysayers, implanted influence to the world, and probably more in the future. Trust me, this is not the worst thing I've done. Torchwick chuckled. He picked up his hat and tipped it mockingly to the headmaster. Greetings, Olaz, ready to bend over and receive the most massive shaft in existence. The vulgarity. Glinda started to bring out her weapon. Hold up, MILF number 2, Torchwick snarked. When we're in a negotiation, the one who holds the least card should watch their actions. He's right, Glinda. I might be a drunk, but a drunk knows when they're in the losing position. Besides, I think he's right. Right on what, Crow? That you're a milfoof. Glinda reacted on instinct and does a solid punch to his rib cage. Crow fell to the ground while grasping his side. Man, I should really start holding out my aura when we're near each other. Anyways, on to what the Volksreich wants from you. We'll obviously take Vale and incorporate it eventually. Eventually? This alliance will hold, and outright annexation will be bad for us. We'll ease people into the idea that the nation that fights the Grimm is the best option. Until then, you'll be running your own party, Ozzy. So, you intend for us to be part of the Volksreich by running a party that advocates for unification, thus making it possible in the eyes of other citizens around Remnant to be open to the concept of doing the same. Interesting. We have other demands. This exchange can be modifiable up to the point of unification. Your foreign policy will be handled by us as well as the military. Your citizens can volunteer, but in the case of war, we shall start conscription. At any moment Vale starts clearly going against the values of order and unification, well, you already know what we can do. Ashbin thought for a moment. I want to change a few aspects of this. Remove the ability for you to change this deal, and the academies on all of the Remnant will be independent or have a high degree of autonomy. Volunteering is okay, but conscription is not something I'll accept. One last thing, you need to return Ironwood. Your call, Lunchbox. Hans nodded. First, I can concede being able to change this agreement. Second, the academies will be treated as if they were officer academies. Those who want to join the military will be free to do so, while the current students can choose to leave. We won't touch on forceful recruitment, but I won't guarantee it. Circumstances may change. As for Ironwood, no. There would be widespread dissatisfaction in his release. I hope you know how that would affect the Grimm. Ashbin closed his eyes, perhaps in a way to assess if this was truly a good deal. Ironwood was a friend, they'd had a disagreement and Ashbin thought it was too far. I can't let you execute Ironwood. Hans knew this would happen. Ironwood being captured will always leave a sour taste on Ashbin's consciousness. Torchwick, bring out the tape. It's not a videotape, Lunchbox. We're in the modern century, not the Dark Ages. Semantics. Of course. Torchwick rolled his eyes before bringing out his scroll and placing it on a table projector for all to see. That's Ironwood? Glinda muttered. It was Ironwood, but he was held in a prison. Perhaps in relief, he was not visibly beaten, only mentally scarred. His hair had seen better days, his eyes dropped to form a defeated expression, his skin was paler than his white clothes and his unkempt face was displayed for all to see. It's true. Ironwood's video started. I didn't care if those faunuses didn't get their freedom. Why would I? I would lose control. If I didn't support the SDC, there would be shortages and embargoes. The army would have to suffer, but I also couldn't let myself be seen as a villain. So, I accepted faunuses in my academies. It wasn't going to anger the wealthy that support me, and it would placate the increasingly furious faunus. I had to do what I needed to. That can't be true. Glinda was in denial. Of course, being corrupt might not be justifiable, but the council wouldn't give me more in exchange for me turning a blind eye. This is all just a misunderstanding. Another voice in the video asked, so not only did you support the cycle of bribery and corruption, but you neglected the position of your citizens? No. That thing can make a play out of my words, but you know very damn well I did what I needed to. Look at the results. A nation led by a dictator. A dictator that gave equality, employment, healthcare, living space, stability, order, wiped out corruption, and finally offered all of Remnant a chance to live without fear. Without fear. I know that criminal of yours exercises his power to spread fear. No one has to fear anything when you've done nothing wrong. You replaced members of the government with military personnel. How can citizens be sure that they won't be corrupt? Ask any soldier where their loyalties lie. You'd be surprised how many are willing to push themselves to the brink of death to uphold the nation he created. So in short, you have done all these crimes and have no guilt whatsoever. Shame. The clip ends when Torchwick pulls out the scroll from the table. Everyone in the room aside from Hans and Team RWBY was shocked. Were these really the words of their friend? This isn't real. Glinda, we have irrefutable proof that Ironwood is willing to become a criminal. Here I am, a mastermind criminal. I know what criminality looks like. You're just denying it at this point. If you desire not to be under the same conditions as the general, then we keep Ironwood. That's of course if you can show what you can offer if we do this in the first place. You can guarantee the academies turning to your side. I still have contacts in other nations. Don't think I know what you're looking for as well. What do you plan with them? Ashbin directed his question to Hans. The relics? So he knew I was aiming for them after all. The only location I don't know about is Ashbin's. Divided we fall, united we stand. You know exactly why I want these. Ashbin sighs. In all my lifetimes, I have never entrusted the goal of forcing a stalemate. Perhaps, I can see that now, there could be a chance. It may look like 100 years is too small for me. Hence, I accept. The fate of the world lies within your goals. Hans in his glee smiled deliciously. Then, we welcome the birth of an unholy alliance. The world will revolve around the Vokian Vale axis. Eventually, the Empire. Everyone left except for Crow, he had some catching up to do with his nieces. Hey, kiddo. He waved for Ruby and Yang. Crow. Ruby immediately hugged the aging man. Sorry for the long checks and stuff, Weiss almost got assassinated and Hans couldn't risk another one happening. Geez, if you were still in Beacon, you'd be yapping about cookies and milk. She still does that. I do not do that all the time, Yang. Ruby protested. I started taking something called Red Bull. It was a bit weird the first time but it grew on me. Better than bitter coffee at least. Heh, good to see you're still a good kid. Have you been keeping in touch with Taeyang? He's been working as a teacher at Signal still. I think he hasn't known you were, changed. Oh. We forgot about Dad. Relax, Ruby. He can understand. Yang, we turned Atlas into a dictatorship with us as the main actors. As I said, he can understand. Well, if you ever want to deal with him, there should be enough time after you conquer the world and stuff. So, how's Ice Queen? Weiss. No, the older Ice Queen. Ever since you took over Atlas, I was curious about how Hans managed to convince the old soldiers to switch sides so easily, ow. Suddenly, an ice-shaped nevermore hit the back of his head. Crow turns with a visible irritation as he was about to toss hands with whoever was blatant enough to throw that at the drunken master, more like a drunk without the master but Crow likes to think he's a master. Hey! Who dash? He paused as he saw the person, or rather, the woman that sent the piece of ice behind his head. Hello, Crow. Enjoying your stay in Atlas? Not the nation of course, finally gotten past that whole unequal representation. I hope I didn't hit your head hard enough since you haven't blinked yet. Heh, it's going to take more than that. Your army still sucks major ass but I admit, you look good in black. You looked stuffy in the old one. Yang had something click in her head. Oh my brothers, I'm so going to tell Weiss about this. Let's go, Ruby. We should let them have their time to update their hate on each other. What? Yang, we still have so much to catch on dash. Yang slaps her hands over Ruby's mouth and dashes away as quickly as she could. Leaving Crow and Winter with confusion. Never knew Hans accepts old enemies. You'd be surprised at how many past enemies he works with. Believe me, the Aesops eventually did too but I had to watch over them. Yeah. Crow rubs the back of his head, looking over to Winter with an overhaul in her appearance. Screw it, he takes out a flask and downs everything in a single gulp. Solita's Rex Awakening, 12 days. Hiatus, dropped.